Unexpected windfall at the start. Protagonist's IQ is online. Political and business duel. Main plot. Gray industry revealed. A glimpse of the heavens. Fish leaping over the dragon gate. Celestial dragon. Chapter 1. Winning the lottery. Boss, one quick pick for the super lotto. Okay. I opened my WeChat on my phone. I had 201.3 yuan left in my WeChat balance. I'm so grateful. I thought about committing suicide back then. I'm already dead, so the money in my WeChat is probably gone. By 100 times. Hello boss, the maximum purchase per ticket is 99 times. I'll give you another one with a 1x multiplier. No need for that. 99 times it is. This damn society. I have to follow your rules even to buy a lottery ticket. When you're unhappy, everything seems unpleasant. Actually, I regretted it. I'm hungry now, and I don't even have enough money for a bowl of noodles. I wandered aimlessly to the Cross River Bridge. Cars came and went. Neon lights were dazzling, but I felt annoyed. Who is really living such a glamorous life? The wind was strong, and I was hungry and cold. This atmosphere was perfect for suicide. Just then, my phone vibrated in my pocket. I pulled it out and saw it was my mom calling. Last Saturday, my mom called, urging me to come back to our hometown for a blind date. 2 days ago, I was the one who called home to borrow money from my dad. They said to wait, and they'd transfer it to me later. 2 days have passed. I realized then that I'd emptied our savings, lost everything. In that instant, I felt like I deserved to die. I answered the phone. You said you didn't have enough money the other day, so your dad and I scraped together some. Things aren't like they used to be. Our relatives aren't doing well. My nose stung with tears. I'm 30 years old. How could I not know if our relatives were struggling? No one else was willing to lend me money. But even so, my parents still managed to borrow some. That's enough, Mom. I'll be home in a couple of days for the blind date and the wedding. Sigh. Hanging up, the more I sensed the joy on the other end of the line, the stronger my suicidal thoughts became. Actually, my live streaming game channel had already shut down. I borrowed money from my family this time. Firstly, because I didn't want to go back. I was unwilling to accept it. And secondly, because I was truly out of money. A 30-year-old, drifting far from home, without income, relying on my parents for support, I had no face to go back. Fucking bastard. I didn't know who to curse, but the words came out. Then I jumped. The first second I jumped, I fucking regretted it. The bridge across the river was 52 meters above the water. It takes 3.2 seconds for a person to jump. That's right. I regretted it in the first second, and the next second I lost consciousness. My last sensations were the icy seawater and the excruciating pain of my head exploding. I woke up the next day, in a hospital ward. An old man next to me looked at me and smiled, saying, "Young man, still want to commit suicide?" I cried. A 30-year-old young man hugged an old man, silently sobbing with all his might for a minute. Cry. It's not a sin for a man to cry. I straightened up. Thank you, sir. Seeing that I was calm, the old man chuckled. Young man, you're quite strong. Jumping from such a height. It's just a mild concussion. I touched my head. Maybe it's a chance for me to make amends. All right, I'm relieved you're okay. I'm leaving. Sir, could you leave me your phone number? I'll give you the money for the hospital. The old man waved his hand. You jumped into the river. How much money could you possibly have? I'm too busy collecting rent every day. Forget it, young man. Live well and take care of your parents. Coming to my senses from the shadow of death, I immediately asked the nurse for my phone back. It wasn't broken. The red power-on flower was so pretty. No missed calls, no unread WeChat messages. I felt both relieved and disappointed. Relieved that I hadn't died and that my parents hadn't been alerted. Disappointed that my existence was so insignificant. Just then, my phone vibrated again. This time it wasn't a call, but a push notification. Tonight's Super Lotto results announced. First prize, 900 million yuan. I froze, remembering the lottery ticket tucked under my phone case. I quickly pulled it out. I turned the screen brightness to maximum, opened the results page, and then, holding the ticket, checked each number against the others. The first number matched, the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth. My fingers trembled slightly, and I pressed the wrong button 3 times before finally entering the complete numbers from the ticket into the search box. The moment I clicked search, I held my breath. The page loaded, and the top line read, "Congratulations. You've won the first prize, 990 million yuan. 990 million yuan. After taxes, 792 million yuan. I stared at that string of numbers, my mind blank. I picked up the ticket again and checked the numbers against the phone. Yes, every single number matched. Since that's the case, I might as well go home, go on blind dates, and get married. I spent another half day in the hospital, my head still throbbing, but my heart was already impatient. The hospital was a bit far from the lottery prize redemption center in downtown Shanghai, but if everything went smoothly, I should still make it. I went to the outpatient department, completed the discharge procedures, and after deducting the prepayment, I had 132 yuan left. Please return the rest of the money. Hello, the payment was in cash when I was admitted, so we can only refund cash. Okay, perfect. I didn't have any money in my pocket, and not enough for a taxi. By the way, could you help me check the phone number and personal information registered during my hospitalization? Sure. The cashier handed me a slip of paper with a phone number. Next time I have the chance to come to Shanghai, I must repay the old man. Right now, I'm anxious to redeem the prize and then go home to see my parents. After surviving such a close call, all I feel is guilt towards them. I went out and hailed a taxi, heading straight to the Shanghai Sports Lottery Prize Redemption Center. I have bank cards from all 4 major banks, and I always carry my ID card. All I need is a panda costume. Excuse me, do you have your ICBC Class 1 card with you? Yes. I handed my ID card and bank cards through the panda's mouth. The process was quick. The lottery center is the fastest processing unit in the system. Challenge me if you disagree. Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, Shanghai branch. Hello, what kind of service do you need? Buying gold. Do you want to buy physical gold or gold in an account? Gold in an account, more. The receptionist understood my implication and led me directly to her office. Before the service even started, she brewed jasmine tea and served it to me. How much do you want to buy? I handed her the check. I could see the surprise in her eyes, but she maintained her excellent professionalism. After the surprise, she explained the service to me. Nearly 800 million yuan. I couldn't possibly buy all of it in gold, could I? But, afraid of wasting money and making reckless investments, I gritted my teeth and bought it anyway. Gold is currently 390 yuan per gram. Do you intend to buy all of it? Keep 12 million and buy the rest. After all, we still need to boost your sales performance. The woman was clearly very clever, understanding immediately. Anyone working at a bank is struggling to attract deposits. One more big spender means meeting monthly targets and getting bonuses. Mr. Shun, now that you've become one of our bank's 7-star clients and a member of our Celebrity Wealth Management Club, we can open an ICBC Wealth Management Gold account for you and customize a professional wealth management plan. I looked into the woman's eyes and smiled, saying, let's get the gold business settled first, then we'll handle it one by one. Okay, Mr. Shun. No matter how much hardship she'd endured, being stared at by my blatant, aggressive gaze made her blush slightly. Before, when I had no money, I didn't live like a human being. Now that I have money, I don't want to live like a human being anymore. How much gold can 780 million buy? The answer is 2 tons. When did gold start being measured in tons? From me. Haha. Chapter 2. The banking of the affluent. If one is exceedingly wealthy, what kind of services can one expect from the world's largest bank? The Industrial and Commercial Bank of China? Take note for future reference. The threshold for entry into the private banking sector of the Industrial and Commercial Bank is stratified into 4 tiers. Contracted experience client. Average monthly financial assets of 6 million, inclusive, to 8 million, exclusive. Contracted high net worth client. Average monthly financial assets of 8 million, inclusive, to 20 million, exclusive. Contracted ultra high net worth client. Average monthly financial assets of 20 million, inclusive, to 100 million, exclusive. Contracted extremely high net worth client. Average monthly financial assets of 100 million, inclusive, and above. Reaching an asset scale exceeding 100 million places one at the pinnacle of the Industrial and Commercial Bank's private banking hierarchy, where one can indulge in comprehensive wealth management services. Seamlessly integrating global resources, from financial investments to family legacies, from health management to luxurious living. The lady spoke eloquently, enriching my understanding. The evils of capitalism. The wickedness of the wealthy. The malice of my own self. I extend my gratitude for your enlightening discourse. Your professionalism is indeed commendable. Observing the corners of her mouth curling upwards, I feigned seriousness and stated gravely. However, I have a stipulation that must be fulfilled, otherwise. I shall procure gold from the Bank of China. Please proceed. I imagined her heart racing, while I struggled to suppress a smile. I wish for you. The private banking client manager available around the clock. The lady's cheeks flushed, yet she graciously nodded and retrieved her phone. Mr. Shun, may I add you on WeChat? Of course, I replied, noting her WeChat name, Vivi's smile. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch some benefits for you. I was taken aback. It wouldn't be rice or flour, would it? She covered her mouth and chuckled. If Mr. Shun requires such items, I can certainly coordinate that. I shrugged. Suit yourself. Approximately half an hour later, she returned with a box and a tote bag emblazoned with exclusive gifts for ICBC 7-star clients. To be frank, it was rather unappealing. Here are VIP cards for Shanghai's largest golf course and equestrian club. Wow, these are indeed high-end. I recall that a golf membership costs over 100,000 annually, and the equestrian club is similarly priced. These two cards together are worth around 300,000. As I accepted the box from her, our fingers brushed momentarily, cool to the touch. I weighed the item in my hand. It served little purpose for me, so I placed it generously on the table. Truth be told, I felt a twinge of reluctance, yet I was not staying in Shanghai, rendering the cards useless. She exclaimed in surprise, "Mr. Shun, you cannot do this. These cards can easily be resold for over 300,000. Then you may take them to sell." I quickly embraced the persona of a nouveau riche. At that moment, she grappled internally, fully comprehending my intent. However, parting with 300,000 outright seemed too extravagant. "What? Manager-san, do you not wish to be my personal financial assistant?" "Of course not," she instinctively responded, not coveting the cards. The mere management of 10 million had already doubled her salary. "Take them," I insisted, grasping her delicate hand while placing the cards in her palm. Her face turned crimson, and though she attempted to withdraw her hand, she ultimately permitted my hold. Hee. Her lack of refusal was tacit consent. Farewell. I departed from the bank, everything feeling surreal. I glanced repeatedly at the ICBC app, and even if it were a dream, I wished not to awaken. I hailed a taxi to Pudong Airport and booked the soonest flight home, scheduled for 9 a.m. the following morning. "Young man, are you in real estate?" the driver queried. "How did you discern that? In Shanghai, anyone dressed as neatly as you is either security or a realtor. No offense, but your clothes could use a pressing." I glanced down, realizing my appearance did indeed seem a bit disheveled. "Are you a local?" "Indeed. What brings you to drive a taxi?" "Alas, I have a son lacking ambition, unable to marry. As his father, I must strive harder." "Is that so?" "With Shanghai's exorbitant housing prices, renting out properties is more lucrative than driving. Just yesterday, I met a gentleman with over 10 rental properties." The driver appeared slightly embarrassed. "Well, we live on the outskirts of Shanghai, which hasn't yet undergone redevelopment." It seemed true that Shanghai locals could be aloof. I witnessed it firsthand. How bold to mock a passenger before redevelopment. And once redevelopment occurs, what then? I inquired, "How old is your son, and what does he do?" "He's 25. And I've heard he might try live streaming on Douyin to earn money." "As a young person, do you think it's viable?" I smirked. "Certainly, it's profitable. First, you join. Then rent a place and buy equipment. It easily costs over 100,000. "Ah, that aligns with what my son said. So, you understand this?" "Let me put it this way, sir. I was engaged in that before selling real estate." The driver cast me a contemplative glance. Upon arriving at the airport, I chose a hotel that was reasonably priced yet not arbitrary, conveniently near a splendid restaurant. As soon as I checked into my room, a message pinged on WeChat. "Mr. Shun, I am delighted to have served you today. This lady is quite intriguing. Today, she seemed shy in the office, yet now she reaches out. You may be too early in your joy. I am departing Shanghai tomorrow. Is there anything I can assist you with? If it pertains to finance, I am available for business around the clock. How about joining me for dinner?" I sent a smiling emoji. "Mr. Shun, send me your location. I just finished work and am on my way." I smiled as I shared the restaurant's location, locked my phone, and took a shower. All set. Chapter 3. Homeward bound. The bank opens at 5:30 p.m., and the charming manager arrived promptly at 6:10 p.m. I still wore the clothes I had dried after getting drenched, having had no time to change. "You are quite punctual," I remarked. "The client is king, and I am here specifically to express my gratitude. Allow me to treat you to this meal." I waved my hand with a smile. I am accustomed to poverty. Let me be generous just this once and play the role of the wealthy. The manager blinked and extended her delicate hand. "Mr. Shun, let me reintroduce myself. My name is Sun Xiaowei." I noticed the glimmer in her eyes, surprised that I remembered her name. "Please have a seat. What would you like to eat?" As I perused the menu, I silently cursed my luck. Having just acquired wealth, I was yet to adapt to the lifestyle of the affluent. A cup of coffee for 178? A steak for 689? Even a small dessert is 390. I began to regret dining here, but my regret was fleeting, much like the thought of jumping off a bridge after making a poor decision. According to the financial plan Sun Xiaowei had crafted for me, I had set aside 2 million as pocket money and invested 10 million in private wealth management, yielding an annual return of 10. Thus, my daily income hovered around 2739. I resolved to consider the interest for tomorrow as an advance. After all, 2,700 in interest was not excessive. One meal could easily consume it. This brought to mind a lavish dinner I once had that cost over 400,000. I dismissed such thoughts. The beauty before me was captivating. The meal lasted 35 minutes. Do not question how I know this. My mind was elsewhere, frequently glancing at my phone. Mr. Shun, do you have pressing matters to attend to? I chuckled. Look at my attire. I haven't had a chance to change. I need to shop for a new outfit. How about I accompany you to the mall? You treat me to dinner, and I'll gift you a new outfit. What do you say? Give me a chance. Is this how wealthy individuals woo women? A disagreement. And the lady offers to buy me clothes? Let us go? Without hesitation, I decided to leave, feeling rather uncomfortable in my attire, particularly after a shower. I was at the men's clothing section on the 4th floor of the China World Trade Center 360, having endured a dinner for two that cost over 2,100 yuan. I was indeed resilient. Connolly offered a casual men's suit priced at 12,000 yuan. Sun Xiaowei, demonstrating remarkable decisiveness, promptly paid for it, with someone footing the bill. I felt elated and immediately changed into the new clothes. Gazing into the mirror, I couldn't help but think that my face was worth 10 million. There was little to peruse in the mall. Once the shopping was done, Sun Xiaowei drove me back to the hotel, escorting me all the way to the door of my room. I remained silent, and she too did not utter a word, simply following me inside. I took a shower. The sound of running water persisted for over 20 minutes. Perhaps she was contemplating or hesitating. Yet, now that the door was open, what was there to regret? Sure enough, the sound of water soon ceased. Her fair legs, arms, and shoulders were a vision of beauty, pure and unadorned. Sun Xiaowei appeared somewhat bashful, yet still composed as she casually sat at the edge of my bed, lighting a cigarette. She took a puff herself before offering it to me. I made a quick phone call, informing a colleague that I would be dining and drinking, and would spend the night at the office. Curiously, I observed her as she blushed and confessed, I have a boyfriend. We are getting married at the end of the year. Congratulations. I responded. Sun Xiaowei then unbuttoned my shirt, declaring, tonight, I am yours. An hour later, she lay in a state of blissful exhaustion in my arms, while I savored a cigarette, feeling like a deity. In truth, you are the second man I've ever been with, she revealed. I sensed she wanted to elaborate, but there was no need. I gently pressed my fingers against her soft lips, signaling her to remain silent. Her cascading hair framed her face beautifully. One meal was not enough. I yearned for more. The night was long and filled with dreams. Throughout the evening, I experienced a rebirth, while she succumbed to ecstasy multiple times. At 7 a.m., I was awakened by a hotel staff member who brought breakfast, eggs, milk, and bread. Sun Xiaowei was quite attentive, serving the food beside the bed, meticulously smoothing out the wrinkles of my shirt. With a flight at 9 a.m., I needed to leave by 8. After finishing breakfast, she drove me to the terminal and departed without looking back. I scrolled through my phone, feeling no sense of longing. Everything returned to normal. The flight from Shanghai to Zhengzhou took 2 hours, followed by another 2 hours to my hometown. Stepping onto the familiar soil of my origins, a profound calm washed over me, as if I had truly been reborn. Auntie, it has been a while since I last returned home, I greeted. Stay a few more days. The entrance to my childhood home was marked by a crimson iron gate. Standing before it, my hands trembled slightly before I pushed it open. I'm back, Mom. Dad. It's good to have you back. I will prepare dumpling filling for lunch. I spent 3 days in my hometown. On the first day, my mother made braised ribs. On the second, she cooked fish. On the third day, she began to reprimand me, insisting that I go on blind dates, claiming to be exasperated by my presence. Mom, I will look. You can find a matchmaker. I'm here to date and marry. There are 3 great unfilial acts, and having no descendants is the gravest of them. My parents were indeed at the stage of wanting grandchildren. Previously, they had been focused on entrepreneurship and dreams of wealth. However, now they simply wished for me to find a good woman to marry and settle down. This was my most genuine thought. Despite my recent escapades, it did not diminish my desire to start a family. Men, after all, often let wealth corrupt their morals, yet I refused to lower my standards for a partner. Even though I dressed well, rumors about my unsavory reputation had circulated in my hometown for quite some time. Consequently, the matchmaker had yet to find a suitable match for me. Now it was my turn to take the initiative. Akin to a lovesick wolf, I called the matchmaker daily, urging her to expedite arrangements. She was quite perplexed, having never encountered such an eager suitor before. Eventually, the exasperated matchmaker revealed her ace in the hole. Tianny, I have a girl for you. She is my niece, highly educated, with lofty standards. Whether this works out depends on your charm. It seemed the matchmaker had little faith in me. Otherwise, she would have introduced her niece to me much sooner. Thank you. Once this works out, I will reward you handsomely. I only hoped she would refrain from calling me incessantly during this time. Chapter 4. Blind Dates. Blind dating is not about romance. It is about understanding each other's backgrounds and quickly moving toward marriage. If someone seeks romance, They should simply pass. Early in the morning, before 8 a.m., I rose from bed. There were no places to entertain visitors in my hometown, so I had to go to the city. Thus, I set off on my motorcycle, carrying 4 boxes of gifts, arriving at the door of the girl I was to meet in the neighboring village. In my hometown, blind dates often involve a significant display of generosity, with my mother being the epitome of this. She had come early to my room, stuffing a red envelope into my hands. I had learned that the girl, Li Dongling, was well-educated, attractive, and had high standards. She had turned down several university students without even accepting their red envelopes. Most importantly, she stood at 167 centimeters, and my mother believed we would be a perfect match. Mom, do you have such unwavering confidence in me? What is my educational background? The family at the end of the village has a Ritterney, and even they weren't good enough for her. What hope do I have? Yet, throughout history, heroes have been drawn to beautiful women, though unattainable. This would not prevent me from appreciating her beauty from a distance. Upon arrival, I noticed a bright red Volkswagen Beetle parked outside. A popular choice among young women these days. It was a bit pricey, costing over 300,000 yuan. No wonder her standards were high. She must have been capable and financially independent. Auntie, is she home? I inquired. Yes, indeed. The door was opened by a woman of familiar, yet traditional rural appearance. Upon closer inspection, I realized she bore a resemblance to the matchmaker, confirming her familial connection. I am from the neighboring village, sent by the matchmaker. I introduced myself. Come in, come in. What gifts did you bring? Sit down. Upon entering, I noticed a beautiful girl basking in the sun in the courtyard. As I approached, she politely stood up. Hello, I am Shin Tianyi. Hello, I am Lu Dongling. The initial awkwardness was quite typical. Tianyi, you two chat. I'll go to town to check on the air conditioner. It's getting warm. Clearly, Dongling was planning to stay for a while. I casually remarked to the aunt, when you reach Sanjing's place, just mention my name. It will ensure you are not taken advantage of. All right, you two talk. Dongling, please get some water for Tianyi. The aunt left the house without closing the door. It was midday, and with visitors present, the door had to remain open. In the courtyard, besides the rocking chair that Dongling occupied, there was only a small stool left. With no other option, I took the stool to sit down. As soon as I sat down, I realized the stool was too low. The girl was significantly taller than me. The proximity forced me to tilt my head upward to speak. Once again, she pulled the chair back a step. The enchanting woman offered me a handful of sunflower seeds, inquiring, What? Are you not accustomed to being shorter than a woman? I chuckled. What a world we live in. Gender equality reigns. She smirked. Men often speak of such equality, yet their actions reveal a profound inclination towards male chauvinism. This woman was quite tenacious. Gender equality pertains to equal opportunities, rights, and responsibilities, not to absolute equality. Could you elaborate? She asked. I shrugged. I am here for a blind date. If you engage me in this discussion, within 3 minutes, you will surely dismiss me. I am not that sensitive. Indeed, in conversations with women, one must listen with a discerning ear. Given her strong feelings on gender equality, if the discussion veers away from her expectations, our date could abruptly conclude. The female heart is as elusive as a needle in the ocean. Having just met, how could I discern whether she is a feminist or a strong-willed woman? I shifted the topic. You don't seem very old. Why choose a blind date? She replied, I plan to pursue a doctorate this year. And by the time I graduate, I'll be 29. Furrowing my brow, I realized this girl indeed looked youthful. Little did I know she truly was. A doctorate typically takes at least 3 to 4 years, meaning she would barely be 25. Aren't there suitable candidates at your university? I inquired. I haven't considered it. After I graduate, I will have even less time for relationships, she answered. It appears that even the most exceptional individuals sometimes settle. With a serious demeanor, she stated, I have no expectations of love. I merely seek companionship for the sake of cohabitation. I dislike being disturbed frequently. I rubbed my nose. You can't even call that cohabitation. It's purely platonic. You have yet to reach the realm of platonic ideals. I am merely an ordinary individual ensnared by mundane affairs. Ah, she even spoke of ideals. I am but a common person, merely contemplating blind dates, marriage, and children, nothing lofty. She smiled knowingly, not necessarily. At 30, being single and returning home. You are not without ambition. Rather, your aspirations may be exceedingly grand. I offered a wry smile. You flatter me. You omitted the part about my lack of accomplishments. With utmost seriousness, she countered, one should not judge a hero by success or failure, while failure may stem from ability. The environment and connections are often the primary determinants of success. This woman possesses a remarkable level of awareness. No wonder she drives a beetle. Society is society. and ideals cannot vanquish reality. I am one to concede, acknowledging defeat. Hence, my return home. She seemed quite pleased with my words. Some individuals toil their entire lives, only to gain a reputation for being unrealistic. This merely attests to their lack of success and should not serve as a measure of their abilities. Such judgments are too narrow-minded and profoundly unfair. I couldn't shake the feeling that she was directing her words at me. This is the downside of blind dating. Both parties reveal their backgrounds, leaving little to the imagination. I stood up. What? Have I struck a nerve, and now you wish to leave? I tossed the sunflower seed shells aside. Having been here for half an hour without so much as a glass of water, let us go out for a stroll. This woman is quite intriguing, yet I am indeed parched, especially after consuming so many seeds. Forgive me, I may have gotten carried away. She stood as well, seemingly open to accompanying me, igniting a flicker of hope. Where to? Let us head to the city. There is not much to eat in the town. All right. I too have a penchant for fine cuisine. I've heard your school cafeteria's food is superior to that of high-end restaurants. Initially, that was indeed the case. As we exited, she frowned at my stylish 125 cubic centimeters motorcycle. Do you mind if we drive instead? Of course not. The city is rather far. And I was contemplating taking a taxi to the town. You can drive, right? I would be delighted to serve a lady. Just then, my aunt returned. Tiani, Ling Ling, are you heading out? Yes. Aunt, we're just going for a walk. We want to be having lunch at home. All right. By the way, Tiani, your friend is quite impressive. She provided thorough information about the air conditioner and even secured a significant discount. That's great. We're off now, Aunt. Go on. You're both young. Enjoy your time together. It was evident that my aunt was quite eager for her daughter's future prospects. Sitting in the driver's seat, a delightful fragrance filled the car, an aroma of perfume. I glanced around. It was quite tidy, with items well organized. Is there anything you'd like to eat? I asked. Stop calling me beautiful. Use my name instead. Very well, Ling Ling. I seized the moment to address her by her nickname, as her mother called her. Through the rearview mirror, I noticed her expression remained neutral, suggesting she held no aversion towards me. A lack of disdain implies a potential fondness. Disdain would warrant an early departure, wasting emotions, time, and money. How long do you plan to stay in your hometown? About half a month. You seldom return home? Yes. I'm usually quite busy. During holidays, my mother visits me instead. The conversation fell into a lull. I couldn't keep firing questions. Otherwise, her fondness might transform into aversion. One must strike a balance, allowing her to perceive the atmosphere's oddity, prompting her to ask questions, thus maintaining control while subtly drawing closer. Sure enough, Ling Ling began to seek topics to alleviate the awkwardness. Where did you previously run your company? Shanghai. What was it about? A live streaming game with bullet comments on Douyin. I don't quite understand. At that moment, I intended to explain the intricacies of bullet comment games. Yet I suddenly realized she might not be uninterested but simply unwilling to comprehend. There was no need to delve into it. After all, I had incurred losses and was no longer involved. Even a painstaking explanation would likely yield only a couple of disinterested ums. Are you usually busy at the academy? Do you have any recreational activities? I adeptly shifted the topic. In conversations, there should be a reciprocal exchange. Relentless questioning and answering become tedious. Yes, most of the time is consumed by academic discussions. I recognized that her expertise lay beyond my grasp, and I would not feign understanding or inquiry, as that would only make me appear foolish while casting her in a light of superiority. We must discuss topics where I excel, finding common ground. When conversing between genders, one must never clash their eggs against another's stone. Isn't your free time rather dull? Not at all. I enjoy reading various kinds of books, and sometimes I can't stop once I start. Here we find commonality. I too adore reading, although I have a peculiar habit. What habit? I love buying books. Yet I often lack the time to read them. My home is filled with unopened volumes. Really? Then, perhaps I can invite you to my study someday. It's a promise. Our city is a small one, starting as a fourth-tier locale, now descending into the third. It is not widely known. Yet the cost of living is quite steep. I refrained from taking her to any upscale venues. Those places are too quiet and not conducive to communication for two individuals still unfamiliar with one another. Can you handle spicy food? Absolutely. I thrive on spice. How could a lover of fine cuisine not enjoy spicy dishes? Let us arrange for Chongqing's 9 Grid Street Hot Pot, fiery and lively. Beef, lamb, chicken feet, tripe, and rice noodles. What else do you fancy? Order more. I have a hearty appetite. That sounds good. Let us eat and chat. It is indeed a pleasure to observe a beautiful woman dining. At one point, I noticed she kept adjusting her hair, so I inquired at the front desk and, sure enough, they had hair ties. Watching her tie her hair in front of me was undeniably captivating. Ling Ling, you are quite lovely. Really? Thank you. I am unsure if anyone has ever complimented her, but in that moment, I genuinely found myself enamored with her. We dined and conversed, relishing both the meal and our delightful exchange. Once lunch concluded, I asked, Ling Ling, do you have any pressing matters this afternoon? Not at all, why do you ask? Then shall we catch a movie? She appeared quite surprised. We are here for a matchmaking meeting. Let us complete the process. Oh, certainly. I smiled and remarked. Isn't it amusing that we feel like old friends already? Just earlier, when we mentioned going to the movies, I was momentarily lost in thought. As our relationship progressed, it became essential to be forthright. Otherwise, we would spend another lengthy period warming up to each other. Upon arriving at the cinema, we casually selected an artistic film. From the moment we left, to the visit at her place for the matchmaking, and finally, to escorting her back home, over 5 hours had passed. Overall, I felt quite satisfied. As I dropped Ling Ling off at her doorstep, I retrieved a red envelope from my pocket. What is this? She inquired. It's a matchmaking envelope, I replied. Ling Ling smirked. Being from a neighboring village, she understood the significance of the envelope at the conclusion of a matchmaking meeting. Bringing gifts to the meeting is customary, and presenting a red envelope after a successful conversation signifies interest and satisfaction. Of course, there are those who cast a wide net. With financial means, they present envelopes upon meeting. No sooner had I returned home than the matchmaker's call came through. You clever boy, I see you've made quite the impression. I initially thought it was merely a test, but it seems you have had some success. Auntie, I truly appreciate your help. Tian-E, Ling Ling is my niece. You must be sincere in your intentions. Throughout this year, you are the only suitor she has agreed to dine with. That is only because you spoke so highly of me, Annie. Enough with the flattery. Strike while the iron is hot, and converse more. I know you are a good lad, and Ling Ling is a wonderful girl. If it works out, that would be splendid. I understand, Annie. How did it go, son? It was all right. Did she accept the envelope? She did. I knew you could do it. My mother patted my shoulder, her eyes filled with pride. In her view, I surpassed even the finest turtle in our village. At dinner, I decided to convene a family meeting. Mom and Dad, please come. I have something to discuss. As an adult with strong opinions, despite my business struggles, I had never engaged in unlawful activities over the years since my graduation. Therefore, my parents held great trust in me. What is on your mind? I've returned from Shanghai and intend to stay. Really? Yes, I mentioned that coming home means matchmaking, marriage, and starting a family. That's wonderful. Since graduation, you've barely spent days at home. It seems you are finally settling down. Ultimately, I resolved to share my thoughts and wove a small, benevolent lie. Mom, I sold my company in Shanghai for a good profit, and I plan to purchase an apartment in the city for our family. My mother frowned. Is this a request from the Dongling family? It's acceptable, nowadays. Marriage often requires a city residence. Mom, we haven't even discussed the basics yet. This is purely my idea. I support you. You've earned your money, so spend it as you wish. However, you must be frugal. Dongling has lived in a big city, and we must maintain a certain quality of life for her. It was only the first day of matchmaking, and my mother had already mentally designated Dongling as her future daughter-in-law. Oh dear, don't get ahead of yourself. And refrain from spreading this around. If it falls through, your son might feel awfully embarrassed. Rest assured, I've seen a photo of Dongling. You two seem well matched. This could work. On the 5th day back home, my phone rang early in the morning. Groggily, I answered. Tian-E, you've returned without a word. Yesterday, a lady came to the store and mentioned your name. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known. You're busy running your shop. I didn't want to intrude. The caller was Chun Sanjing from the town's appliance store, a childhood friend from another village, who had been in my class until I moved to the city for school. Despite the distance, we remained close. Come by my shop. I'll have Yanzi whip up a couple of dishes for us to enjoy. Are we drinking? Aren't you busy with work? Well, business is picking up. I hired a delivery guy, so I'm not swamped anymore. All right. Let me catch a quick nap before heading over. By the way, don't prepare any drinks. I brought back 2 fine bottles from Shanghai. Great. Let me savor the taste of the big city. One phone call later, sleep was no longer an option. I had to get up and freshen up. Mom, I want to be home for lunch. Understood. After washing up, I sat in my study, admiring the books I had bought. I have a penchant for accumulating books, often buying them without finding the time to read. Now that I'm no longer running a business, I have ample time, and this collection will serve as my intellectual nourishment. While I would prefer to buy a car over a house, this motorcycle has been a loyal companion. However, with winter approaching, especially for courting, a car offers warmth that a motorcycle cannot provide. I took the bus to town. Upon arriving in town, I didn't immediately seek out Sanjing. Instead, I went to a larger supermarket and purchased 2 bottles of fine liquor. It wasn't tea for show, but rather for courtesy. Yanzi, Sanjing's wife, should not be taken for granted. I couldn't just show up empty-handed and leave them to bicker afterward. It has always been customary to arrive with a gift. With 2 bottles of liquor and a toy truck for Sanjing's son in hand, I felt prepared. This way, they would be pleased to cook for me. Sanjing's appliance store. Ah, you finally made it. You come bearing gifts. I hardly see your little treasure. I thought a toy might help him remember me. Otherwise, he might pass by my house without a glance. You better bribe him well. Cheers. Today let us drink to our camaraderie. What kind of liquor did you bring? Let me see. Ah, you're quite generous. Struck it rich, have you? Just a little over 1,000 per bottle. I'm not planning to leave this time. Really? It seems you've genuinely made some money. You know me well. My friend, I've earned a profit, but not the kind you think. Tian-E has arrived? It's been so long. Yanzi, you've lost so much weight. Is Sanjing working you too hard? He hired someone, so now he is slacking off. Don't worry, today I'll put him in his place. Once I've had my fill, feel free to give him a good beating. That sounds perfect. You two chat, I'll go prepare some dishes. Thank you for your kindness. The atmosphere was harmonious. After enjoying the meal, I planned to head home by around 2 in the afternoon when I heard a familiar voice. Looking up, there stood Ling Ling's mother, and behind her, the elegant and graceful Ling Ling herself, embodying beauty and charm. I found myself at a loss for words. My heart raced. Tian-E, what a coincidence. Good afternoon, Auntie. I just returned and thought I'd catch up with some friends. Are you here to shop? Yes. You introduced me yesterday, and I was quite satisfied. Today, I plan to make a purchase. Ling Ling, why don't you chat with Tian-E while I select the model? Ling Ling did not follow her mother into the store. Clearly, she wanted me to step outside for a conversation. I approached her, and she adorably wrinkled her nose. Have you been drinking? Yes, just a little. I haven't seen my friends in a while. Your friend seems quite decent. He provided my mother with the air conditioning brand and model, which I looked up on my phone. All the reviews were favorable, and the price was significantly lower. I chuckled. A friend is all one needs, and look, I have one right here. Would you like some water? I can fetch you a bottle. Without waiting for my reply, Zero promptly headed to a nearby store, returning with a bottle of water and even unscrewing the cap for me. Thank you. Zero, I've made my selection. Come take a look. Sure. We both entered the shop in succession. Zero went to check the air conditioning, while I stood at the front desk, noticing Mitsui casting me knowing glances. What is the matter? I can see you're smitten, he remarked. I smiled. You can tell? Your indifferent expression towards everyone else has turned quite serious upon seeing this girl. I rubbed my nose, admitting, honestly, I hadn't paid much attention until now. Shortly thereafter, my aunt and Zero joined us. Boss, we've chosen this model. Let us proceed as discussed yesterday. Aunt, calling me boss feels too formal. Just call me Mitsui. I was surprised to learn that Tian-E and they were related. Here's a warranty card. The air conditioning comes with a lifetime guarantee. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Not at all. I wouldn't dream of profiting off my brother. At that moment, my aunt regarded me with growing approval, as if she were assessing a potential son-in-law. Meanwhile, Zero, feeling shy from Mitsui's teasing, stepped outside. Mitsui instructed the driver to load the vehicle. We exchanged pleasantries at the entrance. Tian-E, you should take the truck home. Let the driver drop you at your doorstep. All right. I'll accompany you. Just then, Zero approached. My mother is guiding the driver from the truck. Allow me to take you back. Sounds good. Once the driver finished his task, I waved goodbye to Mitsui and once again climbed into the Red Beetle. Inside the car, I apologized. Sorry for you witnessing me inebriated. Zero replied. It's normal for men to drink and smoke. You seem quite lucid after your drink. My tolerance is modest. I know when to stop. Do you smoke? I do, but I don't have an addiction. It's been a week since I last thought of having one. It's best to smoke less. It's not good for your health. Indeed. Thus, by a twist of fate, my blind date drove me home while I was intoxicated. Chapter 7. Time flies. WeChat cannot compete with longing. It is best to meet often. I awoke in the middle of the night. The lights in my parents' room still aglow. I knocked on the door. Mom, Dad, you're still awake. Not really. Your mother is quite upset at the moment. I pushed the door open. What is bothering you? Wasn't he at Dongling who brought you back this afternoon? That girl is truly demure. Yes, that is her. I crossed paths with her at Mitsui's shop while drinking, and she kindly offered me a ride home. Your mother is upset about that. Why? After Dongling dropped you off, our neighbor, Aunt Zhang, rushed over to inquire about you, and now the whole village knows about your financial troubles in Shanghai. It won't be long before it reaches Dongling's mother. Oh, come on. Why are you worrying? I told you I have money and plan to buy a house in the city for us to move into together. My father interjected. Your mother knows our neighbors love to see us down. so she tends to keep things understated. Today, however, she overshared, and now the entire village knows about your losses. She fears it might affect your relationship with Dongling. If it comes to that, it'll be hard to explain. There's no need to worry. Dongling is the niece of the matchmaker, and she was informed about my background long before our date. The rumors outside hold no weight. Is that true? Absolutely. But that Zhang family is notorious for gossip. They can't stand to see anyone better off than themselves. Mom, see? You're now okay with my plans to buy a house in the city. Let us not rush. Dongling hasn't secured a job yet. We'll see where she's assigned before making any purchases. No need to hurry. I wanted to say that I had ample funds to buy a place now and let you both enjoy some comfort. Mom, why does that sound off to me? It feels like I'm being forced into a marriage. What do you mean forced? You're the only son, and she's the only daughter. Both sets of parents will have to be supported equally. My mother's thoughts were remarkably forward-thinking, envisioning marriage even before the relationship was established. We were getting ahead of ourselves. Don't worry, Mom. We both like each other. That's good. A match is not like dating. If you feel it's right, you should solidify it soon. All right, matches do move quickly. Many couples confirm their relationships within a month and have children within a year. What's the rush? Mom, could you prepare some instant noodles for me? I haven't had dinner yet. I saved you some food. I'll heat it up shortly. Great. At midnight. While eating and reading, I listened to the neighbors scolding their child. I must say, the Zhang family is quite prosperous. Their son dropped out of middle school to roam the streets. Within 3 years, he brought home a daughter-in-law, already pregnant, which thrilled Aunt Zhang to no end. She boasts about it every day at the door. 3 years later, the daughter-in-law was pregnant again. This not only inflated Aunt Zhang's ego, but also annoyed my mother immensely. In rural areas, not having children after marriage is looked down upon. Despite my efforts to convince my mother that such thinking is outdated and that early or late marriage is irrelevant, it was futile. With nothing to do, I opened the app to check my earnings from the industrial and commercial bank. Quite good. I earned over 10,000 this week. Late at night is often the loneliest. I opened my phone, then put it down again. I resumed reading. Within books lies a treasure trove. Within books lies beauty. What am I reading? Quite a mix. The Dodo trilogy, psychology, anthologies, and a shelf full of books. Some I bought and haven't even unwrapped. Others I've read twice. At 1 o'clock in the morning, Tencent sent a news alert. Poor working class. The latest news stated that gold had risen to 400. I suspect it will continue to climb. Ding. A WeChat message. Wei Wei smiled. Mr. Shun, gold has risen. According to our finance department's projections, this surge will last at least a month. However, due to international circumstances, there might be significant fluctuations. Please keep your phone on. Our financial team will be available 24/7 to analyze the gold market for you, enabling timely actions. Thank you. What constitutes a surprise? What the hell is a surprise? I thought 24/7 availability meant they would be on call while I slept, but it turns out this is the surprise. A competent business manager should be like this, never bringing up personal matters and handling public affairs beautifully. One can sit comfortably at home while money flows in. I need not worry, for there are people who will. Now that I have a blind date, should I clear my phone? A proper ex should be like a ghost gone. Not in death, just clearing out messages and chat histories will suffice. After all, one cannot remain idle. Idleness leads to trouble. I opened the computer in my study and checked the latest news on the war. What was once a news page was now flooded with countless ads for investment, financial management, and industry insights. If I had no money, I would have closed it instantly. However, with funds at my disposal, I clicked to browse, just looking, not investing. Infrastructure is favorable. The drone industry is thriving. Agriculture is flourishing. The energy sector is booming. Ex-company stocks are promising. Cybersecurity is on the rise. Little did I know, the sheer volume of favorable industries left me both exhilarated and bewildered. I felt a rush at first glance, but upon further reflection, I realized I knew little of these sectors and had never ventured into them. Ambitions require qualifications. This is merely for observation. I picked up my phone, contemplated, and ultimately set it down again. Wealth is often elusive for those who engage in reckless investments. If fortune does not favor you, one must avoid the folly of such blind speculation. Are you asleep? Who is it? Ah, my prospective match. No, she has sent a photo of herself reading. How diligent. Still engrossed in her book at the break of dawn, she responded with a picture of her own, the book's content obscured, yet the surroundings were vividly clear. The book lay upon a cerulean quilt, her fingers well formed, the image strikingly beautiful. Indeed, she was nestled in her bed. After an afternoon nap, she found herself unable to sleep at night. 3 minutes passed, and she had not replied to my WeChat message. I inquired, what is the matter? She replied, I have to return to Beijing. So soon? Yes, I must leave early for a seminar, and my mentor is pressing me. A frown crossed my face. If she departed now, our next meeting could be delayed until the end of the year, or perhaps we might never meet again. WeChat cannot substitute for longing, especially after only 2 days of mutual affection. She must leave. Her circumstances dictated her departure. She broached the subject herself, and I understood. As a man, it is time to exhibit the responsibility expected of me. Tomorrow morning, I will ask my elder relatives to propose, and in the evening, both families will meet. All right. Sleep well. Rest early. She must be delighted on the other end of the phone, unaware that my joy surpasses hers. How long she deliberated became evident when, at 1 a.m., she finally messaged me. I admit I have developed a fondness for her, and it appears she feels the same. Affection is indeed reciprocal. Chapter 8. The proposal at dawn. I knocked on my parents' door. I had scarcely slept the previous night. Mom and Dad, I have solidified things with Lingling. This afternoon, I will bring gifts, and in the evening, we shall dine together in the city. Very well, I will call your aunt right away. She will also join us for dinner. Prepare yourselves, I need to head to town for some items. Mom, should I withdraw some cash for tonight? How much do you have? About 100,000. That should suffice for the house. My mother seemed astonished. Withdraw 10,100. And remember to prepare a red envelope. Understood. No need to buy a ring. I have a gold bracelet from your grandmother that I seldom wear. It will serve the purpose. I will have it cleaned shortly. Mom, you are quite ahead of your time. Thus, I set off to town. While my parents sought out our elder relatives for the proposal. The proposal process has been simplified significantly. It now only involves the proposal and engagement. Gifts will be exchanged during the couple's first holiday together after the engagement. I rode my motorcycle to the jewelry store in town. Could you clean this bracelet for me? Of course. The owner waited, for 103 grams. I glanced at the gold price, for 105, which meant a small profit. The bracelet's design was rather old-fashioned. I had never seen my mother wear it, though I knew my grandmother could afford such an expensive piece. My family has a lineage of educators. I then visited the bank to withdraw cash. At that moment, do you know what I most desired? To contact her, to converse with her. I took out my phone. Are you awake? Just got up. Why are you up so early? I hardly slept. Oh, I'm excited. I'm in town, getting things settled. My mom just called me. My aunt is here too. I estimate my relatives will arrive in about half an hour. The journey from our village to the neighboring one is quick on the paved roads. I headed to the Sanjing family to borrow a vehicle. We needed more seats for our dinner in the city, and riding my motorcycle wouldn't suffice. Sanjing, may I borrow your car? They say that one should never lend one's wife or vehicle, and I concur. After using the car, I filled it with gas as a token of appreciation. The drive from town to the city center takes about 30 minutes. In a small third or fourth tier city, it hardly feels significant. I had pre-booked a lovely hotel for our gathering. Ding. A WeChat notification. Lingling, your relatives have arrived. It should be my 2 uncles. Silence on WeChat ensued for a while, perhaps 10 to 20 minutes. Lingling sent me an image. A bright red backdrop with golden lettering. Marriage certificate. Is this your first delivery? Are you satisfied? This is my first receipt. It feels quite surreal. The East Lake gazes upon the spring waters, with gentle raindrops tapping on the lotus flowers, evoking tenderness. Oh, how sweet. At times, when the veil of ambiguity between men and women is lifted, everything appears so natural. In the afternoon, I shared the hotel location and room details with her, and both families set out simultaneously. This was the engagement banquet, limited to immediate family. The Liu and Shun families were present, along with my aunt, who acted as our matchmaker. Both families hailed from rural backgrounds, with little to discuss. Yet sharing the proximity of neighboring villages allowed for some conversation. We raised our glasses in a toast, initiating a round of toasts. As the designated driver, I refrained from drinking, yet I felt compelled to show my gratitude. I approached my aunt with my glass. I raised this toast to you, sincerely thanking you for introducing me to Lingling. This gratitude was heartfelt. The families exchanged small talk when suddenly, someone exclaimed, So, you are Shun Fu. In his youth, my father may have had a bit of a reputation, well known throughout the region. If I am not mistaken, I am indeed that Shun Fu. At that moment, my father lifted his glass. In-laws, as family, let us speak openly. I have heard of my past reputation, and I wish to address you all. Henceforth, should Tianyi treat Lingling poorly, it will be his fault. My mother chimed in, that is right. The Shun family has a strong moral standing. She then produced a large red envelope from her bag. A rare find. My aunt turned to Lingling. Lingling, you should accept this. Thank you, aunt. My mother then retrieved a red silk pouch, and I immediately recognized its contents. It is fate that these 2 children are together, otherwise. How could one be in Shanghai and the other in Beijing? only to fortuitously reunite. My dear, this bracelet was given to me when I first entered the Shin family. I have seldom worn it, but as the two of you have decided to be engaged, I shall pass it on. My aunt interjected, "Oh, dear sister. This is too much. Lingling is yet to enter the family. We are family now. The children will be out and about, and I give this to Lingling. From now on, I will only acknowledge her as my daughter-in-law. Should Tianny misbehave, I shall break his legs." I stood by, feigning innocence. I promised to treat Lingling well. "Ah, that is good, that is good." Lingling appeared somewhat uneasy, unsure whether to accept the bracelet. I took it from my mother and placed it in her hands. "Take it. My mother is quite forward-thinking. She had this ready since our first meeting." "You rascal," my father declared, "come. Let us toast to celebrate the union of the Shun and Lu families. Cheers." Who would have thought that just 3 days after our initial meeting, I would be engaged? And to think we are such a perfect match. As the engagement feast concluded, we bid farewell to one another. Once I had settled matters on my side, I sent Lingling a WeChat message. "Are you done?" "Not yet. My aunt and uncle are still at my house." "Let me guess. Are they critiquing me?" "You guessed right." "Thumbs up." Lingling sent a thumbs up emoji. "I didn't realize your father was so renowned in his youth. Your family has quite a good reputation." "Alas, our family has fallen on hard times. I can hardly uphold the legacy." Pity emoji. "Oh, you are quite cunning." I roll. "Is it too late to realize this now?" Sly grin. "Fear not, for I have this." Photo of the golden bracelet. You seem to have grasped the lifeline of the Shin family. Lingling, proudly. Wait for me a moment. I shall come find you." Lingling, "All right. There are certain words that need to be spoken. My persona must be established. Now that we are engaged, I cannot continue to be frivolous, nor can I allow rumors to tarnish our relationship. Additionally, there is the impression my in-laws will have of me." I drove to Lingling's doorstep and sent a WeChat message. "Will you come in? You should come out. Your house is too crowded." Shyly, Lingling stepped outside. "Lingling, now you come to my home and feel shy? You weren't like this the first time we met." I have 2 matters to discuss. Let us deliberate to prepare for the future." Upon hearing future, Lingling became intrigued. "Lingling, go ahead." The first matter pertains to the rumors about me. Indeed, I have incurred losses in business, but I have ceased my operations in Shanghai and, for the time being, have no plans for further investments." Lingling, "Yes, one must not rush when it comes to making money. I still possess over 2 million in my account, which is intended for our wedding and purchasing a home. I wanted to inform you in advance. Although our wedding date is not set, I still wish to consult you about your future plans for settling down." Lingling, "Did you not suffer losses in your business? How do you still have so much money? An honest person is bound to perish." I cannot confess. Losses are losses, but savings are savings. I still have a dowry." Lingling, "Well, considering your honesty, I shall forgive the rumors about you." What are your future plans?" Lingling, "I am 23 this year, having just graduated from my master's program. A doctorate will require at least 4 more years. However, I have signed an agreement with my advisor to extend my studies by 2 years, which will make me 29 by then. I will likely settle in Beijing." Then we should buy a house in Beijing and marry there after your doctorate." Lingling's cheeks flushed slightly. "Yes. By the way, after the new year, my mother will move to Beijing to live with me." That sounds good. Someone will be there to care for you, and your aunt will not have to worry about you being alone at home." Lingling, "Yes." The conversation grew heavy, and the sadness of parting lingered in the air. How much is a square meter for a house in Beijing nowadays?" Lingling, "Over 60,000, near our school." "Over 60,000? For 2 families to live together, we would need around 200 square meters. My goodness, my 2 million is still not enough for a down payment. However, by the time she graduates, I should have earned enough to cover it. I will keep this 2 million with you, and by the time you graduate, I will strive to earn enough for a down payment." Lingling was somewhat touched. She truly felt my intentions. Lingling, "Once I graduate, the company will allocate housing, and we can pay the difference to upgrade to a larger place, so do not rush to earn money." All right. I will first reach out to friends back home to rekindle those connections. Chapter 9. Sending someone off. The second matter is, when do you leave? I will see you off. Lingling, early the day after tomorrow. Very well. The Beetle is registered in Beijing, so she will likely drive it back. It is perfect for me to drive her while also getting a glimpse of what a prestigious university looks like. The next day, everything was as usual, but my mother's mood was exceptionally good. Aunt Zhang next door was once again scolding her children. Her 2 grandsons are remarkably tough. My mother, Tianny. Lingling's mother mentioned that Lingling is heading to school tomorrow. You should see her off. Yes. I have already mentioned it. I will drive her early tomorrow. My mother, we should also buy a car. Riding that old motorcycle every day is not presentable. My father suddenly interjected. What do you mean by old motorcycle? Back in our youth, I rode with you, and we were quite the sight. Mom, let me tell you something. Go ahead. Last night, I chatted with Lingling. She plans to settle in Beijing after graduation, and my aunt will move there after the new year. My mother, anywhere is fine. You are young, you decide. By the way, housing in Beijing must be expensive, right? Money is not a concern. There is still time. I just wanted to inform you in advance. Both families are only children, so once we marry, you both will also need to move to Beijing. My mother, we won't go to cause a stir. Lingling's mother is there, and her family has had a hard time. It is a rare opportunity for her daughter to thrive. Let her enjoy a few days of peace. We will discuss it later. Managing the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship is your forte, so it will be up to you to navigate that. My mother, rest assured. I will certainly excel. After finishing our conversation, I took out my phone and sent her a WeChat message. Come over for lunch at my house. You can also take a look at my study. All right. After becoming engaged, it is only natural for her to come to my home for a meal. An hour later, a red car, a beautiful woman, elegant and poised, arrived at my house. Neighbor Aunt Zhang's eyes nearly popped out. She was left wondering if her rumors were not well-founded. Why is this girl heading straight to the Shin family? Lingling arrived. Good afternoon, Auntie. She even brought cosmetics for my mother. As it was her first visit to my home, and I imagine her mother advised her on etiquette. Very thoughtful. Tianny, you two go upstairs to play. I will prepare lunch for you. Let me help you, Auntie. My mother. No need. I enjoy cooking, and you can taste my skills later. All right. Upstairs. My family's two-story small villa, I dare say, was the earliest and most beautiful in the village, having cost the most. Unfortunately, later on, everyone bought houses in the city. The second floor has 3 rooms and a living room, 2 small and 1 large. The larger room is used for storage. 1 small room is for living, and 1 serves as a study. Lingling went upstairs and opened the door to my bedroom. Welcome, esteemed guest, to conduct an inspection. Not bad, quite clean. In truth, I did not clean up specifically. That is just my nature. Come to my beloved study. This is something I have accumulated over the years. Speaking of my study, it is a source of pride for me. Everyone has their hobbies. I neither smoke nor have a drinking habit. Occasional social drinking is normal. Yet, I have a passion for buying books. For walls, 3 sides filled with bookshelves, all brimming. The Ordinary World, To Live, Betrayal, The Savior from Afar, Freudian Psychoanalysis, The Prophecies of Hawa, Sophie's World. Upon opening the door to the study, her eyes reflected more astonishment than when she opened the bedroom door. Lingling, truly magnificent. Indeed, magnificent. Using such an adjective to describe a person's study should evoke a vivid image in your mind. Lingling stepped forward, carefully examining each shelf of books. Philosophy, history, business, psychology, and even ancient texts. Tianny, do you read these books often? Occasionally. I aim to finish them in the future. Lingling turned her head, her eyes sparkling as she looked at me. Once we are married, we will move the study to Beijing, and we can sit together and read. Just sit together and read? What a pure-hearted girl. Her most sincere wish is a vision of our life after marriage. All right, sounds good. The feelings are there. The atmosphere is right. Let us embrace, sharing a simple kiss. She was quite shy, her lips delicate yet warm. I could sense her nervousness as we kissed. Her tightly closed eyes revealed her shyness, and her hands were unsure of where to rest. Lingling resembled an angel who had descended to earth, falling gracefully into my embrace. Thus, I wished to provide her with a sense of security, keeping it gentle. We quietly embraced for several minutes. This feeling was truly satisfying. Ding. The sound of a WeChat notification shattered the tranquility. Lingling opened her phone. It was a message from her advisor. Advisor, Lingling, when will you arrive at school tomorrow? I need to arrange the meeting time for tonight. This academic seminar is quite important. Lingling scrunched her little nose. If you are in a hurry, we can depart tonight. You will have time to rest when we arrive in Beijing tomorrow. Lingling's eyes sparkled beautifully. Yes. That will be a bit of a burden on you. I am more than happy to serve my princess. I took Zero's hand and gently kissed it. Zero, Tianny. It is time for dinner. Let us go downstairs to eat. Hand in hand, we descended the stairs together. The meal had yet to be served, so I dutifully made my way to the kitchen to fetch the food, with Zero following suit. The lunch spread was quite lavish, and of course, a particular dish was indispensable, dumplings. Regardless of the occasion or the presence of staple foods, on the very first day Zero visited my home, my mother would invariably prepare dumplings. Thus, today's lunch consisted of vegetable dumplings and a platter of cold dishes, a standard yet formal arrangement. Zero gazed at the table laden with food. Auntie, this is quite a feast. My mother replied, I wasn't sure of your preferences. so I prepared a bit of everything. Come, sample my culinary skills. My father was not home today. Mom, where's Dad? Your fourth uncle came by, and shortly after, your dad left. My fourth uncle, a friend of my father's, visits our home annually. I too visit once a year, but he is rarely at home, as it is usually my aunt who receives me, and I make small talk before departing. Mom, Zero has an event at school tomorrow, so we'll be leaving tonight. My mother responded, by high-speed train? Zero interjected, Auntie, we're driving. We're rather pressed for time. My mother said, then let Tanny drive. And make sure you rest during the journey. Zero nodded. Indeed, it is only natural for men to take on such responsibilities. My mother cautioned, drive carefully. There's no need to rush. If you're driving at night, take some essential oils and perhaps some Red Bull or coffee. All right, I replied. We needed to start preparing for our departure this afternoon. I had little to bring along, while Zero was laden with 2 large boxes of materials and her laptop. Auntie, we are leaving now. Mom, we're off. Thank you for your hard work, Tanny. It's my pleasure. We set off on the highway, embarking on a 12-hour journey. The longest stretch of time the two of us would spend alone together. Do you listen to music? Zero asked. Yes, connect to the Bluetooth. Her playlist consisted of popular songs from Douyin, catchy and easy to sing along with. As we played the song Return Spring Pill, I mused over the predicament of spending 12 arduous hours in the car with someone you find attractive. It was challenging to endure, and neither coffee nor Red Bull seemed to alleviate my fatigue. Time passed swiftly, and before I knew it, 2/3 of the journey had elapsed. Yet, I hesitated to blink. Zero, would you like to take the wheel? Call me when we reach the next service area. Sure, you rest. Upon reaching another service area, I quickly revived myself. You're awake? She asked. Yes. Let us rest a bit. There are still over 3 hours to go. No worries, a short nap will do wonders. Come. Have some water, and let us grab a bite. All right. She handed me her water bottle, and everything felt so natural. After our meal, we promptly returned to the car. Throughout the journey, she had only managed to sleep for 2 or 3 hours, diligently organizing her materials the rest of the time. Do you need to rest? I inquired. I'll organize on the road. I'll rest properly once we reach the dorm. I nodded in agreement. After all, resting on the road was not effective. After a refreshing nap, I felt invigorated, completing the 3-hour drive in a single stretch. Renmin University, here I come. As we arrived at the university gate, the license plate was automatically recognized, allowing us entry without obstruction. The campus was bustling with cars and students, each hurrying to their destinations. A prestigious institution often showcases the industrious nature of its students. We turned left up ahead, and there's my dorm. The rewards of diligent study were clearly evident at Renmin University, with private dormitories and designated parking spaces. I assisted Zero in carrying her 2 large boxes into the building. It was a quaint 4-story structure, each floor featuring 6 rooms. Zero resided on the 3rd floor, and the door was secured with a fingerprint lock. This is my room, she said. It boasted a private bathroom, a vanity, a desk for her computer, a bookshelf, a bed, and a wardrobe. A few pink plush toys adorned the walls, and the bed had likely been tidied up due to her summer break at home. Why do girls' rooms always smell so delightful? I pondered, as I sat down to rest while she made her bed. This moment was one to cherish and be grateful for. It's done. You should rest now, she said. Turning her head, Zero noticed me gazing at her in a daze. Are you back with us? I chuckled. Are you still busy? Just a bit more, and I'll be finished. All right, I'll lie down for a moment. Driving for an extended period had indeed worn me out, especially after a week of idleness at home. The bed was soft, and I fell asleep while still dressed, leaning against the pillow. In my dreams, I felt someone tugging at my clothes. One must be cautious in middle age. Late nights should be avoided. I slept deeply, completely oblivious to the passage of time. We arrived at the dorm around 7 a.m., and upon waking, it was already 3 p.m. As I opened my eyes, I found myself lying on Zero's bed, my shoes and coat removed. Thankfully, her bed was spacious enough for both of us, and she lay on the other side, sleeping soundly. I couldn't bear to disturb her, so I propped myself up on my elbow, simply watching her. After an all-night drive, we were both quite fatigued. Ding ding. Zero's phone alarm rang. She squinted at me and asked, "Are you awake?" "Yes, it's 3:30 p.m. All right, I need to leave for a seminar at 5. I remained lazily sprawled on the bed, watching her brush her teeth and wash her face. If a beauty like her were to be seen by others, everything she did would appear enchanting. I was merely admiring her. In less than 10 minutes, she had finished getting ready. Zero looked at me with a hint of regret, saying, "The seminar will probably last a week. I want to have time to accompany you." At this moment, I also rose. I gently embraced her and kissed her forehead. "You've worked hard. Go take care of your business." "Okay." Watching her leave through the window, I received a text message on WeChat. It was the password for the dormitory door. I replied, "I'll be home tomorrow. I'll find a class to attend." Zero responded, "All right. Send me a WeChat when you get home." Sure. Beijing, farewell. Taking the high-speed train home was quite swift, lasting only 4.5 hours. After parting from Zero, I felt as though I had returned to the wilderness, my spirit brimming with restlessness. I sent a message on WeChat, "I'm home." Zero replied with a smiley face. In my hometown, being in love made life seem bearable. Now, with my partner preoccupied with her studies, what could I, a man with money but no job, do? Of course, indulge in a life of leisure. Bars, lounges, internet cafes, and recreational spots were all places I yearned to experience. Not that I hadn't been before, but I had never done so in the guise of a wealthy individual. Joy brings vitality. It seemed my friends in the city sensed my exuberance. As I received a call, "Li Tai, where is Boss Shin busy making his fortune? I've returned to lay low after a failed venture." "Really? Why do I detect a hint of amusement in your tone?" "I'm happy, but it's not a joke. Are you free today? I just got off the high-speed train. Send me your location. I'll come pick you up." I was somewhat taken aback by his eagerness, as he hadn't shown such initiative in the past, except when pouring drinks. Half an hour later, a sleek car pulled up in front of me. "Boss Shun, come on in. What is going on?" I was puzzled. I had some knowledge of Li Tai's family background, an ordinary working-class family. I could understand him owning a car, but having a driver was beyond my comprehension. In the vehicle, Li Tai remarked, "It's been quite some time since we last met." "Indeed. I came to Shanghai at the beginning of the year. What have you been up to?" Being all mysterious. "We should have had a meal together. I didn't even have the chance to take you out for some fun." Li Tai, haha. At that time, I was uncertain about the outcome, so there was no need to mention it. After returning, I worked diligently for half a year before seeing any results, and here I am, eager to get in touch with you. Me, is that true? With such prominence, you call this success? There are countless Chinese entrepreneurs, but how many have drivers? It is said that merely driving a BMW already sets one apart from 93 of the crowd. Li Tai, come, let us go to my company. Me, all right. Let me broaden my horizons. I, a defeated warrior returning with my tail between my legs, am eager for a comeback. The reunion with a friend washed away the faint sadness within me. Li Tai's stature made me feel a flicker of anticipation. If my friend could soar, what harm would it be for me to catch a ride on his coattails? In the heart of the city, the tallest commercial building, where the rent is the highest. Li Tai, we've arrived. Boss Shun, let us get out. Me, Li, we're not going to sell me a kidney here, are you? Li Tai, if I were to sell your kidney, I would take you to Cambodia, not here. Here, your kidney will be plump and radiant. Me, welcome. A row of elegantly dressed women in high-slit cheongsams greeted me warmly. If I hadn't seen the sign for XX Information Technology Consulting Company, I would have thought I had entered a spa. Chapter 11, Male Health Products. When one reaches middle age, one must be cautious and avoid indiscriminate purchases of health products. Me, Li, your company has such a grand setup. What do you do here? Li Tai feigned mystery. Upon entering the office, a 9-meter-long tea table lay before me, extraordinarily extravagant and beautiful. Li Tai, come, let us have tea and chat. The more he withheld information, the more curious I became. Li Tai retrieved some tea leaves, cinnamon, and began to prepare them with precision. The high-quality Wui Mountain cinnamon was not inexpensive. He brewed the tea with great care. The moment the lid was lifted, an exquisite aroma wafted through the air, intoxicating and unlike any true cinnamon I had encountered. I wondered where he had learned such finesse. Had it not been for our long acquaintance, this display would have truly impressed me. Li Tai, care to taste? I lifted the cup before me, observing the bright, clear tea. Taking a sip, I pondered, what a curious flavor. Noticing my contemplation, Li Tai inquired, how does it taste? I replied with a sideways glance, truth or fiction? Li Tai, just your genuine impression. Did you purchase this from Pinduoduo? Li Tai glanced around, whispering, how did you deduce that? It has the same air as counterfeit liquor, lacking authenticity. Li Tai leaned back in his chair, seemingly deflated. That's rather disheartening. Where did you acquire such skills? This whole setup is quite impressive. Honestly, had we not known each other for so long, this grandeur would be undeniably formidable. Li Tai, in Shanghai, during the time I was dining with you. Curiosity piqued, I asked, what business are you involved in? At the mention of this, Li Tai's interest was ignited. Li Tai, we sell health products, specifically for kidney function. Being familiar with Douyin, understood that this venture was precarious and could easily lead to account suspension. The black 5 categories indeed generate considerable profit. I had contemplated entering this field, but lacked the connections. Seeing my interest, Li Tai began to elaborate. He explained that on Douyin, numerous female streamers and users post alluring videos and photos daily, drawing viewers, likes, and followers. Such accounts may not grow significantly, but can attract fans quickly, often accumulating 40 to 50,000 followers within a month. These followers are collectively referred to as color fans, predominantly male. The company Li Tai joined in Shanghai specializes in private domain sales, purchasing contact information of these color fans and marketing male health products to them, often using borderline and questionable sales tactics to entice them into offline purchases. Typically, these male health products are unregulated or herbal remedies that skirt the edges of legality. They are marketed as traditional Chinese medicine with ancestral formulas, claiming no side effects and immediate efficacy. After listening to Li Tai's narrative, I began to grasp the concept, though I remained uncertain about its profitability. Li Tai, our company offers two franchise models. The first provides a supply chain. If you have your channels, you only need to pay $3,980 for 10 boxes to become an agent. Purchase 10 boxes and receive 10 more. Thereafter, you can buy at half price. If you purchase 10,000, you receive 10 back. If you buy 50,000, you get 30 back. I calculated in my mind. It sounded quite affordable. Li Tai handed me a pen and a piece of paper. At 400 per box, half price is 200. Purchasing 10,000 worth yields 50 boxes. The 10 back translates to 1,000, which equates to 55 boxes total. With a profit of 200 per box, one could earn 11,000 in a single purchase, merely by finding 55 buyers. Moreover, since every man has a need for these health products, the demand is ongoing. If effective, they would undoubtedly return monthly for more. Thus, aside from the initial month of finding clients, one could effortlessly earn over 10,000 each month thereafter. No way. Is it really that simple and lucrative? They say the black 5 categories are profitable, but I never heard it was this profitable. Li Tai beamed. Look at me now, brother. Haven Tea, I made it in just half a year. And what of the other model? Li Tai, it involves selling color fans. You create a front-end sales company, purchase color fans, and then use private domain marketing. The company handles drop shipping. This requires purchasing medication authorization. How much does that cost? Li Tai, the medication authorization is inexpensive, only about 1,000. Here, take a look. Li Tai presented the authorization certificate from behind the cabinet. So, you're all about selling color fans? Li Tai, indeed. Come, let me take you to the sales department. Without hesitation, Li Tai led me to the sales department, where everyone was busy on calls, while some were adding contacts on WeChat. A spacious office housed around 30 to 40 people, all engaged in animated conversations on their phones. Li Tai, the base salary is 800 plus commissions. Almost everyone earns around 6,000. Wow. With so many people, you must be disbursing over 300,000 in salaries each month. Li Tai, yes. Monthly costs are roughly 500,000, but with this many people, sales can exceed 1 million. Back in the office, I was entirely captivated by Li Tai. Tell me the truth. How much do you earn in a month? Li Tai made a WeChat call. Xiaozhen, bring over the financial reports from the last 3 months. Words alone hold no weight. Li Tai produced the most tangible evidence. In the inaugural month, sales reached 600,000, with expenses for salaries, rent, and utilities totaling 540,000. The second month saw sales of 900,000, with expenses of 800,000. The third month, sales soared to 1.27 million, with expenses of 920,000. In these 3 months, a profit of 510,000 was realized. Impressively. You've truly become a legitimate businessman in just 3 months. I was utterly astonished. This profit model shattered my previous understanding. Is selling male health products this lucrative? Li Tai, I borrowed 800,000 to set this up, covering rent, utilities, and office equipment, and I still Haven Tea recouped my investment. Recouping is merely a matter of time. Li, you've really taken off. Li Tai, I thought of you, my brother. I clasped my hands together. I appreciate your generosity. After discussing his project in the office, dinner time arrived. Li Tai, come, Boss Shun. There's a dinner gathering tonight with a client who is preparing to join us. Let us enjoy a drink together. I'll pass on the drinks. Let me sit at the table and learn something. Li Tai, let us go. Tonight's gathering involves alcohol. A business vehicle will pick us up. Most importantly, it comes with a driver. In my heart, Li Tai has already become a successful individual, and I find myself filled with a newfound sense of aspiration for the future of our company. The XX International Hotel, while the cuisine leaves much to be desired, boasts an unparalleled price point. I had previously visited this place with a friend, and today, I return once more, accompanied by the same companion. Chapter 12. Male Health Supplements. At our table, there are 8 people. Myself, Li Tai, and one of his partners, alongside 5 others, 2 couples, and a single gentleman. Allow me to introduce. This is General Manager Li, and this is General Manager Wu. This is my friend, Boss Shun. Greetings, Boss Shun. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. As is customary among strangers, pleasantries abound. And I find my ears warming as Li Tai engages with the others. Waitstaff, please take our orders. Before long, an array of dishes graces our table. In accordance with the traditions of the 3 kingdoms, we begin with 3 toasts, followed by a round of cheers among ourselves. The other 5 appear particularly eager to toast with Li Tai, each one vying for his attention. General Li, you truly are a person of stature. We've been trying to arrange this meeting for days. The 2 men embrace camaraderie, with General Zhang adding, you have no idea how busy I've been. Ever since our last encounter at the company, inquiries about partnerships have been pouring in, leaving me little time to breathe. I've invited you here today because, to be frank, we 5 have come with genuine intentions, Li Tai replies, casting a sidelong glance at them. The other couple promptly produces a bag. General Zhang states, we'd like to place an order for goods worth 50,000 yuan, and we hope General Li can provide some policy support. Upon seeing the money, Li Tai gestures for his partner to secure it, and the partner quickly retrieves a contract. Let us sign while we chat. Absolutely, let us proceed. Li Tai raises his glass. General Zhang, General Liu, General Sun, I have some samples for you. I trust you've all had the chance to try them. General Zhang affirms, indeed, I have, and the results are remarkable. Thank you, General Li. Let us toast. Li Tai laughs. It seems your wife is quite pleased. I observe the lady beside General Zhang nudge him gently, her cheeks tinged with a blush, while the other couple exchanges knowing glances. Li Tai's male health supplements seem to possess substantial merit. After about an hour, the drinks have flowed, contracts signed, and it's time to conclude the evening. General Liu takes the initiative to settle the bill. Li Tai continues to drape his arm around General Zhang, exclaiming, you should consider yourself fortunate to join us. As I, Li Tai, prosper, I shall ensure all of you do as well. Indeed, thank you so much for your support, General Zhang responds. Li Tai adds, I'll take the lead. From now on, whenever you place an order above 50,000 yuan, you'll receive an additional 5 back. But this must remain our little secret. General Zhang beams with delight, nodding in agreement. Please, do not let this information leak, otherwise, I would have no means to manage the numerous franchisees. Understood. As we exit the restaurant, the 5 depart. Our driver awaits downstairs, ready to take us. General Li, shall we return to the company? No need. Let us head to XX Gahui. Li Tai puts his arm around my shoulder. Brother, we're off for round 2. You know, I've always been grateful for your support in the past. Now that I've found my path, I wanted to let you know first. Brother, that's generous of you. Let us make tonight unforgettable. Indeed, let us not leave until we've had our fill. Li Tai decides to call up some old friends. As it has been a while since we all gathered, he makes about 4 or 5 calls, all to our mutual acquaintances. It seems he remains sober. Speaking with clarity and composure, we secure a private room, room 999. To be honest, while some may hesitate to join for a meal and drinks, the allure of karaoke compels 5 individuals to arrive within 15 minutes. The manager, seeing that we are assembled, looks to Li Tai, who gives a subtle nod. The manager signals to the entrance, and a stream of lovely entertainers enters, all clad in matching white skirts, hemmed 10 centimeters above the knee. Don't ask how I know this. I neither looked nor measured. Good evening, boss. Generally, you choose first. No, the boss should select first. The boss refers to the wealthiest among us, General Zhang Luada. All of us are of similar age, but when it comes to wealth, Zhang Luada stands at the forefront, with Li Tai ranking second to last, and I in last place. As our relationships deepen over time, they inevitably intertwine with matters of finance. We are all adults, and the distinction between genuine wealth and mere pretense is glaringly evident. Nevertheless, both Li Tai and I refuse to accept our circumstances. Neither of us was born into affluence. We embarked on our entrepreneurial journeys, striving relentlessly. The outcome is clear. I have faced numerous setbacks, ultimately resigning myself to complacency, while Li Tai has attained success. Each selects a companion, and the descent into indulgence officially commences. Li Tai embraces one lady, rising to sing passionately, as if to release pent-up emotions. He has frequented this establishment before, having engaged with these ladies, yet never having paid for their company. Either General Zhang Luada or General Zhao had covered the expenses. It was not that he lacked desire. He simply lacked the means. Now, with financial freedom at last, he is able to afford this lifestyle. After an exuberant display of vocal prowess, Li Tai approaches me, raising a glass in celebration. How about you come out with me tonight, beautiful? The lady Li Tai is with shakes her head. 1000. He proposes. She declines. 2000. There is a flicker of interest, yet she remains unconvinced. 4000 for one night. Finally, she nods, her lips curling into an irresistible smile. Li Tai then gestures toward the lady beside me. 4000. She is coming with my brother. The lady beams, linking her arm with mine. Absolutely, boss. I raise my glass once more to toast with Li Tai, expressing my gratitude. Li Tai leans close and shouts in my ear, Tian-e. The thrill of spending money feels absolutely exhilarating. Indeed, the sensation of spending freely is utterly liberating. For reasons unknown, I suddenly yearn to engage in business once more, feeling disenchanted with the prospect of a conventional job. What are you pondering, boss? Come, let us drink. The lady beside me, eager to earn her 4000 yuan, begins to clink glasses with me frequently. In such settings, conversations often revolve around 5 common questions. How old are you? I inquire. 19, she replies. Where are you from? I'm from Nanyang. Come now, your accent gives away that you're from Zhoukou, near Xihua. Her expression remains unfazed. I assure you, I am indeed from Nanyang. Not wishing to dwell on this, I proceed to my third question. How long have you been working here? 2 months. I was in Zhengzhou before this. Isn't the pay better in Zhengzhou? What made you choose this smaller city? The competition there is fierce. The ladies in Zhengzhou are stunning and highly skilled. You are quite beautiful too, I compliment. Thank you. I pose my fourth question. How much do you earn in an hour? 300 for 2 hours, with the supervisor taking 50. How many hours do you usually work in a night? 2 to 3. Clients often extend their time. On a good night, you can earn at least 500. With monthly earnings exceeding 10,000. Being a TV princess can be quite lucrative. I finally asked the pivotal question. What drew you to this line of work? Without hesitation, she responds, a friend of mine does this, and she said it's profitable. Plus, she spends money generously, so I thought I'd give it a try. Chapter 13, Male Health Supplements, Part 3. A night of impulsive revelry and subsequent descent draws to a close. Ultimately, I did not take the young lady with me, leaving her with a look of disappointment as I departed. Li Tai, inebriated, staggered away with his companion, perhaps forgetting or intentionally neglecting to mention the 4000 yuan I had set aside for the young lady. The following day, as I was still awakening, Li Tai called. Tian-e, rise and come to the company. Sure. I'll be there in an hour. Washing my face, brushing my teeth, and having breakfast, I took a taxi that arrived at his place precisely an hour later. While enjoying my meal, I received a call. Lu Haitao, where are you? I, having breakfast. Lu Haitao, why didn't you invite me for breakfast? I ordered abalone and lobster for you, but I thought you might not adapt to hot and spicy soup and oily bread. Lu Haitao, send me your location. 10 minutes later, Lu Haitao drove over. Boss, 1 bowl of meat soup, a steamer of dumplings, and a tea egg. What brings you such leisure today? Lu Haitao, come on, brother, you returned from Shanghai without a word, and only after feasting with General Li do you think to call me. I protested my innocence. I had just gotten off the high-speed train when General Li called me, whisking me directly to his company. You wouldn't believe it. General Li has become quite formidable. His company radiates sophistication. Lu Haitao, just him? His tone dripped with disdain. If a stranger were to hear, they might think Lu Haitao looked down on Li Tai, but in reality, he merely undervalued Li Tai in terms of economic prowess, not his character. Sensing an underlying issue, I inquired, what is going on? I plan to visit his company shortly to see if it's for business or a franchise venture. Lu Haitao, nothing much. Everyone knows he has a big company, yet he hasn't invited us for a tour. What do you suppose is the reason? My response faltered. What other reason could there be? Either Li Tai believes his business lacks prestige and doesn't want his friends to know, or he perceives it as risky and is only looking to make a quick profit. If Li Tai is calling me privately, it's either to bring me into his financial schemes or because he thinks I'm gullible. Let us go together, it's on the way. You can provide some advice. If all else fails, you can invest, and I'll contribute my efforts to start a company together. Lu Haitao, sounds good. On the way to Li Tai's company, Lu Haitao asked, is this return short-term or permanent? I'm not leaving again. I can't make it out there. So I'll return home and take it easy. Lu Haitao, you should have come back sooner, brother. It's tough out there. All our friends are at home. enjoying life with ease. But I need to earn money. How can one find joy without it? Lu Haitao, it's like going out for fun. It costs you money. The big boss pays, and the second tier contributes. We can manage on just one meal. I glanced at Lu Haitao. He was idealistic about friendships. No one would tolerate a parasitic friend forever unless they played the role of a jester, providing amusement. Not that being a jester is necessarily a bad thing. At least I don't think so. We arrived at the underground parking. He works here? Indeed. Impressive. By the way, did you inform Li Tai of our arrival? Of course. He is now General Li, and it's only proper to notify him when visiting his domain. Lu Haitao gave a thumbs up, still as considerate as ever. General Shun. Good day, boss. Amidst Lu Haitao's astonishment, we entered Li Tai's office. Another jolt. I could see on Lu Haitao's face the same expression I had when I first arrived. General Li, please take a seat. Li Tai and a few others exuded a sense of distance, stemming from the passage of time and the bonds formed over food and drink. General Li, such a grand affair, and you didn't notify the brothers to send you a flower basket for your opening? Li Tai, just a small gathering. I appreciate your visit. General Lu, please enjoy some tea. Tea is an art form. In the office, before an extravagant tea table, Li Tai continued to brew tea. General Lu, my tea brewing skills were honed in Shanghai. They say, if you want to make big money, you must have an air of sophistication. Are you using the same low-quality tea as on Pinduoduo? Li Tai, not at all. They use excellent tea. I've tasted it once, and the flavor still lingers in my memory. Why not use good tea then? Li Tai, it's too expensive. I don't find it worth it. Many people don't appreciate tea. They only see my brewing techniques, and I can easily impress them. After all, it's still tea, and they can't discern the difference. I thought to myself, just like last night when I took a girl out, and Li Tai ultimately decided not to cover the 4,000 yuan. It was also not worth it in his eyes. I wasn't angry, just acutely aware of the reality. This is self-awareness. I admit, Li Tai's refusal to spend that 4,000 yuan on me made me somewhat uncomfortable. This was somewhat related to my decision not to join him, perhaps one in a million. I'm not the petty type. Last night, Li Tai treated me to dinner and drinks. It was not a mere social occasion. Firstly, he wanted to showcase his product market and potential franchisees. Secondly, he aimed to demonstrate his capabilities. Despite the lively atmosphere last night, he didn't introduce his business. Li Tai's tea brewing techniques were indeed impressive, and even Lu Haitao was captivated. As we sipped tea, 2 cups were placed before Lu Haitao and me. Try it. I gestured for Lu Haitao to take a sip, and he downed it in one go. I wondered if he was parched from the salty hot soup he had in the morning. Lu Haitao, another cup. Li Tai poured him another, and he finished it again. Lu Haitao, delicious. Li Tai finally smiled, given Lu Haitao's affluent background. His praise for the tea affirmed Li Tai's brewing prowess. I was genuinely impressed by Lu Haitao. He understood nothing about tea, and his consumption was purely for quenching thirst. After some light conversation over tea, Li Tai suggested, General Lu, shall we head to the sales department for some guidance? Lu Haitao, sure, show me around. Li Tai, shall General Shen join us? You two go ahead. I'll enjoy my tea a bit longer. During their absence, I took the opportunity to scroll through Douyin, and a news item abruptly caught my attention. Illegal data scraping in a criminal context. The article detailed how data scraping relies on the illegal use of personal information, such as employing crawling technology to collect user data from platforms or purchasing personal information databases, and selling the compiled data to criminal organizations, potentially constituting a crime. This was a gray area business, suspected of trafficking personal information. 15 minutes later, they returned, and I discreetly put my phone away. Lu Haitao seemed awestruck by the grandeur of Li Tai's company, expressing admiration throughout our journey. Here are the financial statements from the first 3 months of my company. At that moment, I stood on the sidelines, gaining clarity. Li Tai's entire operation followed a fixed pattern. From the moment we entered the company, greetings, tea table, brewing tea, visiting the sales department, reviewing financial reports, and finally delivering a crushing blow. Few could escape this cycle. Through this entire process, Li Tai conveyed a singular message. Making money through this model is astonishingly simple. An idea sparked in my mind. Barring any surprises, I would invite Lu Haitao to dinner tonight with the franchisees, allowing him to witness the signing of contracts firsthand. Li Tai, General Lu, are you free tonight? A few franchisees will be coming for dinner. Lu Haitao, I can't tonight. It's my wife's birthday. I'll come another day. General Li, such a splendid business. Why didn't you mention it sooner? We should discuss it further so I can earn some pocket money with you. Li Tai, we're friends. It's only natural. Chapter 14. A night to remember. Lu Haitao and I sat for a while before we took our leave, with others arriving at Li Tai's office. We felt out of place and disruptive. Once outside, Lu Haitao asked, "What do you think of Li Tai's project?" Before coming here, I was hoping you could offer some advice. What made you interested? Lu Haitao, earning hundreds of thousands in a month? That seems too effortless. My family's business is exhausting and doesn't yield this much. Me, no rush, let us ponder it over. I didn't explicitly state that the company's core might have crossed a line. Both sides are friends, and hurting one is akin to hurting oneself. Lu Haitao, what are your plans upon returning? Don't tell me you're going to take it easy. I can't believe that. Lu Haitao knows me well. Me, perhaps I'll find a job or invest in a project. I'm not starting a business anymore. I'll see who makes money and just share a bit of their soup. Lu Haitao looked at me as if I were a different person. Lu Haitao, what about your ambitions, Boss Shin? I was counting on you to take off and take me along. Me, you have your family business to manage. Don't meddle unnecessarily. Lu Haitao, you know, the distribution business has become increasingly difficult with the rise of e-commerce. Besides, I'm not well versed in the market. I can't tell good from bad. When my father can no longer manage, I want to be able to take over. Lu Haitao harbors a certain disdain for his family's industry, though I'm not sure why. Yet, I believe he will eventually return. For the business his father built over a lifetime is far more stable than any luck-based investment he could make. Me, I'll wait and see. There's no hurry. Money doesn't differentiate between early and late. Lu Haitao, what about tonight? Me, aren't you supposed to go home to celebrate your wife's birthday? Lu Haitao, that was just an excuse. After marriage, my wife manages the finances. If I promise her something and can't deliver, it would be quite embarrassing. Me, then shall we have a blast tonight? Lu Haitao, I was waiting for you to say that. There are two stunning sisters at Zhongqing, top-notch looks and great figures. Me, let us head straight there, but let us have some foreplay first. Lu Haitao, let us just sit at the bar. It's been ages since I've been out to unwind. Me, sounds good. Lu Haitao and I have a solid relationship. We have no conflicts. And our spending levels are comparable. Of course, our wealth differs. He is affluent while I'm not. But that doesn't hinder our shared consumption levels. His spending capacity is commendable. In the past, I was purely concerned with appearances, so I would push through regardless of my means. Thankfully, I'm somewhat clever. After indulging in others' hospitality, I occasionally reciprocate. If done daily, it would strain anyone's wallet, except for Zhang Luo and Zhao Zhu, of course. The world of millionaires is indeed different from that of ordinary people. I will elaborate on this gradually. SW Bar, the venue with the most beautiful women in the city. To be honest, neither Lu Haitao nor I had ever set foot here. Upon entering, the attendant asked if we had a reservation. We do not. Please follow me. I'll show you to a table. The music was deafening, the sound waves threatening to rupture our eardrums. It was impossible to converse normally, let alone speak loudly. It was my first time in a bar. A young attendant pulled out his phone to show me the bar's recharge promotions. 5,000, 15,000, 50,000. In my city, where the average salary is under 4,000, starting at 5,000 is quite steep. I gestured for the attendant to come closer. Find two ladies. He gave me a knowing look. At 11 p.m., the bar's entertainment officially commenced. A group of glamorous women took to the stage, moving to the rhythm of the music. To the left, swaying gracefully. To the right, equally captivating. After a while, the attendant approached again, pulling out his phone, displaying a message. Boss, two beauties have no place to sit. Can they join you? I gestured an affirmative. Soon, two lively young women approached. Indeed, they were quite attractive. Can we sit here? Lu Haitao opened his arms. Come, sit with me. One girl boldly settled into his lap, while the other shyly nestled beside me. Lu Haitao and I were merely there to soak in the atmosphere. The booth required a minimum order of 48 bottles or a recharge of 5,000. With a grand gesture, I declared, recharge. All this wine is for you too. Drink freely. Really? Thank you, boss. They had just called me brother. But now I was boss. I noticed the girl beside me fiddling with her cracked phone, part of the screen black. Without a word, I opened a bottle of wine and handed it to her. Thank you, brother. I typed on my phone for her to see. Why are you always on your phone? I'm replying to my boyfriend. Why didn't he come with you? He's at work. It's too expensive here, so he usually doesn't splurge. Tonight, all the drinks are on you too. Enjoy yourselves. The girl put her phone down and kissed me on the cheek. Thank you, boss. At this moment, Lu Haitao was clearly captivated by the ladies. Boss, I want to smoke shisha. Lu Haitao blushed while the girl playfully kissed him. Lu Haitao beckoned the attendant. What do you need, boss? 4 bottles of green tea and some shisha. The attendant acknowledged with a nod. Shisha costs 600. Green tea 25 a bottle, totaling 100 for 4 bottles. Twice the price of a bottle at TV 12. But who cares? I'm here to enjoy myself and spend money. At that moment, a floor manager approached me. Boss, would you like to see a performance? Bikinis, at least C cup. The bikini girl gestured. A floor manager can perform for 200 for 10 minutes. I typed, 2 girls, half an hour. In total, that came to merely 200. As the music intensified, Lu Haitao and I began to feel the vibe. Haha, I was truly having a blast tonight. I felt elated. The bikini girl danced, rubbing against me, far more open and playful than the girls at TV. I turned to see Lu Haitao, his face buried among the ample curves of the ladies. The girl who had been drinking was thoroughly inebriated. I wrapped my arm around the girl beside me and asked, "Can you drink more?" She nodded enthusiastically. From her initial shyness, she was now clinging to my arm. I signaled for the attendant. "Let us get another case." Having recharged 5,000. A case of wine costs only 1,888. Even with another case, it wouldn't break the bank. The drinks were sufficient. The music was on point. The atmosphere intensified. I began indulging in what men love most, drawing respectable women into the fray, encouraging women of the world to embrace a different path. Chapter 15. Lu Chuanxiu, never go all in. Always leave yourself an exit, not to win, but to secure a lifeline. After midnight, the music and rhythm of the bar began to slow, ushering in a half-hour intermission, just enough to relax our ears and tense nerves. I turned to the young lady beside me, who was stylishly dressed, yet could not hide her youthful innocence. With nothing much to do, I struck up a casual conversation. "Do you often come to places like this?" She shook her head eagerly. "First time, it's too expensive here. My friend said if I accompany a boss for drinks, I could experience it. Do you enjoy the atmosphere?" She nodded, then leaned closer to whisper, her voice laced with curiosity. "Brother, you seem wealthy. Could you buy me a phone? I can accompany you tonight." This girl was quite straightforward. Later, I heard friends say that it's not just phones. Even a few hundred for clothing could entice some to exchange favors. I raised an eyebrow. "All right, as long as you behave." "I will definitely behave." Her eyes lit up, and she became particularly eager. I opened another bottle of wine and handed it to her. She took it and downed it in one go, clearly understanding the unspoken rules. At that moment, my phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Lu Haitao. "Brother, the deal is done. Let us go." I cast a glance at Lu Haitao not far away. He was huddled closely with a girl, whispering sweet nothings. Their demeanor suggested an unspoken agreement between them. In such places, free favors are scarce, and they are not meant for ordinary men like us in our 30s. Everything is clearly priced. I took the young lady beside me by the arm and said, "Let us go." She was somewhat tipsy, clinging to my arm with unfocused eyes, more intoxicated than the girl next to Lu Haitao. Upon reaching the bar entrance, I casually inquired, "What is your name?" Lu Haitao's companion answered first. "Her name is Lu Chuanxiu, boss." Lu Haitao pinched the girl's cheek playfully, asking, "And you?" "I am Lu Yiting. Chuanxiu and I are from the same village." "Oh, what a coincidence. We share a bond." Lu Haitao winked at me with a teasing tone. "Tiani, shall we make some noise tonight?" Lu Yiting immediately chimed in, "Sure. Boss, the more, the merrier." I frowned and pushed him away. "Back off. I have no interest in that." Lu Chuanxiu, on the other hand, was so drunk she could barely stand, her head bobbing as if detached from reality. There was a designated driver at the bar entrance, and I told him, "Sir, take us to the Bund." Upon arriving at the hotel, I booked 2 rooms for us and helped settle them in. As I assisted Lu Chuanxiu into her room, she was as limp as a rag doll, so I gently placed her on the bed. She was inebriated beyond measure, and I had no intention of tending to her, opting instead to take a shower. The cold water washed away much of the intoxication, clearing my mind. After contemplating Li Tai's business all day, my thoughts crystallized. This venture was unequivocally not worth pursuing. I had previously researched online. His business entailed trafficking citizen information and selling unregulated products. Mildly put, they were health supplements. Harshly put, they were counterfeit medicines. If caught, one could face over 20 years in prison. The risks were insurmountable. As I pondered, I recalled my own predicament. I had returned here for 2 days without changing clothes and lacked any means of transportation. I needed to purchase a car promptly. Previously, I owned a Magotan, but after a fleeting whim to start a business last year while watching a live stream on Douyin, I ended up losing everything, selling my car and losing money, nearly struggling to make ends meet. Just as I lay down, Lu Chuanxiu's phone rang. Reluctantly, I sat up and held the phone to her ear. In her dazed state, she answered, "Let us break up. Someone else is willing to buy me a phone." I was taken aback as I watched her hang up and block the caller, feeling somewhat surprised. Had she sobered up? She rubbed her eyes and smiled sheepishly. "I'm awake now. He promised to buy me a phone, which is why I agreed to be his girlfriend, but he never came through after a month. So, did you waste a month then? Lu Chuanxiu sat up straight, exclaiming, of course not. If he didn't tee by the phone, he wouldn't even get a hold my hand. I couldn't help but laugh. You seemed quite bold at the bar, and I thought you were rather easygoing. I had only graduated a month ago, my social experience was limited, yet I understood the importance of self-protection. She pouted, a hint of defiance in her eyes. My phone has been broken for months, and I didn't have the money to replace it. I felt embarrassed to take it out around friends. I recalled her earlier demeanor and pressed on, don't your parents care about you? Instantly, her head drooped, and she fell silent. The atmosphere grew tense, prompting me to change the subject. Why don't you take a shower first to freshen up? She silently got up, retrieved a change of clothes from her bag, and headed to the bathroom. I leaned against the headboard, fiddling with my phone when Lu Haitao sent a WeChat message with a video. I opened it to find a chaotic scene and quickly closed it, finding the familiar farcical antics far less amusing than anticipated. Hearing the bathroom door, I suddenly remembered something. Where's your ID? In my bag. I pulled it out and glanced at it, finally easing my concern. Lu Chuanxiu emerged from the bathroom wrapped in a towel, her hair damp, and a faint blush gracing her cheeks, too timid to meet my gaze. The air conditioning was a bit too cold, causing her to shiver. I patted the edge of the bed, and after a moment's hesitation, she slowly approached and nestled under the covers, visibly relieved. Stay and chat with me for a while. I broke the silence. She obediently lay beside me. Okay. Living this way, do you find it enjoyable? I queried. She nodded, then shook her head. It's quite free. But being broke is frustrating. There are so many places I wish to go but can't. I broached my earlier question again. What do your parents do? This time, she did not shy away. They are both teachers, busy managing students daily, with no time to oversee me, yet they control my allowance and whereabouts. I understood. No wonder her name sounded so grand. She hailed from an educational family. Yet, I hadn't anticipated that a teacher's child would end up in a bar, leaving her parents in a state of helplessness. Perhaps, in their eyes, students will always take precedence over their own children. This young girl was not one to hide her thoughts. Under my probing, she revealed her motivations. She intentionally performed poorly in school to attract her parents' attention. Observing her childish stubbornness, an idea struck me. I reached out and gently ruffled her hair. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a new phone. But you must agree to one condition. Her eyes sparkled. What is it, brother? I'll do as you say. Upon hearing my words, the little girl looked puzzled. Why? I playfully replied, because I have money and nothing better to do, so I thought I'd sponsor a college student. Lu Chuanxiu said nothing, burying her face in the blanket, her ears secretly turning red. Chapter 16. Chuanxiu comes ashore. Before I had fully awakened, the commotion from next door began. After 10 minutes, a loud knock echoed. Get up. Lu Chuanxiu squinted as she dressed slowly and made her way to the door. Oh, Chuanxiu, you're dressed so early. What is going on? Let us go have breakfast. This hotel offers breakfast vouchers. Lu Yiting cheerfully waved 2 vouchers in her hand. Lu Chuanxiu glanced into my room, saw me still asleep, and nodded, all right. In the hotel dining area, steaming breakfast filled the table. Lu Yiting lowered her voice and asked, Chuanxiu, did that boss really agree to buy you a phone? Lu Chuanxiu nodded gently. Lu Yiting leaned closer, her tone laced with concern. He didn't make things difficult for you, did he? Lu Chuanxiu shook her head with her eyes closed, and Lu Yiting, assuming she was too shy to elaborate, continued to chatter. You're so naive. If he really buys you a phone, make sure it's a reliable one and don't let anyone con you. Lu Chuanxiu looked up at her, her eyes shining with hope. Sister Ting, the boss said he wants me to go back to school. Lu Yiting paused mid-motion, her chopsticks momentarily still, before breaking into a sincere smile. Really? That is wonderful. Lu Yiting had also dropped out early due to family circumstances and had long lost the opportunity to pursue her education. For a month, Lu Chuanxiu had been living with Lu Yiting, and although their days were simple, relying on friends for meals, often sharing dishes, and sometimes only managing to eat twice a day, Lu Yiting had always looked out for her. When finances became tight, Lu Yiting worked part-time at a small TV station, earning 100 yuan an hour, sometimes making 300 to 400 a night, accustomed to this lifestyle. However, Lu Chuanxiu couldn't help but feel anxious about her own future. Sister Ting, I'll go back home to school tomorrow. Yes, you're academically gifted, unlike me. You have a promising future. Lu Yiting affectionately patted her head. No need to thank me. We're like family. Sister Ting, I've never blamed you, Lu Chuanxiu whispered. Lu Chuanxiu's phone indeed needed replacing. The screen was cracked in several places, and the model was outdated. At school, classmates often teased her about her phone being out of touch with the times, and when out and about, people frequently asked why she hadn't gotten a new one, leaving her feeling quite uncomfortable. Previously, Lu Yiting had introduced her to a barber apprentice, a decent boy who, knowing she wanted a new phone, promised to ask his family for some money next month to contribute 3,000 yuan for her, and they gradually became friends. A few days ago, two individuals wished to visit the renowned SW bar in our city, but found themselves short on funds. Lu Yiting sought assistance from a friend, mentioning that the bar occasionally required help with passing items or overseeing matters, which could grant them entry to experience the atmosphere and enjoy some complimentary drinks. Last night, while at the bar, I encountered Lu Haitao. Observing my generous demeanor and noticing Lu Chuanxio's earnest desire for a new mobile phone, Lu Yiting mustered the courage to broach the subject with me. To her surprise, I not only did not complicate matters for them, but also proactively offered my assistance. After breakfast, when Lu Chuanxio returned to my room, the hotel had just delivered the freshly laundered clothes. "Boss, you're awake. I brought you a tea egg," she said softly, placing the egg on the table. "Thank you," I replied, taking my clothes to the bathroom for a quick shower, feeling refreshed afterward. Upon exiting, I found Lu Chuanxio waiting at the door with a clean towel in hand. "Boss, would you like to dry your hair?" she inquired. I waved my hand dismissively. "No need, let's tidy up and go. I'll take you to buy a phone," I added. "By the way, I should also consider upgrading my own device." Last night, I spent a total of 4,600 at the bar, and after recharging 5,000, I still had a considerable amount left. While scanning to tip the staff, I noticed one of them using an iPhone 15, which made me ponder that my Huawei, valued at over 4,000, truly needed an update. "Knock knock. Boss, we're leaving," came Lu Haitao's voice from outside. After stepping out, I told him, "Take me to buy a phone later." What a coincidence. I know a classmate who owns a mobile phone store. Let us support him. It'll be reliable, Lu Haitao boasted. He had been developing his career back in our hometown and maintained good relationships with old classmates. A few minutes of driving brought us to a small shop marked with the sign Star Digital. "Ah, what an honor, Lu. Please forgive my lack of hospitality." The owner, Zhang Xingxing, greeted us with a smile. Lu Haitao pointed at me. "Xingxing, take a look at who this is. Do you still recognize him?" Our school, with its enrollment of tens of thousands of students, had 25 classes per grade, each with 88 students, and frequent class rearrangements from junior high to senior year. Yet, thanks to our shared moments on the basketball court and various school activities, most of us were familiar with one another. Zhang Xingxing scrutinized me for a moment, frowning in thought. "You look familiar. Were we in the same school?" "Absolutely. We've been brothers for over a decade," Lu Haitao declared proudly. Suddenly, Zhang Xingxing slapped his thigh. "I remember now. You were the one in charge of discipline in the student council. Back then, when my classmates and I sneaked out to surf the internet and got caught, it was Lu who helped me plead my case so I wouldn't be reported. I saw you on duty at the school gate. Indeed, my ability to enjoy school life was largely thanks to him." Lu Haitao chuckled. Zhang Xingxing warmly invited us, "Tonight, I'll take care of everything. First dinner and drinks, then we can unwind." I waved my hand. "Dinner is fine, but I'll pass on the bar. I still have a bit of a headache. We just went there last night. It was quite lively, but too noisy for my heart to bear." Lu Haitao concurred. "Let us go inside and chat. It's been ages. We're here to support you." As this gentleman, Lu Haitao gestured to me, wants to buy a new phone for his sister. Zhang Xingxing immediately grinned. "No problem. Which brand do you prefer? Feel free to choose." I guided Lu Chuanxio to the counter. "Point out whichever one you like." After a brief survey, she settled on a model priced at 4,500. "Get her the top version, and also bring me a 15 Pro, I instructed directly. "Got it. You two just sit tight. I'll have them delivered from the warehouse right away," Zhang Xingxing efficiently delegated. The shop, though modest, was approximately a few dozen square meters, primarily dealing in second-hand phones while also offering new devices. The total inventory was likely worth over 200,000, a testament to the owner's hard work in running a vibrant business. "Xingxing, how long have you been in this line of work?" I casually inquired. "I started right after graduation, initially managing everything alone, and gradually built it up to what it is today," Zhang Xingxing replied with a smile. Indeed, persistence in any business often yields fruitful results. Within 10 minutes, 2 brand new, unopened phones were delivered. "How much?" Lu Haitao asked. "The standard price is 18,960. But given our relationship, I'll charge you 18,000, Zhang Xingxing said while unwrapping the packaging. "Rest assured, they are all brand new and sealed. Hand over your old phones, and I'll help you switch the SIM cards. By the way, for repairs in the future, just come to me. I won't charge my brothers." "One can't run a business without ensuring fair compensation," I interjected. Zhang Xingxing waved his hand dismissively. "As long as I make a profit from selling phones, I won't quibble over repairs with my friends." His candor impressed me. It was clear he was both a savvy businessman and a considerate friend, explaining his success. All right then, thank you. I'll be in touch tonight. Sure. Both of you can expect my call. Chapter 17. A story unfolds, a gambling father, ailing mother, a studying younger brother, a shattered home. It was evident that Chuanxiu was absolutely delighted with her new phone. What about the old one? I asked. Oh, the old phone. I'll definitely sell it. Lu Haitao interjected. Bro, I'm heading out now to buy her some clothes. Zhang has booked a room for tonight. I'll contact you then. All right, I replied. In the taxi, Chuanxiu held her new phone with adoration. Brother, you're so good to me. I'll reiterate my previous words, I replied. Chuanxiu added. Study hard and get into a good university. You've done what my parents couldn't. It's just a personal preference, I stated. I turned to the taxi driver. To the southeast roundabout, please. Certainly. The southeast roundabout is filled with 4S dealerships. I had initially thought of taking it easy and not venturing out upon returning home. But once I did, I realized the convenience of having a car. What brand should I choose? I pondered for an entire night. My first instinct was to buy another Magotan, a classic saying of starting from where one fell. However, post-pandemic, car prices have dramatically decreased, and even BBA models have become affordable. Thus, I opened an app on my phone and calculated my earnings since returning from Shanghai. In 20 days, I had made 20,700, 540,000, netting about 50,000. With a dowry deposit of 10,000, bar expenses of 6,000, phone costs of 18,000, and other miscellaneous expenditures, I had spent less than 40,000 in 20 days. Working a regular job would take several months to save that amount. Thankfully, the 2 million in cash remained untouched. Additionally, I mentioned giving 2 million to Ling Ling, but she declined, so I didn't press further, fearing that insistence might strain our relationship. How could one's monthly salary sustain such extravagance? Ultimately, I would have to dip into my principal. At the southeast roundabout. Volkswagen. I quickly abandoned that idea. Cadillac. None of the models appealed to me. Wealth aside, I prefer to maintain a low profile. I've experienced the world and have been through the ringer. I was somewhat reluctant to purchase a new car. Consequently, I turned toward the second-hand car market. As someone with experience, I've learned that the best approach is to save money while ensuring comfort, whatever brings joy. Nowadays, second-hand car dealerships are impressively upscale. Upon entering, they bear little difference from 4S stores. Welcome. Do you have any nearly new cars, under 30,000 kilometers? Yes, please take a look over here. Mercedes, BMW, Audi. These are the brands I'm familiar with, as are many others. Whether one considers me common or unknowledgeable about cars, I ultimately selected a BMW X3. The X5 felt too ostentatious, while the X1 seemed too simplistic. The X3 was just right, striking the perfect balance. I recalled purchasing a second-hand car for 345,000 at the time. I had calculated that if I were frugal, by year-end, my interest would cover the cost of the vehicle. As if I had left my 2 million principal untouched. Forgive my naive thinking. That was genuinely my thought process at the time. After paying the deposit for the car, the second-hand dealership handled the transfer and registration for me. Boss, do you know anyone at the vehicle management office? If so, could you arrange for a temporary license plate and perhaps acquire a more favorable number? License plates are a matter of luck. A good number is popular. Very well. The vehicle management office is right next to the second-hand car dealership. In just 2 hours, we can transfer ownership and get the plates. It's remarkably efficient. Come on, Chuanxiu. Let me take you for a spin. Chuanxiu stood there, astonished. From purchasing a phone to buying a car, this was a remarkable pace. Even if it was merely for show. Where do you reside? Chuanxiu. In Building A of Dingxin apartment, I rent there. Don't you live at home? Chuanxiu. After the college entrance examination, I had a quarrel with my parents and moved out. Let's go to your rental. Chuanxiu. Sure. I had my own motives. I needed to see her living situation to feel reassured. A gambling father, a sick mother, a younger brother in school, a fractured family. What if I were to transform from a fisherman into bait? That would be quite embarrassing. Dingxin apartment, Building A, 11th floor, 1108. Upon entering, I found a rather tidy little room. A few freshly laundered clothes hung on the balcony, all casual dresses. Not bad at all. It's often said that young ladies' rental spaces become chaotic, but you keep yours quite clean. Chuanxiu blushed and said, I've only moved in for a month. No one has visited yet. What about your sister Ting? Chuanxiu, she lives diagonally across from me. How long has she been renting? Chuanxiu, for 2 months. Ting paid the rent. I frowned. To be honest, this shouldn't be the case. No matter how busy parents are, their daughter shouldn't have to live so frugally. Is there something wrong with your parents? Chuinchio's eyes reddened, and she burst into tears, revealing that her parents had long since divorced and each started new families. However, both were teachers at the same school and, for the sake of their reputations, kept this information private. Now, both had their own families and children. Caught in the middle, Lu Chuinchio was not well regarded. Initially, they took turns covering expenses, but as their respective families became more demanding, especially during the 3 years of the pandemic, when both relationships and finances became strained, things changed. Coincidentally, Lu Chuinchio turned 18 and lost her financial support. I thought to myself, what parents wouldn't care for their child? They simply have their own difficulties. Which school do your parents work at? Lu Chuinchio, Ruka number 3 middle school. This matter could easily be investigated if one were to inquire. Do you wish to return home? Lu Chuinchio shook her head. Stay here. I will pay your rent for a year. This will allow you to repeat a year of study. What do you think? Chuinchio, now a tearful mess, nodded repeatedly. What else could she do? With no money in her pocket for school or food, a girl like her, no matter how academically gifted, would have to abandon her studies to seek another path. I will support you. You need not worry about finances, just meet my expectations. Lu Chuinchio, brother. I will certainly strive to do my best. Call me boss. Only when you succeed can you call me brother. Lu Chuinchio, okay boss. A WeChat message vibrated. Lu Haitao, Zhang Xingxing has booked a room. He texted you. It's for 7 p.m., and he close early. How come he is so proactive after just a brief encounter? Lu Haitao, he sees your potential and is eager to seek your assistance. I don't lend money or favors, nor do I have anything extra to spare. Though I say this, I recall how, when I was short on funds for business, Lu Haitao once borrowed money from me after quarreling with his wife. Otherwise, I wouldn't have sought him out last night for some fresh air. Lu Haitao, just a meal. If the atmosphere feels off, I'll pick up the tab to ensure you owe no favors. Consider it a gesture of goodwill. Lu Haitao, that girl from last night was quite sensible, young and well-behaved. I'll take her out for dinner again tonight. Slyly, I chose not to reply, as Lu Chuinchio's actions had completely captured my attention. She was about to change her clothes. Standing at 1.5 meters tall and likely weighing under 100 pounds, she appeared quite petite before me. At that moment, Lu Chuinchio had her back to me, her delicate skin smooth and supple, not excessively pale, but possessing a healthy wheat-like hue. Chuinchio turned to the side. I leaned back in my chair, simply indulging my admiration. Chapter 18, Mobile Procurement 1. If your savings exceed 4 million, you will live in an entirely different world. Tofu Feast, a restaurant that isn't particularly upscale but has a long-standing reputation. I've been dining here since high school class reunions, over a decade now. PM 6:59. Right on time. Chuinchio fiddled with her phone. It's not that I'm nosy, but when someone is constantly fiddling with their phone beside you, it's hard not to sneak a glance. Well, this young lady is quite engaged. She has studying problems. Indeed, the children of educators are more diligent. Chuinchio, Sister Ting said they have arrived and just sat down. Hello, do you have a reservation? Chuinchio, Junzilin. Very well, this way please. Upon entering, Chuinchio quietly greeted Lu Yiting. I noticed that this young lady had changed into a new outfit, presumably purchased just today, and even her phone was new. It seems Lu Haitao is planning for the long haul. Just how long that line is, I'm not certain. I recall the longest being only half a year. Mr. Shun, please take a seat. There were 6 of us. Zhang Xingxing stood up to introduce the girl beside him. Yuan, our junior. This added layer of connection made tonight's dinner less awkward. All right, let us order. First, courtesy before conflict. Let us drink before we chat. Naturally, the liquor was brought by Zhang Xingxing, an entire case of 53-degree sauce-flavored liquor. What kind of occasion is this? Drinking such strong liquor. I instantly felt that tonight's meal may not be enjoyable. Zhang Xingxing. With 6 of us tonight, let us not overindulge. How about 1 bottle per person? Lu Haitao seemed a bit stiff. He was good at flirting, but not at drinking. The liquor is good. But brother, is this a banquet of deception? You need to clarify. If we get drunk, we might turn into beasts. The 3 girls nearby stifled their laughter. Zhang Xingxing. Tao Ji, with our relationship over the years. How do you think I, Xingxing, am doing? Lu Haitao. No complaints. If there were any shortcomings, I wouldn't have brought Boss Shen here tonight. While we are all friends, this meal reflects the character you have built over the years. Lu Haitao was quite straightforward. It was indeed due to their long-standing friendship that he hoped the other wouldn't overstep. Zhang Xingxing. I am grateful to Tao Ji for this opportunity. The tofu feast consists of various dishes made from soy products. Braised tofu, clear soup chrysanthemum tofu, beef tofu with kansai ginseng, matsutake tofu balls with carp, steamed tofu with bear paw, crab roe tofu pot, silky tofu soup, bacon tofu, dry-fried tofu shreds, and tofu stewed with chicken. The flavors were indeed delightful. According to the rules of the Three Kingdoms, we first toast 3 cups. I must say, when it comes to white liquor, if a woman has a talent for it, a man really doesn't stand a chance. That junior Yuan could easily down 1.5 pounds, taking 2 gulps per cup. After half a pound of liquor, the conversation had only just begun. Zhang Xingxing recounted stories from his and Lu Haitao's school days, sneaking out to drink, staying out all night playing games, and even going clubbing. Recalling the joys of being 16 at 30 years old was indeed delightful. As the liquor circulated again, Lu Haitao began to reminisce about his school days with me. Our student life was smooth sailing, filled with enjoyment, aside from less than ideal grades. As the liquor circulated again, it was almost gone. I shared my experiences after graduation, mentioning my ventures in Hangzhou and Shanghai before returning home. 10 years of entrepreneurship summed up in 5 sentences, taking less than a minute, without a hint of my complete failures. When out in the world, one's identity is what one creates for oneself. During dinner, I observed that Zhang Xingxing was continuously serving dishes to Zhang Yuan. This girl is not merely a supporting character, she is the protagonist. I still recall a remark made by Lu Haitao. Zhang Xingxing has a wife who remains in the countryside. As the wine was finished and the dishes nearly depleted, Zhang Xingxing suggested, "Shall we wash our feet to sober up?" Lu Haitao replied, "I have no objection. What about Boss Shin?" It felt somewhat inappropriate not to discuss business after consuming food and drink. I agreed, and Yuan added, "There's a foot massage parlor nearby. I've already reserved a room." I thought to myself, this truly feels like a banquet at Hongmen. Out of respect and social obligation, let us see how this unfolds. Lu Haitao remarked, "My car is still here." Yuan responded, "Yes, we have a driver, let us go together." At the entrance of the restaurant, a GL8 was parked with 3 drivers standing beside it. I couldn't help but wonder what kind of business warranted such a display. Lu Haitao's Passat and my X3 were parked nearby as we arrived at the foot massage parlor. The Lu sisters departed after finishing their drinks, as the ensuing atmosphere was unsuitable for them. We entered a private room for 2 pairs, creating a comfortable setting. Lu Haitao sighed in contentment as the therapist skillfully worked on our pressure points. Zhang Xingxing retrieved some documents, providing a copy for Lu Haitao and myself while he kept one for himself, leaving Yuan simply to enjoy her massage. The documents pertain to a bidding process for equipment procurement for the health inspection department. 600 mobile phones, including model specifications, unit prices, and detailed parameters. It was merely 3 pages, and I scanned through it quickly. I remained silent, and seeing my lack of response, Lu Haitao also chose not to speak. Zhang Xingxing stated, "This is a public tender from the city, totaling 6.9 million. Lu Haitao inquired, "What is the profit margin?" Zhang Xingxing replied, 15 per unit. Lu Haitao asked, "Is that pure profit?" Calculating quickly, I interjected that the total was just over 4 million, and with his capabilities, it shouldn't be too challenging to gather the funds. Zhang Xingxing explained the issue of payment terms. While 4 million isn't difficult, there's a 3-year payment period to consider. The first year requires 50, the second 30, and the third 20. I mentally assessed the costs involved. Although it was installment payment, the cost of the capital cycle would indeed be calculated over 3 years. The total of 14 million with a profit of 621,000 translates to a cost of 35.19 million. If financed over 3 years at an annualized cost of 25, the total cost would exceed the 1-year billing cycle, leading to losses. Such a bid should only be handled with idle funds, yielding returns that surpass bank interest, provided the risks are manageable. For instance, with my savings at an annualized rate of 10, the compounded interest over 3 years on a cost of 35.19 million would result in a total of approximately 46.865 million, still resulting in a loss. 4 million represents a significant threshold. The difficulty of business lies in this very point. When you lack 4 million, earning 600,000 seems commendable. However, once you possess 4 million, making 600,000 becomes a loss. Furrowing my brow, I noticed Lu Haitao was equally silent. I finally stated, to me, engaging in this business would lead to losses. Both Zhang Xingxing and Lu Haitao exclaimed in unison, "How could it possibly be a loss?" I chose not to elaborate. As the foot wash concluded, we each returned to our respective homes. This gathering, from the moment I mentioned the potential losses of the bid, had lost its fervor. With nowhere else to go, I found myself returning to my place, as I couldn't possibly stay in a hotel every night. The convenience of modern password locks is remarkable. I simply entered the code, and pushed the door open. Chuanxiu was startled, having consumed quite a bit of liquor herself. "Who's there?" "It's me, your boss. Go ahead and sleep. I'm going to take a shower." "Okay." She appeared quite tipsy. After a quick 5-minute shower, I slipped into bed beside Chuanxiu's warm body, unable to resist playfully pinching her cheek. Surprisingly soft, it felt quite pleasant. Just then, a WeChat message from Lu Haitao popped up. "Are you asleep?" I replied with a question mark. "Can you explain today's bid to me?" I asked, "Are you interested?" Lu Haitao responded, "Yes." "Where are you?" "I'll pick you up. Let's south grab some street food." I sent him my location, Dingxin apartment A block. Lu Haitao replied with a surprised emoji, followed by, "I'm in 1121. Come over, will you? I'll order takeout and grab some beer to sober up." Remarkably, he was just diagonally across the street. This guy is truly playing the long game. I gently patted Chuanxiu's back, asking, "Are you hungry? Shall we go for some late-night snacks?" Chuanxiu, her eyes barely open from drowsiness, perked up at the mention of the nearby eatery. "Are we going to Tingjia's?" "Yes." Chuanxiu donned a particularly adorable set of pajamas, looking sweet and demure, prompting me to ruffle her hair affectionately. "No rush. The takeout will take a while." I casually inquired. "When does your school start?" Chuanxiu replied, "In a week." I offered, "Tomorrow I'll give you 10,000 yuan for your tuition and some study materials." She softly responded, "Okay." When does a woman feel most intimate? Perhaps when she wears loose pajamas and converses freely in your presence. 10 minutes later, Chuanxiu asked, "Boss, why are you hesitant to take our relationship further?" I replied, "Between men and women, emotional bonds need not rely solely on physical intimacy. Sometimes, spiritual connection is far more significant, just as we have now, a platonic relationship." Hee. I continued, "I'm not with you for fleeting closeness. This is about a spiritual bond." Chuanxiu replied, "Well, I feel like I can't live without you, boss." This little girl was easily swayed by just a few words. Another WeChat notification arrived from Lu Haitao. "The takeout has arrived." I took Chuanxiu's hand and said, "Let us go." Upon opening the door, I unexpectedly encountered Lu Yiting changing into her nightgown. A brief yet striking glimpse revealed her incredibly fair skin. The lace nightgown accentuated Lu Yiting's figure, lending her an air of maturity and charm, a stark contrast to Chuanxiu, as she was 2 years older and radiated a different aura. "Tingjia, Chuanxiu, come sit over here." I noticed they had somehow arranged a small table right on the bed. Lu Haitao ordered duck skewers, barbecued delicacies, and brought 2 cases of beer. Truth be told, married life is enviable. Despite Lu Haitao's wife holding the financial reins, his personal freedom is something to be admired. With a family business and his wife in stable employment, they need not worry about small finances. As long as he avoids major mistakes, she tends to give him freedom. I can only express my envy. 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 I'm truly envious. Lu Haitao offered me a skewer of grilled meat. "Here, try this duck. It's the spicy version." Incredibly satisfying. After a few bites to satiate my hunger, Lu Haitao finally broached the main topic. "Canny, how is this business looking? Be honest with me." I responded. "The information provided by the other party is too scant to make an assessment." Lu Haitao frowned. "Is that so little? The bidding documents are right in front of us, with costs, profits, and payment cycles clearly outlined. If it can indeed yield over 600,000 with a 3-year cycle and annual returns, I think it's feasible." Lu Haitao's family operates in wholesale, following a straightforward process of placing orders, making payments, and shipping goods, with possibly an added step for credit and collections. However, he has never dealt with government contracts, lacking an understanding of the intricacies involved. I explained, "Government contracts are challenging if you want to engage. You must have connections to back you up." Lu Haitao asked, "Connections? Don't Zhang Xingxing and Yuan count?" I shook my head, saying, "When dealing with the government, one must have someone who can ensure the transaction's completion. This individual could be from within the system or a reliable intermediary, but they must be capable of managing the situation and bearing the responsibility." Zhang Xingxing and his companion were not yet qualified. They were, like us, novices in this arena. Lu Haitao furrowed his brow even tighter. "So, are you suggesting that Zhang Xingxing is trying to entice us into something that lacks substance?" I replied, "He may have already secured the crucial elements. He just hasn't disclosed everything to us. For instance, the intermediary guaranteeing the bid, the expenses involved, the assurance of repayment, and the potential unforeseen risks are all core issues we must clarify." Lu Haitao, quick-witted in business, pursued the line of questioning. What if he has already resolved these matters? Listening to him, I realized he was likely intrigued and contemplating involvement. Once a person begins to use if to downplay risks, they are essentially already ensnared. The objective reality is that the other party has only presented a bid document without providing any other critical information. And there lies the greatest risk, a 3-year repayment cycle. What if we cannot recover the funds by then? This is the crucial point he must address to persuade us. Lu Haitao murmured, hearing you say this. It feels as though Zhang Xingxing is setting a trap for us. Observing his bewilderment, I patiently elaborated, Zhang Xingxing, like us, may not possess deep knowledge of the situation. It's highly likely that Yuan Yuan is orchestrating this project. She is at least involved, and there are probably others guiding her. Zhang Xingxing is either trying to profit from Yuan Yuan or she intends to share the spoils with him. Recalling how Zhang Xingxing persistently served food to Yuan Yuan during dinner, I added, perhaps, in the end, Zhang Xingxing may find himself deceived by Yuan Yuan. Lu Haitao inquired, are you suggesting that this endeavor is a scam? I responded, whether it is a scam depends on whether they reach out to us tomorrow. Lu Haitao questioned, you mentioned today that this business isn't profitable. Why would they still want to contact us? I took a bite of a spicy duck wing, grimacing at the heat. The information provided today indicates no profit. They might supplement it with new data tomorrow that shows a profitable outcome. Lu Haitao looked perplexed. I continued to guide him. Consider this. There are numerous lucrative projects out there. Why would they choose us? Just because I bought an 18,000 yuan phone? Typically, people seek out projects. Only in unusual circumstances do projects seek out people. Lu Haitao still hadn't grasped the situation. What if they do contact us tomorrow? This fellow was truly caught up in the what-ifs, still entangled in uncertainty. Truth be told, I sincerely hoped they would not reach out again. If they do contact me, they must be transparent about this project. Yuan Yuan must be the primary source. If that cannot be ensured, then this matter is fraught with uncertainty, and we should refrain from getting involved. Chapter 20. Mobile Phone Procurement 3, Hulane Soup, Fried Dough Sticks, and Tea Eggs. Unchanging trifecta. We were a quartet. Lu Yiting had latched onto Haitao, lacking neither food nor attire, and they were perpetually in each other's company. After breakfast, Lu Haitao asked, where are you headed next? Ruffling Chuanxiu's hair, she sat beside me, her petite frame evident. I need to buy her an electric bike, and I'll pick up some change of clothes. Lu Haitao questioned, what if they call again? I replied, we'll cross that bridge when we come to it. Ideally, they want to call again. Just as I finished speaking, the phone rang. It was Li Tai, General Li. Upon answering, he asked, Boss Shen, what are you up to? I replied, just a leisurely existence. Taking it easy. Li Tai continued, I have an investor here interested in opening a branch. They require someone to manage the original shares. Are you interested? I responded, I can't handle that right now. Returning home from Shanghai has taken away my motivation. I need to rest. Li Tai countered, that is not like you, Boss Shen. Opportunities like this are rare. Once missed, they're gone. I admitted, reality has defeated me. I need to recuperate. All right, if you find yourself free in a few days, let us go out for drinks, he said. Sure, I replied. After hanging up, I turned to Lu Haitao. Are you passing on Li Tai's business? Lu Haitao smiled. I can invest, but managing is beyond me. Let us go buy that electric bike. As we traveled, we passed by the Industrial and Commercial Bank, where I withdrew 10,000 yuan in cash. I handed the money to Lu Chuanxiu, instructing her, take this, pay your tuition, and buy a few personal items. Spend freely, but keep a record. Develop good habits. Lu Chuanxiu acknowledged, got it, boss. A kiss for you. We then proceeded to the electric bike store. I asked, which one do you want? Chuanxiu pointed. This one. The shopkeeper chimed in, 67.99, and we'll throw in a helmet and raincoat. I replied, scan the code. Chuanxiu often asked me why I treated her so well. Sometimes, I pondered that myself. Why was I so generous to Lu Chuanxiu? Perhaps the moment wasn't right before. I lacked capability then, but now that I am capable, I wish to experience a different horizon. Chuanxiu rode off on her new bike. I received a call from Haitao. Tian Yi had indeed called, requesting a meeting to discuss matters further, as he had forgotten some documents last time. I replied, all right. Lu Haitao added. They arranged a meeting at a tea house, and want to know when we're available. I said, let us meet at 1 p.m. after lunch. I need a break after several consecutive days of meetings. Haitao concurred. Me too. My stomach is burning from the hula soup this morning. With 3 hours remaining until our meeting, I decided to explore the city and find an office. Having not been back home in a while, I intended to reconnect with old friends and places for tea and mahjong. I had a light lunch, and soon it was time to meet. The tea house was open to the public, but offered private spaces as well. It was a pleasant venue. As I entered through the sliding door, I saw Lu Haitao had already arrived, but Lu Yiting was absent. I teased Haitao, where's your spirited young lady? Lu Haitao replied, even a cow needs to rest for a couple of days. Age is catching up with her, and her back is sore. I suggested, Go visit Li Tai for some medicine. Hai Tao's eyes lit up. You're right. I should swing by his place later. Getting down to business. I noticed the documents were already spread out on the table. Hai Tao had perused them before my arrival. I glanced through them as well, finding them similar to what I had discussed with Hai Tao last night. Setting the documents aside, I inquired, would it be possible for our junior, Yuan, to introduce herself? Yuan stood up, extending her hand for a handshake. I apologize, General Shen, for the poor impression I made during our first meeting yesterday. I reassured her. We're all on the same team. There's no need to be formal. Yuan continued. My surname is Chun. My full name is Chun Yuan. And I currently serve as the district manager for HW in this city. I asked, an M1 level manager? Yuan nodded. That is quite a significant position. The base salary is around 1 million, with 2 million not uncommon. I remarked, are you capable of securing this 400,000 yuan bid on your own? Or do you require assistance? Yuan appeared somewhat helpless. This is my first year as an M1 manager. I remained silent. Her reasoning did little to alleviate my skepticism. An M1 manager should have access to dealers with capital of 10 to 18 million. Who wouldn't he be able to produce that? Yuan explained. This bid was coordinated between myself and the Municipal Inspection Department. It's my way of making a strong debut and achieving results. I primarily want Brother Xing to take part. So, Zhang Xingxing had indeed latched onto Chun Yuan. Lu Haitao and I simultaneously turned our gaze to Zhang Xingxing, who still had a wife back in his hometown. Zhang Xingxing, appearing slightly embarrassed, clarified, I've been divorced for many years. During the pandemic, Yuan and I happened to live in the same neighborhood, and feelings developed. Oh, Yuan added, the profits from this venture can primarily go to you. It's mainly to provide Brother Xing's company with a track record, facilitating their upgrade to our agency and future government bidding. But that was insufficient. I interjected, however. That is not enough. Yuan replied, General Shen, please feel free to voice any concerns you may have. Who will guarantee the project's funding? You? Chun Yuan nodded. I can sign a repayment guarantee. Secondly, as I've mentioned before, the profit is insufficient. A project worth 4 million should not yield only 600,000 in profit. It is quite abnormal. Chun Yuan, feeling helpless, first pushed the door open and glanced around. Then took out her phone to open an email from her company's internal mailbox. It was a price adjustment notice. After the National Day holiday, prices would drop by 15. And the submission date for that bid was right after the holiday. This meant a total of 4,140,000, with a profit margin of 30%, amounting to 1,242,000. Are there any other hidden expenses? Chun Yuan, after all deductions, we'll have a clean 100. Can we meet in person? Chun Yuan appeared somewhat embarrassed. She was the one spearheading this matter, yet she was not the decision maker. Her words did not carry weight. If he is willing to meet, then what is the harm in securing 80? Chun Yuan looked up at me, her expression complex, not expecting me to make such a concession. She had assumed I was greedy, relentlessly pursuing maximum benefits, but it turned out I was the one seeking stability. Zhang Xingxing was preoccupied with the issue of insufficient funds. Lu Haitao had unwittingly become embroiled in this situation. Only I had brought her into this, and I had managed to reel in a significant catch behind her. Chun Yuan, if Xinggu had even half the capability of Boss Shun, I would be content. You flatter me. Chun Yuan, I will communicate the details honestly. As for the outcome, that is beyond my control. I gazed intently into Chun Yuan's eyes. I believe that General Chun will convey the message effectively, and it will certainly succeed, won't it? Chun Yuan's gaze flickered, betraying her helplessness. I saw too clearly. The relationship between Chun Yuan and that individual was undoubtedly more than a mere monetary exchange. Yet this was not something to be disclosed. Chapter 21. Mobile phone procurement. 3 days passed without any news from the other side. I was not anxious, for I had once again fallen into the throes of love. WeChat chat. Lingling, it's finally over. Exhausted, I replied instantly. You've worked hard, enduring for so long. Lingling, what are you doing? Your replies are so prompt. Video. Flirty, Lingling, without responding, directly initiated a video call. The background revealed a dorm room, suggesting she had returned immediately after the meeting. I just got back to the dorm. Lingling. Yes, look, my things are still not unpacked. Didn't you return to the dorm after the last time you went out? Lingling sighed. Well, the mentor insisted on confidentiality. Who knew that once I left, I wouldn't return? I only attended the meeting for 3 days. The rest of the time was spent in negotiations. Since it's confidential, let us not discuss the meeting further. I miss you, Lingling. I was direct. It's only been 7 days since we parted, yet it feels like an eternity. Even though we have only known each other for 3 days. Lingling, I feel the same way. She blushed slightly, having never been in a relationship. She found such straightforward expressions overwhelming. Lingling, it's only been 10 days total, yet it feels like we've known each other for ages. Life without you is like an endless year. Calculating it, it has indeed been 10 years. Lingling, oh, that is so sweet. Hey, I need to report a situation to you. I initially wanted to send you a WeChat message, but I didn't want to disturb your meeting. Lingling, what is going on? I recounted the entire government tender procurement for mobile phones to Lingling. In my hometown, discussing marriage proposals is customary. Regardless of financial matters or work-related issues, everything must be reported. Lingling, whatever you do, I will support you, as long as you keep me informed. You are my wife. I must share everything with you. Lingling, how much do you need? In her mind, my principal was still 2 million. Unaware that I had purchased a car. The eternal 80-20 rule. I'll use 400,000. Lingling, that sounds reasonable. You mentioned the bid is over 400, and the costs are nearly 300. What about the remaining funds? We'll share the risks. Zhang Xingxing and Hai Tao will chip in. And later I'll invite a few friends to pool resources. Lingling, Tianyi, have you considered what happens if the money doesn't come back? Chun Yuan from HW signed the repayment guarantee, and I need to meet the person behind her. Lingling, just meeting isn't enough. You must leave evidence to prevent them from cutting ties. My eyes lit up. Lingling was absolutely right. Lingling, you're brilliant. That's a revelation. Lingling, I read it in a book. In business wars, even projects worth $3,000 were secretly recorded. Although it seemed absurd, it was indeed through those recordings that the money was recovered. Indeed, one must exert full effort even against the most modest of opponents. At that moment, I heard a knocking sound from the video. Lingling, my classmate has arrived, someone who attended the meeting with me, just back. As she spoke, Lingling went to open the door. Sure enough, a strikingly beautiful woman entered the frame, exuding an air of confidence. Why do I say she was confident? With a short, stylish haircut, she appeared to have military experience. Hello, I realized it was a handsome guy. No wonder Lingling hesitated to open the door. Lingling, this is my husband. Tianyi, my classmate, Zhongqing. Husband? Lu Dongling. Did you get married during the month you returned home for summer vacation? How did this husband suddenly appear? Zhongqing's astonishment was evident on her face. Quick, tell me how you coerced Dongling into this. From the other side of the video, miss. I'm the one who was coerced. It's only been 7 days since I returned home. Zhongqing laughed from the video. Your husband is quite amusing. Lingling, I can't chat with you now. We're going out for dinner. In the afternoon, we'll go shopping to relax. Alright. Take some time to rest when you return this evening. Zhongqing, men are all talk. They only know how to sweet talk. You need to put in some real effort. The lady makes a valid point. Lingling immediately defended me. Oh, don't criticize him. He has been busy lately. I have to hang up now. The video call ended. Zhongqing's words rang true. Men often make empty promises. Chatting sweetly over WeChat means nothing. Action speaks louder. I resolved to visit Beijing at least once a month. Just as the WeChat video ended, I received a voice call from Chun Yuan. I quickly terminated the call and returned it. The phone call has an automatic recording function, whereas WeChat does not. Chun Yuan, Boss Shun, they have agreed on their end. We can meet tonight. Let us set the time for 7 in the evening. I'll choose a place. Chun Yuan, make it discreet. No problem. The venue must be carefully selected. It should be upscale and well prepared in advance. The other party is from the local elite. So a place that is too well known might be risky, as they could very well know the owner of the venue. It appears essential to establish a private space of my own. Ultimately, I selected a newly opened restaurant specializing in Chaozhou seafood. It had to exude luxury. In dining with such individuals, you might say there are rules, yet there aren't really any strict ones. Conversely, it's necessary to maintain some decorum. Bottles of liquor are not allowed in the private room. Phones must be placed on the table, and silence is imperative. To be honest, I have experienced such occasions several times and often found the other party to be excessively pretentious. Moreover, those previous projects had not succeeded, resulting in losses rather than profits. However, upon reflection, from a different perspective, such practices are not without merit. One must navigate carefully to avoid pitfalls. You might attend 10 extravagant banquets without issue. But if you are caught just once, you have no choice but to accept your misfortune. At 7 in the evening, the time arrived. In Shanghai and Hangzhou, a deputy division chief might have the opportunity to shake hands. However, in my hometown, in a 3rd or 4th tier city, they are akin to local dignitaries. Once the waiter closed the door, Chun Yuan began the introductions. Chun Yuan, This is Director Wu from our city's procuratorate. This is General Shun. Wu Lei. Easily found on Baidu, match the photo to the person. Director Wu, General Shun, you are quite young and accomplished. It still relies on the support of leaders, otherwise. How would there be meals to eat? Please, Director, you go ahead and order. Director Wu casually marked a dish on the menu and handed it to me. King crab. Prepared in 3 exquisite styles. Grouper. Abalone. Sea cucumber porridge. I made a few selections as well, then passed the menu to Chen Yuanyuan. Instead of ordering, she took the menu out to the waiter. Lu Haitao was absent. Zhang Xingxing was also not present. Only the 3 of us remained. The atmosphere felt somewhat awkward. Yet the necessary proceedings could not be overlooked. I said, Director Wu, I've asked the waiter to open a bottle of local grain liquor for us to enjoy today. Director Wu replied, let's skip the alcohol. We have regulations. Yuan, please fetch it for Wu to see. It's only 50 yuan per jean. Rest assured, it's within limits. Shortly, a wine decanter typically used for red wine was brought out, filled with the strong aroma of baijiu. Wu said, then let us drink sparingly. We have important matters to attend to. This time, the drinking felt much more refined, sipping from a small cup, which added an air of elegance to the occasion. Chapter 22, Mobile Phone Procurement. The dinner commenced, and 20 minutes later, the grouper was served. All dishes had arrived. I turned the table to face the fish head towards Director Wu, saying, Leader, please take the first cut. Director Wu responded, Mr. Shun, you're being too modest. At my age, I can hardly eat meat. I replied, as a leader, your guidance is essential for us to follow your lead. Director Wu no longer declined and picked up the serving chopsticks to take a piece of shark fin. I added, a train runs swiftly thanks to the locomotive. The fish head is rich in collagen and is beneficial for beauty. I served him another piece of fish head. Chen Yuanyuan interjected diplomatically, Mr. Shun. Feel free to take what you like. Don't be shy. I said, I prefer to dip the fish in sauce. It enhances the flavor. Wu remarked, Mr. Shun. How can you fill up on fish by just dipping it? Yuan, please serve Mr. Shun some fish belly. I explained, I don't aim for a full meal with fish. I prefer to eat a little each time. That way I can enjoy fish at every meal. Director Wu responded, you are quite an interesting person, Mr. Shun. I hope we have the opportunity to enjoy fish together again. I replied, as long as the beautiful Yuan gives a call, I am always at your service. Haha, splendid. Such gatherings are best when the conversation flows freely without the pressure of drinking. During the meal, Chen Yuanyuan proactively served dishes to Director Wu, her actions indicating familiarity. An hour later, Director Wu clearly articulated the intricacies of government bidding, winning the bid, fulfilling obligations, submitting for settlement, internal audit, financial review, and payment settlement. The process was indeed convoluted, and it was my first time gaining insight into government procurement. Director Wu stated, from bid acceptance to financial review, I will handle it. This mobile phone procurement tender is a unified effort from all inspection agencies in our city. Although the audit is conducted by the government, the funds are ultimately paid independently by our inspection department, so there are no issues. I raised my glass. Then I must express my gratitude to Director Wu for this opportunity. Chen Yuanyuan also lifted her glass. Cheers. The meal concluded. Chen Yuanyuan said, Director Wu, today's alcohol was just right. Let's go relax a bit. She then turned to me, Mr. Shun, you should join us. I replied, oh dear, I can't handle it. Pure grain liquor is potent, and I need to rest. Chen Yuanyuan agreed. All right, we shall conclude here for today. I watched as she assisted Director Wu into the car before departing. I then called Haitao. Where are you? He answered, at home, having dinner. I said, I've wrapped up here. Haitao asked, how did it go? His tone conveyed excitement. I replied, let us discuss it tomorrow. Haitao insisted, what are you waiting for? I'll pick you up soon. I teased, you just got home. Shouldn't you spend some time with your wife? I overheard him saying wife. I'm heading out for the night. What for? Tian E is looking for me. We're working on a project to earn some extra cash. Drink less. The call ended. And I couldn't help but envy Haitao. His wife truly understood him. Within half an hour, a Passat pulled up in front of me. Get in, Boss Shun. As I settled into the car, Haitao eagerly asked, how did it go? I replied, there were basically no issues. Regarding the mobile recording, as long as I know, it's as if it never happened. Haitao said, let us go for a foot bath. We arrived at Zhongying Foot Bath. Upon entering, Haitao was greeted warmly, Mr. Liu. How many today? 2. Rooms 66 and 73. All right, I'll arrange that right away. I remarked, Mr. Liu, during my absence, you've broadened your horizons. Liu Haitao replied, just playing around. As long as you're with me, Boss Shun, visiting here daily would be no trouble at all. The bond between Haitao and me is both complex and simple. We've dined together, argued, lent money, and stood together in tough times. As the saying goes, men who have faced adversity together are truly open-hearted. I must admit, rooms 66 and 73 are quite appealing. Mr. Liu, it's been a while since I last saw you. Haitao said, this is my boss. Treat us well today, and we'll each swipe for 3 hours. Room 73 cheerfully responded, thank you, boss. No phones during work hours. Lock the door upon entry. Suddenly, I perked up. When did we have this kind of service? Haitao boasted, what do you think? I found a great place. As we soaked our feet and conversed, Haitao asked, have they shown any sincerity on their end? I replied, yes. Now it's just a matter of executing the plan. Haitao urged, then what are we waiting for? Let us get started. I said, 300,000. How much can you contribute? I'm offering a 30 return, seeking stability, though the profits are lower than anticipated. Liu Haitao queried, how much can we earn? I explained, originally 50, now down to 27, but with installment payments, we can mitigate the interest losses. Liu Haitao remarked, 27 is quite substantial, especially since it requires no management. Just invest and enjoy the dividends. I cautioned, your perspective may lead you into traps. Be wary. Liu Haitao chuckled, don't worry. I exclusively conduct business with acquaintances. I countered, familiar business can be tricky. Knowing someone too well could lead to pitfalls. I proposed, we'll start operations tomorrow. In the meantime, see if any trustworthy friends want to invest. Unreliable ones should remain silent. This matter must not leak. Haitao inquired, Tiani, how much are you planning to invest? I replied, 40, to leave some room for Zhang Xingxing. If necessary, he should take the larger share. Haitao exclaimed, wow, Tiani, you've really hit it big in Shanghai. You're loaded. Having seen my purchase of an X3, he assumed I had struck gold. I didn't bother to clarify, saying, it's all my savings, plus some from friends. I believe in collective gains. Haitao responded, all right, I'll ask my wife for the funds tomorrow. I added, by the way, there's no need to consult the eldest and second. They wouldn't be interested. Haitao agreed, right? Those with over 10 million in savings typically overlooked such speculative ventures. I, however, was different. I needed the connection with Director Wu, as making money openly was my goal. Having come from humble beginnings, the safety of wealth is far more secure with a solid backing. I laid out my comprehensive plan to Haitao. First, we cannot directly accept funds from friends. We must establish a new company where everyone's investments are proportionate. Second, our newly formed company will either invest in or create a new bidding company, maintaining different rights for shares. Third, 2 prerequisites. Chen Yuanyuan must sign a repayment guarantee, and Zhang Xingxing's investment should not be less than 30, with repayments prioritized to cover our principal. Once the framework is signed, we can consult a lawyer to draft a contract. With the preliminary discussions concluded, the main event was about to begin. Room 66 drew back the curtain separating our beds. Suddenly, Haitao blurted, Boss Shun, this curtain doesn't have to be drawn. I retorted, get lost. Comfortably reclining, I signaled to room 73 that undressing wasn't necessary. Just 95 octane would suffice. Any objections? Chapter 23. The start of school. The atmosphere was somewhat tranquil. Chen Yuanyuan gazed at the framework agreement I had drafted. A look of disbelief on her face. Chen Yuanyuan, Mr. Shun, I always thought that only the nefarious capitalists would consume without yielding bones. Today, it seems I've encountered a new perspective. I replied, the beginning of all endeavors is fraught with difficulty. From our first meeting to the signing of the contract, it has only been a week. Under normal circumstances, it appears rather rushed. However, we hold immense trust in you and Zhang Xingxing, which is why we have decided to collaborate without hesitation. Upon hearing my words about our unwavering cooperation, Chen Yuanyuan clutched the document in her hands, trembling slightly. Suddenly, however, she broke into a smile. Chen Yuanyuan, I am deeply grateful, Mr. Shun, for the financial support you are providing for this project. I will coordinate with Xing brother to prepare the necessary documents and funds, and we will commence operations within a week at the latest. I inquired, I wonder how much capital Xingxing intends to contribute. We can manage 70 without any strain. Chen Yuanyuan grimaced slightly. We will contribute 50. She had no choice. The stipulations were too stringent, necessitating a larger share of the investment and profits to recoup losses. I reassured her, in truth, there is no need for you to be overly distressed, General Chen. We are friends, unlike those distributors under your purview. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds fondness. If Zhang Xingxing wishes to expand his horizons, our newly established company presents an exceptional opportunity. Chen Yuanyuan looked at me incredulously. Mr. Shun, you are indeed a cunning fox. That day, I was rather presumptuous. If Xing brother had even a fraction of your acumen, I would wake up laughing from my dreams. I merely smirked. At a roadside stall, I ordered 2 bottles of drinks, 2 bowls of stewed noodles, a cold dish, and 2 chicken feet. Lu Haitao asked, Tianny, so this matter is settled? I replied, not quite yet. You should now prepare the funds. Lu Haitao responded, yes, I can manage that. As long as I say I am investing with you, my wife will certainly agree. I sighed. Perhaps this was the goodwill I had amassed with Haitao previously, ensuring timely repayments. Although there was no interest, I had treated them to dinner and often invited Haitao for foot massages. I stated, the total amounts to 98 million. Zhang Xingxing will contribute 45 million. We will put in 800,000, leaving a shortfall of 650,000. Can you gather enough? Lu Haitao scratched his head. I have quite a few friends, but only a few have money. A couple of tens of thousands should be feasible. I countered, that won't work. If it's only 10 or 20,000, we would need over 20 people for that 650,000, which would border on illegal fundraising. We need substantial amounts, at least 150,000 per person. Lu Haitao replied, I have a few backup candidates in mind. I will ask around. I agreed, all right. Let me know if you can't gather enough. I will make arrangements in advance. Once we had concluded the serious discussion, Haitao embarked on his enthusiastic tangent. Zhang Xingxing, though not widely recognized, had managed to hitch a ride on Chen Yuanyuan's coattails, which was quite impressive. I remarked, in truth, I admire Chen Yuanyuan more. Despite her youth, she possesses remarkable capabilities and talents. It is unfortunate that Zhang Xingxing is not more competent. Otherwise, the two of them would surely soar to great heights. Lu Haitao inquired, how so? I elaborated. As a level M district manager, perhaps she truly has feelings for Zhang Xingxing. She is willing to dive into the depths to pull him to the surface. Her major distributors would readily mobilize millions of funds with just a word from her. Imagine, with just a word, I have had to pressure Zhang Xingxing multiple times. Lu Haitao quoted a classic movie line. That's what we call the tangled love of him. With new leadership comes fresh beginnings. With Director Wu overseeing the permits and Zhang Xingxing handling the contracts, it seemed they were abandoning the middle-tier distributors. I sincerely hoped I had deciphered Chen Yuanyuan's plan correctly, and that this newly established company could ride the winds of fortune. Before the meal, we took a photo. I sent it to my beloved wife, Dongling. Ling Ling replied, drink less carbonated beverages. I see your beer belly is starting to show. Angry emoji. This woman's focus is always so different. I responded, understood. Salute emoji. The two of us finished our stewed noodles, consumed all the dishes, and polished off the drinks. What is the standard in the north? After lunch, I suggested, let's find an office. We can't keep discussing matters over meals and drinks. A tea table and mahjong table would be ideal. Not many of us are working, so we can enjoy a game of mahjong. Haitao's eyes lit up. Indeed, washing feet every day is rather dull. Playing mahjong sounds delightful. I added, this new office will be the address for our newly established company. Let's try to find a location with few words and avoid any troublemakers. Haitao assured me, don't worry. My relatives are all business-minded and financially stable. They spend their days online, and coaxing them into a game is easy. They run off to the wholesale market in no time. I encouraged him. All right, get to it. Haitao asked, where are you headed? I replied, today marks the start of school. I'm going to check on my little cat. Haitao replied, don't mention it. This girl has ambitions. She wants to follow me to make money. Curious, I asked, what triggered that? Haitao explained, the other day, I took her along, and after some leisure time, she suddenly asked if I could find her a job. I chuckled, have you forgotten our motto? Haitao grinned, convincing worldly women to reform? Hee, I have plans. But I can't let her be too satisfied right away. I'll give her a couple of days to understand the difficulties of making a living. I gave him a thumbs up. You may not excel in business, but in romance, you have it down. At Dingshin apartment, I pushed open the door. The girl was busy tidying up, surrounded by books and other items. Since she wasn't living on campus, why was she packing so many clothes? Lu Chuanxiu took my hand and led me to the wardrobe, opening it to reveal several sets of men's clothing, including undergarments. I realized, you drink every day and stay in hotels. Since this place is also rented, why not just move in here? I can wash your clothes when I come back from school. Her reasoning was quite sound. One Chen Yuanyuan, one Lu Chuanxiu. How on earth had Lu Yiting also started to become so savvy? Today's young ladies are terribly unprofessional. I remarked, you can leave your clothes packed away. We can buy a cabinet when we have time. By the way, ISNT today registration day. Don't you need to go to school? Lu Chuanxiu replied, I just need to sign my name and pay the fees. My homeroom teacher knows my true academic performance and called me early. I've already been assigned to a class, and I'll receive a monthly meal subsidy of 200. When she mentioned the meal subsidy, Chunqiu looked at me as if seeking a prize, her little face nestled in my embrace. Encouraging education is vital. I certainly wouldn't dampen her enthusiasm. I kissed her forehead. Let us finish tidying up, and then I'll take you to school for registration. Okay, right away. An hour later, we stood before the school's teaching building. In truth, Lu Chunqiu isn't the kind of girl who stands out at first glance in a crowd. She is short, and her wheat-colored skin doesn't attract attention. But I don't mind because she excels academically. All right, registration is complete. Let us take a stroll around the school. Chunqiu took my hand and began to introduce everything about the school. I asked, do your parents also work at this school? Chunqiu replied, my homeroom teacher just said they have both been reassigned. Reassigned? I'm used. That makes sense. Facilitating their divorce and allowing them to publicly acknowledge their separate lives. I inquired, what about your household registration? Chunqiu explained, I have a property back in my hometown that my grandmother left me. My household registration has always been there. Perfect, I remarked. No need to go through the hassle of transferring your registration. Chunqiu nodded. I teased. Now, you belong to me. Let me hear you call me Daddy. Chunqiu's cheeks flushed as she lowered her head. Daddy. Goodness. Chapter 24. The Four Blossoms. Utilizing without value is akin to manipulation, no different from a jester. Talk is cheap. We set off for Beijing. It was now 3 p.m., and we boarded the high-speed train to Beijing, a journey of 3 to 4 hours. Just in time for dinner. I sent a WeChat message to my darling wife. Arriving at Beijing West at 7 p.m. sharp, Dongling responded. Dongling, really? Surprised emoji, I replied. More real than gold. Dongling, great. I'll come to pick you up. I asked, will this affect your studies? Dongling assured me. I have my doctoral registration tomorrow, so I have no commitments these couple of days. I've accurately calculated that I'm here to accompany you for your school registration. Dongling snorts. I'm secretly quite thrilled as well. Indeed. What women express verbally often contrasts with their true feelings. Though they claim to be busy, when it comes to reality, as long as two hearts are in sync, who can resist the longing for each other? Do you have good girlfriends? I can arrange a delightful dinner tonight. Is that convenient? To win over a girl, one must not only win her heart, but also charm her circle of friends. Dongling, just 2 or 3. I'll check if they're available. The 3-hour high-speed train ride was particularly torturous. Perhaps it was the brevity of my time with Dongling that left me flustered at the thought of meeting her. We arrived at Beijing West precisely at 6:40 p.m. It's only 10 kilometers from Beijing West to Renmin University, less than half an hour by car. As I exited the train station, I spotted Dongling, with her long hair tied in a ponytail and dressed in sports attire that accentuated her tall figure. She inherited her fair complexion from her aunt. Tianny, over here. I waved, signaling that I had seen her. Upon meeting, Dongling grabbed my hand, and I pulled her into an embrace. I missed you. Dongling whispered, I missed you too. We got into the car, where I sat in the passenger seat. Dongling, my 3 girlfriends, Zhongqing, Zhaoxing, and Wen Yining, have already headed to the restaurant. Let us go directly there. All right. On the way, Dongling began to disclose information about the 3 girls. Zhongqing, whom you've seen in the video, served in the military for 3 years before returning to pursue her PhD. No wonder she exudes such an aura of confidence. Zhaoxing is from Macau and came to the mainland for her studies. We were undergraduate classmates, and we pursued our masters and PhDs together, though we have different advisors. And Wen Yining? Dongling frowned. She is a local from Beijing and rarely mentions her family background. None of these 3 have simple family backgrounds. It's impressive that you could become close friends with them. Dongling chuckled. It wasn't that simple. We started as classmates. But after my advisor took me as a disciple, we slowly grew closer. This reassured me. I feared being used, but was more afraid of being undervalued. I was curious. Aren't they all students? How is there a notion of a disciple? Dongling. Some renowned academicians in the academic world are invited by universities to be PhD advisors, while others, after entering politics, need to expand their influence and select promising students from among their PhDs. Suddenly, I remembered and forgot to ask, what is your major? Dongling. I'm double majoring in economics and XXXXXXXX, and I plan to pursue a dual degree. As a university student myself, I once took the civil service exam, but didn't pass. I certainly understand what it means to graduate with a PhD in these 2 fields. People often say that without entering the system, one sees news like an ant gazing at a tree. Once inside, one realizes that they are but a mayfly dreaming of the vast sky. Dongling's successful connection with me in the realm of romance owes 99% of its success to her blank slate in that field. At the restaurant, Dongling navigated us to the location. This is quite extravagant. There's parking security at the entrance. Don't worry. Tonight, I'm letting them feast on me. How much can a meal cost? Upon entering the private room, 3 lovely ladies were already waiting, with no dishes ordered yet. Allow me to introduce my fiancée, Xintiani. Zhongqing, you've seen her in the video. Wen Yining, Zhao Xing. Oh, Dongling, don't be so hasty. You're not married yet. So let us call him your fiancé for now. Haha, right. No matter their background, girls gossip the same way. Greetings, beautiful ladies. Hello, handsome. Please, take a seat. Have you ordered yet? Not yet. We were waiting for you too. Let us order first. The Beijing Grand Hotel is truly exceptional. Glancing at the menu, the prices are acceptable, as long as it's not one of those extravagant meals costing 400,000. I flipped through the menu, refraining from ordering, and instead handed it to Zhongqing. Miss Zhong, you order first. I've never been here and don't know which dishes are good. Zhongqing smiled mischievously. Did you bring enough money? Don't worry. If anything, I'll just wash the dishes, and it won't delay your registration tomorrow. Discussing money in front of these affluent ladies is the least wise move. Being poor invites disdain, and being rich still doesn't measure up to anyone present. Talking about money is like flaunting a sword before Guangong. Zhao Xing. All right, then prepare to wash the dishes. The 5 of us ordered 6 dishes and a soup. Will this be enough? I've heard that dishes at the Beijing Grand Hotel are large, but served in small portions, making diners hesitant to admit they're not full. When eating, if it's not enough, we can order more. What with your eagerness to wash dishes? I've traveled a long distance to showcase myself. If I don't leave satisfied tonight, I fear my status as the husband of your friend may be compromised. Zhongqing. You're in trouble, especially since Dongling is such an outstanding girl. You dare to play the long-distance relationship card? Heed my advice and eat well. I'm quite good at taking advice. Last time, Miss Zhong advised me not to just talk the talk without walking the walk. And here I am in Beijing to prove myself. Today, you mentioned the risks of long-distance relationships. I'll be moving to Beijing by the end of this year. What do you think? Dongling quickly interjected. Oh, don't listen to them. They're just trying to fool you. Business in Beijing is not that easy. Zhao Xing. Ling Ling, don't rush to defend your fiancé. We're merely assessing his sincerity. My sincerity is abundant. Just then, Zhao Xing's eyes shifted, presenting a fatal question. Earlier, you called Zhongqing and Wen Yining Mississippi. Now I ask you, who do you think is the most beautiful among us 4? Who is the most beautiful? Naturally, it would be appropriate for Dongling to answer this question, but that would render my meal meaningless. I lifted my glass, cleared my throat. All 4 of you are like the 4 noble ones: plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum, each excelling in their own right. When eating, smooth talker. Among the vast waters, I only take a single scoop. From our first meeting to our discussion of marriage, my gaze fell upon Dongling. I previously thought the deep feelings expressed in poetry were exaggerated until today, when I realized that when one meets the right person, it truly transcends all ordinary moments. The 4 young ladies were momentarily taken aback by my unhurried confession. Come, let us toast with tea instead of wine. Henceforth, please take good care of Dongling for me. I promise to regularly visit Beijing to treat the 4 noble ladies to delightful meals. Cheers. Turning to look, I noticed Dongling's eyes were slightly red. This silly wife. I wonder if she was touched by my words or if she truly felt them. Zhao Xing. Shen the handsome, your performance today exceeded our expectations. When eating, truly. I was pursued by several young gentlemen and almost came to believe that all men are scoundrels, but you've restored my faith in love. I hurriedly waved my hands. I can't guarantee matters of love, but I can assure you that tonight, I'll make you believe in friendship. The 3 of them were puzzled by my statement. You'll find out when we return. We approached the front desk to settle the bill. 950 yuan. An average of 190 per person, not expensive. Tonight, these 3 young ladies showed mercy. Chapter 25. Becoming a couple. Renmin University, Graduate Dormitory. Don't ask why I'm still living here as a PhD student. It inherently belongs to the graduate education phase. At the entrance of Dongling's dormitory, 4 large boxes stood out conspicuously. When Yining peeked in. So late. Whose delivery is this? I smiled. You'll know when you open it. Oh, there's one for me. Zhao Xing has one too, and Zhongqing as well. A welcome gift, one for each of you, I declared. When Yining's eyes sparkled. Wow, such a big box. Shengu is too extravagant. It's only right. They're all the same, so take them back. I secretly delighted in the thought that once they opened the boxes, they might not call me Shengu anymore, for individuals resided in a single dormitory building. After bidding farewell, I followed Dongling into the room. As soon as the door closed behind us, I could not resist embracing her and planting a deep kiss on her lips. The dormitory was so quiet that we could hear each other's breaths and heartbeats. Suddenly, Dong Ling's WeChat notifications chimed in succession, forcing us to reluctantly part ways. She glanced at her phone, unable to suppress a laugh. Haha, Tiani, you are quite amusing. The screen displayed images sent by the other 3 girls featuring an electric foot bath with a massage function. You are all pampered rich girls who lack for nothing. I initially intended to buy just one for you, but since you are here, let each of you have one as a welcome gift. I shrugged. Thank you. Dong Ling's eyes sparkled with joy. As a couple, we need not be so polite. As the saying goes, since you are already here, you cannot possibly send me away. Thus, it was only natural for me to remain in her dormitory. You rest for a bit. I'll go prepare some hot water and test this foot bath. Dong Ling said, picking up the basin as she headed outside. All right. 10 minutes later, the foot bath was filled with warm water, and Dong Ling's delicate feet lightly rested on my feet. Her skin, pale with a hint of rosy hue, resembled ripe cherries, and her cheeks bore a similar blush. I could hardly contain myself. Stay still, let me wash your feet. After 10 minutes, Dong Ling softly said, Tian-yi, you should take a shower. Her voice was gentle and somewhat shy. Okay. The graduate dormitory was quite well equipped, with a bathroom that had a separation between wet and dry areas. Normally, I could finish showering in 5 minutes, but today I deliberately slowed my pace and lingered a bit longer. Bang bang. Tian-yi, what is it? Here. This is for you. Through the glass door, I received the garment that Dong Ling handed me, which turned out to be a pink bathrobe, one size too large, with slightly short sleeves. When I emerged from the shower, Dong Ling covered her mouth to stifle a giggle upon seeing me. Once you finish your registration tomorrow, I'll buy you 2 fitting sets of pajamas. I'm done washing up, it's your turn now. Dong Ling's cheeks flushed as she took her toiletries into the shower. Seizing the opportunity, I slipped onto the bed. The silk space blanket was so smooth that I found it hard to rise. 5 minutes passed without her coming out. 10 minutes, still no sound. 13 minutes. The sound of water persisted. 18, 20, 21 minutes. Women take far too long to shower. I could not help checking my phone every minute. Finally, just as I was about to doze off, the bathroom door swung open. Without thinking, I exclaimed, pure water emerges from the lotus, naturally unadorned. The person by the stove resembles the moon. Her fair wrist condenses frost and snow. Dong Ling's face turned even redder. It was uncertain whether it was from the steam or her embarrassment. I'll turn off the light, she said softly. Come here. Once the light was turned off, the gentle moonlight poured through the window, faintly illuminating her slender figure wrapped in the bathrobe. I got up from the bed. I'll draw the curtains. All right. As soon as I spoke, she swiftly darted into the covers like a nimble cat. I stood at the foot of the bed, the moonlight casting my shadow onto the sheets, evoking the image of a big bad wolf. Tian-yi, I'm scared. Dong Ling's voice trembled slightly. I gently lifted the covers and lay down beside her. Don't be afraid. I'm here with you. I moved cautiously, not approaching immediately, but first shedding my bathrobe. My hand inadvertently brushed against her, and I realized she was still wrapped in her robe. Unable to resist teasing her, shall I assist you in removing your bathrobe, or will you handle it yourself? Dong Ling hurriedly replied, don't move. I'll do it myself. The covers rose and fell gently as she handed me her bathrobe. My hand trembled slightly as I received it, and my mouth inexplicably felt dry. The enchanting moonlight, my beloved, and the intimate bond we shared combined their powers. Who could comprehend such depth? My hand gently explored beneath the covers until I finally touched her skin, only to have her grasp my hand tightly in return. Her touch was warm. I turned to face her, whispering in her ear, your body feels quite warm. She responded softly. I gradually raised my arm, and Dong Ling cooperatively lifted her head to rest against it. Tian-yi, I'm a bit nervous, she murmured. I smiled slightly. Shall I update you on my work to distract you? Has there been progress in the procurement bidding? She immediately perked up. Yes, Chen Yuan. The M1 level manager from HW signed a repayment guarantee as a financial assurance. I conceded 200,000 and finally hooked her connection to Wu Lei from the Market Supervision Bureau. Dong Ling chuckled. Chen Yuan is probably going to be infuriated with you. Indeed, when I presented her with the framework agreement, her hands were shaking. It seems she truly cares for Zhang Xingxing, willing to pay such a hefty price. What else have you discovered? Chen Yuan and Wu Lei share an unusual relationship. Dong Ling nodded in understanding. That was expected. In business, relying solely on a few 100,000 benefits is insufficient to warrant a deputy division-level leader personally endorsing. Wu Lei is quite intriguing. During dinner, he openly expressed his desire for long-term cooperation. Dong Ling turned her head and lightly pecked my lips. That means he recognizes your talents. Just wait. Once this bidding is complete, he will surely seek a meeting with you. You have a keen eye. I'll need to report to you more often so you can help analyze. Tian, your hand. Her voice trailed off again. I blew gently against her ear. What about my hand? Dongling bit her lip in silence, gripping my arm tighter, yet showing no intention of pushing me away. I gently held her close, our foreheads touching, our breaths mingling. The air was filled with her faint, fragrant scent, and our hearts drew nearer, all emotions flowing silently between us. As the night deepened, the soft moonlight enveloped the room, leaving only the steady rhythm of our breaths. The next morning, the chattering of girls in the hallway awakened me. The spot beside me was already empty, and a steaming breakfast lay on the table, indicating that Dongling had already left for her registration. I stretched widely, feeling a warm sense of comfort throughout my body. Just then, the dormitory door opened, and thankfully, a screen shielded me from feeling overly embarrassed. Dongling walked in with a bag, and upon seeing me awake, she teased with a smile. "Oh, are you shy? Who told you to wash my clothes? Now I have nothing to wear," I replied helplessly. She waved the bag in her hand. "I bought these from the school supermarket. Make do for now. After breakfast, we'll head to Shidan to buy you a few decent outfits." "Sure. By the way, about that bedsheet." Before I could finish, Dongling hurriedly walked over to collect the bedsheet, her cheeks slightly flushed, and huffed playfully. Chapter 26. Cross-class boundaries. We've arrived at Shidan Station. Indeed, taking the subway today was a mistake. It was incredibly crowded. Dongling announced. "Let us get you some clothes first." Upon reaching Shidan Square, the array of shops was overwhelming. It was indeed a paradise for women. In the midst of this, I received a call from Lu Haitao. "Boss Shun, where have you been? I called you yesterday, but you didn't answer." I recalled that I had been dining with the 4 girls and had forgotten to check my phone once I returned to the dorm. "I'm in Beijing. I'll be back the day after tomorrow. You should have let me know you were going out. Take me with you next time. I'm on a date." "Do you really want to be a third wheel? What is up? The funds have been gathered. When do you want to start?" "I've found an office and am preparing to arrange for someone to register the business license. I'll send you a contact on WeChat. You two can coordinate." "Got it." Just as I hung up, Dongling received a call from her friend inviting us to lunch. "We're in Shidan. We might be a bit late getting back," she said. On the other end, when Ening replied, "Got it. We woke up late too. Let us meet at 1. Dongling checked the time and confirmed it was manageable. "I bought a set of pajamas and 2 changes of clothes for you, and I got myself a formal outfit. Do you have to wear a suit for school?" I asked. "We need to wear formal attire for some seminars." We hurriedly came and left, without experiencing the joy of shopping. Upon returning to school, I felt rejuvenated after a complete makeover. I must say, having a woman assist in curating one's wardrobe brings an entirely different sensation. The 3 enchanting ladies were momentarily taken aback upon seeing me. When Ening remarked, "A visit without reciprocation is impolite. To show respect for Brother Shun, we shall cover the bill for lunch today." I replied, "While I can understand your intention to pay, why have you omitted the 2 most significant words from my title? It has been reduced from handsome Shun to simply Brother Shin, though it feels more intimate. It lacks the charm of handsome Shun." Zhao Xing scoffed. "You truly are narcissistic." Without leaving campus, the quartet found a private room in the dining hall to enjoy a casual meal. During our lunch, the 4 engaged in conversation, which I chose not to interrupt. After finishing our meal, Zhao Xing inquired, "Brother Shin, what are your special skills? Let's go out and have some fun." Zhongqing added, "Do you practice martial arts?" Her demeanor suggested she was keen to challenge me. I replied, "I prefer reading. How about we visit the library? I've always been curious about Renmin University's library." When Ening jested, I suspected as much. "No wonder you 2 get along so well. Both are bookworms who enjoy lingering in libraries." I responded, "Perhaps we are simply kindred spirits." Amidst the envy of the 3 alluring ladies, I took Dongling's hand and ventured into the library. We found a cozy corner, each engrossed in our own books. She delved into economic theory, while I immersed myself in critique of pure reason. Our fingers intertwined beneath the table, oblivious to the world around us. An unexpectedly warm day concluded. Instead of dining out for dinner, we returned to the dormitory, as Dongling needed to prepare research materials. I realized pursuing a doctorate was indeed arduous, requiring more effort than that of an average student. Regrettably, I was not partaking in it. Lying in bed, I found pleasure in watching the beautiful lady study, particularly as a message from Sun Xiaowei pinged on my WeChat. Sun Xiaowei messaged, "Mr. Shun, due to recent shifts in the international landscape, the gold price has surged to 450 yuan per gram. Our private consulting team is inquiring if you wish to sell. The appreciation yields a profit of 15, totaling 11.7 billion. I asked, "Do you recommend that I sell?" Sun Xiaowei replied, Our financial team suggests that gold is better suited for long-term holding and does not advise selling. I inquired, are there any security measures? The mobile app only displays numbers, which leaves me feeling insecure. Sun Xiaowei assured, we also offer a service to convert digital gold into physical gold and provide a safe deposit box for your gold storage. I asked, what are the fees? Sun Xiaowei explained, for a safe deposit box of 40,000 to 100,000 cubic centimeters, the annual fee is 2,000 yuan, with a transaction fee of 20 yuan each time you access it. I instructed, convert it to physical gold and store it in the safe deposit box. Sun Xiaowei confirmed. Understood, Mr. Shun. Additionally, next month, we will hold a financial summit for VIP clients with net assets exceeding 100 million yuan. Will you be able to attend? I replied. Sure. Sun Xiaowei continued. This summit will be hosted by the Shanghai branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, and our bank will cover all your travel expenses, including airfare and accommodation. For someone like me, who had recently come into considerable wealth, this opportunity was crucial. The platform and level represented different circles and opportunities. In simple terms, while I had money, my social standing remained at the grassroots level. Everyone aspires to ascend, and I was no different. The executive class. This could be a pathway for me. As night deepened, I noticed Dongling was still busy, so I decided to take a stroll alone. The campus was illuminated, bustling with students engaged in study and discussion. I turned around only to find Zhongqing, clad in athletic wear and wearing headphones, her forehead glistening with sweat, suggesting she had just completed a run. I remarked, so diligent, even exercising at night. Zhongqing replied, after 3 years in the military, it's become a habit. I asked, is pursuing a doctorate so demanding? Arriving 2 weeks early for a seminar, my advisor expects me to prepare materials overnight with just a phone call. Zhongqing's tone turned serious. To reap rewards, one must exert tenfold or even 100-fold effort compared to others. Typically, most people's hard work yields little result due to a lack of opportunity. Dongling is fortunate to have this chance. Her talent and diligence set her apart from anyone else throughout her undergraduate and graduate studies. I acknowledged, I understand your point. Zhongqing interjected, you do not comprehend. Dongling is encountering an opportunity that can significantly streamline her path in life. She cannot afford any setbacks. I smiled at Zhongqing, saying, I assure you, I understand. I recall our conversation during lunch when I mentioned that I would look out for her. If needed, you can reach out to me, as I can assist you in many ways. Zhongqing questioned, is this a transaction? I responded, this is friendship. After all, the bond among you four is stronger than gold. Zhongqing asked, what exactly are you? I replied, I am just one among the many striving to rise above. As you said, if we work hard, we will eventually ascend. Zhongqing gazed at me intently. I hope so. Wandering into a convenience store, I purchased a cup of hot milk, chicken wings, and a serving of oden. Having gone 6 hours since our last meal, Dongling must be hungry. Upon entering, I found her still engrossed in her work. Zhongqing's words echoed in my mind. She cannot afford to be held back. Even seizing an opportunity requires tenfold or 50-fold effort. Can anyone afford to be held back? We all emerged from humble beginnings, striving desperately to ascend. Dongling turned to me, you're back? I replied, after over 6 hours of work. I thought I'd bring a late-night snack to replenish our energy. Dongling happily accepted the hot milk and chicken wings. Holding the oden, I took the chance to feed her a bite. After a while, she said, I'm full, you eat now. I replied, all right. This girl carries the weight of everything. I must share the burden with her. Chapter 27. The company is established, the office is furnished, and the company has officially been established. Located on the 19th floor of the building housing Li Tai's company. I knocked on the door, finding Hai Tao and Li Tai engaged in a tea conversation. Boss Shin has arrived. I greeted Li Tai. He complained, why didn't you come to me about a profitable venture? I replied, there's a risk involved. I worry about not making a profit and leaving my brothers without work. Li Tai reassured me, no worries. In business, it's all about resources. If one avenue is blocked, there are many others to explore. Recently, Lu Haitao had been frequenting this building, ultimately running into Li Tai. Their relationship was evident, and Lu Haitao openly discussed our plans to start a company. Unfortunately, the 1.45 million shares were no longer available, making it challenging for Li Tai to get involved. Haitao poured me a cup of tea, the aroma delightful. After tasting it, I remarked, this tea is exceptional. It must be Jin Junmei. Lu Haitao confirmed. You really know your tea. I acquired it from my uncle. Li Tai chimed in. This tea is delicious, far superior to what I have in my office. I noted. As a CEO earning hundreds of thousands a month, you should indulge in quality tea. Otherwise, no matter how much you earn, it won't hold up in stature. Speaking of this, Li Tai's expression turned somber. He sighed. Recently, things have taken a downer. Someone has lodged a complaint against my product with the Food and Drug Administration, and the company is currently under review. Furrowing my brows, I realized this was a troubling sign. If not handled properly, it could lead to severe consequences. I asked, "Have you sought help?" He replied, "I have, but the franchisees I have are mostly retired officials, and they are of little use." The storm had yet to break. But this company had invested over $1 million, and whether they could recoup their investment remained uncertain. Now, I am discussing serious matters with Li Tai, including the trafficking of personal information and the crime of selling counterfeit drugs. He surely harbors a sense of invincibility and is reluctant to heed my warnings. I said, "Pay attention to this. I have a feeling this is no trivial matter." Li Tai replied, "Don't worry. I know a good brother who has already started addressing it for me." I added, "I have another matter today. Haitao mentioned he still needs to see you, so I came to wait for you." I continued, "As brothers, you can just tell me directly over the phone, but if you're here just for the tea, that's another story." Li Tai responded earnestly, "On a serious note, I want to invest in your company." Haitao said there are no shares available and that it depends on your arrangements, which is why I'm here waiting. I turned to Haitao and asked, "Is the funding on your end all set?" Haitao replied, "My 400,000, Luqing S150,000, Luyang S150,000, and Lu Yaowen S200,000 have all been received. Zhangbin S150,000 is due for investment this weekend and will be in on Monday." I said, "All right. Don't rush Zhangbin. If his funds don't arrive by Monday, cover Li Tai's investment. If his funds do arrive, deduct it from my share to give to Li Tai." Li Tai said, "Tian Yi, you're like a brother to me. I knew you would include me." I asked, "Li, how much are you willing to invest?" Li Tai sheepishly replied, "My company hasn't broken even yet. The profits are still being used to repay loans. I've had to use a part of it recently, so I only have 300,000 left." I inquired, "How much do you want?" He said, "Just 300,000. Once the company opens, the income will catch up quickly." I countered, "Let us make it 200,000. Keep some funds for your daily expenses. You can't empty your pockets for this, especially since the repayment period is lengthy." Li Tai agreed. "All right, I'll listen to you, as it's deducted from your share." I noted, "Just be aware of it. What do you think about dinner tonight?" He replied confidently, "No need to say. I'll handle it." I remarked, "You're considerate. By the way, bring the investment in cash, and we'll make it a silent share under Haitao's name. You two should sign the paperwork." Li Tai said, "It's all good. We're brothers." I instructed, "Everything I mention must be followed. Don't find it bothersome." He acknowledged, "Got it. I'll go get the money and see you tonight." Li Tai left, taking a box of tea with him. Haitao remarked, "You're quite generous, giving away a 200,000 quota so easily." I responded, "If I can lend a hand, I will. If his company runs into issues and he hasn't recouped the principal, I'm providing him with a safety net." Haitao asked, "Didn't he say it was a minor issue?" I retorted, "Selling counterfeit drugs and being shut down for rectification. Is that a minor issue? Have you seen the movie Dying to Survive?" Haitao questioned, "Is it that serious? Why not warn him?" I explained, "He is currently riding high on success and won't listen to anyone right now. Besides, hasn't he already sought help?" Haitao conceded, "True." He then pointed out, "Take a look at how I've arranged this new company. It's a 2-story loft, and I chose the location. The items were set up by Haitao. Upstairs, there's a bed in one compartment and a mahjong table outside. Downstairs, there's a tea table and a set of business sofas paired with a coffee table." I remarked, "It's beautiful. It has a certain charm." Haitao said, "By the way, I want to discuss something with you." I inquired, "What is it?" He continued, "You asked me to find a professional legal person, but Lu Yiting kept insisting on working seriously, so I thought of giving this position to her." I asked, "Do you understand the concept of a professional legal person?" Haitao affirmed, "I do," and I told her the truth. She must choose her own path. I asserted, "The legal person issue cannot be taken lightly. It must be handled as I instructed. The company lacks a public relations officer, which will be useful in the future. If you can overcome this psychological hurdle, invest in her training to save me from looking for someone else." Haitao agreed. "All right, it's up to her. If she agrees, we proceed. If not, we part ways." I was quite satisfied with Haitao's stance. If feelings can be settled with money, I would never waste time. Haitao remarked, "Brother, the money issue is resolved. You can manage this company, but I can't." I knew very well that Lu Haitao is someone who can provide money but not work. He can split profits but not offer ideas. I replied, "All right, you've worked hard the past few days. I'll take care of the rest." Haitao responded, "Got it." In the afternoon, at 3 p.m., I received a call from home. My mother said, "Tian Yi, you've been away for so long without returning home. How are you and Lingling? Make sure to visit her in Beijing when you have the chance. I replied, I just returned from Beijing, don't worry. I'll make a trip back home this afternoon. My mother asked, what should I cook for dinner? I suggested, let us stew a fish. I'd like some fish soup. With a car at my disposal, I could leave at a moment's notice. On the way, I bought some supplements. My first stop was not home, but to visit my mother-in-law to report my safety. And I'm back. According to custom, one does not change how they address family until marriage, and engagement is treated the same way. She welcomed me in. I brought in various bags, as they had given me their daughter, so I must show my appreciation. Aunt, I just returned from Beijing. How is Lingling doing? She rarely calls me after starting school. She explained, she is quite busy. Pursuing her doctorate is no easy task, and she is pulling all-nighters. I understood her busyness, so I didn't call her often. Aunt, I plan to visit Beijing about once a month. I'll have her video call you then. She agreed, all right. Lingling mentioned that you would also be going to Beijing at the end of the year. Yes, she only returns once a year, and I worry about her. I'm thinking of going to Beijing to wash her clothes and cook for her. I replied, that is the best approach. I then asked, is the house and land in the hometown settled? She replied, not yet. I said, I know the village secretary. I can help you with the arrangements. Who knows when we'll return after we leave? She sighed, I'm getting old. This house is a sentimental attachment. It's hard to let go. I reassured her. We're not short on money. I'll inform Ben, the village secretary, to keep an eye on it. My parents are still in the hometown. They can check on it occasionally. As for the land, I'll find someone to rent it out for you. Tears welled in her eyes as she said, after all these years, it's been just the two of us. Now we have a man in the house, which is useful. I comforted her, Aunt, don't worry. Lingling is an only child, and I'll definitely take care of you in the future. I plan for our whole family to live together in Beijing. A girl from a single-parent family lacks a sense of security. Emotional support is essential. Chapter 28. The Young Man from Home. One does not need to fully satisfy others' requests immediately. A moderate response, giving half instead of full, is often more effective. Upon arriving home, my mother's first question was, have you visited your aunt? It's been so long. You must show courtesy. I replied, I went right after I returned, Mom. She affirmed, that's right. Both are mothers. They have lost a family member, and we've gained one. You must not let them feel neglected. I acknowledged, I understand. She continued, Sham, I heard you were coming back today, and will come over tonight. He probably has something to discuss with you face to face, as he feels uncomfortable calling. I agreed. All right, it's been a year since we last met. He is worried our feelings might fade. My mother reminisced, he grew up following you. It's a shame he lacks education and has been misled by society. I remarked. Today as children are getting wilder. Last year I heard he was working on a project, making 20 to 30,000 a month. I called him, but he didn't answer, so I didn't pursue it further. That evening, at the dinner table, Shin Shuaimai, he should be my fifth cousin, meaning he is a descendant of my grandfather's brother. We are from the same village, and the shared surname brings us closer. Shin Shuaimai greeted me, Tian Go. You finally returned. I replied, I'm only staying one night. I'll leave tomorrow. He asked, so soon? I replied, yes, I have some matters to attend to tomorrow. What is the matter that can't be discussed over the phone and must be said face to face? Shin Shuaimai shyly replied, it's been a long time since we last met. I just wanted to sit and talk. I urged, just get to the point. What is going on that I wouldn't know? He grinned, you know me well, Tian Go. Last year, I was eager to make money and was led astray by others. I asked, did the scheme fall through? Shin Shuaimai, it was that incident. I was under someone's control, but fortunately, I managed to rally a group of brothers and fought my way out. I owe my gratitude to the lawyer you introduced me to, who said that I could claim credit for confessing and reporting, and I was released in just 6 months. Me, no wonder you didn't answer my calls back then. Shin Shuaimai, Brother Tian, I stayed at home for 2 months without any money. I wanted to earn a living and engage in legitimate business, but only by following you would my parents allow me to step outside. I frowned. There are no shortcuts in business nowadays. If you want to make money, you have to work hard. Shin Shuaimai, I'm fine with hard work. I just don't want to stay at home. All right, let's eat. I'll think things over tonight. Shin Shuaimai, sure thing, Brother Tian. The kids from my hometown are all like this. Once they arrive in the city, they become spirited young men. If they don't take the right path, they simply can't survive. With no money to earn and being young men, how can they avoid straying? I currently do not need anyone. But that doesn't mean I won't in the future. At the very least, I can provide him with a legitimate income. It would also help temper his aggressive demeanor. He fought his way out, so he is no pushover. Lying on the bed, I was handling WeChat messages. Sun Xiaowei, Mr. Shun, your physical gold has been fully stored. Will you personally collect the safe key, or should I send it to your local branch for you to retrieve? Me, please send it to our local branch. Sun Xiaowei, understood. Round-trip tickets and the hotel have been booked for 10 days. The flight is in 21 days. Lu Haitao, Tian E, Zhongbin's 150,000 has been credited. Me, deduct 200,000 from my share for Li Tai. Lu Chunqiu, boss. I took a holiday today to go back to my hometown and moved everything over. I won't be going back. Lu Dabin, what's up, brother? Had a drink in the afternoon and just woke up. Secretary from the neighboring village, me. Hu Latong for breakfast tomorrow. Lu Dabin, sure. We need to resolve the matter regarding my aunt in advance. It will go more smoothly if I head to Beijing at the end of the year. The next day, on my way to the town, I passed through the neighboring village. Village Secretary Lu, get in the car. With so many people at the village committee, calling Dabin just doesn't feel right. I must address him properly. He arrived. The BMW X3 is still a BMW. Dabin glanced at it before getting in. Dabin, I heard you went to Shanghai. You've struck it rich and returned home. Me, I'm back to get married. I'm not going back. Dabin, even a wayward son can find his way back home? This isn't like you. Me, truly, I've already made arrangements. Dabin, that's wonderful. All the brothers are settling down, and seeing you venture far away makes me anxious. Me, no need to rush. I came today to trouble you. Dabin, whatever you need. I'm at your service. Dabin and I grew up together, having gone to the same primary school. Our bond was forged through shared experiences. Back in primary school, the institution was exclusive and the divisions between villages were clear. As children, there were no ulterior motives, just simple territorial disputes. With that bond, I drove my BMW to personally pick him up for a meal. This time, asking for help would not tarnish my pride. 2 bowls of meat soup, 4 fried dough sticks, and 2 tea eggs. Me, please, take a seat. Dabin, so what is on your mind? I want to see which girl can capture this dragon of yours. Me, the daughter of the Lu family from the east. Dabin frowned in thought, his eyes lighting up. Tian E, you truly are a dragon. That's my cousin. Our relationship is somewhat distant, but stories about her circulate among the family. She excels academically and has high standards. She's a phoenix that has flown out of the chicken coop. I heard she rejected a foreign returnee. The promising youth in our village didn't even get a chance to approach her. Me, that family should be easy to talk to then. I shared with Dabin that my aunt plans to move to Beijing at the end of the year and that the family's land and old house should be preserved. Dabin, no problem. Don't mention it. Since we share the Lu surname, it's all in the family. Just say the word, and I'll handle it. The rent is 1,600 a year for 2 acres, at 800 per acre. After finishing the meal, I took Dabin back home. I can't let him help me for free. No matter how close we are, I cannot go empty-handed. Before leaving, I handed him some tea. Dabin, Tian E. You've become quite the dragon. I'm still stuck in my hometown. If any opportunities arise, remember to lend a hand, brother. I smiled. You're the local tycoon now, the village secretary. I'm the one seeking your help, so don't be modest. Dabin, it's been 23 years. And the campaigns against crime have been many. In the village, I hold some weight, but outside, I am nothing. It's tough to earn money. And expenses keep piling up. Me, now that we've established this, I will certainly keep my brothers in mind if anything comes up. I'm returning home with Xiaomai. Xiaomai's mother, Tiani, you're back? Me, yes, auntie. Xiaomai's mother, Xiaomai is following you. If he misbehaves, discipline him. Me, Xiaomai is already sensible. Not a child anymore. Goodbye, auntie. How troublesome is it to help someone start from scratch? Finding a place to rent. Securing a job. I don't expect Xiaomai to work long term, but he must understand that earning honest money is not easy, and jobs are hard to come by. He must obey. Chapter 29. Confession. What job tests one as patience the most? Undoubtedly, it's the service industry, delivery, express courier. In any industry where complaints result in fines, you will learn the lessons of life. I looked at Shen Shuaimai, who was visibly uncomfortable. So, you still can't bring yourself to do it? Shen Shuaimai. Brother Tian, are there any other jobs? Me, waiter, internet cafe attendant, or laborer on a construction site. Choose one. Xiaomai, are these even jobs for people? Me, why not? You have no education and no skills. What else can you do? Even as a laborer, you might not outperform others. A legitimate job isn't about how much you can earn. It's about being able to keep yourself fed and clothed. The first step is to stop asking your parents for money. Xiaomai gritted his teeth and chose to become a courier. Me, use your brain, work smart to deliver quickly, and be polite to avoid complaints. Just start with this. It takes 10 years to grow trees, but 100 years to cultivate a person. In truth, there are many jobs that can support a family, but why do people end up unemployed? Why can't they find work? Because they want to make money. Work isn't about earning money. It's simply about surviving. At the company, Li Tai arrived with cash. Me, Why are you so eager? Li Tai, brother, I think I've gotten into trouble. That good brother of mine returned the money to me, saying he couldn't help me. I sensed that Li Tai was likely on the brink of exposure. Me, you should confess. Li Tai, confess to what? Me, selling counterfeit drugs, trafficking personal information, and then implicating your superiors and affiliates. You'll be recognized for your contributions. Li Tai, do I have to betray them? I interrupted him. They are all committing crimes. This isn't betrayal. You're fighting against crime and making significant contributions. Ultimately, Li Tai heeded my advice and went to the police station to confess. Suddenly, I recalled something. Me, wait a moment. I need to make a call. I thought of my high school desk mate, the former school beauty who is now a police officer. Zhou Mini. I dialed her number. Hello, who is this? Me, Officer Zhou. How could you be so heartless? Just because I rejected you. You didn't even save my number? Zhou Mini. Shen Tianyi, you scoundrel. You still remembered to call me. I held the phone away from my ear. This girl was not to be trifled with. Back when I went to Shanghai to start a business without any capital, she somehow heard that I was selling my car to fund my venture and came to offer me money. A man must know what to borrow and what to refuse. So I turned her down and sold my car instead. Well, just 2 months after arriving in Shanghai, I regretted it and wanted to call her but felt too ashamed. Me, don't be so quick to anger. I need to consult you about something. Zhou Mini, did you get into trouble? Me, not me. It's a friend of mine. Zhou Mini, isn't that still your trouble? Me, it's truly about a friend, not me. Otherwise, why don't you come find me? I sent Zhou Mini the address of the company. In no more than half an hour, there was a knock on the door, and a figure clad in police uniform stood before me. I exclaimed, Auntie, could you not have come in plain clothes? If others see you, they might think I've committed some crime. Zhou Mini replied curtly, enough chatter. Tell me quickly, what have you done? I pointed to Li Tai and explained. He is my friend, truly just my friend. He wishes to turn himself in, and I wanted to consult you. Zhou Mini sighed in relief. Oh, it's your friend. You should have mentioned that earlier. I thought you were in trouble. Did I not say so? I did mention it, that he is merely a friend of mine. Wait here, I'll call my colleague to join us. During law enforcement operations, it is mandated that at least 2 officers be present to ensure procedural fairness, mutual oversight, prevent abuse of power, and protect the legitimate rights of the parties involved. 2 officials were present, activating the recording device as Li Tai disclosed everything regarding the company's franchising, training, profits, and its external franchisees, including suppliers and manufacturers. After stopping the recording, Zhou Mini gestured for her colleague to wait downstairs. She then informed me. The City Bureau has yet to receive any related reports, but based on your friend's testimony, this case involves substantial sums and a wide scope, likely necessitating interprovincial cooperation. Li Tai's complexion changed. He hadn't anticipated the severity of the situation. I inquired, what benefits will his confession and significant contributions provide him? Zhou Mini explained. The police can provide the court with documentation of his confession and contributions, which may influence the sentencing. All right, do what you must. And please assist him as much as possible without violating any principles. Don't hesitate to spend money. Hire him a competent lawyer. I understand. Zhou Mini then gazed at me, remaining silent and motionless. What are you waiting for? Handcuff him and take him away. He is turning himself in. I have completed the recording. He can either go to the police station on his own or wait at home for a summons. Well then, Li Tai, you should return home and refrain from further involvement in your company's matters. The implication was clear. Anyone with sense would understand. Thanks, brother. Thank you, Officer Zhou. Once Li Tai departed, Zhou Mini locked the office door with a loud click. What are you doing? Cad, you go to Shanghai for a year, and upon your return, you don't even call me. I did call you. Zhou Mini wasted no time and leaned in for a kiss, a sensation I had long missed. Our relationship had always straddled the line between camaraderie and deep understanding. Who among us is infallible? I am no saint. 3 minutes later, I assure you, there was only kissing, nothing else occurred. Zhou Mini adjusted her appearance and huffed. I'll let you off this time. The warmth from my withdrawn hand lingered. Is that how you leave? May I invite you to dinner tonight? I'm quite busy lately, perhaps another day when I have time. That evening, Chen Yuanyuan called, requesting to meet, and I swiftly arranged for her to come to the office. Seated with tea, Chen Yuanyuan surveyed the office with approval. Not bad, Mr. Shun. Your pace is impressive. Just a small project, nothing to boast about. Forgive my modesty. Chen Yuanyuan seemed momentarily flustered, her chest rising and falling dramatically. The bidding process begins the day after tomorrow. I'm here to inquire about your funding preparations. Everything is ready. We just await the right moment. You certainly live up to your reputation, Mr. Shun. I have another matter to discuss with you. As she spoke, Chen Yuanyuan began to remove her outer garment. I quickly rose. Miss Chun, what are you doing? Let's keep this professional. She paused, realizing her implication. Her cheeks flushed before quickly regaining composure. It's simply hot. And you haven't turned on the air conditioning. I processed the situation, cursing myself for being overly sensitive, likely triggered by Zhou Mini's earlier actions. In September, the temperature had yet to fully drop, and it was indeed still quite warm. Ms. Chun, were you saying something earlier? I wanted to discuss our future collaboration. I regarded her quizzically. Is there such urgency? Future collaboration should wait until after the first project concludes. Your approach is rather hard to digest. I am well aware that the subsequent cooperation is contingent upon the project's completion, but preparations must begin now. We conversed for over an hour. Ultimately, I graciously escorted Chun Yuanyuan back to her residence. Chapter 30. Life. Many parents believe their children to be the brightest, yet are reluctant to acknowledge their superiority. Late at night, I found myself alone, refraining from messaging Dongling. I recalled her words, knowing she could not afford to be held back by anyone. And I did not wish to disturb her. At a roadside night market stall, a queue formed for grilled cold noodles. 6 yuan for a small serving. 7 for a large. The cost was only 2 yuan, yielding a profit margin of 300%. With nothing pressing, I sat beside the stall, watching the vendor at work until her stand was momentarily empty. Young man, do you need something? Not at all, ma'am. I'm simply taking a seat. After a while, the vendor handed me a serving of grilled cold noodles. Eat up, there's nothing to ponder. I was taken aback by her kindness. I have been running this stall for 5 years, come rain or shine. I've seen customers leave in tears, and some who jumped into the river after eating. The river was just beside us. Rest assured, ma'am, I have already faced death once and won't succumb to despair again. That's the spirit. Everyone who has jumped into the river first calls for help. Some regret it while others find their regret too late. You speak wisely, ma'am. Thank you for the noodles. After settling my bill, I departed, having intended to ask how many servings she sold in a day, but it seemed unnecessary. I felt tired and yearned for rest. At Dinging new apartment, I pushed open the door to find the spirited younger sister already asleep. I changed out of my clothes and slipped into bed. She nestled closer, murmuring, "Boss, you're back. Sleep now. We must rise early tomorrow." Once again, I drifted into a deep slumber until dawn. When I awoke, the lively younger sister had already risen and left. She departed at 5:30 a.m. and returned past 11 p.m. to sleep. Knock, knock, knock. Someone was at the door. Opening it revealed a stranger, a well-dressed woman with a pleasant appearance, well-maintained yet showing signs of fatigue, caught between the realms of a young matron and a mature woman. "Hello, I am the landlord." "Hello." I extended my hand, noting her frail grip, devoid of flesh, merely bone. "I sincerely apologize, due to business matters. I must sell the property. I worry this might affect you, so I wanted to inform you in advance. The rent will be fully refunded, plus an additional month's compensation. Please, come in, and we can discuss this." Fortunately, there were chairs in the room. "May I ask if you have found a buyer for the house?" "Not yet. But I urgently need cash and will sell at a lower price, so a buyer should come along quickly." "That's fine. We can move when you find a buyer. Moving companies can finish it in a day, so it won't hinder your sale." "Thank you so much." Given the landlord's attractive demeanor paired with her anxious expression, I grew curious about her business. Finally, I couldn't resist asking, "May I inquire what kind of business you operate?" "I deal in local specialties, such as noodles and dried tofu, and I have a small factory." "Your business seems prosperous, yet you are selling your house?" The landlord's expression turned melancholic. "The profit margins are slim. I supply e-commerce platforms that require large quantities and have payment terms. I have developed an interest. I previously engaged in Douyin e-commerce, but regrettably, I lacked advantages in the supply chain, resulting in unsold goods, which led me to abandon the venture midway." I inquired, "How much can you sell in a month?" The landlord replied, "In the first month, I procured goods worth 300,000. In the second month, 1 million. By the third, it reached 4 million. And now I require 9 million worth of goods." I asked, "Don't they settle accounts with you? Having sold over 5 million, you must have made quite a profit." The landlord explained, "Online stores operate on a cycle. We agreed to settle accounts monthly, but this time they claimed the goods sold too quickly, and the funds have yet to arrive. Only over 800,000 has been settled." It appears she encountered an unsuspecting individual in the realm of online retail. This woman is likely ensnared in a trap. To elaborate on the capital turnover in online retail, it typically spans around 15 to 20 days. However, during significant holidays, this may be extended. Nevertheless, it is not as protracted as one might think. For instance, when purchasing an item online, if the delivery arrives within 3 days and the recipient fails to confirm receipt on the app, it defaults to automatic confirmation after 7 days. at which point the payment will be transferred to the merchant's account. This occurs within 7 to 10 days. If the recipient confirms receipt and leaves a review, the payment for the goods is immediately transferred, shortening the cycle to merely 3 days. Generally, merchants engage in promotional activities offering cashback for positive reviews. Thus, 50 of the payments are received within 3 to 5 days, while the remaining 50 arrives 10 days later, with extensions during holidays. If a merchant opts for monthly settlements, it usually indicates one of two scenarios. Either the merchant is utilizing your funds for other ventures, or they are attempting to deceive you. This situation is common in factory sales. I will later recount a tale of a $3 million scam. Upon hearing my words, the landlord appeared flustered. My daughter has advised me against supplying goods, but they are withholding my funds. What if I refuse to supply, and they do not return my money? This reflects her typical mindset. Although her daughter had already cautioned her against continuing to supply goods, she still contemplated selling her house to finance it. I, as an outsider, merely pointed out the potential trap, prompting her to panic. Unable to intervene in her decisions, I suggested she consult her daughter. The landlord expressed her gratitude, then departed while on the phone. It was an invigorating start. I felt no fatigue. After completing my morning routine, I prepared to venture out for a meal. As I pushed open the sliding door, I noticed room 1121 had also opened. It was Lu Yiting, preparing to leave as well. How coincidental. Boss, she greeted with a forced, formulaic smile. I nodded slightly and attempted to exit. We belong to entirely different worlds. A heartless woman, a heartless actress. Having never given her money, nor intending to, I was merely a piece of excrement in her eyes. Someone she would circumvent upon sight. After Lu Yiting stepped out, a man emerged from her room, appearing groggy, likely a client from the previous night. It seemed Hai Tao and Lu Yiting had reached an impasse. Ultimately, she chose not to leave her life behind. For Hai Tao, this bore no loss. Merely a diminishment of the satisfaction derived from persuading a wayward woman to reform. Yet, this was not my concern. I had no intention of intervening or inquiring further. I certainly would not pause to await Lu Yiting's explanation, for I had already perceived her intent to speak. However, I turned away prematurely. It was futile. Earning 1,000 yuan with a single night's slumber contrasted starkly with laboring all day for a mere 100. Having been an escort, why would one take on menial tasks? In truth, I harbor no prejudice towards any profession, including Lu Yiting's. Rather, I hold a certain admiration for her. When financial constraints render life untenable, lamenting one's misfortunes proves ineffective. Selling one's allure remains the most immediate solution. This is her advantage. Life is merely a journey toward its inevitable conclusion. Such is existence. Chapter 31. Assistance. Good people cannot conduct business. On the 40th day since returning from Shanghai, I found myself staring blankly at my phone. As gold prices surged once more, sitting by the roadside, I chain-smoked, for I had nowhere else to go. Fortunately, I received a call at noon from the landlord, who wished to meet with her daughter and me. Initially, I declined, uncertain if they were attempting to deceive me. If the transaction were legitimate, I could jeopardize the trust between both parties. Ultimately, however, I acquiesced, much like how my eyes could not bear to witness another's plight. We arranged to meet at my office. The landlord announced, "Hello, I have arrived." I went to open the door. The two entered cautiously, wary that I might also be a fraud seeking to exploit them, which struck me as amusing. The landlord introduced her daughter. "This is my daughter, Choya." I replied, "Please, take a seat." "Thank you," Choya responded. She bore little resemblance to her mother in terms of appearance. Instead, she appeared almost as a rustic maiden. Her elegant, yet weary mother contrasted sharply with her daughter's unassuming attire. Choya wore thick glasses, indicative of a high prescription, her hair hastily tied back with a black elastic, and her clothes were muted shades of gray paired with coffee-colored trousers. This girl lacked the inclination to enhance her appearance or exude the vibrancy of youth. Presumably, like her mother, she possessed a fundamentally kind nature. I remarked, "I happened to converse with your mother this morning, and given my experience in Douyin e-commerce, I inquired further. What brings you here today?" Choya replied, "That group of people are frauds. However, at present, we are powerless and hesitant to confront them directly for our funds." I noted, "It seems you've conducted your research?" "Yes," she affirmed. "I found our own products online. They are selling at a loss, with the ultimate aim of siphoning funds. This elucidates why sales seem robust, yet they insist on monthly settlements. The funds from selling at a loss cannot sustain the next round of goods." I inquired, "What are your plans?" "Brother," she began, "I just graduated from university, lacking connections or networks. My mother's factory is from an ordinary family, entirely unaware of the intricacies involved. I consulted a lawyer, and the best outcome would be to sue them. However, the contracting entity is likely a shell company. While the e-commerce payments are directed to individuals, leaving no funds in the corporate account. Our objective is merely to reclaim our money. Xiaoya's understanding and logic appeared mature and lucid, markedly different from those I had encountered before, such as Chuanxiu, Lu Yiting, and Xiaomai. I cautioned, suing merely confirms the debt. If we cannot recover the funds, it may alert them. She nodded, precisely. We have no alternative. After hearing my mother speak with you, I sensed the possibility of being ensnared in a scam. I thought you might possess the experience and capability to assist us. The girl was quite sincere, her eloquence evoking both a sense of her helplessness and a lack of moral coercion. The key was her appearance, reminiscent of a Cinderella figure, ultimately rendering her not conventionally attractive. Thus, the harsh reality was undeniable. I reclined in my chair. Why should I assist you? I admit I possess a penchant for benevolence. Yet I am also capricious. I fear the repercussions of pursuing a cunning fox that may lead to trouble. Just as the landlord began to speak, Xiaoya grasped her mother's hand. If you could help us recover the funds, I would offer you a commission, she proposed. A commission? This represented the pinnacle of a freshly graduated student's reasoning. I refrained from responding immediately, instead commencing to brew tea, pouring a cup for each mother and daughter. The notion of debt collection and profit aligned well with my own logic and motivations. However, I harbored deeper intentions. Please return home for now, Xiaoya. Come back to the office this evening, and I will then determine whether I am willing to assist you. The mother and daughter expressed their gratitude and departed. For this ordinary family, a loss of several million must have driven them to the brink. It remains to be seen what sacrifices they would ultimately make. Ding. WeChat on my phone reveals a familiar name, Chen Sheng, a friend with whom I once shared a close bond, only to have grown distant over time. The reason is simple, financial interests. At the beginning of last year, we ventured into an e-commerce business together, one I proposed based on the Douyin platform. Our investment was modest, 50,000 yuan, covering rent, utilities, renovations, and product samples. We aimed to establish a product selection center, not merely a sales outlet, intending to provide a supply chain and merchandise for aspiring live streamers. Reflecting on it now, I realize how naive our ambitions were. In a market saturated with e-commerce sources and Douyin's curated alliances, attempting to create a selection center was evidently a recipe for financial loss. Unsurprisingly, our partnership ended in failure, with each of us losing 25,000 yuan. However, Chen Sheng absconded with all the equipment, computers, live streaming gear, and furniture. I was left with nothing. But I didn't pursue any claims, including the remaining rent deposit. Yet, my indifference did not imply his obligation to reciprocate. Perhaps we both harbored unspoken grievances, and so we let the matter rest. He continued his Douyin operations while I pursued my internet ventures, our paths diverging without further contact. Then, I received a message. I heard you're back. I have a new project. Would you like to take a look? Such is the reality of human nature. I suspect his new venture is indeed lucrative, but he must be lacking either personnel or capital to break over a year of silence with me. What kind of project could compel him to reach out? My curiosity piqued. I replied, sure, when? Tomorrow morning, he responded. Location? I can make it, I confirmed. It felt like two schemers, each with their own motives, deliberately forgetting past grievances to start anew. That evening, Xiaoya arrived as promised. But it seemed she had misunderstood my intentions. She had clearly taken time to prepare, removing her thick glasses and donning colored contact lenses. Her attire was vibrant, accented by subtle eye makeup and striking red lips. The stark contrast caught me off guard, and I instinctively swallowed, my expression betraying my confusion. I noticed her eyes were slightly puffy, indicating she had shed tears earlier that day. It dawned on me. Had she realized I had been observing her? Yet, this recent graduate had misinterpreted my interest, grappling with her emotions throughout the afternoon, ultimately deciding to sacrifice her innocence for the staggering sum of over 4 million yuan to alleviate her family's burdens. Some may scoff at this, deeming it the onset of moral decay, but to me, it exemplified Xiaoya's remarkable courage and tenacity. Such qualities were precisely what my company needed. Of course, my invitation to Xiaoya was also a strategic move to discuss potential benefits of her joining my company. That afternoon, I contemplated how to ensure her unwavering loyalty. Merely offering 4 million yuan would not suffice. In today's world, gratitude is fleeting. I considered sabotaging the deal, plunging her and her mother into despair, only to emerge as their savior, thereby securing their loyalty. However, I soon realized I had devised a more effective plan. Chapter 32. Conquest. Harnessing a woman's pride in her virtue. along with her perceptions of shame and depravity, to wholly seize her heart. Please, have a seat. I'll retrieve our company's first and only document. I ascended the stairs to fetch the file, which contained all agreements including company registration, shareholding arrangements, and the investment in Zhang Xingxing's new venture. Take a look and see if you can comprehend it, I said, handing her the document. Qiuya merely skimmed each page before closing it. I understand, she replied. Really? What was your major in university? I inquired, intrigued. Business administration. In that instant, my mind raced with calculations. I was determined to seize control of the business belonging to her and her mother. Explain it to me, I commanded. To my surprise, she articulated, establishing a new company for the project primarily serves to isolate risk while optimizing management and facilitating financing. This is a common equity structure in medium to large enterprises. That was sufficient. I fixated on Qiuya, contemplating how to bring her into my fold. She seemed flustered under my unwavering gaze. Brother, I don't even know your name. Shintiani, I replied. ISNT the corporate representative someone else, using a professional proxy? I nodded, pleased. Brother Shun, my family cannot bear the burden of over 4 million yuan in debt. Our house is mortgaged, and that sum is all borrowed by my mother. If we cannot recover it, I fear my mother cannot withstand such a blow. Many small enterprises face this dilemma. A single failure can lead to lifelong bankruptcy, driven mainly by greed. If you can't fulfill orders, don't accept them. Otherwise, you risk falling into a trap. Are you so confident you can help me recover the funds? She asked. Our apartment is rented to a high school dropout. Another friend pays the rent. She made a lump sum payment for a year and returned to finish high school, she explained. That information is readily available. It's not difficult to verify. In this third or fourth tier city, spending 20,000 yuan to sponsor a female student is already a mark of affluence, she retorted. Anything else? The latest smartphone. And the tea in the office. I searched online, and a single brew costs over 300 yuan. Lu Haitao borrowed too much tea from his uncle this time. His uncle is indeed affluent if his tea commands such a price. I'm not pretending anymore. I'll lay my cards on the table. I'm essentially a shell company. Everything here is merely for show. Qiuya clenched her teeth, seemingly resolute. She stood and slowly approached me, her posture straightening like a princess, and took my hand. Brother Shun, I believe in you. You are a reliable person. Am I a reliable person? Who am scheming to control your business and make you and your mother my pawns? I smirked. Anyone can play the role of a dependable individual. With a gentle tug, I drew Qiuya into my embrace. The late summer air was refreshing, and as she settled onto my lap, a chill coursed through me, much like her icy fingers. She leaned nervously against my shoulder, her body trembling, perhaps from anxiety or self-consciousness. I closed the distance between us further, whispering softly in her ear. When you arrived this afternoon, I thought you were quite ordinary. Did you dress up like this tonight specifically for me? Qiuya stiffened, her voice softening. Brother Shun. I placed my hand lightly on her arm, feeling the coolness of her skin. Was her body temperature always this low? I softly patted her back, the delicate touch feeling cool against my palm. Call me boss. Qiuya had completely lowered her guard. Boss. I couldn't help but chuckle at her innocence. She was clearly inexperienced in this regard. It was no wonder, considering her usual appearance hardly attracted attention. I patted her shoulder gently, sensing her body stiffen. Yet she did not recoil. Her nervousness was palpable, and I could feel her tremors, except for the warmth radiating from her chest. I turned her face toward me, but she kept her eyes closed, her eyelashes fluttering. Open your eyes and look at me, I commanded. Trembling, she obeyed, and I reached up to gently brush away a hint of her anxiety from the corner of her eye, my fingertips warm and damp. In that moment, she completely relaxed, leaning softly into my embrace. Her pride, her restraint, and her unease dissipated in that moment. Without taking any further action, I waited for the girl in my arms to calm down, until her breathing gradually steadied. I asked, what should I be called now that you're working with me? Boss. She replied. I gently placed an encouraging kiss on her forehead. Do you have a job now? Yes, I'm a supervisor at a company. At such a young age, having just graduated to hold a supervisory position indicates at least a competent ability. Resign tomorrow and come work for me, I suggested. Okay, she responded. I'll handle the payment issues and provide you with a plan by tomorrow. Her tone brimmed with joy as she said, thank you, boss. I teased. Aren't you going to get off me? My legs are going numb. Okay, she replied. As she stood up unsteadily, she leaned lightly against my shoulder again. And our eyes met. Are you relying on me? I inquired. How could I easily let go of a capable assistant? I gently pressed her shoulder, and we shared a moment of mutual understanding in the silence of our gazes. After a warm atmosphere enveloped us, I saw gratitude and trust reflected in her eyes. Have you eaten? I asked. She shook her head. Let's go eat together. I'm hungry too. Once a person identifies someone they can rely on, they tend to develop an unconscious dependence. From the company to the underground parking lot, she held my hand like a little follower. Get in the car. For our first collaboration, it was essential to dine somewhere nice to leave her with a warm impression and deepen our mutual trust. On the top of the tallest building in the city, a revolving restaurant awaited us. Below was a musical fountain. Isn't it cozy? Candles flickered, and high wine glasses filled with red wine awaited our toast. Thank you for trusting me, I said. Boss, I should thank you more, she replied. Under the soft music, we dined together, and throughout the meal, I saw nothing but trust radiating from her eyes. An hour later, I said, let me take you home. Okay, she replied. I called for a designated driver to take Autumn back home. When we arrived at her building, she lingered reluctantly. I couldn't help but tousle her bangs gently. Go home now. Your mother is waiting for you. Don't make her worry. Okay, she said, and I watched her ascend the stairs. Back in the car, I had not yet reached a state of tranquility. The achievements thus far left me feeling a bit elated. Driver, take me to the liveliest place in town, I requested. Sure thing, boss. The designated driver replied. For matters, call the designated driver. For leisure, call a taxi. These are the two groups that know the local scene best. Akin to living maps of the city. Chapter 33. Crackdown on prostitution. To this day, I have yet to escape the mindset of sudden wealth. A street lined with bars greeted me. Young women adorned in heavy makeup sat at the entrance, yet they failed to ignite any desire within me. Boss, how many are you? Boss, here to sing? At that moment, my heart brimmed with the emptiness of newfound affluence and the arrogance of victory. I randomly selected a well-endowed madam and asked, do you have anyone with talent? She seemed surprised, stating that these days, everyone needed to know how to have fun, and true talents were rare. Disappointment washed over me. Low-end consumption only yields base experiences. Thus, I moved on to the largest nightclub in the city. Is this your first visit? I opened up about my newfound wealth. If the experience is good, I'll be a regular. Understood. How many in your party? I held up my fingers. 1. The manager hesitated briefly before quickly regaining composure and leading me further inside. Nightclubs are quieter than bars and more business-oriented than television. The soundproofing is excellent, with closed doors and a staff member stationed at each entrance. Please, come in. I sank comfortably into the soft sofa, enveloping me entirely. Dear boss, you can call me Xiaohe. I'm the manager here. Bring me something upscale with talent, I instructed. Understood, boss. 10 minutes later, Xiaohe opened the door for a visual consultation. I nodded. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 individuals, each with their unique allure. Hello, boss. What talents do you possess? Ethnic dance, pole dance. I can perform popular TikTok dances, and I play the guzheng. I waved my hand. Today, let's have something elegant. Keep the guzheng player and the ethnic dancer. In the nightclub, I lounged with my legs crossed, enjoying the sight of a beautiful woman playing the guzheng, while 2 beautiful ladies in traditional attire danced before me to chasing the moon with colorful clouds. Is this the life of the affluent? Despite my enjoyment, a sense of dissatisfaction lingered. This was merely a superficial experience. What one acquires with money is not true upper-class society. Just as I was dozing off while listening to the guzheng and admiring the dancers, a commotion erupted outside. Before I could fully comprehend, 2 officers burst through the door, brandishing a body camera and flashlight, pointing them at my face. Do you think I believe it's your first visit? Thankfully, I had only ordered dancing. Luckily, I was dozing off as they entered. While squatting in the hallway, I noticed disheveled people in the corridor. A nightclub can be both businesslike and upscale. Where did the staff at the entrance disappear to? City Police Department. An interrogation room. Once the girls were taken away, I found myself alone, glancing at the young officer watching me. Assistance, he said. Scanning the surroundings, I noted the absence of cameras. Brother, lend me a hand. I know you're superior. Just make a call. The young officer appeared slightly embarrassed. There are no cameras here. I have 2,000 yuan in cash. You can take it. Just make a call for me. 1 minute. Ultimately, money swayed his heart. Truthfully, for a monthly salary of 1,800 yuan, hesitating was already commendable. I pulled out the cash and handed it to him. He returned my phone. Once again, he dialed the number of the woman. Which room is this? Room 7. He replied. Room 7. After the call ended, within 2 minutes, people appeared at the door of the interrogation room. Team leader Zhou, you go out first. Understood. Zhou Mini, her face ablaze with anger, closed the door and began to kick me. Ouch, that really hurts. The police boots were lethal. After 2 kicks, I collapsed to the floor, my body curling like a shrimp. Jomini realized her strength had been excessive and hurried to help me up. Lifting my shirt, she saw 2 dark purple bruises. How is it? Does it hurt? I gritted my teeth, cold sweat forming on my forehead. You say there's no affection at all. Jomini was both angry and aggrieved. You got caught in such a place. I'm furious. I truly don't know what you're thinking. Have you clarified? Did you check the body camera? What was I doing when they entered? We've been monitoring the Crown nightclub for a month. The staff at the entrance are all our people. You can't argue your way out of this. No wonder the staff at the entrance were ineffective. It turned out they were undercover. This was my first visit. I just wanted to watch the dancing. If you don't believe me, ask your team members and check the body camera. Jomini instructed the outside assistant. Go get the relevant body camera footage and the officers who were present at the time, along with the informant from the team. Understood, team leader. 10 minutes later, the truth was revealed. Jomini began to fume. How could you bring someone in under such circumstances? Did you lose your mind? The 2 officers appeared helpless. The task assigned by the department was to sweep everything clean. Who would have thought there was a cat in the mouse nest? You few will stay and work overtime tonight, write reports. Yes, they left. Jomini, Shintiani, you may leave now. As I approached the door, clutching my stomach and chest, Jomini whispered, wait for me at the main entrance. I made my way step by step to the entrance. A bright red Mazda followed closely behind me, with Jomini in the driver's seat. Upon entering the vehicle, the 10-minute journey passed in silence, leading us to a villa community. Jomini assisted me into the living room after I opened the car door. Lie down on the sofa and don't move, she instructed. As I reclined, I surveyed my surroundings. The villa was adorned in a traditional Chinese style, with charming decorations and trinkets that suggested a feminine touch. Do you live here alone? I inquired. Jomini produced a medicine box from seemingly nowhere. Yes, my parents are busy in Zhengzhou and seldom return, she replied. She lifted my shirt to reveal the deep purple bruises on my chest and abdomen. You have a heart as venomous as a snake. And I now suffer from internal injuries, I remarked. Jomini shot me a disapproving glance, her spirited demeanor tinged with an unexpected allure. From the medicine box, she retrieved a bottle of liquid that resembled iodine. However, upon closer inspection, it was not. She poured some into her palm, rubbed her hands together, and gently applied it to the bruised areas. Ouch, I winced, feeling a sharp pain combined with a slight burning sensation. What is this? I asked. A family remedy for bruises. If this were treated in a hospital, it would take at least 10 to 15 days, but with me, you'll be fine in 3 or 4 days, she assured me. Then I owe you my gratitude, I replied. No need for thanks, she said. She applied the remedy with care, and after over half an hour, the pain had significantly diminished, though sweat glistened on her forehead. I reached out, gently tucking a stray hair behind her ear and wiping away her sweat. All right, take a break, I suggested. Jomini looked up, her eyes slightly red. What's wrong? You kicked me. Yet here you are, crying, I pointed out. Suddenly, she buried her face in her hands and wept. There I was, the injured party, having to sit up and comfort her. Chapter 34. A dream painted in words. I softly patted her back, soothingly saying, it's all right. Look at your family remedy. It seems quite effective. Jomini continued to sob, her tears flowing like pearls from a broken string. I sighed in resignation, teasingly saying, look at what you've done to me. I haven't complained, yet others would have made a fuss by now. You should be secretly pleased. Humph. She replied with a quivering voice, but a hint of a smile broke through her tears, finally managing to stifle them. The sofa was spacious, so I shifted further inside, knowing she must be exhausted from squatting for so long. As expected, Jomini rose and sat beside me, with her hands still coated in the medicinal liquid. She resumed, gently massaging my injury. The pain gradually subsided, and my thoughts began to wander. Jomini possessed an exquisite beauty, exuding an air of aloofness that made her seem untouchable. Yet, as she sat close to me, a delicate fragrance enveloped my senses, stirring my heart. The dilemma was where to place my hands. Having supported myself for so long, my arms had grown numb. When I finally extracted them, I found her proximity left no room for them to return to their original position. After a moment of hesitation, I gently wrapped my arm around her waist, resting it on the armrest of the sofa, cautious not to overstep. Perhaps the atmosphere had grown too intimate, as the air felt charged with heat, and I could sense her body gradually warming beside me. Behave yourself. Jomini's voice carried a playful reprimand laced with a hint of warning. At her words, I instinctively tightened my embrace, but dared not cross any boundaries. Perhaps due to the effects of the alcohol, my mind relaxed completely, the lingering fragrance igniting a flutter in my heart. Just then, as she pressed on a tender spot near my waist, I involuntarily let out a grunt of pain. Jomini, startled by my outcry, snapped back to reality, and upon seeing me grimace, she couldn't help but laugh. Haha, serves you right for moving. Flustered and helpless. My cheeks burned, unsure if it was from the alcohol or embarrassment. After all, I was already injured, and the added pain was like salt on an open wound. Jomini smirked, her eyes glinting with mischief. Does it hurt? I nodded in honesty. If it hurts, then don't move unnecessarily, she advised, gently pressing around my wound with a newfound tenderness. Feeling a bit aggrieved, I softly called out, Nua Nua. Her body instinctively shivered, and her ears flushed a deep red. Nua Nua was her nickname, known only to her parents and me. During our flirtatious banter in high school and college, I often called her that. My hand lightly caressed her back, a soothing gesture. She leaned into my embrace, ceasing her struggles. 10 minutes later, Jomini attempted to rise quietly, but I playfully grasped her hand, refusing to let go. She huffed, turning her head away in a show of defiance, but ultimately, with a resigned sigh. She sat beside me, her face flushed, continuing to massage my arm. Haha, I chuckled triumphantly. You're utterly insufferable, she huffed, though her tone lacked any real anger. As the night deepened, fatigue washed over me. It was now the early hours of the morning, and I could hardly keep my eyes open. Nua Nua helped me to bed, and as soon as my head hit the pillow, I slipped into a deep slumber. The next morning, I awoke with a splitting headache. The effects of last night's wine were formidable, and my throat felt parched. Turning my head, I noticed a glass of warm water on the bedside table, which I quickly drank, regaining enough strength to survey the room. The decor was exquisite and cozy, clearly Jomini's sanctuary, though she had already left for work. A breeze swept through, and I suddenly felt a chill. Glancing down, I realized I was dressed in a clean cotton loungewear set. It seemed Jomini had taken my alcohol-scented clothes to wash and had thoughtfully provided me with a suitable replacement. Looking at my injuries, they had improved significantly since last night. Her family remedy truly lived up to its reputation. Just then, my phone vibrated. It was a WeChat message from Lu Haitao. The notification has come through. We've won the bid. I replied with an acknowledgement and set my phone aside. I had another task to attend to, retrieving the payment for Chioya's mother. This task, though seemingly simple, required dealing with those who tend to embellish their promises. The best strategy was to present them with an even grander illusion, enticing them to leap willingly into the trap. Chioya had a grasp of business administration, yet she was still inexperienced in the subtleties of commercial negotiations. Fortunately, I was confined at home for 3 days due to my injuries, allowing me to focus on this matter. I messaged Chioya, tell your mother not to respond to their messages or answer their calls. Let them stew for a day. The following morning, Chioya sent me a message. We ignored them all day yesterday, and today they messaged again, pressing for shipment. I inquired, what are the current online prices for Funtiao and Fuzhou? Chioya promptly replied, Funtiao is 7 yuan, and Fuzhou is 6 yuan. That's the price my mother provided, and with the 13 yuan shipping fee, they're actually at a loss. That's good, I concluded. I replied, informing them that we had received a substantial new batch of raw materials, allowing us to reduce the cost of the vermicelli to 55 yuan and the tofu skin to 45 yuan. However, we required 20 million yuan in cash for stocking, and we were currently gathering funds, hoping they could settle part of the account first. Let us create a small allure to pique their interest with these low prices. Kiwiya hesitated, expressing concern that if they were unwilling to provide even 2 million, asking for 20 million might be too outrageous. Rest assured, they will undoubtedly refuse. I reassured her, after their refusal, do not respond, let it linger for a day. I understood that e-commerce deliveries had strict timelines, and if goods were sold but not shipped, penalties would ensue. My aim was to instill urgency, ensuring they would not only lose their principal, but also incur penalties. On the morning of the third day, Kiwiya messaged me again. The other party responded, willing to pay 1 million in goods first. Not enough, I quickly replied, suggesting she find someone to record a video of the raw materials procurement, stating that these materials were in high demand at a low price. And if payment could not be made by this afternoon, the goods would be claimed by others, employing a familiar tactic to create a sense of scarcity, forcing them to expedite their decision. 10 minutes later, Kiwiya sent another message. The other party stated that a lack of stock was not an issue and requested that we send some goods urgently. I instructed her to send a video of the loading process, indicating that we would dispatch 3 trucks at the new supply price. I reminded her to inform them that if the raw materials could not be secured today, the subsequent 8 million in goods would still need to be supplied at the original price, creating a psychological gap to disrupt their judgment. Each truck would cost approximately 300,000, totaling 900,000, just enough to match the 1 million they had just sent, reassuring them while further tantalizing their appetite. Half an hour later, Kiwiya updated me. The other party stated they could only send another 1 million, citing their own financial constraints. Let them wait, I replied. It's only 2 p.m. We have plenty of time to stretch this out. At 3:30 p.m., Kiwiya messaged again. Her tone tinged with urgency. They were anxious to know how much was required to ensure the supply, threatening not to place future orders with us otherwise. The ultimate move. A smile crept across my lips as I responded, suggesting she record another video stating we needed a minimum deposit of 4 million, with the remaining 16 million to be settled within a month. Inform them that if they could send the additional 4 million, we would deliver 20 million worth of goods at the new cost price, presenting the ultimate bait, an irresistible offer of a substantial order at a low price. 15 minutes later, Kiwiya messaged, her disbelief palpable. The other party agreed. They had already transferred the 4 million. I chuckled, responding, how could they possibly refuse? Initially, they aimed to deceive us out of 10 million while bearing the cost of losses. Now, with 20 million worth of goods presented to them, they can sell at their price and still profit. Such a fortuitous opportunity is simply irresistible. Chapter 35 concludes. Minimizing losses equates to profit. The desire to recoup losses often leads to ruin. On the morning of the 4th day at the office, I had just settled down with a cup of tea when Kiwiya arrived with her mother. This time, Kiwiya had also made an effort to dress up, presenting a rather charming mother-daughter duo. Before even sitting down, Kiwiya excitedly grasped my hand. Boss, you are truly remarkable. Ahem. I cleared my throat as Kiwiya returned to her seat under her mother's curious gaze. Kiwiya's mother expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Mr. Shun, we sincerely appreciate your assistance. The other party transferred the payment of 4 million yesterday afternoon, and combined with the previous 850,000, we are no longer at a loss. Why mention 4 million? Because 3 million is a sensitive threshold. There are no guarantees in business. With 85 million still yielding a profit, we can consider the losses a valuable lesson learned. Some may find this unsatisfactory. I must candidly say, a gambler striving to recover their principal is destined to lose everything. I replied, as long as we can mitigate the losses, I shall not be disappointed. Kiwiya's mother continued, Mr. Shun, I heard Kiwiya mention wanting to work at your company, and she is even willing to forego her salary. I responded, oh no, salaries must be paid. Moreover, Kiwiya will receive a promotion and a raise. The project is just beginning, and I need a capable assistant to help manage the company. This statement elevated Kiwiya to a significant position, leaving her feeling elated. Kiwiya's mother then presented a handbag. Mr. Shun, this is a small token of our appreciation. I hope you will accept it. From now on, I entrust Kiwiya to you. This double entendre. I quickly declined, realizing that accepting this money would nullify my efforts with Kiwiya. However, Kiwiya insisted, placing the bag in my hand. Mr. Shun, this is our sincere gratitude. Tonight, my mother is preparing to invite you to our home for dinner. We initially planned to dine out, but that would not adequately convey our respect for you. We hope you will definitely join us tonight. I refrained from further refusal, maintaining the decorum befitting a boss. Since I would be dining at her home tonight, I resolved to bring the gift then. The mother and daughter, fearing I might change my mind, left the bag with me before departing, with Kiwiya reminding me once more, Boss, you must come tonight. As they left, I encountered Haitao at the door. Haitao entered with a questioning expression. I just hired a manager. She will be responsible for the company's management moving forward, I said. Haitao inquired, what is her background? I replied, she was lured from another company with a high salary, possessing significant expertise. Haitao was indifferent. As long as he wasn't the one managing, he had no objections. What brings you here today? I asked, noticing his puzzled look. I've been coming here every day, all right? I came to meet friends for a game of mahjong, but you've been absent for 3 days. Do you have a game today? I asked. Yes, we're playing Texas Hold'em. Are you joining? I might as well play a couple of hands. It's been a while. Haitao exclaimed, that's great. Let me win some money from you. I've been on a winning streak these past few days. Brother, be cautious. Extremes lead to reversals. So beware of divine retribution today. A short while later, 4 individuals arrived. It wouldn't be accurate to call them acquaintances, but we all knew one another. Haitao proclaimed, everyone is in for a treat today. You all get to meet Mr. Shun. Let us enjoy. It had been a long time since I played cards with Tianyi. People are social creatures. If you observe closely, you will find yourself in different circles. Those who enjoy playing cards, those who like to surf the internet, those who relish foot massages, and others who ponder ways to make money. To be honest, I have never won at cards. Today, My prediction about Haitao's reversal of fortune and divine retribution did not come to pass. I ended up losing 2,000 yuan instead. Playing cards truly is addictive. We played from morning until night. Who won today? Whoever wins pays for dinner. Sometimes, winning at the card table doesn't equate to real victory. In our circle, playing cards is merely a pastime, not a means of livelihood. Among 5 people, if you won 2,000 yuan today, I'm sorry, you're definitely losing money today. It's common to end up spending thousands on meals and karaoke. I said, you all go ahead. I have plans tonight. Let us do this another day. Haitao teased. Then Mr. Shun, your 2,000 yuan loss will be a contribution to the people. I replied, I must take my leave today. In a couple of days. I'll treat you all separately. The guys made sure to remember that. They truly took note, emphasizing that any invitation must be genuine. In this circle, they are all second-generation wealthy. They pay great attention to details, especially words spoken casually. The more casual the talk, the more people tend to keep their distance. What does it mean to be second-generation wealthy? It implies having enough to survive without working, yet not possessing significant wealth. The first-tier and second-tier individuals like Zhang and Zhao are not on the same level. The first-tier and second-tier are the real rich second generation. At 7 p.m., Kiya, fearing I might not arrive, sent me her home's location via WeChat. I arrived on time, bringing along 2 boxes of gifts. Although it was my appreciation banquet, it is my fundamental courtesy to bring a gift when visiting. Upon knocking on the door, Chia welcomed me in her silk pajamas, clearly having put in considerable effort to prepare. Upon our meeting, she discreetly bestowed upon me a sweet kiss. Once inside, Chia's mother remarked, Mr. Shun, why are you still carrying things? I replied, just passing by, I picked these up on a whim. Her mother insisted, please, have a seat. The last 2 dishes will be ready shortly. I noted the abundance of food laid out on the square table and said, that one tea be necessary. This is more than enough. Chia's mother then urged her, Chia, quickly peel some fruit for Mr. Shun. As I sat in the living room, I observed the walls adorned with photographs of the mother and daughter duo, with no trace of Chia's father. It seemed another single-parent household in today's society. Marriages are quick, and divorces even quicker. Whether driven by financial pressures or a shift in moral values, the importance of traditional ethics has diminished. At the dining table, Chia's mother opened a bottle of white wine, genuinely delighted. Mr. Shun, allow me to toast you first. I sincerely thank you for your assistance, as I might not have endured such a blow otherwise. There was no room for refusal. We clinked glasses and drank. Sir, I also toast to you. Grateful for your kindness in allowing me to work by your side. Another toast, and it was impossible to decline. Mr. Shun, this third glass is a joint toast from the 2 of us, thanking you for saving our family. According to the rules of camaraderie, this third glass was essential. And we drank again. Come, Mr. Shun, savor my mother's cooking. It was indeed delicious. The wine was potent, and after a few glasses, I felt a warmth spread through me, though it was late September and no longer the season for air conditioning. If it's too warm, you should take off your jacket, Chia suggested, rising to help me remove it and hang it on the coat rack by the door. This mother-daughter pair, likely from Sichuan, had a strong tolerance for spice, and I, too, found myself increasingly drawn to the heat. Who would have thought Mr. Shun could handle spicy food as well? Chia's mother exclaimed, raising her glass. We drank again. In less than an hour, we had consumed a full kilogram of liquor, 3 people, an average of a bottle each. The alcohol was strong, and I was beginning to feel the effects. Chapter 36. Drunk, I was truly intoxicated. It's no wonder women accompany men for drinks. It really is a comfort. I can't drink anymore, I declared. Just one last glass. I hazily downed it, and then collapsed onto the table, unconscious. I awoke in the middle of the night, clad only in my underwear in an unfamiliar room. Chia's home, I presumed. Chia's mother, a businesswoman, had evidently inherited her daughter's capacity for drink. It was 2 in the morning, and unable to sleep, she had resorted to her own methods of expressing gratitude, ensuring I was thoroughly intoxicated, and she herself had indulged as well. Feeling overheated and sweaty, I struggled with discomfort. Hearing me snoring in the guest room, she decided to take a shower, but while she was bathing, I barged in. I saw a cloud of steam, and, overwhelmed, rushed to the toilet to vomit. She forgot she was in the midst of her shower and hurried over to pat my back. When one is vomiting, being patted on the back is the last thing one wants. I could have held it in, but her encouragement only made it worse. I clung to her, signaling her to stop, yet she continued vigorously. Finally, I could vomit no more and collapsed onto the floor. Afterward, I felt somewhat sober, but I also understood the situation was such that even sobriety would not help. I could only sit there in a daze. Choya's mother wrapped herself in a bathrobe and brought me a glass of water. After I gargled, she assisted me back to the guest room. As she helped me lie down, her bathrobe suddenly slipped loose, falling away entirely. Who does not meet death? Yet, one must leave a pure reputation in this world. My instinct was to turn away to avoid the awkwardness, prompting Choya's mother to hastily gather her robe and flee. Choya was 20. Her mother must be around 38. That night, Choya's mother found sleep elusive. Having given birth to Choya at 18, no man had entered their home for 20 years. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something. Glancing at my room door, which remained ajar, while I lay turned away, she approached the 2 boxes I had brought, slightly opening one to see her money pouch returned. Untouched, a shiver ran through her, draining her of strength. After a lengthy internal struggle of half an hour, she finally resolved her conflict. Fate has brought us together, she murmured, stepping inside and closing the door behind her. Upon hearing the door click shut, I was about to turn when a hand covered my mouth. The palm was slender. Do not speak. Choya is still asleep next door. Then, a cool body pressed against my back. To be honest, after drinking, I felt warm. The chill was soothing. I turned to embrace the cool figure, and my intoxication faded slightly. Just as I was about to speak, she pushed me down flat. We were both intoxicated that night. The next day, I awoke only when the sun was high. Choya sat quietly beside me, watching as I opened my eyes. She quickly averted her gaze. I reached out to touch her face. You look lovely when you dress up. Why not maintain that appearance regularly? Choya blushed and replied. My mother says that a girl should appear unremarkable to protect herself. I nodded in agreement. Last night felt like a dream. Where are my clothes? I inquired. Choya's cheeks turned crimson. I took them for washing. They should be dry now. I'll fetch them for you. As I dressed, I asked, where is your mother? She went to the factory. The loan has been repaid. Business is tough now. Prices have dropped significantly, and she plans to close the factory. Indeed. I am familiar with your product. It lacks brand value and competes solely on price. In this day and age, breaking even is considered a success. My mother says the same, Choya responded. She is quite adept in business. How could she be so easily deceived? After the pandemic, orders plummeted. And with so many workers to support, that group of e-commerce opportunists showed up. My mother, unfamiliar with the internet, was desperate and fell into their trap. Thankfully, she met you, boss. Ah, this girl is getting all sentimental again. I pinched her cheek. All right, enough sweet talk. We need to get to work. Business will commence today. I wanted to leave quickly to avoid an awkward encounter with Choya's mother. In the office, Chen Yuanyuan arrived with Zhang Xingxing, while Haitao brewed tea. I brought Choya in. Let me introduce you. This is our company manager, Tan Choya. Any business dealings can be coordinated through her. Chen Yuanyuan looked surprised. Realizing I had swiftly shifted responsibility. Each has their expertise. I am but an outsider when it comes to managing the company and handling business. Thus, Haitao and I observed as Choya engaged in discussions with Zhang Xingxing and Chen Yuanyuan. Haitao couldn't help but comment, Tiani, where did you find such a talent? It's not that she is talented, it's just that we are novices in this area. I grasped the overarching framework, but am lost in the details. Sure enough, within half an hour, they had concluded discussions on further collaboration. After Chen Yuanyuan and Zhang Xingxing departed, Choya reported, Boss. The subsequent payments and shipping procedures are all in order. The specific timeline and financial figures have been confirmed with signatures from both parties. And we have also nearly finalized the framework agreement for upgrading HW suppliers. I will compile today's work into a PDF report and send it to your email. Haitao stood there, dumbfounded. Even I am taken aback. Choya, the company still needs a computer, a printer, and some A4 paper for contract modifications and direct printing. Me, all right. Buy whatever Haitao needs. Choya, President Liu, I will send you the brands of the computer and printer. Please remember to issue an invoice. The company will streamline its processes in the future, which will significantly reduce tax-related troubles. Liu Haitao, Manager Tan makes a good point. I will take care of it right away. I said to Choya, the company is just starting out and does not have much business, for now. We don't need too many people. Work hard, and it's best if one person can handle multiple roles. Choya, don't worry, boss. I will do my best to excel in my work. Excellent. I truly appreciate energetic young individuals. The phone rang. It was Chen Sheng, whom I had arranged to meet the next day. However, he got caught up in a crackdown the night before, and that matter fell through. I answered the call, President Chen. Chen Sheng, President Chen, you are quite the busy man. Me. Just aimlessly busy. Something came up a few days ago, and I haven't had a chance to break free. Chen Sheng, how about we reschedule? Me. There's no time like the present. Let's set it for this afternoon. Chen Sheng, all right, 2 p.m. After hanging up, Choya said, Boss, my mother is bringing lunch around noon. I broke into a cold sweat. What should I do? Me. I have a bit of business, so I'll leave for now. Chuya clung to my arm. Humph. I overheard your business call for 2 p.m. We still have a lot of food from last night that we can't finish. My mother said she would heat it up and bring it over for us to share. Me. Well, that's fine. We can't waste it. Wasting food is shameful. Chapter 37. Feng Shui. I suddenly stood up and solemnly asked Chuya, what is your mother's name? Chuya. Tanhong. Tanhong. It seems Chuya has taken her mother's surname. I hesitated about how to address her when we meet. Calling her auntie feels inappropriate. It seems I can only call her Sister Hong. As if summoned, Sister Hong appeared, carrying 2 large lunchboxes. Sister Hong, thank you. She paused for a moment and naturally handed me one of the lunchboxes. Sister Hong, I prepared so many dishes yesterday, and President Shun. You were too busy drinking to eat much. With Chuya working, I couldn't consume it all by myself. I thought it would be a shame to waste food. So I brought some for you. I smiled brightly. Truly, I might just be a farmer at heart, cherishing food dearly, and the more Sister Hong did this, the more I liked her. Me, great. Sister Hong, let's eat together. Sister Hong, you two go ahead. I've already eaten at home. This is the company. You two should eat quickly. It wouldn't look appropriate if someone came in. Generous, graceful, and economical. After half an hour, we finished the meal in a whirlwind. And Sister Hong looked on, beaming with joy. Sister Hong, you all continue with your work. I'm leaving now. Sister Hong tidily cleaned up and turned to leave without any eye contact, which alleviated much of my awkwardness. Me, let us head upstairs and rest. There's a bed in the partition upstairs. Chuya blushed. Boss, you go ahead. I'll clean up first. I had no ulterior motives. I merely wanted to take a nap. Ignoring Chuya, I went upstairs to rest. In a daze, a cool body nestled into my embrace. Me, stop fooling around. Let's sleep. It's a bit warm. I need to cool down. Spring brings a hint of red to the flower tips, boasting in the gentle breeze. At 1:30 p.m., Chuya woke me up. She was half lying beside me, and I felt like a child resting in her arms. I withdrew my hand and sniffed it. Ah, the scent of shower gel. Chuya, you're so annoying. Driving my BMW X3, I tried to show off a little in front of Chinsheng. We arrived at a clubhouse. The location was a tranquil oasis amidst the bustling city, quite an interesting layout. I sent a message on WeChat. I've arrived. Chinsheng, wait a moment, I'll come to get you. The upper line, 9 purple stars align to bring prosperity and virtue. The lower line, the martial star approaches the great gate, bringing great fortune. The horizontal inscription, auspiciousness of the 9 movements. I remained silent, observing the tricks he was playing. Yet I found myself captivated. Feng Shui is a universally accepted concept in the country. Upon entering, there was a small scenic water pool, shrouded in mist, with several goldfish swimming within. Passing through a corridor approximately 3 meters long, I noticed paintings and calligraphy hanging on both sides. This piece was penned by Vice Mayor Bai. Retired for 5 years. This piece was written by the Deputy Minister of the United Front Work Department. Retired for 6 years. And this one was crafted by the President of the City Writers Association. All are leaders who have long been retired, lacking the energy to shine. They seek a sense of existence. What a clever facade. I marveled at his brilliance. Chinsheng was playing a subtle game. Linking Feng Shui to both the political and business spheres, I had to admit he was a social genius. Upon entering, the living room was spacious, with half of it being a tea area, similar to Li Tai's setup. There were 2 partitions. One served as a temple, housing deities, while the other was a private meeting room, featuring a display rack filled with various items. Chinsheng, when divining fortunes, always had a purpose. Any prediction necessitated a remedy, and remedies required talismans. He casually selected an item from the display rack as a talisman that needed consecration. The talisman was priced at 300, while the consecration cost 6,000. A lucrative profit. Chinsheng took a seat and poured tea. I sat down, and Chinsheng began to brew tea. In terms of decor and the quality of tea utensils, Chinsheng far surpassed Li Tai. If Li Tai was a crude imitation, then Chinsheng had already infused his own essence into it. After sipping the tea, I found it lacking. Perhaps I had grown accustomed to finer teas or had developed discerning tastes. Chinsheng's tea was as inferior as Li Tai's. How does Chinsheng feel? Upon entering, I found it quite pleasant. The decor and layout were upscale, especially the calligraphy and paintings. Chinsheng smiled. My tea leaves aren't the best. With such an exquisite exterior, how could it falter at the crucial moment? Chinsheng scoffed, claiming that good tea costs over 1,000 per pound, while ordinary tea still ranges from 400 to 500. I have many guests daily, and the consumption of tea is substantial. Furthermore, those leaders do not understand tea. In this environment, if I claim it's good tea, everyone agrees. I shrugged off my shoulders, crafting schemes and traps, gifting others to the heavens. Perfection cannot tolerate even a grain of sand in one's eyes. Chun Sheng, doesn't he believe it? In a bit, a business owner will arrive. You can sit here and enjoy tea. During this time, Chun Sheng made a phone call. Teacher Wang, at 3:30 p.m., a boss is scheduled to consult. I've already sent you his information. After hanging up, Chun Sheng, who is the president of the local I Ching Association and a third-generation feng shui master, has the branch manager of XP as her godson. Out in the world, indeed, identity is something one must earn. Shortly after, a woman in her 60s arrived, wearing glasses and exuding a relaxed aura. Upon seeing me, her eyes lit up. Young man, would you like to take a look? I see you're glowing. It seems you have good news coming your way. I smiled slightly. A gentleman does not speak of strange forces. One should not believe, nor disbelieve entirely. Thank you, perhaps another time. Chun Sheng arranged for Teacher Wang to enter the temple and then went out to receive guests. Moments later, Chun Sheng brought in a man in his mid-40s, the calligraphy of the vice mayor and the United Front Work Department. Under such introductions, everyone was left bewildered. President Zhang, would you prefer tea first, or should we head inside? Chun Sheng exchanged glances. Teacher Wang has arrived, right? Chun Sheng confirmed. President Zhang, then I shall go in first. Within 10 minutes, President Zhang emerged, looking somewhat pale, and casually signaled to Chun Sheng with his eyes. Chun Sheng nodded, and the two walked into another meeting room. President Zhang, how would you rate Teacher Wang's skills? Chun Sheng is well known far and wide. Just look at the calligraphy and paintings at the entrance. They were left behind by leaders who have visited. President Zhang grimaced and admitted, Teacher Wang is about 50 to 60% accurate. I am merely seeking peace of mind. Chun Sheng pointed to the display stand, noting the empty spaces and the items still arranged in certain areas. Did Teacher Wang mention your fate? Earth fate, he said. Chun Sheng selected a June porcelain gourd, adorned with a red ribbon, the size of a palm. The gourd is 300. For the consecration, it's 6,000. General Manager Zhang's expression shifted. We won't accept your money for the gourd. For the consecration fee, please donate directly to the temple's merit incense. I'll arrange for someone to perform the consecration. You can either wait or head home, and I will send you the video of the ceremony. What about the person outside? General Manager Zhang inquired. Chun Sheng, adhering to their customary rules, refrained from prying further. All right, I'll head home then. Thank you for taking care of the rest, Zhang said. No worries, General Manager Zhang. Feel free to visit often. You might even run into Deputy Mayor Bai, Chun Sheng reassured him. After Zhang left the private meeting room and re-entered the temple, he returned in just 2 minutes. We exchanged nods before he departed. Teacher Wang emerged from the temple. Thank you for your hard work, Chun Sheng, he said with a smile. Young man, would you like to come in and chat? Shall I sit with you, Teacher Wang? I asked. No, you two continue your conversation, he replied. Chapter 38. The Great and Lesser Studies of National Culture. Chun Sheng looked at me, inquiring about my thoughts. Prophet? I ventured. We take joy in the matters we observe. The divination never goes unpaid. Generally, it's 100, and those with wealth may offer 200. Is it split equally? I asked. The fees for the divination belong to the teacher. We do not take them. Our earnings come from the ritual instruments priced at 300 and the consecration at 3,000, he explained. Are there any costs involved? I pressed. The instruments cost 20, and the consecration is 800. I was astonished. Is there a fee for the consecration? Chun Sheng laughed. Naturally, we engage temple monks who recite scriptures. Is there a need to mail items back and forth? I queried. Not at all. A video suffices, he replied. One a day, that amounts to 60,000 a month. The profit is substantial. How many clients do you see daily? I asked. Chun Sheng sighed slightly. We initially aimed high-end, which makes clientele difficult to find in a third or fourth-tier city. In 2 months of operation, we have only 15 clients. Does that cover costs? I inquired. Monthly operating costs are minimal, but I invested significant effort to secure funding. Renovating this establishment cost 400,000, plus a few tens of thousands on hospitality for leaders. He said, that doesn't seem to align with your character, I noted. Chun Sheng, true to his name, harbored grand ambitions. His greatest aspiration was to orchestrate a high-end business venture, consolidating resources from both political and commercial realms to create his own enterprise. Coming from a family entrenched in the system, he had reaped the benefits of the times, but now, having studied finance, he dreamt of becoming the next Buffett. He disliked conventional work, yearning instead to make waves in finance, yet found himself disillusioned. Those who understand me are few, he lamented. Why do you say that? I asked. Who hasn't been a reckless youth with lofty ambitions? There was a time we were all on the same path. Pour some tea and elaborate, I urged. The preceding topics did not pique my interest. It was the latter content that intrigued me. Next year marks the auspicious 9 Purple Fire movement. Ideal for investments in culture and national studies. I am preparing in advance this year, he explained. I was unaware of that, I confessed. It's merely a gimmick. Capitalizing on the Chinese belief in fate to carve out a niche in national studies, he replied. How does this relate to your future development? I probed. A tall building must have a solid foundation. Only then can it ascend. National studies can be categorized into greater and lesser studies. The lesser studies attract traffic, establishing private domain flows, while the greater studies harvest resources and networks to ultimately achieve our goals. The lesser studies encompass aspects like the plum blossom divination, palmistry, fortune-telling, relationships, financial prospects, careers, family, and feng shui for both living and deceased. In simple terms, it involves paying for services rendered. The greater studies focus on self-cultivation, retreating to the mountains for enlightenment, and seeking mentorship for spiritual elevation, with costs starting at $30,000, averaging around $100,000. Isn't that just a scheme for profit? I questioned. No, it's outright fraud, he replied. Do you have back-end services? I asked. The mountain retreat is a rented farmhouse, and the masters are actors charging $200 a day, reciting texts like the Tao Te Ching and the 4 teachings of Liao Fan, supplemented with some hollow philosophies. Wealthy individuals seek high-end experiences for a sense of inner peace. I find your ideals grand, but the reality seems stark. I believe it will be challenging to close deals in the thousands, at least. Those who partake in your tea may hesitate to spend that much, I remarked. Thus, we must start with acquaintances. Strangers are often wary. By leveraging familiar connections, whether due to social obligation or genuine pursuit of elevation, once they invest, their money and heart align, leading to referrals and networking that makes this endeavor feasible, he explained. I had already dismissed this model in my mind. Chun Sheng sought me out because of my social circle, which included many affluent individuals and second-generation wealthy. Noticing my silence, he continued, I'll set up the framework, and you bring in clients. We can split the profits 50-50. The high-end connections and resources will be shared among us. All right, I'll think it over, I replied. Chun Sheng believed he understood me, assuming my sole motivation was profit. However, I had seen through his intentions. At this moment, I was no different from any stranger he might summon tomorrow, merely a tool, a high-end laborer in his scheme. Chun Sheng set the stage, and we would attract acquaintances, regardless of the content of his performance, as long as ticket sales were secured. Unfortunately, that was not the kind of person I aspired to be. As I departed from Chun Sheng's establishment, clarity settled in. I would simply send him a message to decline his proposal the following day. Of course, I acknowledged there might be like-minded individuals who would soar together with him. Such a fast track, regrettably, was not one I could embark upon. I opened Douyin to find a plethora of content discussing national studies and traditional culture, palm reading, and fortune-telling. 38 yuan for palmistry, 200 for disaster relief, and 998 for ritual instruments, all following the same pattern. There were offers for 2,999 to perform rituals, a single event, 100 mobile phones, 100 angles, 100 clients. Have you ever witnessed a live stream featuring only a single palm? Have you encountered a master speaking in incomprehensible metaphysical jargon? Have you been inundated with promotions for the 9 Purple Fire movement? Later, Chun Sheng took me to the second floor of the club, where dozens of streamers were broadcasting live, with thousands of viewers in the chat. Adding people on WeChat, those seeking relationships had their birth dates entered into a computer, yielding instant results for 38 yuan. For financial prospects, they sold wealth-attracting ornaments, and even if profits were elusive, they started by spending 888. For career advice, they offered home feng shui consultations priced at 999 for in-home visits and 200 for remote consultations. The 5 elements, wood, fire, earth, metal, and water, were arranged according to what was lacking. I suddenly recalled a past experience while traveling, where I had encountered someone at a temple casually offering a divination for a few hundred yuan. Others would burn incense seeking blessings, only to discover they spent 99 yuan learning the difference between a 9 yuan incense stick and a 99 yuan one. I often observed individuals seeking fortune-telling. When they faced recent misfortunes, the fortune teller would ominously declare, "Your fate is fraught with calamity." You might wonder if it was a mere coincidence or if it would indeed come to pass. Some seeking love would hear that, despite having 2 daughters, they would eventually have a son in 3 to 5 years. Elated, they would donate 500 yuan. Yet whether they would have that son 3 to 5 years later remained uncertain, while the fortune teller undoubtedly profited. In the realm of internet finance, what is played is not metaphysics, but rather a game of strategy. In the realm of reality, metaphysics is not played either. It is a matter of probability. Now, hear me clearly. Dear friends, have you recently encountered difficulties? Check if there is a dead-end road in your southeast direction. Did you or a family member experience a calamity in the past few years? Rest assured, in this chaotic society, who hasn't faced a few trials? It is not uncommon for everyone to encounter issues. With the myriad of emotions we experience, there are always irritations. Do not fret excessively about the T-junction near your home. For every household has its own T-junction. Who among us has not faced calamity? Fever, cold, pandemics, gastroenteritis, circumcision, hemorrhoids, business losses, heartbreak, divorce. There's always something to which one can relate. The essential concern is about you and your family. You may be young, but your family members are aging. Who doesn't have a chronic illness? Understand? Enjoy good food and drink, and may you achieve longevity. Chapter 39 Acceptance on September 20th, at the company. There are still 5 days until our departure for Shanghai. Mr. Shun and Mr. Zhang's mobile procurement project has received the first deposit of 1 million. And both parties' performance deposits of 500,000 have been received. Since that day, Chuya has learned to adorn herself. Today, she is clad in a well-tailored white shirt, with the cuffs rolled up to her forearms, revealing her slender yet distinctly boned wrists. Her thoughts remain as focused and logical as ever. I nodded slightly. After October 1st, we will proceed with the final payment, and thereafter, we will primarily follow up on the government's acceptance and accounting progress. According to our agreement, most processes will be completed within a week. That's good, Chuya, I remarked. The company has undergone some restructuring. The mahjong table has been moved downstairs, and Liu Haitao has purchased computers and printers based on Chuya's list, adding 2 more filing cabinets. The second floor now resembles a proper conference room. Boss Chuya, do you have anyone scheduled for mahjong today? I shook my head. Then I will take a half-day off to help my mother. Is there anything I can assist with? My mother has closed her factory, and there are some old equipment that can still be used, but can only be sold as scrap iron, which is a pity. I was thinking of bringing it back to my hometown, and I'll help sort it out. Since I have nothing to do, let's go together. Really? Thank you, boss. Chuya exclaimed, surprised. I took her into my arms, sharing a long, passionate kiss. You are mine. How can I allow you to be troubled by family issues while you work for me? Unable to resist the temptation, Chuya wrapped her arms around my neck. Their bodies were cold, a paradox that both chilled and ignited desire. After 2 minutes, my hand finally withdrew from beneath her garment at her pleas. Such a temperament is truly irresistible. I called Xiaomai. I cannot manage physical labor. My fitness is lacking. Xiaomai, have you finished delivering? Yes, brother. I just finished and was about to eat. Come here and help out. After we finish, we can eat together. Should I invite anyone? I've made 2 new friends. This young fellow seems to make friends wherever he goes. Let us all go together. Since the factory is closed, there must be plenty of clutter and heavy items. The more hands, the better. In less than 20 minutes, 3 young men in courier uniforms, all around 17 or 18 years old, stood downstairs. Brother Tian, we've arrived. Xiaomai texted. I drove out of the underground parking garage, signaling for the 3 to get in. They seemed a bit stunned. 3 of us are mere delivery boys. Yet your brother drives a BMW? Brother Tian, this is my new friend, called Brother Tian. Hello, Brother Tian. Chuya sat in the passenger seat, silent. She hadn't expected me to bring 3 people to help, especially not with such young men. Her mother had always advised her to steer clear of boys with dyed hair. How is work going? It's all right. I can meet new friends and wander around. After I finish my deliveries, I just stroll about. That's all you can do. Xiaomai understood my meaning. Got it, Brother Tian. I will definitely listen to you. In a small city, there are perks. It takes only 30 minutes to reach the outskirts. Upon arriving at the factory, I got out of the car, followed by the 3 young men. Hello, Sister Hong. Sister Hong looked surprised. Mr. Shun, what brings you here? I heard from Chuya that you need to move some items. How much can 2 women manage? My younger brothers are free, so let them handle it. You see, such a small gesture nearly brought tears to the 2 women. Indeed, I had not brought them for nothing. Though the factory was small, there were quite a few old machines, and it took the 3 of them 2 to 3 hours to load everything. Upon returning to Sister Hong's hometown, I found a modest courtyard entirely enclosed, now with a roof. A roof signifies one thing: demolition is imminent, but I did not inquire further. Young men are indeed good. They possess endless energy for work. And within half an hour, they had unloaded everything. Back in the city, I took out 1,000 yuan from the car and handed it to Xiaomai. Take your 2 brothers out for a nice meal. The rest is up to you. I also pulled out 3 boxes of cigarettes, giving 1 to each. The remaining details need not be explained. Xiaomai is most adept at handling them. Sure enough, Xiaomai knew precisely what they needed. He promptly took the three to a night market stall. 3 bowls of spicy noodles, 2 cold dishes, a case of beer, and a few skewers. 100 yuan was more than sufficient. Then, Xiaomai slipped some cash into each of their hands. Meanwhile, after sending off Xiaomai, I took Chuya and her mother out for dinner. As a key participant in the e-commerce event, it was essential for me to understand their family situation. After ordering the dishes, Sister Hong spoke first. Mr. Shun, you have greatly aided us. I never expected that the factory scrap could fill an entire truck. I thought having more hands would make work easier, I replied. Chuya remained silent beside me, her gaze fixed on me, elevating my image once again. Young girls, lacking relationship experience, often magnify a man's virtues. Eventually, I inquired about their family situation. Sister Hong, may I ask a few questions? I hope they are not too intrusive. Mr. Shun, every day is a struggle for my daughter and me. If it weren't for your help, we might not have a home. You need not stand on ceremony. We do not regard you as an outsider. Since that is the case, I shall not be polite. Are you currently in debt and closing the factory? No, after so many years, I still have some savings. Once you help me recover the debts, I will settle the bank loans and wages. In these past few days, I have also recovered some payments. The factory itself cannot continue operating, so it is best to close it now before we start losing money. That is good. What are your future plans? I have none yet. To support Chuya's education, I have run this factory for over a decade, and it has been exhausting. I wish to take a break. That sounds wise. You are quite thin and need to rest and nourish yourself. Sister Hong suddenly flushed, as if recalling something, and fell silent. I too felt a bit awkward, and the 3 of us resumed our meal in silence. After dinner, I drove the 2 of them home. Without waiting for them to invite me to stay, I sped off, leaving the mother and daughter behind to stifle their laughter. Upon returning home, Sister Hong furrowed her brow. Chuya, do you like him? Chuya blushed, but nodded in acknowledgement. Do you know, I bought an apartment in Building A of Dingxin Apartments. He has been supporting a senior high school girl there. I know, Mom. I have that girl's WeChat. It's not just a simple arrangement. He even supports her to repeat her studies and attend university. You've been inquiring about him? Of course, otherwise how could I trust him to help us with our difficulties? Sister Hong sat down in silence, feeling unqualified to lecture her daughter, considering her own situation. Chuya defiantly lifted her head to face her mother. Mom, I understand your concerns, but the boss is not the type of man you often warn me about. I know what I am doing. Sister Hong sighed. How can you truly grasp a man like him? You cannot control such a man. Do you wish to follow my old path? Mom, I do not aspire to such distant dreams. We have endured hardships together for 20 years. I have long seen through the truth. Life is the same whether or not there is a man. However, since fate has woven him into the fabric of our lives, I shall accept this existence, provided he does not cast me aside. Sister Hong, do not harbor regrets. Mother Chuya, have you felt remorse over these past 20 years? Sister Hong's silence spoke volumes. Chapter 40, 1838, Dingxin Apartment Building A. As I entered the room, Chunxiu had yet to return from school. Suddenly, my phone buzzed, and the name Chun Yuan illuminated the screen. I raised an eyebrow and pressed the answer button. Mr. Shun, are you busy? Chun Yuan's voice exuded the characteristic decisiveness of a professional woman, devoid of unnecessary embellishments. I replied with a smile, no matter how busy I am. I must attend to your call, General Chun. Chun Yuan continued. I need to inform you that Director Wu wishes to meet with you. Wu Lei? The memory of our last encounter flashed vividly in my mind. We had indeed exchanged contact information. Yet I had not anticipated that our next meeting would be relayed through Chun Yuan. His sudden initiative to arrange a meal caught me off guard. I recalled Dong Ling's earlier words. He has taken notice of your abilities. He may reach out to you. I pressed for clarification. Is Director Wu the one reaching out to me? I needed to ascertain whether this was Chun Yuan's initiative or a directive from the Prosecutor General. Yes, Chun Yuan replied, her voice calm, revealing no particular sentiment regarding Wu Lei's invitation. He specifically asked me to convey this to you. There is no such thing as a free lunch. Wu Lei's sudden request to meet must be underpinned by some purpose. What time? Where? I cut to the chase, seeking the essential details. Chun Yuan answered, tomorrow at noon. On the 3rd floor of Shengshi Hotel, with a total of 4 attendees. For attendees? It seemed that the spotlight was on this 4th individual. Chun Yuan's deliberate mention of the number was intriguing. I wondered if it was her own idea or Wu Lei's. After hanging up, I leaned back on the sofa, my fingers gently tapping the tabletop. Regardless of the circumstances, this was an opportunity, earlier than I had anticipated, yet still within my plans. Lying in bed with a moment of idleness, I opened WeChat to message my beloved wife. Are you asleep? Lingling. Not yet, just about to eat. Photo, The image displayed tableware adorned with the emblem of Renmin University, set against the backdrop of its campus cafeteria. I recall that Renmin has a CEO program. I wish to pursue further studies. Lingling, great. When do you plan to come? I'll assist with your registration. I need to visit Shanghai at the end of the month. Perhaps next month. Lingling, got it. The CEO program has classes once a month, each lasting for 3 days. I'll arrange everything for you next month. Having addressed the practical matters, I shifted to a more affectionate tone. Have you been busy lately? Lingling, not too much. The new courses and projects aren't too demanding. Don't overexert yourself. If you need assistance, don't hesitate to let me know. While I may lack certain skills, my stamina is assured. Lingling, you're such a tease. Shy emoji, she then inquired. Has the mobile procurement project commenced? Yes, the deposit has been paid. After the holiday, I'll settle the remaining balance. And everything will be delivered then. Lingling, have you arranged the insurance? Of course. By the way, Wu Lei contacted me through an intermediary today. We have a meal scheduled for tomorrow at noon. You were right. Lingling, he's feeling a bit anxious. There's a fourth person involved. The intermediary specifically mentioned it. Lingling, it's likely a test for you. Have you received the items I sent? I have. I keep them with me at all times. Lingling, you must behave. As those items have a tracking feature. Screenshots showing my real-time location, then I suppose I can't surprise you anymore. I had planned to sneak away to Beijing to see you. Lingling, you don't need to be sneaky to see me. Shy emoji, after returning from Beijing. I visited your home. Your mother misses you dearly. Lingling, my mom called and mentioned it, praising you endlessly. Haha, what do you intend to reward me with? Lingling, you'll have to wait until your next visit to Beijing. Wicked smile emoji, having been apart for just a few days, I already miss you. Lingling, I miss you too. But I must go now. I'm meeting 3 friends to watch a movie. Photo of 4 friends together. Moments later, a voice message came through. Soft and sweet. Brother Shun, when are you coming to Beijing? I miss you so much. I replied with a cool expression. Tonight. Your movie tickets and milk tea are on me. Indeed, for 2 souls deeply in love, even a chat on WeChat can bring immense joy to the heart and spirit. Just as our conversation concluded, the door swung open. Chuanxiu exclaimed in delight, "Boss." The girl set down her backpack and rushed over, lightly perching on my lap. I patted her head. Is school usually this late? Yes, we have evening self-study sessions. Are you hungry? There's a night market downstairs. I can grab something for you. I'm not hungry. I just ate. Chuanxiu appeared to be in high spirits. Indeed, it had been a few days since we last saw each other. She clung to my arm. I'm going to take a shower first. All right. Watching her retreat into the bathroom, I leaned against the bed, scrolling through my phone. Before long, the bathroom door creaked open, and Chuanxiu peeked out with her adorable little head. Boss, want to join me? When someone extends an invitation, how could I refuse? I opened the door and stepped into the bathroom, where a gentle mist enveloped us. The girl was swathed in thick foam, revealing only her damp, charming head, exuding an innocent demeanor. Boss, sit down. I'll wash your hair. I complied, and Chuanxiu took the shampoo, carefully massaging my scalp while softly humming a tune. When love has faded, and you say you must depart, I sing for you the final ballad. The rain falls like memories. How they linger, your beautiful eyes. As captivating as ever, linger in my heart. At the dock, during our last encounter, a period was set. If we had only met as strangers, why grieve the farewell? Her gentle singing harmonized with the sound of flowing water, creating an exquisitely serene atmosphere. Yet, as we continued, the initially harmonious scene grew tinged with a hint of intimacy. My hand lightly rested on her shoulder, the skin beneath the foam delicate and smooth. Chuanxiu's cheeks flushed, her voice soft. Boss, perhaps rinse off the foam first. I'm feeling a bit weak. Ultimately, I couldn't bear to overstep the final boundary. The transformation from girl to woman should be a moment filled with solemnity and tenderness. Not rushed. Lying on the bed, I lit a cigarette, observing Chuanxiu as she organized her backpack. So late, and you still have homework? Not school assignments. These are practice problems I bought for myself. I plan to do a few tonight to reinforce my knowledge. I couldn't help but praise her. You're so diligent. Chuanxiu pouted, her tone tinged with a hint of grievance. I need to score high enough to get into a top-tier university. Otherwise, you might not want me anymore. I extinguished my cigarette and patted her head. The reason I suggested you repeat a year is that I value you and believe in your potential. In the future, I may need assistance on my end, so you must work hard to support me. Chuanxiu nodded earnestly. Yes, I will definitely get in. Men's desires can easily be governed by instinct, yet when calm, what remains is a clear plan. I lay in bed, reviewing my current strategies and contemplating any potential oversights. The ongoing business endeavors primarily revolve around 4 directions. The HW agency's operations, spearheaded by Zhang Xingxing. After all, This matter relies heavily on Chun Yuanyuan's connections. She is the most suitable leader. The connection with Prosecutor General Wu Lei is still in its infancy, yet it holds great promise. To ensure longevity, mutual benefits must be established, allowing both parties to gain from the collaboration. I also need to maintain regular contact with Chen Sheng. His political and business relationships are far more extensive and intricate than I had imagined, and may prove invaluable in the future. The financial summit in Shanghai at the end of the month, along with next month's CEO program at Renmin University, must both be attended punctually to expand my network and enhance my own abilities. With this in mind, I've realized how busy I've truly become. Before I knew it, over half an hour had passed in contemplation, and it was time to retire for the night. As spring and autumn snuggled into the blankets, gently leaning beside me, her soft voice broke the silence. "Boss, I'm hungry again." This little girl is indeed a mischievous sprite. The innocence of 18 contrasted starkly with the worldly wisdom of 38, presenting two entirely different sensations. Chapter 41. The Brahmin in the county seat. The Brahmin represents the pinnacle of the ordinary. Early in the morning, I contacted Chen Sheng to arrange breakfast together. "Chen Sheng, are you serious about not going to Shanghai?" I inquired. "Of course, I have already set up the company." He replied. "All right, you silently embark on significant ventures without involving me," he remarked. "After my entrepreneurial failure in Shanghai, I returned in disgrace. I lack the face to help you profit. This is the last time." I mustered the courage and gathered all my friends in the industry to raise funds for a company. "If you have any good projects, please reach out to me," I added. Chen Sheng, with surprise in his voice, said, "Finally, you've come to your senses. With so many wealthy acquaintances, it would be a shame not to utilize them." I chuckled, recalling, "You've mentioned before, if you don't use your connections, they become obsolete. Your company's establishment is of immense assistance to me," he continued. "However, it is not solely mine. A professional manager oversees it. But if you have a promising project, I can come to evaluate it." Chen Sheng noted, "What is lacking nowadays? Not projects, but funding. A competent socialite often excels at unearthing information and developing projects. The focus isn't on making money." At the Shengshi Hotel, the lobby was extravagantly adorned. I proceeded straight to the elevator and pressed the button for the third floor. At the Jinxiu Pavilion, I glanced at the time. 6:49, just right. I raised my hand and knocked on the door of the private room. "Come in," a voice from within replied, belonging to Wu Lei. I opened the door and stepped inside. The room was spacious, featuring a large round table at its center surrounded by 10 mahogany chairs, with tableware and tea already arranged. Wu Lei occupied the main seat, holding a teacup as he sipped his tea. Chun Yuanyuan occupied the position near the entrance. "Mr. Shun, you've arrived." Chun Yuanyuan stood to greet me while introducing the fourth person. "Allow me to introduce Chun Hangtian, the owner of Hangtian Construction." Upon entering, I immediately noticed him. He exuded a refined aura. Who said all builders are rough around the edges? This gentleman resembled Lu Haitao's uncle in demeanor. Although I had never interacted with Hangtian Construction, the name was ubiquitous throughout the city. The Brahmin economy of the county seat revolves around a monopolistic economic model formed by a collective within the system, observable through various dimensions related to local scenarios such as consumption, industry, and resource allocation. The specific methods include 1. Focusing on high-end consumer circles, luxury hotels, jewelry, and restaurants. 2. Industries related to infrastructure and real estate, sand, earth, concrete, large developments, investment housing, local municipal repairs including roads, water supply, and heating. These industries are vital carriers of the Brahmin economy. 3. Core resource allocation, education, healthcare, demolition, and future planning. 4. Special commerce and interpersonal networks, building materials, government outsourcing projects, brokers, and various private high-end clubs. Construction? This man before me is indeed a figure of the county's Brahmin class. He appeared to be around 30, dressed in a sleek black suit, his hair meticulously styled, exuding a vibrant energy. Our eyes met, and he stood, extending his hand graciously. "Hello, I am Chun Hangtian." "I am Shun Tianyi. It is a pleasure to meet you. I have heard many praises from Wu Yuan about you, and it is a privilege to finally meet in person. I hope to learn from you," I replied as I took a seat beside Chen Yuanyuan. She poured me a cup of tea. "Mr. Shun, enjoy some tea. This is the Mingxian Longjing brought by Wu Yuan, and it tastes delightful." "Thank you." I raised the teacup, taking a sip. It was indeed exquisite. Wu Lei observed us with a smile. "Mr. Shun, Mr. Chun, as young entrepreneurs, you surely have much in common. I invited you both here not only for introductions, but also because I have a matter to discuss with Mr. Shun." "You're too polite, Wu Yuan. Please, speak freely." I will do my utmost if it is within my capacity, I assured him. Let us eat and chat at the same time. Before we could begin, the waiter presented a decanter. Ah, it seems we are in for a hearty session. Wu Lei added, I cannot partake today, so I will leave the drinking to Mr. Chun and Yuan, who will accompany Mr. Shun. I remarked, it seems I shall be putting you two to work. To avoid appearing weak in social situations, one must assert themselves at the dining table. I expressed my gratitude to Wu Yuan, seizing the opportunity to indulge a bit, and proposed a toast. Let us raise our glasses in honor of Wu Yuan on this first occasion. Each glass held approximately 2 taels, a mark of distinction. The three of us toasted, consuming more than half a gene in the first 3 rounds. After the customary toasts, Wu Lei nodded and gestured to Chen Hangtian. Hangtian, you may converse with Mr. Shun. Certainly, Wu Yuan, Chen Hangtian acknowledged. Mr. Shun, my company is currently undertaking a government industrial park project in the new district, spanning over 200 acres, primarily focused on constructing standard factories and supporting facilities. This project is nearing completion and is expected to be delivered next month. I nodded, remaining silent as I awaited him to continue. To maximize profits, I signed a cash procurement agreement for materials. Cash procurement? I thought, impressed by the robust financial backing. Chun Hangtian hesitated before continuing. Initially, around 60 million was invested. And now as the project nears completion, we need to procure a batch of concrete, also in cash. The government promised to allocate funds by mid-month. But due to unforeseen circumstances, the funds will be delayed by a month. He added, I complained to Wu Yuan about the government funding issues, and he grew weary of my grievances, which is why he introduced me to you. 2 pieces of information emerged. First, the financial dilemma, and second, the connection to Wu Lei. In light of Chun Hangtian's astonished expression, I raised my glass. Mr. Chun, Wu Yuan's trust in me to facilitate this introduction compels me to meet his expectations. At the very least, I must repay his commendations before you. I may not assist in grand matters, but I will ensure the smaller tasks are handled properly. Chun Hangtian clinked glasses with me reluctantly, astonished by my drinking ability and the generosity I displayed. When did Lianqing produce such a remarkable figure as Mr. Shun? Today truly feels like a missed opportunity until now. Chun Hangtian downed his glass of baijiu in one go. With that, I decided we would save further discussion for another day. Wu Lei appeared quite pleased. My actions affirmed he had not misjudged me. I raised my glass. Yuan, I am sincerely grateful for the opportunity to meet Wu Yuan and Mr. Chun. I drink to this occasion, and should you ever need anything, I am available 24 hours a day. Beside us, Chen Hangtian jested, Yuan, take note of Mr. Shun's wording. He's available 24 hours. Chun Yuan blushed, responding playfully, Mr. Chun, you've had too much to drink. After a satisfying meal, Chen Hangtian and I exchanged WeChat contacts, agreeing to meet the following day at his company. This was also part of his demonstration of strength. Otherwise, how could I have the confidence to invest in him? Chapter 42. Inquiring having overindulged at lunch was a first for me. As I exited the hotel, I watched the 3 depart in their vehicle and made a phone call. Hello, where are you? I asked. At the office, Zhou Mini replied. Busy? I inquired. Where are you? She asked. At Shengshi Hotel. I'll come pick you up. No need. I'll take a taxi. My car is still here. Speaking of the county Brahmins, I had overlooked one person, Zhou Mini. Although her parents had relocated to Zhengzhou, she had risen from Lianqing. Her parents achieved success, while she holds the position of captain in the local criminal police team. You claim not to be a Brahmin. Yet her 5-story villa would certainly disagree. When Zhou Mini arrived, I had already succumbed to slumber in the lobby. It was not that I was indifferent to my appearance. Rather, I had indulged too swiftly in the wine to seize the initiative today. Dialing Zhou Min was the last vestige of my rationality. Zhou Mini exclaimed, How much have you drunk to be in this state? I responded with a gesture of surrender. She kicked my leg, albeit with noticeably less force than before, admonishing, You're reckless. Do you think you're still young? Despite her harsh words, she helped me up, inquiring about the car. Before I could respond, she rummaged through her pockets, discovering the keys with a hint of astonishment. Shintiani, have you struck it rich in Shanghai? I was too inebriated to muster a coherent reply. I could hear her words, yet my mind could not command my mouth to respond. Humph. Earning a little money and you're already showing off. I could drink you to death. When I finally awoke, it was already evening. Autumn had set in, and the sun descended early. I roused myself to sip some soup to soothe my stomach. Zhou Mini was not in her police uniform, but rather clad in conservative loungewear, which regrettably concealed her figure. Aren't you going to work? I remarked, relieved to be a man, as I typically woke up disrobed, a rather precarious situation. Zhou Mini shot me a disapproving glance. You call me while in such a state. Do you think I could leave you here unattended while I go to work? I took the day off. I chuckled, setting down my bowl and extending my arms to embrace her. She did not resist but chided, Go, take a shower. You reek of alcohol, and I still need to wash the sheets. I gulped down the soup, responding, Yes, Captain Joe. Upon emerging from the shower, I found my clothes washed, dried, and neatly laid out on the bed, including my underwear. I slipped on the undergarment first, as modesty dictated. Jomini sat before me, regarding me as if I were a suspect. Where did this BMW come from? I had no choice but to admit, I bought it from the second-hand market. Have you made money in Shanghai? She pressed. It's decent, I replied. Jomini appeared slightly vexed by my nonchalant answer, approaching to pinch the flesh of my arm. If you dare to engage in illegal activities, I'll be the first to arrest you. I winced. Ouch, dear aunt, stop. I have serious matters to discuss with you. She relented, rubbing my arm while asking, I haven't asked you yet. How did you end up in such a state at noon? Her expression suggested that she felt as if she were reprimanding someone else. Do you know Chen Hangtian? I inquired. Yes, I do. He is not a good person. Stay away from him. Did you drink with him at noon? I nodded, explaining, he mentioned a project in the new district industrial park, but government funding has been delayed, and he wants to arrange a short-term loan. Jomini frowned. Our salaries haven't been deposited yet this month. Then, raising an eyebrow, she added, You're quite something. Associating with the Chen family. It's merely coincidental. I've started an investment company, and an intermediary introduced me to this short-term lending opportunity. It's not significant. I lack the capacity for large sums. Jomini spoke earnestly. The Chen family started in earthworks and has people in both legal and illegal circles. It said they've grown large not just in Lianqing. I grasped her implication. Firstly, I don't intend to oppose him or encroach on his business. Secondly, if he involves me in illegal activities, I won't partake. It's strictly a small-scale, short-term loan operation. The intermediary is someone I find useful. Who is this intermediary? She probed. I grinned. His identity is sensitive. When you're ready for a promotion, I'll introduce you, and you can make a significant contribution. Jomini, being the head of the municipal criminal police team, possessed the acumen to discern the situation. Chen Hangtian owns legitimate construction, municipal, and building material companies. And he also has several covert stakes. I don't believe he would seek you out for money, even if he were in need. There would be a line of people willing to lend him funds. I scratched my head. What if this intermediary is toying with me? Jomini smiled alluringly, leaning against me. Unless it's a deliberate opportunity extended to you, a gesture of goodwill. Forming a faction? I joked. You're not quite at that level yet. At best, you're gathering underlings to test your capabilities. Frustrated, I thought. I'm toying with 100,000 while you're merely assessing my qualifications to be your subordinate. So, does this mean the deal is feasible? I asked. If you want to make money, I can help. I pulled Jomini into my embrace, interrupting her. My hands ventured beneath her shirt, a recent favorite gesture of mine. Gradual. Indirect, yet gratifying. Not yet, I murmured. Jomini feigned anger, attempting to bite my shoulder, but I quickly leaned in to kiss her. 1 minute later, Jomini threatened. If you continue with that macho attitude from last year, I'll castrate you. Rest assured, I've changed. Look, I'm here seeking your assistance, not acting distant. My words did not hinder my hands, as I was quite familiar with her body, having known her since middle school. Jomini's cheeks flushed. She reached for her phone. I'll call my best friend. She works at the Municipal Finance Bureau. I'll inquire about our salaries. It hurts. Don't move. The call connected, and she switched to speakerphone. Before she could speak, her friend chimed in. Who is this busy person? The sun must be setting in the west for you to call me. It takes multiple calls just to book a beauty appointment with you. Jomini replied, Sister. I was wrong. Just pause your nagging. What is the matter? Our salaries haven't been issued yet. What is going on? When did you start caring about that meager 3,000 to 5,000? Why the rush? Mine hasn't been paid either. Jomini pressed. I'm just asking if there is any certainty about the end of the month. It should be fine. There was initially funding earmarked for salaries and some civil engineering projects at the start of the month, but it was temporarily reallocated by the secretary. That funding will return by month's end. Jomini persisted. Can you tell me which civil engineering projects are included in the settlement? You're acting unusually, Minmin. First, you call me, and now you're inquiring about work. You usually detest discussing work. At that moment, Jomini's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Her conservative loungewear now revealing her vulnerability. I sang softly, reminiscing about the jujube tree from my hometown. Jomini tightened her embrace, urging, hurry up. I'll treat you to a facial tomorrow, the most luxurious package. Well, this question doesn't violate principles. Those units were supposed to settle at the beginning of the month. Just a moment. I'll check and send you a message on WeChat shortly. Zhou Mini expressed her gratitude. Thanks, see you tomorrow, and quickly hung up. With a fierce expression, she declared, Shen Tianyi, I want to let you out of bed today. Just as the pear blossoms bloomed across the horizon, soft veils danced on the river. Katyusha stood on the steep bank, her song reminiscent of radiant spring light. Chapter 43. Worries. I awoke early to the sun's warm embrace, feeling a twinge in my back. Surely, I had overexerted myself recently, in my university days. Zhou Mini would have undoubtedly been the one to suffer defeat. Last night, Zhou Mini's friend had sent her the list of civil engineering projects for settlement. The Hangtian Construction Company was prominently featured, with a prepayment amounting to 60 million. How astonishingly wealthy, 60 million in real cash. It was my own construction company, employing my own workers, without subcontracting. This was a project I executed myself. I could at least earn a few million. Zhou Mini was entirely correct. Their intention was not to borrow from me, but to present an opportunity, to be their underling. This role might be a fleeting whim, or perhaps a long-term strategy devised by Wu Lei to ensnare me as a lucrative catch. Nevertheless, when paths converge, fortune favors the brave. In the county town, the threshold of the Brahmin temple seems to beckon, and not stepping inside would indeed be a pity. I noticed Zhou Mini had already donned her police uniform, clearly preparing for her shift. Hurry up and get up to have some soup. You still need to drive me to work, as my car is at the office. I urged. I dressed and made my way to the kitchen, lifting the lid off the pot to reveal a nourishing concoction of goji berries, kidneys, and yakamiya, perfectly suited to my needs. Hot soup paired with steamed buns made for a hearty breakfast. Half an hour later, I dropped Zhou Mini off at a spot just a traffic light away from her workplace. I'll get off here. You should hurry along, she said. You are so heartless. I replied. Annoying, she retorted, planting a quick kiss on my cheek. If my colleagues see you driving me, they'll gossip. I exaggerated. What is there to gossip about my old clunker? Everyone plays it discreetly. Who would be so brazen? Goodbye. The aerospace construction company resembled more of a private club than a typical firm. The first floor housed a gym and a billiards room, while the second floor was bustling with employees from various departments. The third floor featured a tea room adorned with porcelain ornaments and an array of teas. This truly epitomized my vision of an ideal workplace. Welcome, Mr. Shun, came the greeting upon my entrance. Shen Hangtian was in the tea room, engaged in discussions with staff members, surrounded by documents awaiting his signature. Mr. Chen, your company is indeed impressive, I remarked. The employees, sensing the moment, gathered their papers and discreetly exited. What do you think of my company, Mr. Shen? Shen Hangtian inquired. It exudes grandeur and luxury, I replied. He shook his head. These are merely facades for outsiders. You know well that in our industry, appearances matter. Otherwise, subcontractors won't take you seriously. After exchanging pleasantries for a few minutes, we finally delved into the matter at hand. He sent a WeChat message. Please bring over the project materials for the industrial park. The materials were concise. Merely a few pages including a settlement statement, closely aligning with the figures mentioned by Zhou Mini's friend. I casually flipped through the documents and set them aside. Mr. Chun, if you have any requests, feel free to express them. After that drink, we are friends now. You seek a subordinate, and I shall play the role. Mr. Shun, you are quite the character. I mentioned yesterday how we met too late, and today proves I was right. I savored my tea, awaiting his continuation. The tea was delightful. Indeed, quality tea serves as a social gateway. I would have little interest in feigning camaraderie over inferior brews. Within 3 days, 1 million, at least 800,000. Within a month, 5%, with a deduction. I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Did his 60 million project truly require my paltry 1 million? Spending 100,000 to play the subordinate. He must meet my expectations in return. Someone from my company will come by tomorrow to coordinate with you. Excellent. I have a billiards room. Mr. Shun, would you care for a few games? I must admit, my hands are itching to play. Upon returning to the office, I informed Haitao, come to the company. He arrived in 10 minutes, and to my surprise, Lu Yiting was once again by his side. Mr. Shun, Lu Yiting exclaimed. I gestured for Qiya to take a seat while Haitao settled down. I need a short-term loan of 1 million from Hangtian Construction for 1 month, at 5%. 1 million seems a bit steep. Haitao replied. You cover the initial amount, and I will make up the difference. Also, it would be prudent to consult your uncle regarding Hangtian Construction to be well informed. Understood. Care for a drink tonight? Not tonight. I have matters to attend to. Haitao left with Lu Yiting. I then called Lu Dabin. Dabin, I have a short-term loan opportunity available, 1 month at 5% interest. Are you interested? Lu Dabin was taken aback by my promptness. Sure, as long as it's secure and profitable. Come by tomorrow to review the materials. I sent him the location on WeChat. Next, I explained the project's intricacies to Qia. The project retained only the actual names of Chun Hangtian and Hangtian Construction, removing all other personnel and titles, preparing a plan document along with an investment holding contract to establish our collaborative relationship, transferring third-party risks. Should the investment fail, the company would cover all preliminary legal expenses but would not be liable for losses incurred. All right, boss, Qia replied. After a moment of consideration, I decided to call Chen Shang. I have a temporary project with a modest investment amount. Would you like a share? There was a moment of silence before he directly declined. I understood then that Chen Shang was financially constrained. Although he indulged in extravagant pursuits, his funds were evidently limited. Qia ascended to organize the materials while I remained downstairs, sipping tea and contemplating the operational model of the investment company. Currently, we were merely engaging in temporary loans, relying on friends and surrounding resources for capital. This was merely a test of compatibility and investment models. It could not serve as the primary direction for future growth. Otherwise, the investment company would devolve into an illegal microlending operation. I found myself in a state of confusion regarding the company's trajectory and future path. An hour later, Qia returned downstairs, having transformed my outlines into a comprehensive document, even printing the required contracts. Boss, I have prepared the materials for you. Please review them. And if everything is satisfactory, I will consult the lawyer for the final version. Excellent. Professionalism truly shines through. I observed Qia, my eyes lighting up. Qia, come here. She obediently approached and sat in my lap. Am I that sort of person? I intend to discuss serious matters. This investment company was established based on the first project from the government's bidding process. I aspire for it to develop sustainably and with planning, avoiding the pitfalls of a lending company. Do you have any valuable suggestions? Qia tilted her head in thought. Please wait a moment. I will fetch the materials from upstairs. It turned out that after joining me, Qia had conducted a preliminary planning session for the company. She recognized that since I had entrusted her with this leadership role, she bore the responsibility of crafting a long-term strategy. Wonderful. Chapter 44. Midnight Knock. Qia meticulously crafted a development blueprint tailored for this company. Core positioning, light assets. Core mission, utilizing the platform as leverage to integrate capital, equity, and relationships into a unified investment model. Core funding, raising our own capital to establish a unique industrial map, accurately portraying the industry and capturing opportunities based on government, societal, and temporal dividends. 30 full pages encompassed analyses of sunset industries, trending sectors, and future estimations of lucrative industries. I embraced Qia, planting a kiss on her cheek. How fortuitous it is to have a confidant at such a time. May I ask you for a favor? She inquired. I frowned, already anticipating her request. The relationship between her and her mother is delicate, sustained by emotional bonds. Once money enters the equation, it becomes challenging to navigate, especially in the event of investment failures. Seeing my furrowed brow, Qia grew concerned. Boss, you know what I wish to ask. Rest assured, I am not upset. Then why the frown? The money you two have earned is hard-won, and my company is still in its infancy. As you can see, I have yet to establish a clear blueprint. While profits are one thing, what happens if we incur losses? What about you and Hongjia? Qia wrapped her arms around my shoulders. My mother and I have discussed it. We can contribute half of our funds to help you get started, while the other half serves as our living insurance. If we profit, you will benefit from us. If we lose, I can still support you. This young woman, having attended university, surprisingly displayed her own small calculations in her behavior. However, if a woman is concerned about a man's financial situation, does that not imply that her heart should belong to me? I pinched Qia's nose playfully. Silly girl, I am not lacking in money. Qia's whispered in my ear. This way, I can bind myself to you. I fear that one day you might suddenly vanish, just like my father did, leaving us unable to find her again. My heart trembled at that moment. Have this mother and daughter truly decided to entrust their fate to me? The once wicked thoughts have manifested. Yet the reality still struck me with some force. I took merely 3 seconds to calm my emotions. Did Hongjia think the same way? A peculiar thrill enveloped my heart. At this juncture, what was I waiting for if not to take tangible actions to comfort the girl before me? I have always found myself captivated by Qia's form. The icy touch combined with fiery passion has become somewhat addictive. Qia's murmured, "Boss, take me." I replied, "Fool, do you lack confidence in yourself or in me?" Qia's responded, "Boss, I wish to give you everything wholly." I said, "It is not yet time. The enchanting moments are always fleeting." My body had not yet fully recovered, so we merely indulged in tender exchanges for half an hour. Amidst Qia's immense dissatisfaction, I awkwardly made my escape. Now, I truly understand the significance of prohibiting office romances. That evening, as expected, I arrived at Kia's home for dinner, as I needed to confirm with Hongjia that this was not merely a whim of a young girl leading me to erroneous judgments. Upon entering, I was greeted by the delight in Hongjia's eyes. "You've come," she exclaimed. "Yes," I replied, feeling as if we were friends, acquaintances, or perhaps returning home. Kia's called out, "Mom, Mr. Shun has agreed." She embraced Hongjia and kissed her, a stark contrast to her serious demeanor at the company when dealing with outsiders. Before her mother, she was always the child. "Oh dear, you silly girl, Mr. Shun is still here. Act your age," Hongjia chided. I remarked, "Kia's is a wonderful girl. Quite innocent." Hongjia responded, "She will never grow up. Please sit and have some fruit." For some reason, upon hearing Kia's say that I had agreed, Hongjia's attitude toward me underwent a significant transformation. The warmth in her tone was palpable, and I could sense it even with my eyes closed. Clearly, the mother and daughter duo had indeed discussed the matter of investment. Once dinner was ready and served, Hongjia suddenly stood up. I instinctively said, "Can we refrain from drinking today?" The mother and daughter looked at me simultaneously, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. I explained, "I drank too much yesterday afternoon, and my stomach is still unsettled." Hongjia replied, "Then you shouldn't eat the spicy dish. I will make you some congee to soothe your stomach." I insisted, "There's no need for such trouble." Ignoring me, Hongjia headed straight to the kitchen. Kia said, "Oh boss, don't mind my mom. If she enjoys cooking for you, just let her." Very well then. A warm dinner concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. In truth, I had intended to return to the Dingxin apartment to sleep. However, it seemed that the mother and daughter were not inclined to let me leave. They understood that I would only go back to sleep at Dingxin. One was washing the dishes while the other was preparing the guest room, and I lay flat in the living room. Alas, it seemed there were no secrets left. The same could be said for dongling. Fortunately, that electronic device was seldom used. In the dead of night, with the window open and a cool breeze flowing in, I heard the door creak open. A figure clad in white slipped into my bed, taking advantage of the wind. "Boss, I knew you weren't asleep. Were you waiting for me?" Kia's head was buried under the covers, hiding my embarrassed expression from view. "I wasn't asleep. I was waiting for someone." "But it wasn't her." I said, "Aren't you being a bit too bold? What if your mother wakes up?" Kia's giggled. "My mom agreed." "Your mom may have agreed, but certainly not for tonight. Let us chat for a while," I suggested. "Okay," she replied. "Kia's, why does society divide into classes?" I asked. Society has always been divided into classes. In slavery, there were masters. In feudal societies, there were nobles. In capitalism, there are capitalists. And the great proletariat includes farmers and workers, Kia's explained. "Then what class do I belong to?" I inquired. Without a moment's hesitation, Kia's replied, "The proletariat." She then elaborated. "The proletariat generally refers to the working class, but it specifically denotes those unable to possess long-term profit-generating assets. Many individual businesses and enterprises actually belong to this class." I curiously asked, "Why is that?" Kia's explained, "Production materials are singular, lacking a social cycle, making them vulnerable to economic fluctuations." "Why do some family businesses endure?" "Because they involve diverse and extensive industrial chains. Even if one or two industries fall into decline, there remains a pillar industry to sustain their class and await the next era's dividends." "How can you bring down such oligarchs?" As the conversation meandered, perhaps it was my sinful hands that again engaged in wicked acts, touching warm places in the cold. "Boss, I'm still not full," I cautioned. Kia's, "Moderation is key. Your body is so warm, boss. I prefer coolness. It feels nice to touch." Outside the door, Hongjia hesitated for a long time before finally stepping out. Upon reaching my door, she paused. Sigh. Since her pregnancy, her husband had vanished without a trace, leaving her to bear everything alone for 20 years. After the last crisis, she had genuinely grown fearful. Over the years, she had considered remarrying, but men had increasingly diminished in significance in her heart, until my arrival. That night, when she saw me return with the money intact, the tension in her heart dissipated completely. She understood that this family needed a man moving forward, for both Kia's and herself, as it was essential for their survival in society. Chapter 45, 7 million. Uncle Jean once said that a person should possess 3 wallets. The first is how much money you have in your pocket. The second is how much money you can borrow. The third is how much others believe you have. At 8 a.m., I arrived at the company punctually. Haitao was the first to appear. Being well-versed in fundraising, he had brought 600,000 from his poker friends in Texas. Everyone exchanged glances, and just like that, we had 600,000. Haitao chuckled, "Yet they still say I'm not generous. Next time, I'll approach them for larger projects. I shook my head. Investment is not merely about earning interest. Our future endeavors will entail both gains and losses. In the investment industry, you must communicate this clearly to them, or else it will harm our relationships. Haitao replied, I don't quite understand. I said, read some books online about investment and financing. I want to have you run the business, but at the very least, you should understand the basics. Haitao agreed. Here is an investment risk transfer agreement. Have them sign it. If they refuse to sign, return their money without explanations or arguments. This is also a filtering process. Haitao acknowledged this without issue. At 8:30 a.m., Liu Dabin arrived punctually. I instructed Kias to send him the short-term borrowing materials from the aerospace construction for his review. Perhaps Liu Dabin did not comprehend the details, or perhaps he saw through it all. Without hesitation, he signed the agreement and transferred the funds. 100,000. I speculated he was merely testing the waters, but it mattered little, as this was just the beginning. Early in the morning, Hongjia handed me 500,000 in cash, stating that it was half of her fortune and urged me not to feel pressured. Soon 2 million would be credited, exceeding the 1 million quota. According to Kia's management approach, the company would retain a net 10 pure profit as platform management fees, which everyone accepted. I instructed Chuya to take the documents to the law firm for refinement, and then proceed to the aerospace construction for coordination. Chuya acknowledged, understood, boss. Next, I had to contemplate the company's situation and begin to ascertain the state of our finances. Firstly, what is the amount of the company's own funds? Secondly, how much can the company raise? Thirdly, what impression should I project to outsiders regarding the company's financial standing? As for the company's own funds, I have not yet finalized that. However, I personally plan to contribute a maximum of 2 million in cash, which, along with the funds under Haitao's name and the 500,000 from Chuya and her daughter, will serve as our initial capital. Regarding the funds we can raise, that will depend on our future development and networking to enhance our limits, as the scale of our company is directly proportional to the funds we can attract. In terms of how outsiders perceive our financial capability, I had previously aimed for a low profile, but it appears that since we are embarking on this path, it is time to blend truth with embellishment. After all, with greater strength comes more business opportunities, allowing us to choose only the smaller and more stable projects in the future. Additionally, Chuya and I have jointly established a policy to minimize lending activities to avoid becoming a loan company. Investment and lending are distinctly different matters. In the afternoon, our superior Zhang Luoda and Zhao Chuguang visited the company. Zhang Luoda remarked, Tianyi, you have a tendency to work quietly without making a fuss. Zhao Chuguang added, indeed. Running a company without announcing it is quite unusual. If it weren't for Haitao calling us for a game, we might still be oblivious. I responded, this is a small business. Asking you both to step in would be akin to using a cannon to shoot a mosquito. Zhang Luoda retorted, that is not correct. A business is just starting, and this is precisely the time when investment is crucial. Once you grow strong, you need to seek investments. Yet as an investment company, how can you not understand this? Zhao Chuguang candidly stated, to put it plainly, you are not considering letting your brothers invest, are you? He was right. I had no such intention, but since they had approached me, I could not refuse. I said, of course, all are welcome. Especially after so many years of camaraderie. The closer we are, the more I worry that discussing money might harm our relationship. Zhang Luoda added, we are both concerned about our brother's struggles and about you driving a luxury vehicle. Instead of waiting for you to take off, we'd rather lend a hand at the outset. One must commend Zhang Luoda for his grand vision. He possesses a profound understanding of all the rules at play. Zhao Chuguang inquired about our planned initial capital. I replied, currently, the initial capital is set at 3 million. If new projects arise, we will use the initial capital combined with raised funds for simultaneous investment, thus lowering risks while increasing investment opportunities. Zhao Chuguang asked, what is the maximum personal investment? I stated, the highest individual contribution will be 2 million. Zhang Luoda then declared, in that case, I shall seize the opportunity and contribute 2 million. Zhao Chuguang, always looking to Zhang Luoda for guidance, echoed, if Dege is contributing 2 million, then I shall also contribute 2 million. They signed the agreement, with Haitao continuing to hold the shares. For now, it was provisionally decided that Haitao would represent an investment of 5 million, comprising 2 million from Zhang Luoda, 2 million from Zhao Chuguang, 300,000 from Haitao, and 200,000 from Li Tai, while Chuya would represent an investment of 5 million, including my 2 million and her own 500,000. Thus, the actual funds of my investment company expanded to 7 million. Is it unreasonable to boast about having 100 million? If I truly manage to project that figure, perhaps Chun Hangtian will no longer regard me as merely an underling. As for the funds that can be raised, we have now reached a level in the tens of millions, involving several individuals to varying degrees. Regardless of the specifics, we will proclaim our success. I said to Chuya, in the future, do not shy away. We are an investment company with the strength of over 100 million. Perhaps my exhortation had an effect, as Chuya returned to inform me that Chun Hangtian is very interested in my company and hopes to be invited for a visit soon. I confidently replied, next month. For I am scheduled to attend the Industrial and Commercial Bank's Wealth Management Summit in Shanghai tomorrow. Life is unpredictable. This experience has proven one thing. When a person possesses wealth, they are inevitably compelled to invest and venture into entrepreneurship. This is a tale of human greed. On September 15th, a government mobile phone procurement project was valued at $145 million, with a 3-year cycle and an expected profit of $400,000. Funds raised, $750,000. Company's own funds, $700,000. On September 27th, a short-term loan of $1 million was taken from aerospace construction, with a 5 upfront fee, a 1-month cycle, and an expected profit of $50,000. Funds raised, $600,000. Company's own funds, $400,000. At 9 p.m., I boarded the plane. One of the perks of being a 7-star client at the Industrial and Commercial Bank is having a business car to transport me to the airport. On WeChat, Weiwei smiled and said, Mr. Shan, the hotel and spare clothing are all prepared. I will meet you at the airport. I replied, thank you. In business class. The moment I laid eyes on her, I was captivated. She exuded a vibrant energy, her fair skin accentuating her lively features, her every movement radiating youthful exuberance. Being from the same province, I felt an unusual sense of kinship upon encountering such beauty. She opened her laptop, busying herself. Well, being a man, I found myself idly wishing to strike up a conversation. Hello, beautiful. I'm not interested. I touched my nose. As long as I remain unembarrassed. The awkwardness falls upon others. My first imagined encounter on a plane was abruptly thwarted. With just 10 minutes before takeoff, I tried again. Hello, beautiful. I'm not interested. What is wrong with her? I merely attempted to engage in conversation, yet she responded as if I were a fool. You know, sitting in business class does not automatically confer success upon you. Do you realize that you are seated here due to a lifetime of effort? While I am here merely because my private jet is undergoing maintenance, and I am experiencing this once in a while. I frowned. Was this woman on edge? I had only uttered a single sentence, and she unleashed a barrage of retorts. If I am not mistaken, you have fallen victim to a telecom scam. Chapter 46, The Tang Palace. What did you say? I reiterated, you have been scammed. She looked at me as if I were insane, unable to fathom how a man could approach a woman and concoct such an absurd excuse. She stroked her chin, clearly skeptical. In a moment, she'll provide you with an account to transfer money to. Before I could finish my sentence, a message popped up on her computer, indicating a secure account. How did you know? She asked. Do you know her? I inquired. No. Then why would you transfer money to her? She hesitated and fell silent. As the plane prepared for takeoff, the crew announced that all electronic devices should be switched off. The girl grew anxious, eager to complete her transfer before takeoff. She started operating her online banking on the computer. Then, I simply turned her computer off. Are you insane? She yelled at me. Be quiet. I shouted back even louder. It seems that those who are scammed are thoroughly brainwashed. The girl appeared somewhat intimidated by my outburst, and the flight attendant came over to investigate. Ma'am, is there anything I can assist you with? He is harassing me. How venomous the heart of a woman can be. At that moment, her physical beauty faded in my eyes, transforming into an ugly, skeletal visage. I shrugged. She has been scammed. I was merely acting out of kindness. The flight attendant called for the onboard security officer through the intercom. 15 minutes later, we were both summoned to the flight security officer's office. After understanding the situation, the officer contacted the ground police and confirmed that the girl had indeed been a victim of a telecom scam. Hello, ma'am. Once the flight lands, please accompany us to the police station for further investigation. The girl wore a look of disbelief. I shook my head. No wonder she had been scammed. She was beyond saving. An hour later, her phone and computer had been confiscated by the security officer, and as we returned to our seats, she glanced at me several times, wanting to say something yet hesitating. Hello, handsome. I'm not interested. I verbally declined, yet my heart blossomed with joy. Oh, the rosy skeleton, all mere bones and flesh. Those who do not treat me well deserve to be despised. An hour passed, with only 30 minutes remaining until the plane's descent. Hello, big brother. I am not well. I gazed intently at the rosy skeleton. The girl's eyes reddened, threatening to spill tears. All right, you are too easily amused. Speak your mind. It was futile, she continued to cry. I had no choice but to offer her a tissue and a cup of hot coffee. Business class is indeed superior. Even the beverages are warm milk coffee. She accepted the tissue with one hand and the coffee with the other, sipping it while still sobbing. May I borrow your phone? You are not yet coherent. And you want to transfer money? No, I wish to call my family. All right, I must assist with this. The girl used my phone to contact her family. From her side of the conversation, it appeared to be her father. She briefly explained the scam incident and how her phone and computer were taken, mentioning that she would be taken to the police station upon landing. Afterward, she returned the phone to me. Thank you. I had no desire to provoke this girl further. Throughout the call to her father, she displayed a sense of grievance, showing no sign of contrition. The plane circled downwards. At that moment, a flight attendant approached the girl. I apologize for the inconvenience, madam. You may leave the plane independently. There is no need to go to the police station. The girl inquired. What about my phone and computer? The attendant replied, please leave an address. Your belongings will be sent back to you after being registered at the station. The girl nodded. I stood by, utterly astonished. What kind of influence is this? What level of society? A single phone call, in half an hour, and it was resolved with remarkable speed. Upon disembarking, I exited with the girl at the VIP lounge. Mr. Shun, welcome back to Shanghai. Sun Xiaowei was already waiting for me, accompanied by an Alfred. Please, step inside. Mr. Shun, could you do me a favor? It was the girl from the plane. What is it? I lost my phone and cannot order a car. Could you give me a ride? I glanced at Sun Xiaowei, who smiled and said, as long as she is a friend of Mr. Shun, she is our esteemed guest. I nodded. It was already past midnight, and I felt uneasy leaving a girl without a phone. However, her family should have ensured she received her belongings. Don't they realize that in today's society, one cannot function without a phone? Sigh, my good-heartedness was surfacing again. May I ask, madam, where are you headed? 555, Qingxi Road, Changning District. Sun Xiaowei paused momentarily, then continued driving without uttering another word. I never anticipated that the distance from Pudong Airport to the destination she mentioned would be so far. It took nearly an hour. By the time I returned to the hotel, it was already 3 a.m. Mr. Shun, the financial summit is scheduled for the day after tomorrow. And tomorrow night our bank will hold a thank you banquet at the Oriental Pearl. You may bring a dance partner. I lay on the bed, utterly exhausted. We'll discuss tomorrow's matters tomorrow. I am too sleepy to continue. Mr. Shun, then I. Oh, you may head back. You are staying in Shanghai for a week. After all right. By the way, the place we took that girl to is the Tang Palace. Tang Palace? My goodness. I only noticed the grand entrance of that community when I dropped her off. I had no idea it was the renowned Tang Palace. The Tang Palace, developed by the illustrious Family Group Company, Limited, was completed in 2005 with a property tenure of 70 years. The total construction area of the complex is 31,200 square meters, comprising 18 villas, with a greening rate of 40 and a floor area ratio of 0.30. The architectural style draws inspiration from classic buildings in England, France, Italy, and Spain, featuring 8 styles, including British Royal, French Fontainebleau, and Italian Florence. Each building spans an area of 1,500 to 1,800 square meters, occupying approximately 2,500 square meters of land. 2 months ago, while in Shanghai, I saw a unit in the Tang Palace listed on the second-hand market for $470 million. It was sold within half a day. A property priced at $470 million made me realize that my $790 million was not as substantial as I thought. I couldn't even afford 2 units. It seems this girl had every right to be audacious. If it weren't for her family's private jet maintenance, I might never have encountered her. After Sun Xiaowei departed, I sent a WeChat message to Dong Ling. I have arrived in Shanghai. Ding ding. Dong Ling immediately initiated a video call. I accepted it without hesitation, confident and unashamed. Why did you arrive at the hotel so late? Indeed, after a 3-hour flight. Sending her a message was well past midnight. I recounted my experiences on the plane, right up to the moment I dropped the girl off at home. That girl lives in the Tang Palace? What a coincidence. Indeed. Why are you still awake so late? I was waiting for your safety message. I had no idea you would escort a beauty home and forget to inform me. My apologies. Once I finish here, I will head straight to Beijing to see you. Sounds good. I've already registered your name for the executive class. All right. By the way, I need to discuss something with you. Regarding the new company and the subsequent business development, I must report to my wife, as her expertise is invaluable. As the saying goes, listen to your wife, and you will prosper. Chapter 47. Monthly summary, I awoke to find it was already noon. No matter how soft the hotel bed, it could never compare to the comfort of home. After a full 8 hours of sleep, I still could not find rest. Just then, I received a WeChat message from Sun Xiaowei. Wei smiles. Mr. Shun, have you rested well? I just woke up. Wei smiles. I was about to reach out for our monthly financial summary. Let's discuss it over a meal. Wei smiles. I have reserved a private room in the restaurant on the 3rd floor. Professional. Truly professional. The hotel is a hot spring establishment, and upon entering, most guests are clad in bathrobes. The 3rd floor restaurant specializes in seafood, offering an elegant ambience. Upon my arrival at the private room, Sun Xiaowei was already seated, looking sharp in her business attire. So formal. Sun Xiaowei pointed at the phone set up on the side with a resigned expression. The monthly summary is a routine procedure, and as your private banking financial assistant, I must upload the summary report for my superior's records. A live broadcast. It merely records the video in real time to a cloud server, ensuring that the content cannot be altered or deleted. This is a risk control requirement of the industry. I nodded in understanding. All right, let us begin the report. Sun Xiaowei retrieved a folder and, with a serious demeanor, began. Mr. Shun, I am Sun Xiaowei, a private banking wealth manager at the Shanghai branch of the Industrial and Commercial Bank of China, here to present your monthly asset summary report. On August 21st, 2023, you purchased 2 tons of gold at a price of 390 yuan per gram, with a cash value of 7.8 billion yuan at that time. Additionally, there is a 10 million yuan wealth management project, annualized interest rate of 10, and 2 million yuan in a demand deposit account. As of September 20th, 2023, the gold price has risen to 470 yuan per gram, making the current cash value of your 2 tons of gold 9.4 billion yuan. During the same period, the 10 million yuan wealth management project has yielded a net income of 8,219,178 yuan. Based on your asset status, I have drafted 3 optimization proposals. First, maintain the existing configuration. The headquarters professional gold forecasting team believes that gold remains in a favorable cycle, suitable for long-term holding. Second, asset securitization. The headquarters relies on industry risk control data to identify promising startups among its internal high-caliber client resources, allowing participation in angel rounds and seed investments. Although this approach yields results gradually, it promises a higher long-term return. The third option is customized family trusts. Given your ultra-high net worth, the headquarters can tailor comprehensive services such as fund hedging, Hong Kong insurance allocation, and foreign exchange reserve planning. Indeed, the proposal is comprehensive and professional, quite alluring. However, as a traditional Chinese individual, nothing provides more reassurance than an investment in gold. I decisively choose to maintain the status quo. Sun Xiaowei, all right. Thank you very much for listening to my summary. On a scale of 1 to 10, with 1 being the lowest and 10 the highest, how would you rate my service? Me, 10. I am very satisfied. Sun Xiaowei, thank you for your recognition. She turned off the recording device, her tone relaxing somewhat. In fact, my financial management team also believes that currently holding physical gold is the most prudent choice, especially given the current uncertainty in international affairs, which is likely to persist for some time. Me, indeed. Now, I would like to invite Ms. Sun Xiaowei to experience the hotel's hot springs together. Sun Xiaowei's face flushed slightly, and she nodded in response. Of course, I have already reserved a private hot spring for you for a week, and the environment is quite serene. Me, excellent. Thank you for your efforts. Do relax while later. Sun Xiaowei, you go ahead. I will change my clothes and join you shortly. She called for a server and instructed them to deliver the ordered meal to the relaxation area of the private hot spring. 15 minutes later, Sun Xiaowei appeared by the hot spring in a simple yet elegant robe, her long hair loosely tied up, accentuating her graceful figure. Seeing her, I chuckled softly. Breaking the tranquil atmosphere, she stepped into the hot spring, pushing a floating tray of food towards me. The tray was neatly arranged with sashimi, fruits, salad, and red wine, the steamy air enhancing the freshness of the ingredients. Upon closer inspection, I noticed her fair skin, which appeared even more translucent in the warm spring water. She picked up a piece of salmon sashimi and offered it to me. Mr. Shun, please try this. The sashimi here is very fresh. I accepted and tasted it, finding the flavor sweet, and casually praised it. After soaking for a while, Sun Xiaowei took the initiative to suggest, Mr. Shun, may I massage your shoulders? I must admit, her technique was quite professional. The pressure was precisely applied to the acupoints on my shoulder and neck, swiftly alleviating the tension. I was somewhat surprised. Your technique is impressive. Did you learn it professionally? Sun Xiaowei smiled in response. I learned some basic massage techniques from my boyfriend. His family practices traditional Chinese medicine. so I've picked up a few skills. It then struck me that she was getting married at the end of the year, prompting me to casually inquire, "Your boyfriend doesn't mind you spending a week with me for work?" Sun Xiaowei bit her lip and softly replied, "He understands that this is work. He is very supportive." During a break, Sun Xiaowei took a small sip of red wine, her complexion appearing especially rosy from the warmth of the hot spring. I recalled her earlier mention of the traditional Chinese medicine legacy and curiously asked, "Could you tell me about the traditional medical practices in your boyfriend's family?" I have a keen interest in Chinese traditional culture. Upon hearing this, Sun Xiaowei's eyes lit up, and she animatedly recounted stories about her boyfriend's family's medical practice, extolling the virtues of their inherited techniques. "My skin is so good thanks to his family's secret formula." Listening to her effuse about her boyfriend, I teasingly provoked her. She shot me a playful glare, causing ripples to dance across the surface of the hot spring. I was captivated by her continued narrative. Sun Xiaowei steadied herself and continued intermittently. "His family has preserved dozens of medical texts, all passed down since the late Ming dynasty, which are quite precious." Upon hearing about the ancient texts, my interest piqued further. "What do those medical texts contain?" Noticing my keen focus on the medical books, Sun Xiaowei feigned dissatisfaction as she leaned closer to me, her arm gently resting on the edge of the pool. "You should let me finish my story first." I jested. "All right, please take your time." Her eyes sparkled with mirth, her tone carrying a hint of mystery. Their medical practice primarily focuses on nourishing vital energy. According to him, there are a few pages that contain health secrets passed down from the palace. Before she could finish, I intentionally stirred the water beneath the surface, provoking a surprised gasp from her, and she playfully sidestepped. The warm spring water splashed gently, glimmering under the light. "Hey, don't run away, I'm coming." Returning to the room, I lay back and smoked while Sun Xiaowei quietly peeled fruits beside me. I spoke up. "I started an investment company back home, but it's currently lacking direction. I'd like to hear your professional opinion." Sun Xiaowei immediately shifted her demeanor to seriousness. "Do you need my team to assist with a detailed assessment? They are all seasoned professionals with practical experience." "Me? I don't need it at the moment. I'm just dabbling in a few small ventures back home, trying to clarify my thoughts." I recounted the recent business situation, the bottlenecks encountered, and Xiaoya's concerns about the company's future to Sun Xiaowei. She pondered for a moment before articulating her suggestions clearly. "First, cease any forms of short-term borrowing investments. The risks are too high and could jeopardize the financial chain. Second, invest in third and fourth-tier cities, aligning with local core industrial economies to meet regional development needs for greater stability. Third, prioritize equity cooperation or jointly establish project companies for any investments to mitigate unilateral risks. Fourth, do not confine yourself to conventional avenues. Small investment companies can follow successful enterprises to earn easy profits, and once resources are accumulated, larger investment firms should not hesitate to invest in promising startups to secure long-term gains." Sun Xiaowei paused briefly before adding, "Mr. Shun, there will be a thank you gala at the hotel tonight. A friend of mine is part of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce and operates a startup investment company with innovative ideas. I can introduce you to him. It might spark some new thoughts." "Me? That sounds good. I certainly lack practical experience in this area, so more communication would be beneficial." Sun Xiaowei, "Based on your asset net worth, I recommend that when you plan to deploy over 2 million in funds, promptly contact me. I will have my team conduct a comprehensive risk assessment to prevent impulsive decisions." "Me? Understood, thank you." Chapter 48. Thank you. The thank you banquet took place at a different venue, and Alfred was already parked at the hotel entrance. Sun Xiaowei, "Our bank holds this thank you banquet annually, specifically for 7-star clients in Shanghai. It differs somewhat from tomorrow's financial summit, but it provides an opportunity for everyone to converse and facilitates resource communication. I gathered that the thank you banquet is organized by the Industrial and Commercial Bank of Shanghai for local 7-star clients, while the financial summit is of national scope, typically held in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen in rotation." Sun Xiaowei explained that attendees at the financial summit are primarily new entrants to the affluent circle, having rapidly gained wealth without suitable investment channels. The bank, in its duty to protect high-end clients, provides fundamental explanations of the financial system, investment products, and fosters connections among clients. Established wealthy individuals often have their own consortiums and asset channels and typically disregard such summits. In the car, my WeChat suddenly displayed a friend request, the profile exuding youthful energy, with an abstract name, soul dipped in soy sauce. Note, business class. I understood, a red skull. I hesitated and did not immediately accept. 2 minutes later, my phone rang with a local Shanghai number, unregistered in my contacts. A spam call. I hung up. It rang again. I continued to hang up. If it rings a third time, I'll answer. A stranger in urgency wouldn't give up after 2 tries. Well, it indeed rang a third time. Hello? Mr. Sean, it's me, the one you drove home the other day. Understood. Is there something you need? The caller had evidently moved past the unpleasantness of that day, yet my good mood was clearly disrupted by her incessant calls. My name is Wang Yan. I have added you on WeChat. Please accept my request, as I wish to express my gratitude in person. A thought crossed my mind. This may not have been her true intention. No need, I replied. Oh, Mr. Shun, please give her a chance. You have no idea how your casual assistance has saved my life, she implored. That seems a bit exaggerated. Given your capabilities, losing some money is hardly a tragedy. The other party, sounding pitiful over the phone, insisted, but expressing my gratitude in person is very important to me. Can you grant me this opportunity? After some contemplation, I consented. All right then. She appeared quite pleased. Great. I will arrange a time to meet you in the next couple of days and send you the location. Wang Yan hung up the phone and sighed in relief, only to find her father glaring at her sternly. She approached him, playfully saying, Dad, I have done as you advised. In a few days, I will invite him over. Please don't be upset. Her father retorted, Humph. Such a lack of decorum. Not only did he help you avoid losing a significant amount of money, but he also returned you home without holding any grudges. And you have not even expressed a token of gratitude. I hung up the phone, feeling somewhat bewildered, yet I added the girl on WeChat. Though our conversation did not continue. At the Oriental Pearl, a thank you banquet was in full swing, styled as a cold buffet ball reminiscent of old Shanghai. I relished my seat in a corner while Sun Xiaowei softly introduced me to the various attendees. Mr. Fu from the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce has arrived, she noted. He was not tall, slightly balding, yet exuded the typical air of a Chaozhou businessman. Is he a local from Shanghai as well? I inquired. Mr. Fu has investment projects here in Shanghai. Thus he falls within the invitation's purview, she explained. Sun Xiaowei approached him, not directly engaging with the man but addressing his colleague. A mature woman in professional attire. She approached us, and Sun Xiaowei introduced her. Mr. Shun, this is my superior, Director Luo. Hello, Mr. Shun. I am Luo Fongfong. This woman possessed an admirable demeanor, though time had etched wrinkles at the corners of her eyes. Greetings, we exchanged a brief handshake. Luo Fongfong remarked. Your investment in gold has become quite a tale within our institution. I reviewed Xiaowei's monthly summary report yesterday, and your strategic vision for gold's future is commendable. I replied modestly. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. Luck is a form of strength, she countered. Xiaowei's future asset planning proposal is indeed impressive, and I hope Mr. Shin will consider it further. I have established a small company back home, experimenting in accordance with Manager Sun's blueprint, I shared. Mr. Shun, you are indeed wise. Allow me to introduce you to a friend, Luo Fongfong said, leading me to the gentleman. This is Mr. Fu, a member of the Chaozhou Chamber of Commerce and one of our top clients, possessing a keen sense in finance, much like yourself. Mr. Fu, meet Mr. Shun. A young man. I am sure you will find common ground. Thank you, Aunt Fong. I was just feeling a bit bored, Mr. Fu admitted. Luo Fongfong shot him a disapproving glance. Focus. You must not let Yaya down. Of course, he responded. This Mr. Fu seemed to carry stories and substance. Hello. I am Shin Tianyi. I introduced myself. Fu Hang, he replied. Our meeting, 2 young men encountering each other, was born from this very banquet. Why would Mr. Fu find such an event boring? I asked. Scanning the surroundings, he sipped his wine nonchalantly. Most of the attractive women here are spoken for, and due to certain circumstances, I cannot bring a partner. Unlike you, Mr. Shun, with a beauty by your side. I glanced at Sun Xiaowei. That is luck. Had my financial assistant been a man, I doubt I would still be a client of ICBC. Fu Hang chuckled. You have the luxury of choice. I do not. It appeared that Fu Hang and Director Luo shared a notable bond. Do you know her well? I inquired. Of course. A child of humble beginnings. Her innate pride is quite famous within our circle, he replied. Suddenly, he regarded me with curiosity. Brother, have you struck gold? I feigned ignorance. What do you mean? With a spark of interest, he offered me a cigarette, lit it, and then lit his own. We are all young here. Let us not beat around the bush. Who would have thought that after all our efforts, you would be the one to reap the rewards, he said. I scratched my nose, wondering how I had become entangled in this. It was evident that I could not press further, but the topic provided a good entry point. I feel somewhat bewildered. She is merely a personal financial assistant, I stated. Mr. Shin, are you familiar with the saying about sour grapes? He asked. What do you mean? I am referring to myself and my circle of friends, he replied. Elaborate, I urged. Suddenly, Fu Hang looked at me with a sidelong glance. His demeanor shifting from jovial to serious, as if confronting me. After a moment's hesitation, I understood his implication. Our conversation had reached its limit, and with our initial meeting being superficial, it was best to conclude. If that is the case, we can discuss this another day, I suggested, waving to Sun Xiaowei from a distance. She approached. Mr. Shun, come, teach me to dance, I said without hesitation, wrapping my arms around Sun Xiaowei's waist as her fingers rested on my shoulder. Moving to the rhythm of the music, I began my somewhat clumsy dance steps. Fu Hang observed my actions, muttering to himself, this is interesting. Chapter 49. What a coincidence, I must commend myself. I have a natural talent for dancing. Within a few minutes, I found my rhythm, enjoying the experience of dancing and conversing simultaneously. Had I been in formal attire rather than professional garb, I am certain I would have looked splendid today. A man must be charming, sweet-talking at all times. Thank you. How did your conversation with Mr. Fu go? Sun Xiaowei asked. It was fine, I replied, keeping her unaware that our discussion had revolved entirely around her. Are you familiar with Mr. Fu and his associates? I inquired. Only through work, we occasionally interact. However, they seem interested in my boyfriend's traditional medical practice and are considering investing in it, she explained. This appeared to be my entry point. To connect with Fu Hang, I should build rapport through Sun Xiaowei's boyfriend and integrate into their circle. Yet, why should I be the one to infiltrate their sphere? Investment does not necessitate following someone. As long as I remain grounded, I am invincible. A slight smile crept upon my lips. Would it be possible to meet your boyfriend? I asked. Sun Xiaowei hesitated, her dance steps becoming awkward. What's wrong? Are you afraid? I questioned. Well, he is very knowledgeable in medicine and indifferent to everything else, she admitted. I have a keen interest in our traditional culture. During my trip to Shanghai, let us arrange a day for me to meet him, I suggested. She nodded in agreement. I tightened my hold around her waist, choosing to enjoy the music in silence. Hello, Mr. Shun. May I invite you to dance? I was jolted from my reverie. Wang Yan, dressed in a long gown paired with a shawl, she exuded a newfound charm, a stark contrast to her youthful demeanor on the plane. Sun Xiaowei, sensing the moment, gracefully stepped away. What brings you here? I asked. Wang Yan pouted. Isn't it because of you? I was left utterly perplexed. Yet my instincts as a gentleman prompted me to extend an invitation, to which Wang Yan placed her hand in mine. As the music shifted, I inquired. Could you explain what is going on? Just 2 hours earlier, we were engaged in a rather peculiar phone conversation. And now we found ourselves face to face at this dance. Hee, I did not expect to run into you here, Wang Yan replied. I had just called you earlier. It was upon returning home that my father chastised me for my lack of manners and for not expressing my gratitude towards you. I felt quite disheartened. But my best friend insisted on taking me out for some fun, and unexpectedly, I encountered you. I remarked, well, that's a bit overdramatic and somewhat baffling. Wang Yan wrinkled her delicate nose and replied, how annoying. Initially, I was indeed quite upset by my father's scolding, but I recognized that I was at fault. However, upon seeing you, inexplicably, my mood lifted, prompting me to invite you to dance. This girl, it seems, is blissfully carefree, and she appears quite young. Curiously, I inquired, did I come across as a lecher during our flight? Wang Yan, a bit embarrassed, responded, oh dear, that day was an accident. I was scammed. And to top it off, I had just started my period. Please, try to understand. I couldn't help but ask the burning question. How much did they scam you for? Wang Yan replied, 100 bitcoins. Although it's not a fortune, I genuinely appreciate your support. Given that 1 bitcoin is currently valued at 27,000, that amounts to an impressive total. I express my gratitude. Thank you, Wang Yan, for enlightening me on the fact that 100 bitcoins is merely a modest sum. This girl surely must not have reached 18 yet. I blurted out. How old are you? Wang Yan retorted. It is quite impolite to ask a woman her age. Unless, of course, you first divulge your name, Mr. Shun. I replied. Shun Tianyi. Wang Yan's eyes sparkled. Tianyi, what a lovely name. I am 16. I responded. At 16, you are already this beautiful. Let us take a break. Wang Yan nodded, and we moved to a corner where another girl approached us. She was clearly more mature in figure than Wang Yan, yet her face suggested they were of the same age. She was Wang Yan's close friend, Xia. Come here, come here. Wang Yan beckoned. This is my dear friend, Xia. Xia tilted her head. What is going on with you, Yin Yan? Initially, she had brought Wang Yan to the dance to cheer her up, only to find her in the company of a man, with a bright expression replacing her earlier gloom. Wang Yan introduced me. This is my cousin, Tianyi. Xia, though puzzled, politely greeted, hello, cousin Tianyi. I found myself bemused by Wang Yan's antics. Her whimsical nature and abrupt shifts in emotion were hard to follow. Xia, after introducing Wang Yan to me, chose to sit quietly in the corner, excusing herself and leaving us be. Wang Yin giggled. Xia has a cousin she always praises in front of me. Now, I too have a cousin to boast about when she mentions hers. Indeed, at 16, this girl was not deceiving anyone with her innocence. I remarked, "You're only 16. There's no possibility for us. And besides, I am already engaged." Wang Yin sputtered her juice in surprise. "Brother, I thank you." Her eyes twinkled playfully as she gazed at me, revealing the mischief brewing in her mind. "Cousin, are you a VIP client at ICBC?" The shift in address was indeed swift. "Yes," I replied. Wang Yin exclaimed, "You must be wealthy." I wondered if she was mocking me. "I don't have much. It wouldn't buy even a few bitcoins." She countered, "Oh, that's just pocket change. It's different. Besides, that was money I earned myself." I chuckled, having nearly choked on the absurdity of a 16-year-old earning 100 bitcoins. "What's wrong? You don't believe me?" I looked at her skeptically, yet nodded. "I believe. You live in the Tang Palace, and if you claim to be a genius, I would believe that too." Wang Yin frowned. "You doubt me? I am indeed a genius. I completed my university coursework by 13. Don't let my age fool you. MIT has already sent me an acceptance letter." Astonishingly, she continued, "So, how did you earn your money?" I explained, "Last year, when gold was priced at 300 yuan per gram, I sensed it would rise, so I stockpiled some. Now, it's 460. Wang Yin's eyes gleamed. "I too have followed the gold market, but I found the cycles too lengthy and abandoned the idea. Who would have thought a war would break out abroad?" "Cousin, your foresight is impressive," I replied, "who isn't a genius in their own right. Everyone can put on a show." Chapter 50. The temptation of video. The ICBC Wealth Management Summit was less about wealth management and more about industry exchanges, featuring concentrated explanations of various financial products. Bank deposits, government bonds, money market funds, high liquidity, stocks, equity funds, index funds, great long-term return potential, bond funds, hybrid funds, balancing yield and risk. As the saying goes, the knowledgeable hear the subtleties, while the uninitiated only hear the commotion. I was among the latter, simply there for the noise. After 3 days, I found it intolerable to endure a full day of lectures and struggled against sleep. My intellect failed to keep pace with my financial growth. I messaged Sun Xiaowei, "Take me to meet your boyfriend." Ever since she mentioned that her boyfriend possesses ancient medical texts, I have been intrigued. Wei Wei smiled. "All right. Shall we go to my house then?" I replied, "Let us go directly to your boyfriend's clinic." Wei Wei smiled. "Sure thing, Mr. Shun. I will pick you up first thing tomorrow." In the afternoon, alone in the hotel, perhaps due to my anticipation of meeting Sun Xiaowei's boyfriend, she did not come to the hotel today. I took out my phone and made a call. "Hello?" A woman's voice answered. "I am looking for an elderly gentleman. He saved me a month ago, and I wish to express my gratitude." "Oh, it's you." The voice on the other end chuckled lightly, sounding quite mature, suggesting she was not young. She seemed well aware of the situation. My face flushed unexpectedly. After all, attempting suicide isn't something one boasts about. "My father is not home. This is my phone." It turned out she was the elder's daughter. The elder appeared to be in good spirits, likely over 60. The woman on the phone must be in her 40s, and since she had left her contact information, it seemed she was informed by the elder to assist me with my rescue and hospitalization procedures. "I am immensely grateful to you and the elder for your help. I plan to return to my hometown after I am discharged. I have been filled with gratitude these past few weeks. Since I am in Shanghai for a matter, may I visit you to express my thanks?" The elder prefers peace and quiet. Gratitude is unnecessary. Just live well, young one. Don't dwell on despair. "Sister, I have found peace. My only wish now is to honor my parents. Those who save lives are akin to my reborn parents. Please grant me this opportunity." The woman on the other end fell silent for a while after I addressed her as sister. "Come on over." I felt a surge of joy. "Thank you. I will add you on WeChat after we hang up." After terminating the call, I added her WeChat using her phone number. Her WeChat name was Yang Xiaotong, as expected. The friend request was accepted. There was no conversation, just waiting. I reflect on myself 3 times a day. Wang Yan's situation was worth pondering. The investment of a minor girl had yielded a return that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to achieve. What, then, sets Wang Yan apart from the average individual? This was not an easy question to unravel, yet it was one I needed to explore. At 9 in the evening, a message from Qiuya arrived. "Qiuya boss, have you taken a break? There's no one around me at the moment, having been away for a few days. I find myself missing the chill of this girl's body. Let us go for a video call." "Boss." In the video, Qiuya's expression radiates joy as she lies on her bed, adorned in a delicate lace nightgown. "Do you miss me?" "Yes, I do. What about Hongjia?" Qiuya rises and walks to the living room, where Hongjia is practicing yoga in front of the television. "Mom, the boss is on video call." "Hongjia, clad in her yoga attire, showcases her graceful figure with confidence. She approaches the camera. Mr. Shun, am I disturbing your rest? No, not at all. I asked Chuya to reach out to you. I initially planned to wait for your return to discuss this matter, but it's rather urgent. So I had to interrupt you. It's fine. After a few days away, I find myself missing both you and Chuya. Humph. Hongjia's cheeks flush lightly. Chuya? Why don't you explain to Mr. Shun? Chuya. Boss, here's the situation. A former distributor of my mother who has collaborated with our family for a long time, suddenly approached her yesterday, expressing his intent to sign a supply contract with Haisilo and seeking a partner for the supply. However, time is of the essence. We have roughly a week. I inquired if he had any connections. Chuya. Yes, the newly appointed quality control officer at Haisilo is a distant relative of his. Coincidentally, the original supplier faced a quality issue with a batch of goods, creating this opportunity. What are his demands? Chuya. The monthly supply amount for Haisilo is approximately 2 million. But this involves a quality assurance fee and entry costs, totaling around 2 million, with a 2-month payment term. What is the proposed collaboration model? Hongjia. He only has 2 million and hopes to establish a company with us for the supply, with profits distributed according to investment ratios. However, he wants to use his 2 million for the quality assurance fee and entry costs, leaving us to cover all the supply funding. Chuya. According to the company's regulations, we can jointly establish a project trading company, with us as the primary stakeholders, holding different rights. The main issue is that the quality assurance fee and entry costs are private expenses and cannot be reflected in the project's registered capital. Essentially, the 2 million is a kickback. I suggested that the quality assurance fee and entry costs should be covered privately by him as personal expenditures, not counted as company shares. The supply must align with all 4 flows. He can invest through business orders and earn commissions. If he seeks to increase his profit share, he must contribute additional funds. If he agrees, we will proceed. If not, we will look for other partners. Hongjia seemed somewhat embarrassed. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Chuyamon. The boss's suggestion is quite astute. This is genuine investment. Otherwise, that 2 million becomes difficult to clarify. Investment is not charity, if funds are lacking. He should consider a bank loan. What we seek are orders and equity. Profit is secondary. Choya's eyes sparkled with understanding. She grasped my meaning. Choya. Boss, I understand. I will prepare a plan immediately. She handed the phone to her mother and turned to return to her room. I said, there's no need to rush. It's late. You should rest. Without looking back, Choya replied, it's still early. I'm not sleepy. Hongjia watched her spirited daughter retreat to her room, leaving only the two of us gazing at each other through the video. She contemplated ending the call, but since that night, thoughts of this man had consumed her. She was reluctant to disconnect. I said, Hongjia. She replied, yes. I continued, why not come to your room? She agreed, all right. Hongjia returned to her room, securing the door behind her. Now, it was just the two of us alone. I asked, have you missed me? Hongjia nodded. The allure of maturity radiated from her. In the video, her gaze upon me was captivating. She said, yes, I have. I replied, I have missed you too. That night, I genuinely wanted to seek you out. But then Shoya barged in unexpectedly. Hongjia said, I was waiting for your return. A mischievous thought crossed my mind. Such a scenario I had only witnessed online. Yet it was undeniably thrilling. Chapter 51, The Life of an Ordinary Person. Early in the morning, Sun Xiaowei came to pick me up. In the car, she said, I spoke with him. Yesterday, he mentioned that Mr. Fu's friends have been discussing investment matters recently. I responded, regardless, I want to be involved. We were in the old town of Shanghai, at a modest traditional Chinese medicine clinic, permeated with the rich aroma of herbal medicine. Upon entering, I noticed a young doctor in a white coat and glasses seated at the attending physician's desk. Sun Xiaowei affectionately approached the man, resting her arm on his shoulder. Zhengwei, this is the Mr. Shun I mentioned to you. I extended my hand. Hello, I am Shintiani. The bank maintains confidentiality agreements. Sun Xiaowei would certainly not disclose my financial situation to her boyfriend. Zhengwei. I curiously observed the clinic, noting the herbal cabinets, the decocting room, and the packaging area. Though small, it was well equipped. One wall displayed the family history of Zheng Wei's traditional medicine lineage, along with the ancient medical texts Sun Xiaowei had mentioned. Also beautifully framed. Zheng Wei was busy writing at the desk. I asked, may I take a look around? Without looking up, he said, feel free. I'll be done shortly. Sun Xiaowei shot me an apologetic glance. Zheng Wei's clinic offered general services. But I had heard from Sun Xiaowei that his ancestral medical expertise was in nourishing and energizing treatments. The walls adorned with accolades resembled most clinics. Yet therein lay the crux of their predicament. For a couple like them to establish themselves in Shanghai, they would likely toil endlessly. They currently rented a place for $6,500 per month. Sun Xiaowei earned $8,000 plus commissions, totaling around $15,000 monthly, with Social Security and Provident Fund. Zheng Wei's clinic generated a decent income of about $50,000 monthly, but after deducting rent, utilities, herbal costs, and an assistant's salary of $6,500, the net profit dwindled to around $20,000. The average price per square meter outside Shanghai's inner ring is approximately $110,000. Purchasing an 80 square meter apartment would require $8 million, with a down payment of $2.7 million and a loan of $6.1 million. Their combined net income of $35,000 monthly, after rent, meals, and daily expenses, left them with savings of around $20,000. To accumulate enough for the down payment would take 11 years. A 30-year mortgage with equal principal and interest would require monthly payments exceeding $29,000, and under equal principal repayment, over $30,000 in the first 10 years. How could they manage that? Why would Sun Xiaowei wish to be with me? Because my $10 million in fixed-term investments allowed her to net $15,000 monthly, equating to an annual passive income of $180,000. This was merely the beginning. If she became my personal financial assistant, her earnings would rise with my wealth. Maintaining my affairs would guarantee her a starting salary of at least $400,000 annually, twice Zheng Wei's earning speed. Zheng Wei devoted himself to his clinic. But the realms of business and medicine are distinct. This prompted Fu Hang and his friends to pursue indirect means to invest in Zheng Wei, seeking avenues to win over Sun Xiaowei. Without my involvement, had Fu Hang successfully invested in Zheng Wei, Sun Xiaowei would have merely been a pawn in their game. As for me, whether to alert Zheng Wei and Sun Xiaowei depended on the difficulty of obtaining a copy of Zheng Wei's ancestral medical texts. After a 20-minute tour, Zheng Wei said, "Mr. Shun, I apologize for keeping you waiting." I replied, "No worries, I enjoy this environment." Zheng Wei's eyes revealed his intentions plainly. I could read them effortlessly. This man is in need of funds. He wishes to expand his clinic. He yearns to afford a home in Shanghai by the time he marries his girlfriend at year's end. I empathized deeply, recognizing the look of someone eager to deceive. I had once been in his shoes. I refrained from discussing investments, for my purpose here is not to invest, but rather to acquire a printed version of your ancestral Chinese medicine texts. I said to Dr. Zheng, "I trust Manager Sun has informed you of my intentions. I possess a profound interest in traditional Chinese culture, particularly ancient books and texts, whether they pertain to astronomy, geography, or metaphysics and medicine. Upon learning of your ancestral medical manuscripts, I felt an irresistible urge to be here at once, hoping that you, Dr. Zheng, might indulge my modest passion." Dr. Zheng's expression was one of hesitation. These ancestral texts were his hope for attracting investment. Recently, a group had approached him about forming a consortium for a Chinese medicine clinic and pharmaceutical company. Negotiations were ongoing. Manager Sun, aware of the significance of this client, had already conveyed that a year's commission could yield $400,000. Thus, offending me was not an option. Dr. Zheng confessed, "To be candid, there are parties currently negotiating collaboration with me, contingent upon ensuring the monopoly and exclusivity of the medical knowledge." I tapped my fingers on the table, asserting, "As no agreement has yet been reached, selling me the printed version does not constitute a breach of contract. Dr. Zheng, name your price, under reasonable circumstances. I shall not haggle." Manager Sun tugged at Dr. Zheng's sleeve in a silent plea, but he remained unresponsive. Dr. Zheng proposed, "How about this, Mr. Shun? You might also consider investing in me, thereby acquiring the medical texts as well. Typically, a printed edition would cost around $400,000 to $500,000. However, should I invest, it would lead to a bidding war between the two parties." I inquired, "What kind of collaboration do you envision?" Dr. Zheng explained, "Manager Fu plans to invest $10 million in project development. He will cover hardware and supporting facilities while I provide the core technology and retain a 50 share. Although a confidentiality agreement and ownership rights excluding me must be signed." I retorted, "You mean purely technical contributions will yield a 50 stake?" Dr. Zheng clarified, "My core technology, valued at $300,000, would grant a 50 stake, contingent upon him lending me the same amount." I found his calculations overly transparent and directly stated, "I am acquainted with Fu Hang. A gentleman does not covet another's desires. Should you choose to invest, I shall refrain from involvement. Dr. Zheng, please consider this. I have only 4 days remaining in Shanghai." With that, I rose to depart. Manager Sun discreetly kicked Dr. Zheng under the table and hurried out to follow me. Why was Dr. Zheng being so obstinate? On the way, Manager Sun continually apologized, bewildered by the sudden change in Dr. Zheng's stance. Mr. Shun, I sincerely apologize. We had everything arranged last night, and I am unsure why he has reversed his decision today. I addressed Manager Sun formally, emphasizing the gravity of the situation. One cannot bite the hand that feeds them. Manager Sun, I have shown my earnestness and am willing to pay for the texts. She assured me, rest assured, Mr. Shun. This collection of ancient medical books is also part of my dowry. I will speak with Dr. Zheng again. Closing my eyes, I reclined in the car seat, contemplating the 4 days remaining before my departure to Beijing. Manager Sun nodded. I will ensure a resolution. Now, it rested upon the sincerity of this couple. Fu Hang's affairs were of no concern to me, nor did I care whether Manager Sun became someone else's possession. Life and death are predestined. Wealth and nobility are granted by fate. Chapter 52. A visit before the car had even arrived at the hotel. Yang Xiaodong sent a message with a location. I inquired, do you know anyone dealing in high-end tea? Manager Sun replied, yes, one of my clients specializes in that. I requested, take me to him. I wish to purchase some tea. Manager Sun gestured for the driver to follow the navigation. Tea possesses a duality of quality. Those who understand it truly appreciate it, while those who do not remain oblivious. We returned to the starting point, Guamao 360. Manager Sun, it has been quite some time. As we approached, a woman dressed in a qipao greeted us, appearing to be around 50 years old, adorned in a complete set of designer jewelry. Manager Sun smiled and nodded, Madam Situ. Indeed, it has been a while. This is Mr. Shun. I have brought him to purchase gifts. Young Manager Sun, having distanced herself from the VIP clientele of the industrial and commercial bank, is now addressed with respect wherever she goes. She is indeed youthful, with ample room for advancement. Reflecting on it now, Dr. Zheng had truly aimed high. Madam Situ smiled warmly. Hello, Mr. Shun. Please feel free to take a look at whatever catches your eye. I mentioned, my elderly father enjoys tea. I seek something of high quality. Her eyes lit up. Oh, your father is knowledgeable about tea? I replied, he understands. Though I do not, so I must trouble you for assistance. Madam Situ insisted, not at all. Since Manager Sun is here in person, I shall present our prize selection today. She instructed a young girl nearby to fetch the tea. Madam Situ invited us to sit and enjoy some tea. The art of tea preparation, especially by a woman well-versed in the tradition, exudes charm in every gesture. How would you both like to sample our tea? The tea was served, and a rich aroma wafted forth, not the saccharine scent, but something more profound. After a sip, I remarked, this is exquisite tea. The aftertaste lingers pleasantly on the palate, though it could be slightly richer. Madam Situ inquired, what do you mean by that? I explained, I cannot articulate it well, as I am not a connoisseur, but this tea reminds me of another I have tasted, albeit it feels somewhat lacking in depth and flavor. Madam Situ responded, now I understand. Mr. Shun, you may not be a true tea expert, but you certainly appreciate and can savor the nuances of tea. At that moment, the young girl returned with a tray bearing 3 types of tea. Madam Situ introduced, we have Shoushang Gongfu, Wang Wei Wang, and Jiutian Lu Xiang. I looked at the 3 varieties, honestly unable to discern their differences. I turned to Madam Situ. Do you have any recommendations? Madam Situ explained, in terms of sincerity, Wang Wei Wang is the top choice for its rarity. I have only 10 servings left, just enough for one set, and once it's gone, it's gone. The annual yield is limited. For face value, Shoushang Gongfu is an excellent choice. It has no flaws except for its price, 9,000 per serving. In terms of cost effectiveness, Jiutian Lu Xiang is the way to go, as it offers high-end tea at a reasonable threshold. Madam Situ looked at me. Mr. Shun, choose according to your needs. Her explanations were thorough. However, as adults often do not make choices, particularly those newly wealthy, I declared, I shall take them all. One of each, please. The standard weight for rock tea is 83 grams per serving, and a pound comprises 500 grams, yielding 60 servings. Wang Wei Wang offers 15 servings for 47,120. Shoushang Gongfu costs 90,000 for 10 servings, and Jiutian Lu Xiang provides 30 servings for 39,840. The total comes to 176,960 yuan. Madam Situ stated, since Manager Sun brought you, my pricing does not include profit. However, since you are here, I cannot allow you to feel inadequately hosted. Consider this set of Jean FO a gift for our meeting. In the future, I will sell to you at cost. Manager Sun expressed her gratitude as she collected the tea and departed. With me as an outsider, they would not linger in conversation. The premium Jean FO is priced at 10,000 per pound, yielding exactly 60 servings. While I may not have rounded up the total, it feels more significant than doing so. Some may accuse me of pretentiousness, frivolous spending, or lacking sense, deeming it unworthy. Yet, if someone has saved my life, I would extend to them the utmost respect and gratitude. I have even prepared a 1 kilogram gold bar, intending to present it alongside the tea. To those who saved my life, they are akin to my reborn parents. Manager's son escorted me to the bank to retrieve the gold bar and then delivered me to my destination, at which point I bid her farewell. I called the woman from WeChat. "Hello, I have arrived at the entrance of the community you mentioned." She replied, "Please wait. A security guard will come to escort you." After 10 minutes, a security guard approached, and their stature revealed a military background. Truly, this is an upscale community, where guests are escorted by security. Upon arriving at the esteemed elder's residence, I was finally enlightened. This individual was the elder's personal bodyguard. The elder, a man who believes that true men do not shed tears easily, only does so when deeply saddened. Were it not for the stroke of fortune that brought me a windfall of 900 million, or the elder's timely intervention that saved my life, I would not be living this life today. I came uninvited, yet with what could I offer? The elder seemed somewhat displeased. I lamented, wishing only that I had purchased more, for it is only through living a second life that I truly comprehend the weight of his kindness. The elder appeared pleased. He glanced not at the gifts I had brought, but instead grasped my hand and invited me to sit with him. "Elder Tiani, is it?" he inquired, his memory sharp. "Yes, indeed, Elder," I replied. "Do you play chess?" he asked. "A little," I admitted. "Let us have a game." I won. "Let us play again," he requested. And I triumphed once more. The elder, eyes wide, gazed at me. "Young man, do you not understand the virtue of respecting your elders? Allow an old man some grace." Chuckling, I thought of how my father often referred to me as a poor chess player at home. Yet here, I was astonished by the elder's lack of skill. In my youth, I was not as sharp. After a near-death experience, I gained clarity and can see through many things, including chess, I explained. The elder retorted, "You believe I saved you just so you could teach me?" He beckoned, "Stay the night, let us share some wine." Yang Xiaotong, nearby, quickly interjected, "Father, you are not as young as you used to be. Must you compete with the youth?" "Indeed, Elder, my tolerance for alcohol is lacking, just a little for me." I added, "Less talk, more tea," he commanded. Indeed, the elder's residence was impressive. Who would have imagined that within this prime real estate of Shanghai, he possessed a vegetable garden? Without further ado, he tore open the tea leaves I had gifted. Yang Xiaotong brewed the tea, and the aroma wafted through the air. Though I had never tasted it, it was undeniably delightful. Yang Xiaotong exclaimed, "What excellent tea." I responded, "Thank you." The elder raised the cup to his nose. "You cheeky lad, you flatter me with this fine tea. I understand many things, but tea is not one of them." I countered, "I simply wish to share what I deemed the best with you, for you have saved my life. I cannot fathom how I could flatter you." "How old are you, Tiani?" the elder inquired. "In my 30th year, I replied. "Not too young, then. Last time you mentioned returning home to find a partner. How has that progressed?" This question brought me joy, and I smiled as I reported, "Indeed, as a traveler returning home, I shall first seek a match, then an engagement, completing the milestones of life in one breath." The elder chuckled, "Do not boast. Earning a few coins does not elevate you to my level. You must remember your worth." Seeing his skepticism, I produced photographs from my engagement and the marriage certificate. The elder was taken aback. "Well done, you have indeed accomplished it. A man of his word." "I stand by my declarations," I affirmed. Chapter 53. The Secret Medicine of the Zheng Family. I raised my glass. "To your health. Feel free." This evening, I had no intention of allowing the elder to overindulge, nor did I wish to become inebriated myself. Yet, I found myself intoxicated. Having lost to an elder in a drinking contest, adhering to basic etiquette, I maintained my composure. Late into the night, I departed the elder's home. I had come to express my gratitude, not to make a fool of myself. I woke the next day midday, in my hotel room. I struggled to recall whether I had consumed 2 or 3 bottles of liquor. The elder, a former soldier, treated alcohol as mere water, downing it in hearty gulps. I picked up my phone to discover several unread messages. Among them, a message from Yang Xiaotong. The first contained an image of gold bars. The second was a voice message from the elder. "You cheeky lad, I am not in need of money. You send me gold, hard and odorous. Consider it a keepsake until your next visit. If you wish to show your gratitude, bring me some fine wine." Then, a voice message from Wang Yan. "Cousin, are you free tonight?" Followed by several missed video calls. "What are you doing? Is there another woman in your room that you dare not show your face?" I felt irritation rise. This girl is clever, yet her emotional intelligence seems lacking. Nonetheless, I felt compelled to respond, maintaining the necessary decorum. I drank too much last night and have just awakened. Angry, I am inviting you to dinner at my house tonight. At Tang Palace? Rationality told me to decline. Yet my curiosity about the place was overwhelming. All right, I instinctively replied, I do not drink. Haha, I am still underage. How could I possibly drink? Indeed. Let me play the benefactor for once, seeking no favor, merely to indulge. At 6:30 in the evening, I hailed a taxi, punctual as ever. Well, they did not send a vehicle to fetch me, nor did I possess such airs. To Tang Palace. I longed for the driver to know I was off to dine there. I had been invited to Tang Palace. I own a house there. The entire establishment was mine. The arrogance and madness of humanity are unfathomable. With 1,000 in my pocket, I felt that 10,000 was nothing. With 10,000, I believed a car worth over 100,000 was acceptable. With 100,000, I spoke of million-dollar ventures. Those who possess a million are rare. They seldom boast. For their claims often hold truth. Only upon arriving at Tang Palace did I comprehend why this residence is regarded as the pinnacle of luxury living. Wang Yin greeted me, and upon entry, I was met with a vast private courtyard. Is this your home? I asked in awe. Welcome, Wang Yin replied. Mature trees, fully transplanted, formed a natural green screen, water features complemented by custom stone carvings, and beneath my feet lay imported stone walkways polished by time. The building's facade was adorned with imported natural stone, alongside copper decorative elements and expansive floor-to-ceiling windows. The living room soared over 6 meters high, its dome embellished with handcrafted gold leaf reliefs, while the walls were adorned with custom artistic wall coverings, complemented by a full suite of heirloom-quality furniture. I could not help but exclaim, what opulence! Upon entry, the interior layout adhered to the logic of family life. The first floor featured both Chinese and Western kitchens, the Chinese kitchen equipped with professional-grade cooking facilities. The Western kitchen linked to a scenic terrace, a banquet hall, and elder suites. The second floor served as the main living area, with each bedroom boasting an en-suite bathroom and walk-in closet, along with a private study connected to a viewing balcony. From the second floor, I gazed down at the depths of the courtyard, where a private pool and outdoor reception area were nestled, ensuring privacy, with windows framing seasonal garden views, and closed doors preserving tranquility. You must be Mr. Shan, a gentleman addressed me. Greetings. He wore gold-rimmed glasses, exuding a warm and humble demeanor. Clad in a well-tailored suit, he stood tall, with a watch peeking from his cuff, discreet yet undeniably high quality. I am grateful for your presence at tonight's dinner. I am Yin Yan's father. He introduced himself, Wang Wei, Wang Yan's father. He extended his right hand with great politeness, and I naturally reciprocated. I primarily wish to visit. I have never been here before, I replied. Wang Wei said, you have rendered a favor to my daughter. Our family holds great respect for those who assist us. You are welcome to visit often. I shook my head. It was merely $1 million. I could not even afford a bottle of wine in this living room. What talk of favors? The Wang family invites me, and I come solely due to vanity and curiosity about Tang Palace. Wang Wei smiled. It has been long since I encountered such a forthright young person. Come, sit, and converse. The evening's dinner was modest yet exquisite, attended by Wang Yan's parents, Wang Yin, and myself. After half an hour, Wang Wei remarked, Yin Yin is still young. Although intelligent, she lacks worldly experience. We strive to seize every opportunity to instill the correct values in her. I understood then. This was indeed the primary reason for the Wang family's invitation to me. I am immensely grateful for the honor of visiting the Tang Palace up close. Wang Wei, Yin Yin mentioned that you are a 7-star client of ICBC. It seems you are not lacking in wealth. Our Wang family believes in repaying kindness. May I inquire what conditions Mr. Shin has? To ask me to state my own terms feels somewhat burdensome. You are aware that I lack for nothing. Since we are seated here together, we are even. After this meal, our bond shall endure. Wang Wei frowned. This was not the outcome he desired, as the Wang family never owes favors. Wang Wei, may I ask what business Mr. Shan is currently engaged in? I have recently established a small investment company back home, and am still in the exploratory phase. Wang Wei, our family ventures into numerous industries. Should conditions permit, we could facilitate a connection. I shook my head. There is no need. This company is merely a pastime. I recognize this as a splendid opportunity. Yet I am not in want of money at present. I lifted my juice. Let us move on. This was merely a good deed done in passing. No need to take it too seriously. The thank you banquet left me feeling weary. The other party wished to express gratitude, yet I did not desire their thanks. One seeks to be a courtesan, while the other aims for a pedestal. Overall, my trip to Shanghai has been quite satisfying. On the final day of my Shanghai journey, I was just about to call Sun Xiaowei to change my flight to Beijing instead of returning to Zhengzhou. However, Sun Xiaowei proactively sent me a message on WeChat. Wei Wei smiles. Is Mr. Shin at the hotel? Aye, indeed. Wei Wei smiles. I shall arrive in half an hour. This hotel truly has everything: dining, entertainment, and leisure. I could spend a week here without feeling bored. Punctually, Sun Xiaowei arrived in half an hour. In the room, I was clad in pajamas, engrossed in my computer, which was filled with various international news. Sun Xiaowei. Mr. Shun is still keeping an eye on foreign news? Aye, it is rather dull. I peruse it to pass the time, and I happen to have something I need your assistance with. Sun Xiaowei. Please, go ahead. Aye, tomorrow. I need to change my flight to Beijing. Sun Xiaowei. No problem. Aye. Could you help me return the gold bars stored in the bank to my hometown? Sun Xiaowei. Yes, but given their significant value, professional security will be required. Aye. Will this affect your commission on your business dealings? Sun Xiaowei smiled. My main commissions come from wealth management. Precious metals are considered fixed assets, unrelated to the bank. We merely safeguard them for you. I nodded. Understood. Let us leave it at that for now. What brings you here? Sun Xiaowei retrieved a USB drive from her bag. This contains the digital versions of the ancient medical texts, along with Zheng Wei's annotations. I took it with delight. Grateful to Sun Xiaowei for securing this for me. Thank you. How much do I owe you? Sun Xiaowei. Mr. Shun, I do not want your money. Your patronage of my wealth management services is already the greatest assistance. By the way, I had Zheng Wei decline the investment from Fei Hang. Aye, did you notice? Sun Xiaowei, notice what? Aye, why I disagreed with Zheng Wei's financing. Sun Xiaowei. Zheng Wei is not cut out for business. His eagerness to earn stems from our marriage requiring a home. Now that my income has increased, and the director plans to raise my salary, we are not as financially constrained as before. I still prefer that his ancestral medical texts do not fall into others' hands. I felt a pang of emotion. Sun Xiaowei does not wish her family's ancient texts to be disseminated, yet she resolutely provided me with the digital version. Thank you, rest assured. I shall only keep it for personal collection. Sun Xiaowei, I trust you. By the way, this is something Zheng Wei prepared as a token of gratitude for your kindness. He wanted you to try it, and if you are satisfied, he can prepare one for you each month. Sun Xiaowei produced a pill. I curiously inquired, what is this? Sun Xiaowei blushed slightly. A secret medicine from the Zheng family. You will understand once you try it. Chapter 54. Back to Beijing an hour later. While resting on the bed, I lit a cigarette. Sun Xiaowei had completely exhausted herself. Aye, does Zheng Wei know about us? Sun Xiaowei gently bit me. How could he possibly know? Aye, then why did he give me this to test its effects? Sun Xiaowei. I informed him that you are my major client, and that our monthly collaboration yields considerable profit. He specifically created this to express his gratitude to you. This truly is a case of losing both the lady and the soldier. Zheng Wei had no idea that the secret medicine he toiled over would ultimately be used on his fiancée, Dragon Fragrance Cardamom. Upon my first consumption, its effects were immediate, and for a considerable length of time, it would nourish the 5 organs and harmonize yin and yang. Traditional Chinese medicine is a profound discipline, emphasizing the interrelation of the 5 organs and the balance of yin and yang, rather than merely addressing isolated issues. Aye, has Zheng Wei tried it? Does it work as well for him? Men's little thoughts are often quite transparent. Though Sun Xiaowei is Zheng Wei's fiancée, I increasingly felt a complex emotion as I probed further. Sun Xiaowei was no exception. Her face flushed. Yes, he only tried it once. This pill is too costly, and he only sampled one to test its efficacy. Aye, money is not an issue. Tell me the price per pill, and I will prepay for a year. 1 pill per month, which makes 12 for the year. Sun Xiaowei. Each pill costs 100,000. You may consume only 12 in a lifetime. Aye, why is that? Sun Xiaowei. Zheng Wei says the effects of 12 pills will gradually accumulate in the body. The 5 organs need a lifetime to absorb them, and it can also contribute to longevity. If taken excessively, overnourishment could actually harm the body. Goodness, it can indeed cause problems from overnourishment. However, who would dare to believe in such miraculous effects without personal experience? I could distinctly feel warmth in my lower back, and a sense of comfort enveloped me. Aye, very well, I will transfer 1 million to you, but my cash on hand is limited. Would it be acceptable to pay with gold? Sun Xiaowei. There is no rush. The medicinal materials are particularly hard to find. It took him years to gather enough for 2 pills. The next one may not be ready until after the new year. I smirked. In that case, I will reserve 12 pills, not for anything else. Just for the sake of this longevity effect. Sun Xiaowei. I am going to take a shower. She gracefully rose from the bed, her figure well proportioned. Even though I was exceedingly familiar with her appearance, I still found myself captivated. Aye, Let us go together. Ultimately, while Sun Xiaowei was utterly drained, I remained vibrant and wide awake. I spent the night scrolling through my phone until dawn. Who says traditional Chinese medicine works slowly? It's merely that the right quality ingredients were not utilized or sufficient investment was not made. My flight was scheduled for 10:30 a.m., so I took a taxi to Pudong Airport. There was no other choice. Our conversation ran too late into the night, and Sun Xiaowei was too exhausted to rise early. I still find myself marveling at Zheng Wei. He truly is a good brother. The flight from Pudong to Beijing takes 2.5 hours. And by the time I arrived at Renmin University, it was already 1:30 p.m. I decided to have my lunch on the plane as well, indulging in a satisfying meal. I must say, the business class meal standards are quite impressive, featuring steak with black truffle, Cantonese barbecue rice, delicious mushroom soup, and freshly brewed coffee. Although the other passengers in business class were respectable individuals, I did not care about their opinions and ordered 2 servings of steak, 1 serving of mushroom soup, and an additional salad. That served as my lunch, sufficient to satiate my appetite. At 1:30 p.m., beneath the dormitory of Renmin University. Each time I visit here, I cannot help but regret not having studied diligently in my youth. Thus, parents with the means should ensure their children experience prestigious universities firsthand, allowing them to understand the significance of education and realize that hard work ultimately yields rewards. Perhaps this is also the intention behind some prestigious universities offering study tour programs. Upon reaching the entrance of Dongling's dormitory, I knocked on the door, but there was no response. I entered using the password I had. It seemed that a surprise would not be possible, yet it should not turn into a fright. I casually snapped a photo of her dormitory and sent it over. Within 10 minutes, a WeChat message arrived. Dongling, when did you arrive? Me just now. Dongling, I won't be free until 8:30 p.m. Apologies me, I'll wait for you. Dongling didn't reply again, and I sensed that she must be feeling the same eagerness to meet as I was. We were in the throes of a romantic relationship, basking in the honeymoon phase, and a month apart was truly unbearable. Although it had been less than half a month since we last met, I simply couldn't resist the urge to see her immediately. Knock, knock. Suddenly, someone was at the door. I walked over and peered through the peephole, only to find Zhong Qing. I opened the door. Zhong Qing. Hey, Shin Handsome. When did you arrive? You startled me. Me. Ling Ling is not here. She won't be back until tonight. Zhong Qing made a sound of acknowledgement and turned to leave, but after taking a couple of steps, she turned back, leaning against the door frame and casting a playful glance at me. Zhong Qing. She is not here. How about I keep you company? I happen to be free this afternoon. Let us catch a movie? Me. Forget it. You don't seem to like men. After saying that, I shut the door, not giving Zhong Qing a chance to explain. Bang, bang. I heard 2 loud knocks on the door from outside, and then Zhong Qing left. Moments later, another WeChat message arrived. Zhong Qing. Seriously, I'm inviting you to watch a movie this afternoon. Just consider it a favor, okay? Me. Nonsense. A rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow. Find someone else. Zhong Qing. I've already spoken to Dongling about this. You're my backup. You have to go? Almost simultaneously, a message from Dongling arrived. Dongling. Tiangu. Zhong Qing needs help rejecting a suitor this afternoon. You should assist her. Goodness me. No problem. Oh, receiving the order. I considered it an official task. I immediately replied to Zhong Qing. Me. Since you're Dongling's friend, I'll reluctantly help you this once. Zhong Qing. Don't think you can hold this favor over my head. This is a favor for your girlfriend. Pout me. It's all the same. You tell me how to arrange it, and I'll follow your lead. Zhong Qing. You'll play the role of my wealthy boyfriend, exuding confidence so that the suitor will back off. Me. That is a bit much. He is just a guy who likes you, and he hasn't done anything wrong. Why treat him like this? Crying. I quickly added, but I'll need extra payment. Zhong Qing. So stingy. Let us get serious. This guy has some background. He is not genuinely interested and just wants to use my connections. You wouldn't understand. Just make him give up completely. I raised my eyebrows. It seems the Zhong family indeed has some clout. Me. When do we leave? Zhong Qing. I'll pick you up in 2 hours. We'll perform the whole act. You need to familiarize yourself with my habits. By the way, do you have a car? Me. I do, but it's at my hometown. Zhong Qing. Nonsense. Not having a car would be troublesome. Me. That is not an issue. I'll just drive yours and say it's a gift from you. I'll not only be your boyfriend, but also act as someone being taken care of. Wouldn't that be infuriating? Grinning. Zhong Qing. That is a good idea. You're quite resourceful. Thumbs up? I turned off my phone and lay down on the bed, intending to rest for a bit. I hadn't slept all night, and now that the effects of the medicine were wearing off, I was starting to feel drowsy. Chapter 55. A match of equals. Zhong Qing. Let us go. What are you waiting for? I gazed at the 911 Targa 4 before me. Is this your car? Zhongqing smirked. To be precise, it's yours now, pretty boy. I scratched my head. Although I may look young, I'm actually older than you. Calling me pretty boy seems inappropriate. Let us just say you have a peculiar preference for older men. Zhongqing, go to hell. Don't take advantage of me because of my age. Let us go. What's South it like to drive a 911 through the university? Quite awkward. As we were stopped by security. Thankfully, I had cigarettes in my pocket. Zhongqing, sitting in the passenger seat, covered her mouth and laughed quietly. Me, if you want to laugh, just let it out. Zhongqing, you're really talented at acting. You'll definitely make the suitor flustered. I'll take that as a compliment. We arrived at a moderately upscale restaurant in Wangfujing. The reason for choosing this place was simple. Zhongqing wouldn't have to pay, but to maintain appearances, I would have to cover the bill. So a middle-of-the-road option was just fine. We had a reservation and settled in 10 minutes early. I looked at Zhongqing sitting across from me. She wore a puzzled expression as she pulled out a mirror from her purse and checked her face. Zhongqing, why are you looking at me? Me, what is our mission today? Zhongqing, to act like a couple and make the jerk jealous. Me, then why are you sitting across from me? Are you trying to make the jerk angry with me? Zhongqing realized and moved to sit beside me. The man arrived punctually, as per our agreement. Zhongqing, Xiaolong, over here. Me? From her tone, it seemed they were familiar with each other. What kind of game was this? Zhongqing had only communicated to me about this man named Ying Long's temperament and behavior, but she hadn't mentioned they were acquaintances. I had assumed it was a blind date, and this was our first meeting. Ying Long. His name suggests he is not an ordinary person. It seemed their families were involved in a political marriage, and I had become the clown in their farce. Damn it, had I known this would happen. I wouldn't have done it for any amount of money, and I hadn't even received any payment. I was losing out on this friendship role. Ying Long. Xiaoqing, why did you choose such a place? Zhongqing glanced at me, and I knew it was my turn to speak. Me. I'm tired of fancy restaurants. This kind of place is quite nice, and Qingqing likes to eat here as well. You can call her Xiaoqing. I'll call her Qingqing. Ying Long entered and immediately noticed us sitting together, but didn't say anything. At that moment, I spoke up, and he followed up with a question. Xiaoqing, who is he? Zhongqing, my friend. There is no male in the friend category, yet I sat beside her. Making it quite obvious. I extended my hand graciously. Xin Tian, why not use a real name? What is the point of using a real name when deceiving someone? It just makes it easier for the victim to find you and take revenge. Wu Ying Long took out the menu, preparing to order. Me, no need. We've already ordered. Just check if it suits your taste. If not, we can add a couple more dishes. Wu Ying Long put down the menu. I'm fine with whatever. 3 people, 6 dishes, it was already quite a feast. Originally, 2 familiar people. With a stranger in the middle, the atmosphere became subtly awkward. It was clear this was a blind date arranged by their families, but Wu Ying Long, seeing my presence, likely understood I was there as a decoy, so he didn't mention the blind date again. The meal concluded quickly amid awkwardness. When it was time to settle the bill, Wu Ying Long raised his hand first to call the waiter. The waiter, I'm sorry, sir, but your table is part of a group purchase, and the coupon has already been verified. Isn't that awkward? Wu Ying Long must have felt immensely embarrassed at that moment. At the restaurant entrance, Wu Ying Long, Xiaoqing, are you free tonight? Should we all watch a movie together? As expected, the standard blind date trio, dinner, shopping, and a movie. Zhongqing, I have other plans. Why don't you two go? Just as I was about to decline, Wu Ying Long. All right, since you're busy, Shun, you can come with me. Damn. Is Wu Ying Long possibly gay? I felt like I was being set up. The real purpose of their blind date was me. Under Zhongqing's murderous gaze. I reluctantly agreed. Me. Fine, I have nothing else to do anyway. So, Zhongqing took a taxi away, and I drove the 911 to him. Wu Ying Long's surprised expression appeared on his face once more. I shrugged. I said I didn't want it, but she insisted on giving it to me. Although it's not brand new, it's fine for driving around. Where are we going to watch the movie? I can drive you. Wu Ying Long, no need. I have my own car. We added each other as we chat friends, and he sent me a location. Here, one can enjoy foot massages and watch movies. Indeed. Men understand men. Lanting Palace. Just look at the name. One can tell there are 3 floors. It seems Wu Ying Long knows what he is doing. A couple's room. Wu Ying Long is a regular here and called for 2 familiar therapists. Traditional style, wearing tang suits. Do you know what a tang suit is? It's the kind that reveals a hint of cleavage. The slit goes up to the thigh, leaving the lower body almost bare. Is this really a foot massage? It's a test of a man's composure. Wu Ying Long. Mr. Shun, I know Xiaoqing well. We grew up in the same neighborhood, childhood friends. No wonder. We met on a dating app just over a month ago. Wu Ying Long paused, took a breath, and asked, How much did Xiao Qing give you? I raised one hand. Showing my wrist, I gave her 50,000. Hey, I didn't expect her to turn around and gift me a car. Wooing Long, that is not fair, brother Shun. I sincerely invited you here. Brother, I initially came for the money, but over the past 2 months, I've discovered something more enticing than money. Wooing Long and I exchanged a knowing glance. Wooing Long, your presence here already speaks volumes. We will compete fairly. Thank you for today as hospitality. I reclined, closed my eyes, and began to indulge in the experience. Indeed, just 15 minutes in, the beautiful therapist began the massage. The real show commenced. The massage was professional, her techniques precise, and the pressure just right. But in such attire, with such a stunning physique, who could possibly resist? Wooing Long, brother Shin, I'm heading upstairs. Feel free to extend your time, it's on me. Wooing Long led the therapist upstairs. Number 66 leaned in close and whispered, Boss, they've gone upstairs. Shall we follow? What is the plan upstairs? Number 66 whispered, 3 hours, full charge of 98. Let us go now, put it on his tab. Once upstairs, in a private room with no windows, the atmosphere was palpable. You wait here, I'll step out for a call. 3 hours is ample time for us to enjoy ourselves. Number 66, all right, boss. By the way, which room did that couple go to? Number 66 checked her phone for group messages. Room 311. After closing the door, I donned my clothes and left, sitting in the car downstairs. 15 minutes later, 2 police cars stopped outside. After showing their credentials, they headed straight for the 3rd floor without a word. Less than 5 minutes later, they emerged and drove off in their patrol car. Without a word, I drove away. Ugh, all these scoundrels, their tactics are all equally despicable. Chapter 56, Tenderness. My beloved fiancé, Ling Ling, was waiting for me at school. How could I fall for his tricks? They say the capital is a place that devours people without mercy. And today, I witnessed it firsthand. One encounter, one misstep, and one careless moment, and others can send you to the station. In the dormitory, I knocked on the door. It opened. Dong Ling was wearing a simple white nightgown, her delicate arms and wrists partially exposed. The contour of her chest formed a perfectly soft curve, gently undulating with her breath. The hem of her gown just covered her smooth, pale knees. Her hairstyle was elegant, exuding a unique charm of an intelligent woman. Enveloped in a noble and graceful aura, I stepped forward and embraced her. We held each other for a while. Dong Ling, all right, let us go wash our feet. I've already washed, courtesy of that scoundrel Zhong Qing. Dong Ling, you went for a foot wash on your first meeting? I recounted my dinner with Zhong Qing, including how Wooing Long and I simultaneously reported the establishment for illegal activities. Wooing Long is ruthless. He set me up on our first meeting. Dong Ling laughed. You two are quite similar. He kindly invited you for a foot massage, and you turned around to report him. I'm not the slightest bit interested in foot massages. I just rushed back to hold you. Dong Ling pecked my lips. Wait for me. I haven't washed my face yet. Women are troublesome when it comes to sleep. An hour of makeup in the morning and another half hour before bed. However, if the woman is incredibly beautiful and so close, waiting half an hour is worth it. A few days ago in Shanghai, I encountered a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners. They excel at herbal medicine, specializing in health and beauty. I made a reservation. You should try it too. Dong Ling, is that true? Don't be fooled. Most traditional medicine these days is just a gimmick, with few genuine effects. My inner thoughts. I've already tried it, and the results are remarkable. A business acquaintance in Shanghai mentioned that the formulas are inherited, but in modern society, it's challenging to gather the herbs. So they can only prepare a few prescriptions a year, relying on connections to get ahead and trying a couple of prescriptions first. Dong Ling. By the time she finished her beauty routine, I was already eagerly waiting in bed. Her brows held a hint of worry, and her eyes sparkled with spring. Her heart concealed wisdom and purity. She maintained her aloofness without losing her soft charm, just like a clear moon illuminating fragrant grass. I turned off the lights and drew the curtains. To me, Dong Ling embodies the essence of both Lin Daiyu and Shui Baochai. As she shed her robe, I barely had the time to admire her before a warm body nestled into my embrace. Dong Ling and I enjoyed sharing mundane conversations, discussing my work and my experiences in Shanghai, without delving into finances, merely recounting my visit to the elder to repay a kindness and helping a young girl in the process. Dong Ling listened quietly. She expressed her desire to hear about all my experiences. Since she couldn't be by my side, she wished to learn everything about me. I spent a year and a half in Shanghai, not realizing how much I missed home. Recently, I was in Shanghai for 7 days, thinking about you day and night. I ran my fingers through Dong Ling's hair, the scent of her shampoo mingling with her body fragrance. Delightful. Dongling, me too. I always thought being in a relationship would distract me from my studies, preventing me from focusing. Yet now, whenever I think of you, my heart feels much calmer. As if you are the stabilizing force in my heart. What man could resist such heartfelt expressions from a woman? Without hesitation, I captured her luscious lips in a deep kiss. Dongling struggled for a moment before surrendering, wrapping her arms around my neck, closing her eyes, and slowly responding. Her cheeks flushed with shyness. My hands traced her delicate waist, exploring inch by inch. After 5 minutes, we took a brief pause to catch our breath. I gazed at her flushed face, admiring her freely, before resuming our passionate endeavor. The excitement made her body tremble slightly. How could I be any better? A platonic relationship is no match for the thrill of shared intimacy. Another night passed. In the early morning, I tenderly caressed Dongling's body. She was so languid that she couldn't even open her eyes. Don't disturb me. I want to sleep, Dongling murmured sleepily. At that moment, I reveled in the beauty in my embrace from dawn until daylight. I noticed that after taking that pill, my energy seemed boundless. The morning sun gradually climbed through the curtains, illuminating everything from the floor to the head of the bed. When the woman opened her eyes and found me watching her, my gaze was unabashedly aggressive. She hurriedly closed her eyes again, her eyelashes fluttering. I couldn't help but chuckle. Why so shy? Dongling buried her head in my embrace. How can you be so energetic? You were restless all night. Because you said you would take a day off today. So I have no plans to go out. Dongling widened her eyes in surprise. What? Haha, just teasing you, get up. Cleaning the battlefield is a crucial aspect, particularly for women in the aftermath, as it pertains to their emotional solace. Women are delicate and sensitive beings, requiring not only care for their physical well-being, but also attention to their feelings. My warm hands resemble a furnace in the frigid winter, offering her not merely comfort and warmth, but also a profound sense of emotional support. This conveys the significance of affection between men and women, underscoring the seriousness of their feelings. In just a fleeting moment, a mere 2 to 3 minutes, one can be moved to emotion. This emotion is of a different nature. Dongling, hold me. Once more, I embraced the beauty in my arms. Although we wear no garments, at this moment, desire is absent, replaced by a silent communion of hearts. A soft knock interrupts our tranquility. Dongling's cheeks flush. It must be Zhongqing. She mentioned she wanted to thank you and invite us to dinner. She was utterly exhausted last night and overslept today. Dongling rises and dons a simple white nightgown. You go wash up. I'll answer the door. I open the wardrobe, where my spare clothes, including undergarments, hang. Dongling opens the door. Zhongqing, what happened? Why are you awake so late? Her eyes scan the room inquisitively. Dongling, what are you doing? Zhongqing chuckles. I was curious about who was prowling around at midnight. Dongling's face reddens. Are you out of your mind? What were you doing up so late? Zhongqing, don't think too much. I don't have such a hobby. I merely took a stroll in the early hours, not realizing you were also engaged in nocturnal activities. Dongling is already quite embarrassed. Zhongqing's remarks are rather blunt. I hastily wash and dress. I reply earnestly. We were watching Animal Planet last night. Zhongqing gives me a knowing glance. I've seen your skills. Not many can outsmart Wu Long. I frown. It was merely a friendly favor. Don't drag me into your affairs. Zhongqing, rest assured, he already lost in our first encounter. If he seeks a rematch, it must be above board. Otherwise, it would tarnish his reputation. After a brief conversation at the door, Zhongqing waits outside the dormitory. After another half hour of preparation, we finally step out. Chapter 57. Replanning 3 individuals, a simple seafood feast. I ask, when does the executive class commence? Dongling, after the National Day holiday. Zhongqing, so, you're attending the executive class? I respond, what is wrong with that? Zhongqing, Dongling asked me for a spot in the class last month. I should have realized it was for you. Had I known, I would have charged you. Curiously, I inquire, you're the one hosting the class? Zhongqing blushes, and Dongling teases. See, it's just like my initial question. I fail to grasp their shared humor. Dongling, when I enrolled you in the executive class, I happened to run into Zhongqing. She assured me she would handle it, and I had the same query. I press on. So is it really your program? Zhongqing rolls her eyes. The instructor is my grandfather. I'll arrange for you to sneak in. What a far-fetched scenario. I respond, sister. I'm not joining the executive class to save money. I want to learn how to spend it wisely. What would the instructor think of me? Zhongqing, what could he think? The topics he discusses, I've heard every day since childhood. It's quite tiresome. Indeed, some toil their entire lives striving for Rome, while others are born into it. I ask, why haven't I heard you both discuss academics or work? Zhongqing, Because of outsiders, it's not convenient. Outsiders. Who is this outsider? I touch my nose, alleviating the awkwardness. Is the topic too sophisticated? Afraid I won't comprehend? Dongling, there is a confidentiality agreement. Your status isn't sufficient. Zhongqing bursts into laughter, clutching Dongling's shoulder. In the end, you've still lost a bit. I shrug. This isn't about personal ability or financial resources. It's a matter of social class, an issue that cannot be resolved. Zhongqing, as long as you understand. I suspect this young lady is hinting at something, yet I lack evidence. Indeed, some matters cannot be accessed merely through wealth or intellect. In our current societal context, there exists a barrier known as the system. Time spent dining with beautiful women is always fleeting. After our meal, Zhongqing departs due to class commitments. I grasp Dongling's hand and stroll through the campus. I ask, Ling, I wonder why no one is pursuing you. You're so beautiful. Dongling replies, there were suitors, but during my graduate studies. While collaborating with my professors on projects, those men became bothersome and disrupted my work. My advisor eventually dealt with them, and no one troubled me again. I am curious about what kind of person Dongling's mentor is, yet I refrain from asking. If there is anything aside from sleep that allows both Dongling and me to lose track of time, it is the library at Renmin University. We ought to read. The sea of knowledge is boundless. Learning is an endless pursuit. Utilize your free time to read more and scroll through your phone less. You will undoubtedly reap the rewards. The joy derived from knowledge gained through reading is unparalleled by ordinary entertainment. During our reading session, Chioya sends me a message. The supply project for the marine harvest has been finalized, and she will send me the specific details and contract. Chioya's capabilities surpass my expectations. Indeed, our nation has no shortage of capable individuals. What it lacks are opportunities for them to flourish. At present, the mobile procurement and investment company has fully paid $1.45 million, with a total of $2.9 million already settled for the project company. A short-term loan of $1 million has been completely repaid. The marine harvest supply company is set to be established. Dongling furrows her brow. She is aware of all my undertakings. Dongling, this form of investment is unhealthy, and there are issues with the establishment of the investment company. This is the first time Dongling has formally offered me advice regarding the company. Dongling, darling, is this company merely a pastime for you? Or do you intend to grow it into something substantial? I ask, what is the difference? Dongling, if it's just for fun, then profit isn't of utmost importance. However, your company will collapse in less than 6 months. I inquire, why is that? Dongling, investment carries costs. It's not just about exceeding interest rates, but also outpacing currency depreciation. A sum of $7 million is not insignificant, at an annualized interest rate of around 10. Plus the rate of currency devaluation, you actually need to earn approximately 76,000 monthly, which constitutes your cost. I ask, earning 76,000 is merely the cost. And if I fail to earn it, I incur losses? Dongling nods. This presents a new theory for me, a realm I must digest thoroughly. I ask, what if I wish to make a profit? Dongling smiles and replies, without using your own money, become a parasitic capitalist, a leech on wealth. The operational model of the investment company revolves around fundraising, investment operations, and profit acquisition, with significant differences in funding sources, profit methods, and risk-bearing across various models. 1. Self-operated investment model. The company uses its own capital for investments, commonly targeting stocks, bonds, equity, and real estate, relying on low buying and high selling of assets or obtaining dividends for returns. This model bears all risks solely by the company and demands high levels of financial strength and investment research judgment. 2. Client asset management model, aimed at high net worth individuals or institutional clients. This model accepts entrusted management of their assets and customizes investment plans according to clients' risk preferences. Profit is derived from fixed management fees, while investment risks are primarily borne by the clients. Some agreements may stipulate sharing excess returns. 3. Fund management model. By issuing private equity or securities investment funds, this model raises funds from the public or institutions, concentrating them into corresponding asset fields. The company earns management fees and excess performance rewards, while risks are shared by investors according to their proportionate holdings in the fund. Investment advisory model. This approach does not involve the direct management of client assets, but focuses solely on providing investment advice and asset allocation strategies. The revenue is derived from fixed consultancy fees, with the core competitive edge stemming from expert market research and precise investment analysis capabilities, thereby incurring minimal investment risk. Dongling. The first model relies on financial strength, which I would not recommend to novices, The second depends on networking resources, allowing for gradual growth with benchmarks at each stage. The third is dependent on institutional backing, characterized by high barriers, not merely financial. The fourth involves independent operators in personal finance, where private equity funds abound in the market, often lacking credibility and prone to disappearing without notice. Success may lead to sudden wealth, but failure could result in irrevocable loss. Me, currently, I am initiating my journey through client asset management, subsequently launching all three avenues. Dongling. We have outlined a blueprint. Now we must delineate a specific framework. Unlike other ventures, an investment company cannot resemble an amateur ensemble. It must be established legally and ethically from the outset. Otherwise, as we strive for growth, we risk being uprooted. 1. Clearly define the company's positioning and legal structure. 2. Obtain compliance qualifications and licenses. 3. Assemble a professional team and integrate resources. 4. Raise funds and manage risks. 5. Formulate investment strategies and operations. 6. Foster ongoing development and brand building. Indeed, while I may be an unorthodox learner, dongling represents the disciplined force. Chapter 58. National Day. If there is a time when the capital is most lively, it is undoubtedly during National Day. Conversely, if there is a time when it feels most monotonic, it is also National Day. It is predictably bland, lacking in excitement. I too feel the tedium. As the holiday unfolds, the four illustrious ladies seem to vanish from sight. It appears that only those deemed least valuable to society enjoy a holiday. As I stroll through the streets, every face radiates joy, expressing gratitude to the nation and society for the prosperity and stability they have bestowed. A small stall by the roadside captures my interest, primarily due to the striking presence of the vendor, standing 2 meters tall with a substantial beer belly. His stall resembles a tablecloth adorned with flags of the nation, both large and small. I approach and offer him a cigarette. "Brother, care for a chat?" He responds with enthusiasm, his voice booming. After lighting his cigarette, he asks, "What brings you here?" I inquire, "Is this street vending profitable?" He chuckles, glancing around. "If you treat me to a meal, I'll share some insights." I clap my hands in agreement. "All right, shall we go now?" He nods affirmatively, true to his word. He promptly begins to pack up his stall, collecting his items and turning to open the trunk of a nearby X6. Is this the strength of street vending? He casually places his wares in the trunk. "Have you driven yet?" He asks. "Not yet," I reply. "Don't worry, I'll ensure you don't lose out. You treat me to a meal, and I'll treat you to drinks." He reveals 2 bottles of Moutai 1935. I realize this brother is perhaps indulging in a lifestyle experience, driving an X6 while selling goods and carrying fine liquor. "Do you have any dietary restrictions?" I'm new here and not familiar with the good eateries. He assures me, "Just follow me. There's an alley nearby. At the end, take a left, and you'll find a roast duck place that's far superior to the others." He was right. The aroma of roast duck wafted through the air even before entering the alley, accompanied by the scent of fruitwood. "Owner, 1 roast duck, a plate of marinated meat, and 2 cold dishes, please." He raises his hand. "No, that's too much for 2. Half a duck, half a portion of marinated meat, and 2 cold dishes will suffice." I agree to his suggestion. He raises his glass of liquor. "If you can get me drunk tonight, I'll reveal my secrets to wealth. It's been burdensome holding this knowledge in. I've longed to share it." I respond, "Well, I'm here now." In Beijing, drinking with a companion is relatively uncomplicated. I don't adhere to the traditional customs. The half duck arrives, sliced to perfection. We each roll up some duck to accompany our drinks. We start toasting. "Let us go." Down it goes. The cups are modest, perhaps around 5 taels. And with a hearty gulp, we finish them off. Within half an hour, we've consumed a bottle of liquor, each having downed half a gin, just right. For the first half hour, our conversation revolves around mundane topics, with the subject of street vending remaining unmentioned. Finally, as the liquor takes effect, he begins to share his story. Originally, he started with a roadside stall selling clothes, then shoes, experiencing both gains and losses. Eventually, he noticed fruit vendors at larger intersections and shifted his focus to selling fruits. He raises his glass. "Brother, don't underestimate roadside fruit sellers. With a pickup truck, one can easily earn 300 to 500 a day." He calculates his profits with his fingers. Red Fuji apples cost him 17 with shipping. Supermarkets sell them for 4, 5, while he sells for 4. Sunshine roses cost less than 1, yet he sells 3 kilograms for 10. I raise my glass in acknowledgement. That's over 100 profit. A fine business indeed. He downs his drink, pondering the taste of the liquor. But what kind of business is this? It's just hard-earned money, merely earning the price difference. Nonetheless, I must thank the fruit business for allowing me to earn my first pot of gold. He raises 3 fingers. and I assume he has been in this line for 3 years, but he clarifies that he earned 300,000 within just 1 year. Is making money in Beijing truly so effortless? However, it seems he is not selling fruits anymore. Now he is selling national flags. I ask, how long did you sell fruits? He replies, just a year, as I discovered another new business. Online retail. By then, Taobao was out of season, and Pinduoduo was gaining popularity. He contemplated opening an online store. As a novice starting from scratch, he was uncertain about what to sell, leading him to embark on a journey of online courses. Continuously purchasing lessons. You wouldn't believe it, but these courses opened his eyes to new possibilities. Different courses focused on various products, bedding sets, furniture, snacks, and local specialties, helping him identify a pattern. He realized no product remained in demand throughout the year. Each had its peak and off-seasons. Thus, he compiled a list of products to sell seasonally. In January, he sold scarves, gloves, and windbreakers. In February, Valentine's Day items. In March, outdoor gear. In April, Qingming Festival-related products. In May, Zongzi for the Dragon Boat Festival. In June, swimwear and sun protection. In July, chilled beverages. In August and September, student backpacks and bedding sets. In October, items related to National Day and the Mid-Autumn Festival. In November, down jackets and electric blankets. And in December, gift boxes for the new year. I must admit, his revelations opened a new world for me. Brother, let me share a secret. Selling paper money online during Qingming earned me 70,000. I respond, you made 70,000 from that. He dismisses my surprise. No, that was a profit. Earning 70,000 for half a month, making 70,000 a day. Just when I thought selling paper money was his peak achievement, he dropped another bombshell. Do you know how much I earned selling national flags online during National Day? I shake my head. Starting in September, for 1 month, I made at least 150,000 a day, with the highest day yielding 800,000, with 2 bottles consumed. We each had a gene of liquor. His drinking style is straightforward, but his tolerance isn't as formidable as I had imagined. With the drinks and food finished, I suggest, brother, let us go. I'll treat you to a foot massage as thanks for sharing your story. He waves his hand, already a bit muddled. Brother, I should be thanking you. My life's earnings have been inexplicable, but this is my path. I've never boasted about it. It's been pinned up inside. I'm glad you treated me to a meal, but I sense you're not an ordinary person, so no need for pleasantries. We enjoyed drinks and a meal. Let us leave it at that. Out of courtesy, I decide to ask for his number. To my surprise, he declines. With a hearty laugh, the elder brother remarked, we met by chance, a fleeting encounter. You treat me to a meal, and I shall offer you a drink. I am already quite content to listen to your grand tales for 2 hours. There is no need for formalities. Let us part ways and return to our respective homes. Watching him stagger away in inebriation, I couldn't help but feel a pang of envy. What truly constitutes a business? Chapter 59. The executive class. The executive class at Renmin University primarily caters to senior corporate executives, with a curriculum designed around the core needs of business management. Balancing theoretical knowledge, practical application, and cultural literacy, with variations across different modules. 1. Macroeconomics and strategy. This segment interprets global and Chinese macroeconomic trends and policies, analyzes shifts in industries due to digital transformation and carbon neutrality, and covers enterprise strategic planning, business model innovation, and pathways for digital transformation, aiding participants in grasping industry trajectories. 2. Management and operations. This module encompasses a plethora of practical management knowledge, including the development of high-performance teams and aspects of digital leadership, marketing innovations, and brand building in the digital age, as well as core courses in lean management and supply chain management. 3. Finance, taxation, and capital. This includes financial management courses aimed at non-financial personnel, tax planning, and corporate valuation. It also delves into multi-tiered capital markets, investment and financing practices, supply chain finance, and corporate listings and mergers, tailored to meet the capital operation needs of enterprises. 4. Humanities and literacy. This incorporates wisdom from traditional Chinese studies, such as the integration of Confucian and Taoist philosophies with modern corporate management, along with strategies from influential figures like Zheng Guofan. It also addresses stress management for entrepreneurs, psychological well-being, and business negotiation skills to enhance participants' comprehensive capabilities. 5. Practical applications. The program includes simulations of business competition and negotiation exercises, visits to exemplary companies like Huawei and Alibaba, and organizes alumni networking events, allowing participants to draw from practical experiences and expand their connections. Initially, I had hoped to make some friends in the executive class and perhaps add a few contacts on WeChat. But the manner in which Zhongqing facilitated my entry into the class without charge left me feeling somewhat uneasy. Fortunately, I diligently completed each session. If you possess wealth but lack entrepreneurial experience, I strongly advise against enrolling in an executive program. It may lead to financial ruin in your business endeavors. Conversely, if your wealth is the fruit of hard-earned labor, I wholeheartedly recommend such a program, as it can illuminate your path when clarity is lacking. Of course, the executive class also presents an opportunity for networking. Participants hail from various regions and industries, including chemical manufacturing, real estate, and even e-commerce entrepreneurs. In a class of 45, there were 44 remarkable individuals, save for one who seemed to be merely coasting along. We all eventually exchanged WeChat contacts. For more friends can pave the way to more opportunities, and who knows what the future may hold. When asked about our connection, we could simply refer to our time in the executive class. Among those who left a lasting impression on me was a prominent figure in the adult industry, known as Feng Liao, who, despite being of similar age to me, had already amassed a fortune in the millions. However, before the pandemic, he was merely a small operator of a delivery point, earning around $8,000 or $9,000 a month, while facing penalties of $1,000 or $2,000. Fate can be quite capricious. That year in delivery, the pandemic erupted, and masks became a sought-after commodity. By sheer fortune, he had a stockpile of masks in his warehouse, 120 boxes, each containing 3,000 pieces. Opportunities are always bestowed upon the audacious. Feng Liao seized this chance, acquiring the 120 boxes just as masks began to become scarce, although the crisis had yet to escalate. I recall vividly the confident tone in which he recounted his experience. I believed the price of masks would soar. At that time, some in my social circle were already reselling masks, albeit at their original prices. I told the buyer that the goods had been destroyed in transit and offered to compensate him 25,000 yuan. Later, masks that had cost less than a dime each were being sold at 10 yuan apiece at the peak of demand, cash on delivery. As I listened to Feng Liao recount this tale, I found myself unconsciously swallowing hard. My goodness, a profit margin of 125 times, transforming 30,000 yuan into 375 million. Even now, he speaks of this episode with palpable excitement. You know, I was worried someone would back out, so I insisted on cash transactions and face-to-face meetings. Looking back, I realize how astute I was. Later, the government intervened to prohibit reselling, and I nearly faced legal trouble due to insufficient evidence. He demonstrated remarkable courage, foresight, and intellect, fully capitalizing on the opportunities presented by the pandemic. After the crisis, this young man found himself with over 3 million yuan from his overnight fortune, but soon fell into the pitfalls of investment losses. Fortunately, he set a cap on his investment amount, limiting himself to 200,000 yuan per venture. If he incurred losses, he would pivot to another industry. Investing is truly not for the faint-hearted. I attempted to trade multiple times, and over 2 years, I lost more than 1 million. I remarked, "It's commendable that you stuck to your limits, only allowing a loss of 200,000 in any given sector." Feng Liao responded, "However, those 5 failed ventures did yield opportunities. Who would have thought that selling adult products, especially silicone dolls, could be so lucrative?" I couldn't help but exclaim, "Earning 10 million in a year? You are indeed a true standout among your peers." As for why Feng Liao so generously shared his path to wealth with me, the reason was simple. The silicone doll industry was beginning to saturate. I planned to change industries and exit gracefully, which is why I'm attending this executive class for further education, he explained. I remarked, "Your ability to walk away from a once profitable industry is truly remarkable. So many people cling to their fading trades, only to perish alongside them." This was true for both his mask venture and the silicone dolls. As for the deepening rapport between Feng Liao and myself, that could be attributed to my own personal allure. As the saying goes, one's identity is defined by oneself in the world. He is a behind-the-scenes magnate of an investment company, involved in seed and angel investments across various industries. With several industry giants under his umbrella, while I may not be adept in the realm of investment, I can certainly hold my own in the art of boasting. In his desire to befriend me, Feng Liao naturally showcased his capabilities. To be frank, among the 45 individuals for operated investment companies, which is a field that requires merely financial resources and has a remarkably low entry threshold. Yet, they all tread uncharted paths, much like myself. I sought to consolidate our connections, proactively exchanging contact information with each of them. Lu Junqi, male, from Shandong. Wang Muyang, male, from Sichuan. Su Wen, male, a fellow native of Hunan, hailing from Zhengzhou. Lin Chuan, male, from Anhui. All of them were investment company operators. Among these four, Lu Junqi is engaged in private equity. Wang Muyang serves as a financial consultant, and Suin and Lin Chuan hold executive positions in their respective firms. They are all young and accomplished. In their presence, I felt somewhat inferior, akin to a mere speck of dust. Beyond my wealth, I had little to offer. Nevertheless, forging friendships within my industry could yield mutual benefits, as those with ample funds are always on the lookout for promising projects to share. Though my approach may be blunt, it is undeniably effective. Who would object to gaining an affluent friend? Chapter 60. Team Zhang returning home. Dong Ling was exceedingly busy, hardly ever seen. And fleeting moments of tenderness were rare, for the male must always strive to soar higher. At the office, Qiuyo and I exchanged bewildered glances. The reason for our confusion was simple. There was a lack of business, a sign of the company's irregularity. Qiuyo remarked, "Boss, it's so quiet here." I replied, "It's only been a few days." Upon my return to the office, I couldn't resist sharing with Qiuyo the wealth of insights Dong Ling had imparted to me, leaving her utterly astonished. She exclaimed that I had encountered a sage, though she was not mistaken in her assessment. As the saying goes, a full belly stirs desires. Recently, due to indulging in the delicacies of dragon-fragrant cardamom, I find myself unable to restrain my impulses. I exchanged a glance with Chuya, who shyly rose to lock the office door. "Let's head upstairs," she suggested. I nodded in agreement. Inside the room, a sudden chill enveloped us, only to be followed by a warm sensation. Just then, a phone call from Chun Sheng interrupted the moment. Chuya looked up, and I gestured for her to continue as I answered the call. "Are you free this afternoon?" Chun Sheng inquired. "Yes," I replied. "Come to the Feng Shui Club. I have someone to introduce to you." "All right," I agreed. "What are you doing?" "You sound so terse," he remarked. "What time?" I asked. Chun Sheng, taken aback, replied, "Right now? The other party is a leader. You can't keep him waiting." Understood. Without waiting for Chun Sheng to continue, I ended the call, barely managing to stifle my laughter at Qiuya's growing expertise. Half an hour later, I arrived at the entrance of Chun Sheng's Feng Shui Club. For some reason, having not visited in 2 weeks, the place seemed to have lost its vibrancy. "The other party has arrived," Chun Sheng informed me. That was quite prompt, I noted. Upon entering, the familiar calligraphy and paintings adorned the walls, yet the goldfish in the pond had mysteriously vanished. In the living room sat a man at the exaggeratedly large table, exuding an artistic aura, sporting a trendy hairstyle but with a small mustache. He appeared to be of considerable age, perhaps yet another retired bureaucrat, radiant yet devoid of substance. "Allow me to introduce you to Captain Zhang, the head of the district cultural law enforcement team. Mr. Shun. He is young and accomplished, and while he lacks in other areas, he certainly possesses wealth," Chun Sheng said, effectively labeling me for the ensuing conversation. I extended my hand for a brief shake, and we proceeded to brew tea. To be candid, I was reluctant to drink Chun Sheng's tea, as it bore the stale taste of overnight brew, devoid of any refinement. Captain Zhang took a sip, wrinkling his brow, and we exchanged knowing glances, both of us refraining from further drinking. Captain Zhang oversees entertainment establishments. All TV stations, internet cafes, dance halls, and bars in the district fall under his jurisdiction, Chun Sheng explained. "That must be quite taxing. There are numerous entertainment venues in the district," I remarked. "Captain Zhang inspects them daily, correct?" Chun Sheng winked knowingly at us, and I realized that this inspection was far from ordinary. The atmosphere grew somewhat chilly, and I sensed Chun Sheng's intentions. Undoubtedly, Captain Zhang was in need of financial support, yet he hesitated to make a direct request, likely due to concerns over the room's recording or surveillance. After all, the cultural law enforcement team is acutely sensitive to such matters. After an aimless conversation lasting several minutes, Chun Sheng astutely recognized the need to excuse himself. Once he departed, Captain Zhang exhaled deeply. I observed Captain Zhang, who lamented, "Chun Sheng is overly polite. Conversing with him is quite the exercise in mental gymnastics." I shared his sentiment. He had many lofty ideas, yet they remained ungrounded in reality. "Captain Zhang," I ventured, "we have shared tea and small talk. Might I inquire if you have any guidance for me?" Chun Sheng mentioned that he has a good brother whom I should meet. "And it seems Mr. Shun is indeed a promising individual," Captain Zhang remarked, seemingly avoiding the crux of the matter, as if attempting to gauge my reaction. "I cannot claim to be accomplished. I am merely busy with various projects," I replied. "Mr. Shun, you are quite young, perhaps a bit too impetuous," he retorted. I felt a surge of irritation. Here he was, seeking my assistance, yet acting as if he were in a position of power, believing I had come to offer him money. "Captain Zhang, forgive my boldness, but I have other commitments. I sincerely appreciate your presence here today. Chen Sheng will attend to you shortly. With that, I stood and departed, taken aback by his audacity. Once I left, I heard Captain Zhang question Chen Sheng. Is this person reliable? Our first meeting revealed some inconsistencies. Rest assured, Captain Zhang, Mr. Shun is a longtime friend of mine, with substantial financial resources. He has successfully launched several projects in Shanghai, each starting with over $1 million, Chen Sheng reassured him. Oh, it seems he indeed possesses considerable strength. Let us schedule a meeting for tomorrow at 9 in my office, Captain Zhang concluded. Sounds good, Chen Sheng replied. Upon returning to my company, Chen Sheng called, inquiring, why did you leave so early today? I was hoping we could have dinner together. With whom? Him? I asked. Of course. He has a project that can be executed, Chen Sheng responded. Then proceed, but ensure that the financial risks align with potential returns, I stated. He wants to meet in his office tomorrow. I chuckled. He doesn't trust you and fears you might pull a fast one. There was a moment of silence from Chen Sheng. I am fully aware, no one is eager to engage with him unless there is profit involved. All right. We will meet tomorrow, but it should be at my company. Make time to come by, I insisted. I won't be joining. We both understand the dynamics at play. Why should I present myself as subservient to someone seeking my financial support? I resolved to maintain a position of authority. The following day, Captain Zhang arrived early. Captain Zhang, please have a seat. The tea brought by Haitao truly elevated the atmosphere. As I lifted the lid of the teapot, a fragrant aroma wafted through the air, illuminating Captain Zhang's eyes. I have few hobbies, but tea drinking happens to be one of them. Would you care to try? I offered. Captain Zhang inquired about the temperature of the tea, noting that it is best enjoyed when hot. Observing him sip slowly, I deduced that he, too, appreciates fine tea, which explains his refusal of Chen Sheng's offerings the previous day. Mr. Shun, Chen Sheng mentioned that you are seeking investment for a project. I happen to have one available. Captain Zhang stated. Chapter 61. Investing in a bar. What does the cultural law enforcement team do? They inspect internet cafes, TV stations, cinemas, bookstores, printing presses, and other establishments, addressing issues such as unlicensed operations, the acceptance of minors, and the dissemination of prohibited content. Within the scope of their authority, they wield power to reap benefits. Thus, Zhang Jiehui has opened a bar. Currently, the bar is more than halfway through renovations, but due to undisclosed reasons, the investor has withdrawn their funds. Now, Zhang Jiehui is seeking someone to take over. In truth, if a leader from the cultural law enforcement team were involved, the bar could still thrive. The pre-investment capital is $3 million, with $2 million already invested in renovations and 6 months' rent. The structural work is nearly complete, leaving only interior decoration, equipment, and personnel preparation. Just another 100,000, and we can get started, Zhang Jiehui explained. I chose not to respond, instead pouring him another cup of tea. As he savored the tea, it was evident that he was anxious, yet he seemed to lack the relevant experience and had merely come with words. Choya seized the moment to inquire, Sir, may I ask if all the necessary permits for this bar, including renovation approvals, are in order? I introduced her. This is Ms. Tan, our general manager. She has decision-making authority in business matters. Zhang Jiehui glanced at the young girl with surprise. The renovation permits are secured. As for the bar's business license, you need not worry. All entertainment venues within the district fall under my jurisdiction. He lowered his voice. This venture is merely the tip of the iceberg. The real benefits lie elsewhere. He gestured upward, indicating his connection to the district and city authorities. In reality, his position is already at the pinnacle of cultural and entertainment oversight. Unaware that even a regular employee within the cultural law enforcement team can bring down a bar worth hundreds of thousands in a single night. For someone of ordinary means, that sum represents a lifetime of effort. In a fourth-tier city, a bar with a $3 million investment is considered a top-tier establishment, far superior to the previous venues we had visited. I reclined in my chair, pondering that $1 million is hardly excessive. It can be arranged at any moment. However, the details must be meticulously negotiated. Mr. Tan, please exchange WeChat contacts with Captain Zhang, following the company's prescribed procedures. Choya responded affirmatively. All right, Mr. Tan. Please scan my code. Here's a little social tip. When adding someone on WeChat, they may feel compelled to accept your request out of courtesy. However, if you scan their QR code, they might forget or intentionally decline later, causing you to miss the opportunity. But if you allow them to scan you, you merely need to accept. The two exchanged contacts. I inquired, Captain Zhang, if I secure the follow-up funding, how shall we calculate the share of this bar? Zhang Jiehui replied, this bar consists of both equity shares and nominal shares. The nominal shares are held in trust. I will designate someone to hold them. If Mr. Shen invests, it can be self-operated or managed by another party. Of course, if Mr. Shun is too busy, I can find someone to manage it as well. I shook my head. I will only provide the funds, not manage the operations. If everyone is expected to invest and manage, I would surely exhaust myself. Zhang Jiehui seemed to anticipate my response, pulling out his phone to send a document to Chuya. I have the equity structure here for your review. However, this pertains to the previous investors. You can simply replace the name with yours later. The contract clearly delineated the bar's equity into two segments: core capital and nominal shares. Core capital represents actual cash contributions. Nominal shares are held in trust for daily operational management. There's no need to ponder. It's evident that Zhang Jiehui and his associates are the ones managing the operations. From the very beginning, he had no intention of allowing me to oversee the management. Next came the time for casual conversation and camaraderie. Zhang Jiehui, indeed, lived up to his stature as the captain of the cultural law enforcement team. He possessed an intimate knowledge of the city's entertainment venues, where the service excels, which establishments boast beautiful staff, which are reputable, and which have hidden charms. While conversing, I scrutinized him closely. During our tea, the old man met my gaze 7 times, each time quickly averting his eyes, yet he stole glances at Xuan numerous times. It struck me as peculiar. Given Zhang Jiehui's position, he should not be lacking in wealth. With so many entertainment venues, each contributing annually, and considering his age, he should be quite affluent. Yet, from the phone he used and the cigarettes he smoked, it was apparent his life was not one of luxury. Unlike Wu Lei, who was surrounded by flunkies and chauffeured around, Zhang Jiehui's situation did not align with the expected standards of his rank. With an hour remaining until lunch, I received a call from Qin Yuanyuan. Mr. Shun, you truly are a significant figure, tossing out $1 million without even inspecting the project, she teased. I replied, compared to a 60 million project, my 100,000 hardly counts as a drop in the bucket. What brings the esteemed Yuanyuan to call? She continued, Mr. Shun, you seem to have forgotten. Previously, you arranged for the president of aerospace construction to visit your company for tea. Now that the national day has passed, I must embarrass myself by inquiring about it. I sighed. I genuinely forgot. After finishing business in Shanghai, I went straight to Beijing and just returned yesterday. Where are you now? She asked. At the company. What a coincidence. President Chen and I will pass by in 15 minutes and would like to invite you to lunch. I wonder if you have the time to grace us with your presence. Given that President Chen and the lovely lady are visiting, how could I allow you to treat me? I shall take care of the arrangements. After hanging up, I turned to Zhang Jiehui with an apologetic tone. Captain Zhang, I truly apologize. I cannot accompany you for lunch today. Perhaps Chuya could join you instead, and you may discuss the details. Zhang Jiehui initially appeared disappointed at my inability to host lunch, but upon hearing he could dine with the beautiful Ms. Tan, his expression brightened immediately. I noted this shift in his demeanor. Chuya suggested, in that case, Captain Zhang, let us head downstairs for a simple meal. While modest, it is quite palatable. Zhang Jiehui nodded in agreement. No problem, let us go. Chuya displayed remarkable acumen by taking Zhang Jiehui away, allowing me to continue my meeting with Chun Aerospace without interruption. In precisely 15 minutes, I surmised that these two were not merely passing by, but had intentionally come to my company to catch me off guard. Chun Aerospace entered, quickly scanning my office before breaking into a smile and extending his hand. The disdain in his eyes was glaringly evident. Indeed, my company paled in comparison to his, resembling a mere shell of a firm. I welcomed them warmly. Welcome, esteemed guests. After less than 10 minutes of tea, we prepared to leave. It became clear that there was nothing of significance here for him. He had likely already established the nature of our relationship, once a potential partnership, now likely relegated to that of subordinate. Chapter 62. Difficulties. Wanda Plaza, at midday, offered little in terms of culinary delights, especially with the prospect of drinking. Thus, I chose the 4th floor of Wanda, just below our company, lively and bustling. President Chun, please order. I frequent this establishment, and it is arguably the finest in the vicinity. With only 3 of us, we refrained from overordering. Dining in a mall guarantees a swift service. Chun Aerospace asked, I heard from Yuanyuan that you traveled to Shanghai. Any new ventures? I replied, I had business in Shanghai and met an elderly gentleman to whom I owe a debt of gratitude. I went to express my appreciation. Mr. Chun, you are truly remarkable, Chun Aerospace remarked. An idea struck me, President Chun, my trip to Shanghai was not in vain. I consulted with a traditional Chinese medicine practitioner skilled in health maintenance, and I felt quite rejuvenated. Chun Aerospace's eyes sparkled with the understanding known only to men. In that case, I would certainly like to give it a try. I continued, I plan to return soon. This could be a project worth expanding, as the market exists. After all, we both understand. Just make sure not to monopolize the opportunity, Mr. Shun. The construction industry is currently sluggish. I am contemplating a career shift as well. Chen Yuan listened, a bit bewildered by the exchange. I was about to jest when suddenly someone called out a name. Tiani. The voice was somewhat familiar. Turning, I saw an old classmate. Though his face bore the marks of time, we were the same age, yet his temples were graying. Zhang Jian. In a small fourth-tier city. Even lively spots are likely to yield familiar faces. My friendship with Zhang Jian began in our first year of high school. He was generous and straightforward. After university, we both ventured into our respective paths. I had heard he also entered the construction field, yet we hadn't interacted since. Zhang Jian exclaimed, I recognized your voice. When I turned to look, you haven't changed much. When did you return? I just came back recently. Zhang Jian turned to Chen Aerospace and Chen Yuan, apologizing. I'm sorry to interrupt. I haven't seen him in ages, and I got a bit carried away. Chen Aerospace and Chen Yuan waved it off. Have you changed your number? Zhang Jian asked. No, my phone number is the same as my WeChat ID. All right, let us reconnect later, he said. Dining in a bustling place always progresses quickly, and with Zhang Jian's brief interlude, we soon concluded our lunch. After the meal, I went to settle the bill, only to find Zhang Jian had already taken care of it. I escorted Chen Aerospace and his companion out before returning to the company. I pulled out my phone and saw that Zhang Jian had sent me a WeChat friend request, which I promptly accepted. Brother, are you free now? He inquired. Yeah. Just finished lunch and am resting for a bit. Care for a drink tonight? After considering, I realized I had no plans. Sure, you pick the place. And I'll cover the bill. No arguing. Seems like you've been doing quite well. Tonight, I'll treat you like royalty, he laughed. Having not seen Zhang Jian in years, it's hard not to feel a sense of camaraderie when someone you meet for the first time in a long while offers to pick up the tab. At the roadside, we opted for a hot pot stand. Upon arriving at the agreed location, Zhang Jian was already there. Look at you, Boss Shun, driving an X3 now. He remarked. Not as impressive as you. Quietly amassing wealth, I replied. Driven by Zhang Jian's ability to treat me to a meal in the presence of Chun Hangtian, I felt a surge of pride that made this evening worth celebrating. From the trunk, I retrieved 2 bottles of Maotai 1935. Zhang Jian's exaggerated expression conveyed his admiration. Boss, you are quite generous. I gave the bottles a little shake and unscrewed the caps. Let's indulge, just as you said, brother. 1 bottle each, and if that's not enough, there's more in the trunk. I casually grabbed a few dishes. According to the rules of the 3 kingdoms, we must first down 3 shots. I said, let us chat. I'd like to learn how you amassed your fortune. Zhang Jian chuckled. Oh please, working on a construction site hardly qualifies as striking it rich. Zhang Jian's family had been in the construction business since the beginning. After graduating from university, he continued the family tradition. However, the financial crisis of 2008 hit them hard, resulting in losses exceeding 4 million. I raised my glass to toast with Zhang Jian. I wouldn't have guessed. Back in 2008, we were still in high school, and your family was already millionaires. Zhang Jian smiled. My father lost money in business because of his ignorance, which motivated me to study hard, hoping that knowledge would alter our fate. I was astonished. No wonder you transformed during your final year of high school. Your grades skyrocketed. Zhang Jian replied, indeed. I gritted my teeth and studied, ultimately earning a diploma. Even so, my father was overjoyed. Zhang Jian's father had benefited from the economic reforms, possessing a keen business acumen that allowed them to profit. After graduating from college, Zhang Jian joined his father in the business. I asked, you keep mentioning contractors. Are you one of them? Zhang Jian replied, not even close. I merely sell commercial concrete. The contractors you speak of are those who handle construction companies and subcontracting. I didn't fully comprehend. Perhaps Chun Hangtian could be labeled a contractor. Commercial concrete? You mean concrete? I inquired. Zhang Jian affirmed, yes. I remarked. You're doing quite well. Those in that line of work are substantial businessmen. Zhang Jian gestured towards his dilapidated Jetta, indicating, what kind of businessman drives this? In recent years, the real estate market has been in decline, yet houses continue to be constructed in waves. I realized that even the concrete moguls have struggled. In 2008, he was over 4 million in debt. By 2015, he had managed to repay his debts. However, the onset of the pandemic in 2019 brought about further losses. As of this year, 2023, Zhang Jian lamented that he had just filled one hole only to create an even larger one. I suggested, let us have another drink. I always thought my situation was dire, but it seems there are those who suffer more. An hour later, after each of us had consumed a pound of white liquor, Zhang Jian waved his hand. I can't take any more. I must stop drinking. I replied, all right, let us call a designated driver for you. Zhang Jian insisted. No need, brother. You go ahead. My wife will pick me up shortly. I said. Then let us chat a bit longer. Someone will be here to get me soon. It proved that two men cannot speak candidly under the influence, nor can they lament their misfortunes. Zhang Jian, who had been holding it together, suddenly broke down in tears. I feel I've let my wife down, he sobbed. When we were financially secure, we hesitated to spend, investing everything into my business. Now that we're losing money, she has endured too much suffering alongside me. Men are often stoic. They can endure financial loss and hardship. But the promise of providing happiness to their wives and then subjecting them to suffering is intolerable. This was a profound sense of helplessness. I stood awkwardly by, unable to intervene, as Zhang Jian's wife arrived. She heard every word of his lamentation, and I genuinely admired her composure in such an emotional moment. Her face bore no expression. Eventually, Zhang Jian's wife helped him into the car. She turned to me. You are Shintiani? I nodded. She continued. Zhang Jian mentioned he was dining with a long-lost friend and asked me to pick him up if he got drunk. I apologized for his inebriation, but she interrupted. He has been through a lot. Over the years, he has been deceived by friends, and our construction site has stalled. We are now in a financial pit that we cannot fill. Zhang Jian and T shared the details of being cheated with me. I reassured her. It was merely a reunion, nothing more. She remarked, if every reunion ends with him intoxicated beyond recognition, then perhaps such gatherings are best avoided. I expressed my regret for the trouble I had caused. The atmosphere felt tense. Zhang Jian's wife was underdressed for the chill in the air. After a moment of silence, she uttered, I'm sorry. In a moment of vulnerability, she crouched down and wept. This woman was incredibly resilient. Her breakdown was sudden. Zhang Jian's wife and he shared a striking resemblance, even in their tears. Unfortunately, Zhang Jian had fallen asleep in the car. Perhaps it was for the best. I was at a loss for how to console her. Yet, I felt compelled to act. I can help you both, I offered. She continued to cry, seemingly desensitized to such offers, and my words had little impact. Really, please have Zhang Jian contact me tomorrow. Onlookers at nearby tables had begun to notice our distress. Two men crying loudly would certainly attract attention. Thus, I disregarded any concerns and awkwardly opened Zhang Jian's car door, assisting his wife into the vehicle. She regained her composure for a brief moment, casting an apologetic glance in my direction. I signaled for her to leave. Just then, Chiuyo arrived, perfectly timed. Chapter 63. Zhang Jian's story. After consuming a pound of white liquor, I felt a heaviness in my heart upon learning of my old friend's misfortunes, rendering me reluctant to return home. I called Hai Tao, where are you? He replied, at the pedestrian street, singing. All right, I said, in the TV booth. I was surprised to see Lu Yiting still accompanying Hai Tao. Upon noticing me, she greeted with a smile, Mr. Shun, it's been a long time. Indeed. It had been quite a while, perhaps half a month. I hadn't expected Hai Tao to still be with her. Hai Tao quickly discerned my inebriation and frowned. Who were you drinking with? You seem to have had quite a bit. I raised a beerkin from the table, just having a few beers to sober up. Lu Yiting, quite talented, chose an upbeat song and danced along to the rhythm, captivating everyone's attention. After belting out a few songs, the alcohol began to take its toll, and I leaned back on the sofa, feeling drained. Hai Tao leaned in and patted my shoulder. What's wrong, brother? Did something happen? I looked up and asked, are you still in touch with Zhang Jian? Hai Tao's expression shifted slightly, puzzled. What do you mean? Have you been in contact with him? I responded, what do you mean by that? You can't reach him? He nodded. When he returned after graduation, he was doing quite well, adept at socializing and making money. Initially, his reputation was quite good. But then, one of his construction projects went under, and he struggled financially, leading him to seek loans everywhere. Hai Tao sighed. Without him elaborating, I could guess the rest. With no hope of recouping the construction funds, naturally, Zhang Jian couldn't repay the money he borrowed. So, the rumors about him being deceived by friends are true? I probed further. You know him. He loves making friends and has a wide social circle in the construction business. When his project failed, he desperately sought to recover losses and foolishly invested alongside friends, resulting in one loss after another until he exhausted all possible loans. Hai Tao's tone was filled with resignation. Is he still in the construction business? I asked. He probably hasn't been for a while, he replied, shaking his head. He borrowed 20,000 from me, promising to repay in 6 months. And it's now been 3 years. I called him a couple of times, but he kept saying to wait. I understood he was struggling, so I didn't push. Later, when I tried to arrange a meal with him, it felt more like asking for repayment, so I rarely contacted him thereafter. Eventually, rumors circulated that he had fled, but 20,000 isn't much, so I didn't pursue it. I fell silent for a moment before saying, I ran into him at Wanda today. We had a drink together. Haitao immediately cautioned, people can change, so be careful. He added, he really is going through a tough time. But he didn't mention anything about borrowing money. It was I who offered to help. Haitao frowned. How do you plan to help? Just don't lend him money directly. Borrowing money is certainly not an option. I waved my hand dismissively, merely speaking casually. If I were to help, it would depend on the circumstances. The couple indeed appeared to be struggling. After drinking for a while longer, Lu Yiting approached me, holding her glass. Mr. Shun, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I nodded. You're welcome. My head was spinning, and I couldn't help but wonder, what opportunity have I given her? I suspected that Haitao had made some empty promises again, but I wasn't in the mood to inquire further. We sang until past 3 in the morning before dispersing. Kyuya drove me home, or rather, to her home. Upon entering, I found Hongjia waiting for me in the living room. My drunkenness dissipated almost instantly. Hongjia stood up. You're back so late. Kyuya yawned. Looking exhausted, I went to pick him up, only to end up singing again. Mom, I can't keep my eyes open. I'm heading to bed. They helped me into the room, and Kyuya turned back to her own bedroom, gently closing the door. I watched as Hongjia helped me out of my shoes, a warmth swelling in my chest, and I pulled her tightly into my embrace. Hongjia was startled and quickly glanced at Kyuya's closed door. I could hear her. I whispered in her ear. She playfully tugged at my ear, chiding, you smell of alcohol. Go shower first. Let us shower together. I insisted, not letting go of her hand. It felt wonderful. They say that showering after drinking can lead to a headache. But a warm shower is truly refreshing, especially with someone there to help wash my back. White foam covered us completely. Scratch my back for me, I requested. She complied. Her touch just right, and the more she scratched, the more comfortable I felt. Hongjia. I turned to face her, pulling her into my arms. Oh dear. The foam hasn't been rinsed off yet. Hongjia leaned close to my ear, her voice soft. I smiled and brushed my cheek against hers. No rush. A long-lost sense of intimacy washed over me as I held her, softly asking, did you miss me? Hongjia nodded, her cheeks flushing. I did. How much did you miss me? She bit her lip, her eyes shy, fearful of being overheard. Quickly tell me how much. I gently prodded. Hongjia's eyes glistened. But she remained silent. What more could be said? For Hongjia, my feelings were tender. She was a woman who raised her daughter alone, appearing strong on the outside but profoundly delicate within. Since they had made their choice and were willing, I had no intention of treating them poorly. As all 3 of our hearts opened completely, warmth and excitement filled me, banishing all concerns. The next morning, I awoke a bit late. When I opened my eyes, Hongjia was in the kitchen making porridge, and Kyuya had already left for work, such a dedicated employee, which spared us any awkward encounters. At the breakfast table, Hongjia wore a pure white loungewear, her complexion tinted with a gentle blush, still looking slender. I placed a piece of food on her plate. Hongjia, you're too thin. You must eat more. Hongjia smiled. It's just how I was born. No matter how much I eat, I can't gain weight. I wrapped my arm around her waist, speaking softly. Don't worry. From now on, I'll be here for you. Just focus on taking care of yourself at home. Hongjia smiled back. Okay. By the way, the seafood business has started supplying goods. I found a friend to process it, with a profit margin of about 15. I've also negotiated the payment terms. Actually, the investment is under $1 million. I nodded, responding seriously. We can afford to cede a portion of the profits. Aiming to extend the payment terms, reduce advance payments, maximize profits while minimizing risks. All right, I'll discuss it with them later, Hongjia agreed. The breakfast was delicious, and I felt warm inside as I chatted with Hongjia while we ate. Chapter 64. There are pitfalls for reasons unknown. Zhang Jian did not come to my company today. This did not disrupt my life, for today I was to attend a parent-teacher meeting for Lu Chuanxiu, following her first monthly exam. This girl truly sees me as her father now. Still, I should attend, right? After all, I am the one who funded her education. Thus, I made my presence known without hesitation. Hello, may I ask who you are? The teacher inquired. I'm her brother. Perhaps due to my youthful appearance and the fact that Lu Chuanxiu's family was somewhat familiar with the school, it wouldn't do to call me dad. My first parent-teacher meeting went exceptionally well. As Lu Chuanxiu's brother, I even received commendation on stage. She ranked 5th in her class and 136th among 22 classes in her grade. After the meeting concluded, I turned to Chuanxiu. Why is there such a disparity? Chuanxiu's eyes glistened with unshed tears, and she remained silent. Wait for me in the car, I instructed her. I approached Chuanxiu's homeroom teacher. Hello, I'm Chuanxiu's brother. I don't believe we've met before, the teacher replied. I was previously in Shanghai and just returned this year. What can I assist you with? Is there a class at this school besides the regular and experimental classes? Yes, we have established a special class for 985 students. admitting only 30 individuals, aimed at specifically nurturing students for 985 universities. Is there a fee? Yes, it's 20,000. Can I enroll now? That's not within my authority. You would need to consult the principal. All right, thank you. In the principal's office, after I expressed my request, the principal flatly refused. Our special class not only has a fee barrier, you must understand that such a class cannot be established independently without directives from the leadership. This was unexpectedly tied to leadership, but the principal was correct. Such self-funded classes could essentially be considered tutoring classes. The students are primarily children of high-ranking officials, and I was merely providing them with a classroom. Was this borrowing flowers to present to Buddha, or borrowing a chicken to lay eggs? Regardless, this was simply providing extra tutoring for the children of leaders, cleverly circumventing current national regulations against tutoring classes. Nevertheless, one should not underestimate these privileged students. Their talent, diligence, and superior learning conditions indeed place them far ahead of the average person. A tiger father does not breed a dog son. It is entirely normal for the offspring of exceptional parents to flourish, with most growing into accomplished individuals. I pulled out a pack of Zhonghua cigarettes from my pocket, understanding the subtleties, and offered one to the principal. I'll light it shortly. Look, I believe my sister has excellent academic potential. It would be a shame if she doesn't receive a good education. The principal took a deep drag from the cigarette. It's difficult. My words don't carry much weight. Difficult means it's possible. If your words don't hold weight, it indicates something else is needed. You are the principal, and a leader as well. What is the difference between your children and theirs? I'll cover the tuition, double the amount. The principal was taken aback, but immediately shot me a knowing glance. That settled it. Today is the weekend. After the parent-teacher meeting, the students are on break. I left the school with Chuanxiu. What do you want to eat? Chuanxiu replied, KFC. My classmates all go there on weekends. Let us go. The current Lu Chuanxiu is quite sensitive, which may hinder her personal development. I need to instill confidence in her. Girl. What should you call me? Boss. And Dad. I ruffled her hair. Good girl. Remember to come to me for anything. Always eat the most expensive. Use the best. You must strive to be the best, whether in grades or spending. Habits need to be cultivated from a young age. Although Chuanxiu is only 18, I have already arranged her life, though it will require her effort to live up to my plans. At KFC, I asked, Chuanxiu, has your homeroom teacher mentioned any other requirements? Chuanxiu nodded. Not just me. Most of the students in the class have been told that any small mistakes would require calling the parents, and we must spend 3 days reflecting at home. Isn't that a hint for gifts? Chuanxiu nodded. Yes, so I've been very careful not to make any mistakes. I have already spoken with the principal. You will be transferred to the elite class tomorrow. Chuanxiu glared. Only the children of officials can attend that. That is precisely why you must seize this opportunity. The so-called second generation is never without its challenges. Since you are just starting, your grades may initially lag behind, but do not be disheartened. Chuanxiu nodded yes. I transferred 10,000 yuan to Chuanxiu via WeChat. This is pocket money. Remember my words. Whatever it is, always opt for the best. Yes, I will remember. Then, I handed her 2 shopping cards, one worth 2,000 yuan. When you join the new class, discreetly give it to your homeroom teacher. Chuanxiu looked somewhat puzzled and distressed. This is your first lesson from me. Chuanxiu accepted the shopping card. For someone who has yet to experience society, it may be a lot to process, but I will guide her step by step. To nurture a canary that can grace the grand stage, it must not only be aesthetically pleasing. Chuanxiu took a taxi to leave. I received a call from Chen Sheng, likely inquiring about Zhang Jiehui. Chen Sheng, come have some tea. Can I offer some suggestions? Chen Sheng, speak. Purchase some fine tea. Chen Sheng, you really lack awareness. If you find my tea unsatisfactory, you could bring me something better. I have good tea. You are welcome to taste it at my place. Feng Shui Club. Chen Sheng produced 2 bottles of Dongfang Shai, which I considered to be his utmost respect for me. Chen Sheng, how did your conversation go? I have a rough idea of the situation. It seems somewhat like a takeover. I had someone coordinate with him. We will have to see how things unfold on his end. How much do you know about this matter? Chen Sheng, this issue involves 4 leaders, including Zhang Jiehui. The other 3 comprise 1 from the Discipline Inspection Commission and 2 from the Municipal Cultural Law Enforcement Team. Aside from Zhang Jiehui, the other 3 must meet. Mere words hold no weight. Chen Sheng shook his head. They are all leaders. How could they possibly show their faces? 1 million yuan. Can't they even afford a meeting? Wanting to profit without showing their faces is too good to be true. Chen Sheng remained silent, and I sensed he had his own stakes in this. It was not so simple. Is this matter secure? How confident are you? Chen Sheng. I cannot guarantee its security. I can only serve as an introducer. If it succeeds, I may receive a share. If it fails, I incur no loss. It wouldn't be a mere empty hand, would it? You cannot make me the fool here. Chen Sheng. Absolutely not. We are brothers. I would never introduce you to a hollow shell. I too took over the bar midway. The previous owner had genuinely invested 2 million. Why did he not continue? Chen Sheng paused for a moment. He was deceived by Zhang Zhihui. He invested 2 million, yet never signed an agreement. And in the end, the equity distribution could not be agreed upon. I understood. Indeed, collaborating with such individuals is like grasping at embers. Chapter 65, Going to Extremes. Company. Shortly after my departure, Zhang Zhihui arrived, having arranged to meet with Chuya for discussions. Upon entering, Zhang Zhihui sat down with a broad smile. This General Tan, though young, possessed a captivating demeanor, far superior to the spirited young ladies he encountered at the bar, particularly in terms of her aura. From the very first glance yesterday, I was drawn to her. Zhang Zhihui, is General Tan managing the company alone? Chuya, the company has just commenced. It does not require many hands, and besides, we are in investment, so we do not lack in business. Zhang Zhihui, that is true. May I inquire about your thoughts on my bar business? Chuya, it is a good project, and your funding requirements are modest. However, the company has regulations. To pursue collaboration, we must adhere to these stipulations. Zhang Zhihui, no problem. Whatever General Tan requires, I shall provide. Zhang Zhihui's gaze towards Chuya grew increasingly bold and direct. Zhang Zhihui, General Tan, I wonder if you have time for lunch today? Chuya, Team Zhang is a client of our company. We can dine at the downstairs Chinese restaurant, and the company will cover the costs. Zhang Zhihui, what is good to eat at the downstairs restaurant? Let us opt for Western cuisine instead. Chuya shot Zhang Zhihui a glare. If I am not mistaken, you should be nearing 60, on the verge of retirement. Best to suppress those thoughts. Zhang Zhihui, unabashed, chuckled. I will fully cooperate with you in business. Can you not agree to share a meal with me? I promise it will be purely a meal. At this moment, Chuya glanced at her phone before looking up at Zhang Zhihui. Today at noon is not feasible. Let us do it in the evening. However, the condition is that we must sort out the bar business today. Zhang Zhihui's face lit up. No problem. Feng Shui Club. I had just sent a WeChat message to Chuya when Chen Sheng said, let us go. It is lunchtime, and I will treat you to a meal. I stretched. Your idea of a treat is always the same. Spicy noodle soup. Chen Sheng. Nonsense. Having something to eat is already a blessing. Chen Sheng is adept at socializing. He is never stingy when it comes to treating others, especially in maintaining relationships with leaders. Among acquaintances, meals typically consist of 2 bowls of noodles and a plate of cold dishes, leaving no room for complaints. We had not yet finished our last cup of tea when Chen Sheng received another call. From his tone, it was respectful yet familiar. This relationship is not ordinary. Chen Sheng hung up. Let us enjoy another cup. A leader from the Education Bureau, whom I recognize as my sister, will be joining us shortly. She is quite amiable and has helped me a lot. Then I must treat for today as lunch. Do not worry about it. Let us change the venue. Chen Sheng, you are thoughtful. 10 minutes later, a mature woman entered, her hair cut short, her complexion fair, dressed in black and white, adorned with a tasteful accessory. She exuded a capable demeanor, yet was very approachable. Xiao Sheng, sister, this is my friend. We have known each other for many years, and he has been developing outside. Chen Sheng and I stood and slightly nodded. No matter how familiar we are, she is still a leader. And Chen Sheng's recognition of her as his sister must be based on more than mere affinity. Please, have a seat. Chen Sheng introduced. This is Director Zhang from the District Education Bureau, also my good sister. She has been quite supportive of me over the past 2 years. Director Zhang extended her hand to me with warmth. We shook hands briefly. Shintiani. Director Zhang remarked, you look quite young. Director Zhang. Indeed, everyone says the same. Finally, someone has complimented me accurately. Chen Sheng. It is lunchtime. Sister, shall we chat while we eat? I continued. Director Zhang, since this is our first meeting, I must express my gratitude. Director Zhang glanced at Chen Sheng, who nodded. My brother is a good person. He intends to stay here, and we are preparing to collaborate on something. Director Zhang. Great. You young people should communicate and engage more. Observe. This is the essence of caution. During our first meeting, without Chen Sheng's repeated assurances, she likely would not have attended my luncheon. Thus, true leaders who can make a difference will not easily partake in any meal you offer. Conversely, those leaders who can be summoned to your table will likely come solely for your food and drink, without any substantial purpose. The 3 of us dined, selecting a venue that need not be overly extravagant. Director Zhang proved to be quite down-to-earth, maintaining an elegant atmosphere throughout the meal. Chun Sheng enlivened the conversation. While we discussed work sparingly, we made new breakthroughs regarding the bar. Unexpectedly, it turned out that Zhang Jiehui was introduced to Chun Sheng by Director Zhang. Though they share the same surname, they are not related. Director Zhang, I have known Jiehui for quite a while. We often dine together since my time as the head of the street office. He is a person of action. I nodded. I do not know much about the bar project. My company is coordinating with him. Director Zhang, I heard from Chun Sheng that the previous investor withdrew due to certain reasons, which is why they sought me out. While 1 million is not a large sum, I wish to understand the specifics. Zhang Ju waved his hand decisively, stating that he was acquainted with the 4 individuals behind the bar project and had verified its feasibility. If there were doubts, he could arrange a meeting for everyone to dine together. Chun Sheng supported him, emphasizing that this matter was not solely his concern and that there was profit to be made for all involved. Tian Yi, he urged, should strive to facilitate the process at the company. I understood then that Chun Sheng's stake was essentially Zhang Ju's, or perhaps a shared venture between the two. The profitability of the bar project was secondary. What mattered was their collective desire to see it through, operating with little more than goodwill, and if it succeeded, all would benefit without significant loss if it failed. I agreed to do my utmost to make this happen. It became evident to me that Chun Sheng, relying on Zhang Ju, had entered a new circle, and Chun Sheng sought to draw me into this realm as well. This circle represented a platform, one of connections and resources. In the afternoon, the 3 of us spent hours sipping tea at a feng shui establishment, yet not a single client seeking feng shui advice appeared. I inquired about the business's recent performance. Chun Sheng shook his head, lamenting the lack of customers and noting that, ultimately, a 4th-tier city had limited high-end clientele interested in feng shui. I asked about his live-streaming efforts for attracting clients. Chun Sheng replied that it was also failing. The platform had begun mass account suspensions, and even using employee accounts could not keep pace with the rate of suspensions. Moreover, this month had seen a sudden influx of competitors in live streaming, diverting traffic and yielding minimal returns. I queried whether he had recouped his investment. He replied that it was far from that. In 1 month, he had earned 80,000 yuan, yet the establishment's renovation costs exceeded 400,000 yuan, meaning it would take over half a year to break even. I remarked on the substantial income, suggesting that if he could maintain it, he might earn a considerable sum annually. Chun Sheng countered that it was not so simple. The establishment was cooling off, likely to last only another month. However, he had devised a new model that could potentially mitigate losses. I inquired further. Chun Sheng explained his concept of a merit box model. For 980 yuan. One could become a member of the feng shui establishment, entitled to 5 fortune-telling sessions over the year, a detailed feng shui compass with notes, and a brief course on feng shui. Learn to read feng shui in 3 days, along with a monthly free feng shui class. Additionally, if one referred another person to become a member, they would earn 980 yuan in merit funds. Referring 2 individuals would not only yield another 980 yuan in merit funds, but also elevate the referrer to a core disciple of the establishment. The core disciples enjoyed benefits wherein for each new member joining, they would receive 99 yuan in funds, increasing to 199 yuan when membership exceeded 100. The establishment's members were the primary source of clientele, ensuring a continuous cycle of income through lifetime fortune-telling services and disaster avoidance. Is this not akin to a pyramid scheme? Unspoken truths lingered, yet we remained good friends. Chapter 66. Strategy. This was a romantic dinner. Zhang Jiehui invited Qiuya to a high-end Western restaurant, complete with a cozy booth, red wine, soft lighting, music, and a violinist, all exuding elegance. Zhang Jiehui raised his wine glass, and Qiuya mirrored his gesture, clinking their glasses together. Manager Tan, he began, this is the most upscale Western restaurant. Do savor the flavors. Ignoring his question, Qiuya meticulously tasted each dish until the last was finished. Captain Zhang, she said, I've tasted the food and the wine. When can I meet the individuals behind you? Zhang Jiehui smiled. Manager Tan, please don't rush. The workday has just ended, and everyone has their own engagements. By the time we finish this meal, they should be wrapping up as well. With a resigned lift of her glass, Qiuya remarked, Captain Zhang, at your age, has no one ever told you that you come off a bit greasy? Zhang Jiehui clinked glasses with her again. They say I have the charm of a distinguished gentleman. Qiuya replied, you should understand that while my company is just starting out and lacks many things, money is not one of them. She swirled her glass. Such things may appeal to inexperienced young women. Zhang Jiehui responded, Manager Tan, you do me too much credit. I would never rely on such trite methods to win your favor. I know what you truly seek. Oh, she raised an eyebrow. Strong women naturally desire power. I can offer you the authority you seek. The bar is merely one avenue. Captain Zhang, you certainly understand women well, she acknowledged. My position allows me to encounter various women. Some seek wealth, others power, while some merely desire a protector. Xiaoya chose not to respond, but lifted her glass, proclaiming, cheers. The elegant dinner concluded with mutual probing glances. Manager Tan, Zhang Jiehui announced, they have already reserved a room for us at the Imperial nightclub. Who are they? Xiaoya inquired. They are the individuals you wish to meet. I hope, Captain Zhang, that you won't let the good impression I've worked hard to build dissipate in an instant. I assure you, Manager Tan, you will not be disappointed. You are about to open a new door. The Imperial nightclub, a notably upscale venue in a fourth-tier city, had certain thresholds for entry, making it a place where only a select few would frequent. Yet, a small group visited regularly, as they held sway over its legality and compliance. Welcome. Zhang Jiehui guided Xiaoya past room after room, until they reached one where a slight crack in the door revealed a tantalizing scene. At last, they arrived at the final room. Zhang Jiehui opened the door. Please. After you, Manager Tan. Upon entering, Xiaoya observed 3 individuals in athletic attire, decidedly low-key. As they stepped inside, a voice requested, please take out your phones. We have storage boxes for safekeeping. What level of service is this to warrant such protocol? Zhang Jiehui placed his phone in the box and explained, Manager Tan. This is the procedure. I appreciate your understanding. Seeing Zhang Jiehui comply, Xiaoya followed suit without further protest. With phones surrendered, their true selves began to emerge. Greetings. A lineup of 9 beautiful women, exuding charm and grace, awaited them. Apart from Zhang Jiehui, each of the 3 men selected a companion. Xiaoya, without hesitation, also chose a woman, surprising Zhang Jiehui. Captain Zhang, won't you choose one as well? She teased. After a brief moment of contemplation, he too selected a companion, giving Xiaoya a thumbs up. Following a lively singing session, the group engaged in brief introductions. Zhang Jiehui introduced, this is Sun Su from the Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection, Zhou Yuji from the Municipal Cultural Bureau, and Wang Weiping, also from the Bureau. Xiaoya toasted with each leader, recognizing this as a small circle within the larger system, a network of various smaller factions. Zhang Jiehui remarked, Manager Tan is considering investing in our bar, showcasing significant potential. Wang Weiping stated, Manager Tan, it's a pleasure to meet you. I look forward to further exchanges. Zhou Yuji added, if the bar project succeeds, we will have many future opportunities to collaborate with you. Sun Su affirmed, Manager Tan, your capabilities rival those of any man. Rest assured, with Zhang Jiehui's project, you face no risks. We are here to support you. Zhang Jiehui concluded, Manager Tan, I promise you, just see. Xiaoya declared, esteemed leaders. Our company is not short on funds. We simply lack opportunities to profit together. Let us all earn money together. Such boldness, such straightforwardness. Zhang Jiehui, though aging, retains a youthful spirit. Despite his audacious demeanor, he possesses a keen intellect, adept at gradually winning a woman's heart. Unfortunately for him, he has crossed paths with me. Half an hour later, in a nightclub, the atmosphere in Zhang Jiehui's room had reached a fever pitch, with 4 individuals exhibiting their primal instincts. The alluring beauty before Qiuya had shed her garments, using her statuesque physique to entice her. In a bid to prove her loyalty, she employed all the techniques I had imparted to her on me, her own cheeks betraying a flush of excitement. Meanwhile, having departed from the feng shui establishment, I placed a call to Zhou Mini. Since my return from Shanghai, I had yet to savor a moment of intimacy with this remarkable woman. Tonight, I shall treat you. Indulge as you please, I declared. Zhou Mini eyed me skeptically. You, who seldom reaches out without a purpose, must have ulterior motives. It's a good thing. A chance for you to shine. I replied. With a dismissive scoff, Zhou Mini retorted, what mischief are you plotting? Let us dine and discuss, I urged. It must be noted that Zhou Mini possesses an uncanny understanding of me. Our years of flirtation have forged a profound connection. At Changho Hot, a local noodle shop, Zhou Mini remarked, you are quite the miser, seeking assistance in such a humble establishment. Spending money lacks the sincerity of emotional appeal. Now it's my turn to test you. When did you first dine here? Regardless of the woman, nostalgia remains the trump card in any emotional appeal. Zhou Mini's gaze drifted into reminiscence, a smile gradually gracing her lips as she recalled the fond memories. How did I not realize back then that you were so cunning? You were always the gallant hero. I shrugged. Had I known you were skilled in martial arts, I would not have rushed in. It was a rare moment of bravery in my life. Zhou Mini's father was then serving in Lianxing when individuals from the underworld sought to retaliate against her. In truth, her father had received a tip-off, but he arrived 2 minutes too late. Those 2 minutes fortuitously placed me in the line of confrontation. The consequences of my reckless bravado were severe. We barely emerged victorious. Zhou Mini dispatched the last adversary with a graceful kick, while I succumbed to unconsciousness. After my discharge, Zhou Mini graciously invited me to this very restaurant, marking the genesis of an unusual bond between us. Emerging from her reverie, Zhou Mini took a bite of sausage. So, what assistance do you seek? I grinned. Let us reenact the heroic rescue. Chapter 67. The heroic rescue at the municipal police station. Zhou Mini summoned a few of her team members. Stay sharp. Today's mission is confidential. Understood? Upon entering, they bypassed all other rooms, heading directly to Qiya's. Although the doorman had relayed security alerts to the room, the scene was already chaotic. Everyone freeze. Activate the body cameras. One individual was dressed, while 2 others had yet to pull up their trousers. With the desired scene secured, other team members proceeded to sweep additional rooms. Owing to the time spent in Qiya's chamber, the other rooms yielded little, capturing only a few unfortunate souls. Ultimately, with expressions of resignation on the managers' and owners' faces, a handful were taken into custody. Only last month had they narrowly escaped a crackdown. They had invested heavily to secure protection from 2 cultural enforcement teams. This month, however, their shield had been dismantled. The owner pondered what transgression had led to such consecutive raids. In the interrogation room, phones had been confiscated upon entry, leaving the individuals huddled together in confusion. Sun Tzu from the disciplinary committee appeared pale, and the others bore equally grim expressions. Only Qiya remained composed, as her role as a female entertainer was, after all, presumably lawful. At that moment, a duty officer casually glanced into the room. Cousin? Qiya momentarily froze, quickly realizing that among the 5 in the interrogation room, she was the sole woman. The term cousin was likely directed at her. Recalling my earlier instructions, she feigned familiarity. Hey, little brother? The officer gestured for her to remain silent, stepping outside to share a cigarette with a colleague. Shortly thereafter, he returned to the interrogation room. Cousin, please step outside with me. The 4 men squatted, gazes filled with hope directed at Qiya, while Zhang Jiehui quietly called out to General Tan. Qiya offered a reassuring glance before following the officer. In Zhou Mini's office, Qiya entered, joyfully exclaiming, Boss. I glanced at Zhou Mini, who remained impassive, and exhaled in relief. Where's the evidence? Qiya produced a recorder, prompting Zhou Mini to inquire. What is that? I waved it in my hand. Evidence. Zhou Mini shot me a disapproving look. Why are you so cunning? They intended to ensnare me first. This is merely self-defense, I countered. You always think you are in the right. I briefed Qiya before sending her back to the interrogation room, as I was about to play the role of the hero once more. In the interrogation room, Zhang Jiehui anxiously pleaded, General Tan, you must help us. If we get out of this, we will be eternally grateful. Qiya reassured them, do not fret. I have informed my boss, and he will be here shortly. Zhang Jiehui, perplexed, assumed the company was Qiya's. Meanwhile, in Zhou Mini's office, having listened to the recording, we discerned the identities of the 4 individuals. Zhou Mini queried, what use do you have for these men? Regardless, they belong to a certain inner circle, I replied. They lack the stature to even meet Chun Hangtian. The county's Brahmins represent a higher echelon. These are mere pawns, unworthy of entering the Brahmin threshold. It became evident that distinctions existed within the system. County Brahmins, the privileged offspring of humble beginnings. The section chief represents the zenith of an ordinary person's life, while those who make life difficult for you in the administrative hall might not even hold official status. Zhang Zhihui, Sun Tzu, Zhou Yuji, and Wang Weiping. These 4 had navigated their way into the system through talent and effort, but had not gained entry to the local Brahmin table. Individuals like Zhou Mini, whose parents serve in the Provincial Public Security Bureau and who likely possess local assets, would not regard them as equals. Even the smallest mosquito is still flesh. Zhou Mini, though unaware of my intentions, followed my lead. 10 minutes later, Lu Jia, a member of Zhou Mini's team, entered the interrogation room with several registration forms. Write down everything that transpired today. The group, bewildered, complied, detailing the day's events. Lu Jia meticulously reviewed the records pertaining to the disciplinary committee, cultural bureau, and cultural enforcement team, observing the 4 men who dared not meet his gaze. Include your identification numbers and sign with your fingerprints. Qiya nudged Zhang Jiehui's arm, urging him to write promptly. The others followed suit, providing their identification numbers and fingerprints. Lu Jia collected their submissions and departed. Soon after, The officer who had referred to Kiwiya as cousin returned. Cousin, please follow me. The remaining four were taken aback, while Kiwiya merely nodded. The officer escorted the five to a police vehicle, ultimately bringing them to the vicinity of my company. They disembarked. Zhang Jiehui gazed at the familiar surroundings, a sense of confusion washing over him. Mr. Tan, isn't this your company? Chuya gestured. Captain Zhang, esteemed leaders, please, let us ascend and enjoy some tea. As the four entered, they found me seated, preparing tea. The timing is impeccable. Please, take a seat, I invited, not allowing them a moment to voice their inquiries. I produced 4 brand new, unopened smartphones. Since you've misplaced your devices, it must be rather inconvenient. I have a few new ones here for your use. As for the old ones, out with the old, in with the new. They certainly won't be recycled. I singled out Choya's old phone and handed it to her. The others, observing this, realized that their old devices were also in my possession. Zhang Jiehui opened his mouth to speak, but I preempted him, standing and preparing to leave. Mr. Tan, it's getting late. Let us enjoy some tea before sending our esteemed leaders off. We have to advance the bar project investment tomorrow. Choya affirmed, understood, boss. I continued, Captain Zhang, there's no need for Mr. Chun to be informed about today's matters. Wouldn't you agree? Zhang Jiehui concurred, of course. If these four were not foolish, they would surely grasp that their phones and written accounts were in my hands. This was an opportunity. What they offered was equally an opportunity for me. Chapter 68, Perseverance the Company. Early in the morning, I received a call from my cousin, which left me somewhat exasperated. In the 3rd generation of the Shin family, I was the sole male. I had an elder uncle with 2 daughters, already married and residing in the countryside. Below me was an aunt who had married into the family, giving birth to a daughter, my cousin. I received the call through WeChat. My cousin, Shun Tianni, exclaimed, brother, I have arrived. I will come to fetch you. If it were anyone else, I would have allowed them to ascend alone, but this was my cousin, whom I had raised since childhood. Upon reaching the entrance, I spotted her immediately. Despite the passage of over 6 months since our last meeting, that familial bond was unmistakable, instantly reminding me of her silhouette from my memories. I waved, over here. Brother, at a height of 167 meters and weighing 108 pounds. Tianni leaped onto me like a koala. You've gained weight. After she descended, she tugged at my ear. You've become quite impressive. After disappearing for over 6 months. I hear from uncle that you've returned to get engaged, yet you haven't spent much time at home. You've been busy with work. When would I have the chance to find you? My cousin worked as an accountant at a small, ordinary company. This epitomized the typical life of an average family. I brought her to my office, a modest studio that, in her eyes, seemed rather shabby, devoid of employees or business, clearly a shell company. Would you like to sit and have some tea? Sure. Let me also have a taste. Our boss drinks this daily. We employees can't afford it. You, on the other hand, seem to enjoy living lavishly without earning. I scratched my head. Ever since you graduated, you've been finding ways to lecture me. Look at you. After graduating, instead of seeking employment, you've been gallivanting about, running businesses that yield losses. The village is still buzzing about how you returned from Shanghai after incurring significant losses. I chuckled wryly. Those village folks love to gossip, hoping for others to falter. Don't pay them any mind. Her eyes glistened with tears. Can't you at least stand tall and show them? You are the only man in our generation. Don't let the villagers mock you, including those relatives. I wiped away my younger cousin's tears. Don't cry. Trust me, I won't give them the satisfaction. Tianni produced a bank card from her pocket. This is several thousand yuan I've saved since graduation. Take it. I felt a surge of emotion. She remained as naive as ever. I pushed the card back to her. Rest assured, I have my own means this time. No need for money. Last month, my mom borrowed money from relatives, but they turned her away. Later, she went to your home to ask for money, but you didn't give her any. This card contains my salary. I just received it this month. My parents don't know. Please take it. This must have occurred before I returned from Shanghai. I truly don't need money right now. Keep it for yourself. If I ever find myself in need, I will ask you. Brother, do you recall when I failed my high school entrance exams? You encouraged me not to give up, while neighbors and relatives were mocking my parents. You told me to study hard, to persevere and retake the exams to prove them wrong. These lessons were imparted by you. Have you forgotten? I sighed. This girl was indeed stubborn. Fear not, dear sister. I have not forgotten, nor do I intend to give up. I have endured hardships and faced scorn for many years. I remember it all, and I will rise again. Yes, brother, keep pushing, succeed in business, and show them what you're capable of. Let us go. I'll treat you to lunch. Perhaps. I have long been the cautionary tale among our relatives. After graduating from university, I didn't pursue a serious job, but rather wandered aimlessly. Each venture led to another loss. I had borrowed money where I could. Those relatives, observing my failures, had their share of laughter. At the restaurant, we siblings did not indulge in extravagance, just 2 bowls of noodles, without even a cold dish. Fearing my cousin would chastise me for wasting money, I had heard from my aunt that her son had become a supervisor at his company this year, boasting about it at our family gathering, even mentioning my name with a hint of sarcasm. You didn't have another quarrel with her, did you? Indeed, we argued. I even had her thrown out. My mother spoils her, but I do not. Our neighbor, Aunt Jean, used to come over to praise her civil servant son and extol her daughter-in-law as fertility, which infuriated my mother. However, your recent engagement was quite impressive. I returned home for a 3-day holiday and didn't see Aunt Jean once. Uncle has gone to work, did you know? Mother instructed me not to tell you. He is working with his brother, the 4th uncle. I had a vague idea. It seemed my father was aware of my impending marriage and, fearing that Dong Ling might look down on me, had gone out to earn the bride price. Call 4th uncle. He visits us every year during the new year, though we only see him once a year. When you were young, he even gave you red envelopes. Kinney grimaced. By the way, aren't you staying longer this time? Yes, as you can see, I've started a new company. Kinney replied, I don't understand any of your businesses. Is this new one profitable? Indeed. I already have 2 or 3 clients. Kinney beamed. If your company grows, can I come work for you? Of course. It won't be long. How about your current job? Are you not satisfied? Kinney shook her head. Not really. It's just that clocking in and out is too tedious. Tardiness incurs pay cuts. And with the recent National Day overtime, there's no extra pay. That's the nature of working for others. Just hang in there. I know. I've been at it for several years. I teased her. In these years since graduation, I haven't heard about any romantic endeavors on your part. Last year during the New Year's dinner, Uncle urged me to encourage you to find a partner, lest you end up like me, resorting to blind dates. Kinney feigned annoyance. Let us not discuss that. Otherwise, I won't come to see you again. All right, I won't mention it. Don't be upset. But if you do find someone, make sure to introduce them to me. Kinney gave me a reassuring glance. Enough of this. Let us eat. In the end, I accepted my cousin's bank card, considering it a deposit for her future. When she eventually marries, I, as her older cousin, will certainly give her a generous red envelope and a car as a gift. If I did not win and lacked the courage to end my life, I would have become that cousin in his 30s, filled with regret on the brink of death, merely a fleeting dream. This chapter is dedicated to those cousins who bear the weight of disdain and ridicule, yet continue to strive. I salute you and cheer you on. Chapter 69. Money and Emotions. On the 3rd day after returning from the Public Security Bureau, Qiya approached me, stating that the bar project had failed. The 4 individuals involved had never intended to run a legitimate business. They were simply deceiving investors to siphon off funds. I pressed my temple, uncertain whether Chen Sheng and Director Zhang were aware of this from the start, or if they were merely unwitting accomplices. I immediately dialed Chen Sheng. Brother, the bar project has fallen through. His tone remained unchanged. What happened? I explained that the company's evaluation had not passed, but I had still made connections with Zhang Jiehui and the 3 individuals behind him, which might prove beneficial for future projects. Chen Sheng acknowledged my message. Got it. Are you free tomorrow? I replied that I should be. He added, Director Zhang and I will visit your company tomorrow morning. Please prepare accordingly. After hanging up, I pondered the situation. It seemed that both Chen Sheng and Director Zhang were only superficially involved in the bar project and were likely unaware of the details. They might simply be casting a wide net, hoping to secure any deal that came their way. Their visit tomorrow likely had its own purpose. Within 5 minutes of ending the call, I received a call from Haitao. He had intended to meet but was delayed by urgent matters. I need money urgently, he said. How much? I inquired. 200,000, he replied. Alarm bells rang in my head. Such a substantial amount often indicated a crisis at home. What's the matter? Why the rush? I pressed. It's either you lend me the money or buy back my shares, he insisted. I frowned at the latter proposition. All my funds are already allocated. How can I refund you? Even if I could, it wouldn't be until next month. And your returns would be discounted. Haitao countered. How much cash do you have on hand? I hesitated. Maybe a few tens of thousands? If someone approaches you for a significant loan, you may refuse outright and suggest a trivial amount instead. If they accept, be prepared for the possibility that they may not repay you promptly, or that you might not want the money back at all. If they reject your offer, it is advisable not to lend them a penny. Learned lessons should not lead to grievances. All right, transfer it to me now, Haitao urged. If you're really in a bind, ask boss and second brother. They have more idle cash. I wasn't encouraging Haitao to borrow from others, but subtly inquiring if he had sought assistance elsewhere. Both boss and second brother have lent me money already. Let us discuss it when we meet, he replied before hanging up. A sense of dread washed over me. He might have fallen victim to a scam. I hastily called boss. Did Haitao ask you for money? Boss replied, yes, he wanted 200,000 urgently, but I couldn't lend him that much. You didn't lend him? I pressed, not delving deeper before dialing second brother Zhaozhu. Yes, he called and mentioned needing money urgently, so I transferred it to him. Did he approach you as well? Yes, Zhaozhu responded. This is bad. He has not caught up in a scam, is he? It is often said that those entangled in deception are oblivious while bystanders see clearly. Haitao must have been brainwashed. Quick, call him and find him, I urged. When I tried again, his phone was already unreachable. By the time I located Haitao, it was evening at a local police station. What happened? I inquired. The officer responded. Telecom fraud. As suspected, after several inquiries, Haitao recounted the entire ordeal of being scammed. Lu Haitao is not a greedy person. He values loyalty and harbors no grand ambitions, merely seeking fleeting pleasures. The trouble began when, on a whim, he scanned a QR code affixed to his car's side mirror that led to an app download for local encounters. After registering as a premium member, he was soon asked for deposits under the guise of securing meetings, with promises of refunds. As trust was established, he was coerced into paying various fees, starting in the thousands, with assurances of full reimbursement upon meeting in person. The scammers fabricated a scenario of a pre-booked hotel, urging him to transfer funds. After sending an initial deposit, they claimed his account was frozen due to an error, necessitating additional payments to unfreeze it. He had already transferred 5,000, and the scammers convinced him to send another 5,000, and ultimately, after a series of manipulations, he ended up sending over 400,000, only to be blacklisted by them. No relationship, no matter how strong, can withstand the strain of borrowed money that is not repaid. 400,000 is no trifling sum. While failure in investment could be explained, this form of fraud left Haitao unable to confide in his family, particularly his wife, who managed the finances. Consequently, he was unable to repay Zhaozhu's loan in the short term. By the time he did repay Zhaozhu, it would be the following year, and during that time, their relationship had turned cold. Haitao believed Zhaozhu was not pressed for money, while Zhaozhu thought Haitao was living lavishly and simply refusing to pay him back. Later, Haitao joined me and Zhao Zifeng, a friend from the same circle, for a meal to vent his frustrations. Does Zhaozhu need money? He doesn't seem to. He calls me 4 or 5 times a month for repayment over just a few thousand. I replied, your mindset is off. In times of crisis, those willing to lend you money are true brothers. Zhao Zifeng added, indeed, I lent you 20,000. Tian Yi gave you 40,000. And Zhaozhu alone lent you 160,000, more than both of us combined. You shouldn't complain about him. Haitao drained his glass. Did Zhaozhu call you to complain about me not repaying? Both Zhao Zifeng and I remained silent, tacitly agreeing. What do you think of me? Have I ever complained when you needed help? Isn't at me who handles family matters when he is away? Does he think I can't repay 160,000, or that I might run off? I replied, when borrowing money, you must be humble and patient. When dining together, you should toast and accept your share of blame. It is only right. Haitao scoffed. I owe Zhaozhu no favors. As for the money, I will find a way to repay him. And how do you plan to do that? I asked. Haitao waved his phone. I consider myself a likable person. Everyone enjoys my company. With over 100 contacts. If each lends me 10,000, I can manage it. I took a sip of my drink, reflecting on the reality of borrowing. Just 2 months ago, I had been the one begging for loans. Friendships and familial ties pale in comparison to the matter of money. Go ahead and try borrowing. Prepare yourself mentally. 3 days later, without fail, Haitao sought me out again for a drink. I can't believe it. Despite having over 100 contacts, not one could lend me even 10,000. I probed, is it possible that after this pandemic, everyone is short on cash? Haitao replied, is it really that difficult? I countered, when it comes to genuine need, not even 1,000 can be found. So, how much have you gathered? Haitao, a robust man, downed 2 tails of liquor in one breath and exclaimed, damn it, 100 people, and yet I couldn't borrow a mere 10,000. I replied, how about I lend you 160,000? Your relationship with Zhao Chu seems decent enough. Haitao waved his hand dismissively. Let us not even discuss it. In this circle, I assumed we were all in good standing. I've given so much without compensation, only to end up in such a predicament. The boss, Zhang Luada, has been utterly unhelpful. I can't fathom how he hasn't lent me a single penny. I fell silent, unable to comment on this circle. During my most challenging times, Zhang Leda had aided me significantly, as did Zhao Zifeng and Hai Tao, while others turned a blind eye. Yet, I bore no resentment. For I could see clearly. Hai Tao lamented, "Tianyi, there is no such thing as brotherhood in this world. It is all hypocrisy. Never attempt to borrow money from friends or family. Relationships cannot withstand the strain of finance." The following day, Chun Sheng and Director Zhang indeed arrived at the company. Upon entering, Director Zhang's eyes lit up. "You have a mahjong table here?" I replied, "I have many friends who enjoy a game now and then." "Do you also partake?" She responded, "I play occasionally, mostly to accompany Director Qin." Director Qin is the head of the city's education bureau, her superior. I continued, "If you ever wish to play, feel free to drop by. The company is typically quiet." Director Zhang agreed. "All right, I'll organize a game soon." Director Zhang, well-versed in the world, immediately discerned the quality of my tea with her first sip. Chun Sheng, her younger brother in a sense, carried little money, so she was less concerned with the tea's quality. Director Zhang remarked, "Mr. Shun, I did not expect you to have such a profound appreciation for tea." I replied, "I have no major hobbies, but tea is one of them. By the way, I haven't yet informed you that the bar project has fallen through." The company disagreed. My friendship with Chun Sheng necessitated that I inform him immediately about the project's failure, while I could not control whether he communicated this to Director Zhang. Director Zhang said, "Xiao Sheng has mentioned it. It was a casual endeavor anyway, so its failure bears no significant impact." It became evident that Chun Sheng and Director Zhang shared a probable mutual interest. Their relationship was closer than I had imagined. This was my second meeting with Director Zhang, and I assumed she was merely familiarizing herself with the place without any particular requests. To my surprise, she indeed brought up a significant topic. Chun Sheng initiated the conversation. "Tianyi, I have long desired to achieve something, yet I have met with repeated failures. I have reflected extensively on why we have not profited and consistently failed." I asked, "Why is that?" He replied, "Because we have always acted independently. Lacking connections and resources, we relied solely on fleeting ideas and impulsiveness to start businesses. Most entrepreneurial ventures end in failure, as the future is uncertain. In this world, success is not merely a product of hard work, but rather hinges on connections, resources, and relationships." Ultimately, Chun Sheng had come to this realization. Had he possessed this understanding sooner and followed his family's guidance, he might have already secured a respectable position upon graduation. I said, "Brother, your thoughts align with mine. I have recently come to the same conclusion." Chun Sheng responded, "Look, the opportunity has presented itself." His expression conveyed not only his thoughts, but also those of Director Zhang. This idea had been brewing for some time, coincidentally linking to me at an opportune moment. Director Zhang's husband, Lin Hu, hails from the provincial capital and has a military background. His father was once the director of the Provincial Public Security Bureau, a well-connected figure. After his father's passing, they relocated to Lianqing, but according to Lin Hu, he still maintains connections with influential figures in various departments like sports, the Discipline Inspection Commission, and the Public Security Bureau. In essence, he claimed, they are all friends. In the past, I failed to grasp that one's identity is self-assigned. The more one boasts, the harder it is for others to verify the claims. Both individuals are from restructured families, signifying a blend of resources and networks, combining emotional ties with mutual benefits. Lin Hu aspired to open a club, resuming his role as a broker, where the club would serve as a platform for sharing and utilizing connections and resources. Director Zhang would manage the political and business relationships in Lianqing, while Lin Hu would oversee those in the provincial capital. How would this club come to fruition? 3 individuals would invest funds, and 2 would contribute connections, including myself, Chun Sheng, and another individual, Huang Zhe. What was our state at that time? Chun Sheng was on the verge of bankruptcy with his feng shui club, feeling discouraged and burdened with significant debts after graduation. Huang Zhe, closely associated with Chun Sheng, had some money but was dissatisfied with his current job and harbored ambitions of his own. As for me, setting aside any luck, I had long felt unfulfilled, with one failed business after another, yet now I had a bit of capital and yearned to prove myself. This fresh approach, relying on leadership connections to prosper, was immensely appealing to us, eager to establish our worth. Huang Zhe had a brother-in-law who had previously operated a similar club but had since ceased operations. He wished to consult him. I readily agreed. Chun Sheng organized a dinner with Huang Zhe's brother-in-law, myself, and Huang Zhe. You may not have realized that opening a store is one thing, conducting business is another, and socializing is yet another entirely separate matter. Do you have a social genius in your circle? I do, and that is Chun Sheng. During the dinner, we took advantage of Huang Zhe's cousin's presence to pose some pointed questions. Once our inquiries concluded, Chun Sheng excused himself to the restroom. He wasn't genuinely going to relieve himself. Rather, he left to settle the bill. Chun Sheng understood that many of our concerns could not be voiced in front of him. Thus his departure granted us the freedom to discuss openly. After Chun Sheng left, Huang Zai's brother-in-law praised him without reservation, noting, Chun Sheng is quite impressive. He possesses considerable knowledge. Huang Zai inquired, Brother, what do you think about the club? You have experience with it, having run one before? Huang Zai's brother-in-law replied, It's tough to run a club now. There isn't much business. And with frequent changes in leadership, securing funding from the government is challenging. I've stopped running it. Why would you want to jump into a venture like this? His message was clear. The club was not worth pursuing. Unfortunately, it proved true that if someone is resolute about pursuing a particular endeavor, persuasion is futile. Ultimately, we invested $240,000 in renovations for the club. It became evident that while we sought to leverage their connections for profit, they were merely interested in our principal investment of $240,000. The club opened, marking only the beginning. Subsequently, many individuals from the system frequented the establishment. As previously mentioned, leaders who could be summoned for meals do not generate profits, and the same holds true for those frequenting the club. They indulge in fine wine and meals, all while soaking in the gratitude of those younger than themselves, enjoying what we funded without contributing anything. Lin Hu advised, you must learn how to interact with leaders, how to be subservient, how to earn their favor. This way, when they have work available, they will think of you. I later realized this was a form of mental manipulation. Ideas would emerge every few days, and new leaders would be encountered every 5 days. Initially, I believed that running a club revolved around financial transactions, bribery, and government contracts. However, I soon discovered that everything was a setup. The leaders summoned me. Yet I was expected to maintain those connections myself, all while groveling like a dog for a mere opportunity. Why should I? Those leaders do not possess relatives or friends. Do they truly expect to grant me opportunities simply by sharing a meal? It is all a trap, manipulating me into foolishness. These leaders are merely cogs within the system, lacking any substantial power. Their motivations are merely rooted in vanity, seeking to witness us, the naive youth, groveling at their feet. Indeed, they may have their projects. Yet these ventures merely serve to propel you from one shallow pit into a deeper abyss. I have leaped into this pit of the club without notifying Kiwia or contacting Haitao. It was simply a clandestine agreement between Chun Sheng and myself. The investment of 80,000, coupled with the principal and profit of a 100,000 project, is merely a lesson purchased. I have seen through it all, and thus I departed. Chapter 71. Education. Xiaomai has been working for a month. Today he approached me with a beaming smile. Tiange, it's payday, he exclaimed. How much? I inquired. 3,800, he replied. That's impressive for your first month. I remarked. Indeed. So, I'd like to treat you to a meal as a token of gratitude for helping me secure this job, he said. No rush on the meal. Tell me, how do you plan to spend this 3,800? I asked. I haven't decided yet, but I want to treat you first, he answered. Let me do some calculations. Rent is 400 per month. Meals are about 30 per day, totaling 900 a month, plus your smoking habit, which is 10 a day, adding another 300. Am I correct? I queried. Yes, I smoke the 10 yuan cigarettes, he confirmed. Adding those up, 400 plus 900 plus 300 equals 1,600. Subtracting that from 3,800 leaves you with 2,200. Right? I still have 2,200 left, he acknowledged. Transfer that 2,200 to your mother, I instructed. Xiaomai's smile faltered. Why, Tiangu? He protested. Just do it. No need for questions, I insisted. I want to buy a new phone. Mine is 3 years old, he argued. What phone do you want? Transfer the money now, I commanded. Tiangu, I really want a new phone. My colleagues have better ones, he continued. I'll say it again. Send the money to your mother, I reiterated. I want tea. This is my hard-earned money. I can spend it however I wish, he defied. Without hesitation, I delivered a swift kick to his chest. He stumbled and fell to the ground, grimacing in pain. I told you to transfer it now, do you hear me? I demanded. Xiaomai lay on the ground, looking up at me with reddened eyes. He was taken aback by my outburst, fell silent for a moment, then slowly rose and retrieved his phone. He opened WeChat, found his mother's chat, entered 200, and clicked to transfer. A notification confirming the transfer appeared, and he showed me his screen. Done. Good, I nodded. Now chat with your mother, ask about home. Xiaomai took back his phone and messaged, Mom, my salary came in. I've transferred 200, please check. Moments later, his mother replied, Son, I received the money. Is this a lot? You just started working. Yes. The company's benefits are decent, he replied. Have you saved enough for yourself? Don't send everything to me, she cautioned. I've saved enough for rent, meals, and cigarettes. The rest is for you and Dad, he assured her. That is wonderful. Your father will be pleased when he hears, she replied. Mom, how is Dad's health? Still the same, his old ailment. He feels better after taking medicine. Focus on your work and don't overexert yourself. Take care of yourself. Don't worry about home, she advised. I will, Mom. You take care of yourself and Dad too. By the way, are you worried because I transferred so much? Don't deprive yourself. Spend on necessities. And if you need more, I can send it, she offered. No, Mom, I'm doing well. The company provides lunch. And I sometimes cook dinner. It doesn't cost much. Use this money to buy something nice for yourself and good medicine for Dad. All right, I will. If you need money, just let me know, she said. Understood, Mom, he replied. And remember to get along well with your colleagues. Listen to your leaders and avoid trouble. She added. I know. Our leader is quite good, and my colleagues are nice, he assured her. That is good. I want to keep you. I'll call your father to share the news. Take care of yourself and call home often. Okay, bye, Mom. Goodbye, son. Xiaomai set down his phone, his eyes glistening. Tiangu, I feel like crying. Why is that? I inquired. Xiaomai's tears began to flow. My mom has never been this happy before. She said I've made something of myself. How does the delivery job feel? I asked. Xiaomai, with tears in his eyes, replied, It's quite tough. It's good that you recognize the hardship. Life as challenges lie ahead. This bit of struggle is nothing compared to what is to come. You will have your moments of sorrow ahead, I cautioned. Xiaomai nodded, silent. Come on, today I'll treat you to a feast. Wait, Tiangu. Wasn't I supposed to treat you? He protested. Keep your money for yourself. Today is on me. Let us indulge a little, I insisted. No need, Tiangu. It's too extravagant, he replied. I said we're going. No more arguments, I declared. I led Xiaomai forward, and he trailed behind me. Upon reaching a restaurant, the server greeted us. Good evening, table for two? Do you have a reservation? No, just find us a spot, I replied. Certainly, right this way. The server guided us to a booth and presented the menu. I pushed it towards Xiaomai. Take a look, order whatever you desire. Xiaomai perused the menu, his expression shifting. Tiangu, the dishes here are quite expensive. A vegetable dish costs 58. Expensive as expected. Can a feast be cheap? Bring it on. I'll order, I stated. After the server departed, Xiaomai appeared anxious. Tiangu, how much will this meal cost? Not much, just a few thousand, I casually responded. A few thousand? My entire month's salary is only 3,800. This meal would consume more than a month's wages. I brought Xiaomai here to illustrate the dichotomy of earning and spending. Tiangu, why would you treat me to such an extravagant meal? He asked. I want you to understand that while earning money is arduous, there are those for whom it is easy to acquire wealth, and others for whom spending comes effortlessly. You currently belong to the former, but I intend to transition you into the latter. After our meal, I called the server for the bill. Sir, that will be 5,000. I pulled out my phone and scanned to pay. Xiaomai watched in awe as I completed the transaction. As we exited the restaurant, Xiaomai followed closely, his expression filled with admiration. I waved my hand. Let us go back to work. Observing Xiaomai's silhouette, a smile crept onto my lips. I aimed to instill in him the understanding that there are greater heights beyond his current reach, and I embody that pinnacle. I aspire to evoke his admiration, ensuring that whatever I request of him in the future will be met with unwavering compliance. He is like a blank canvas upon which I can paint my desires. Xiaomai is still young, and he does not grasp these complexities. At present, he only perceives my kindness and the financial opportunities that accompany my guidance. In due time, as he matures and gains insight, he may come to understand, but by then, he will be unable to extricate himself from my influence. I turned and walked into the night. Xiaomai, I hope you do not disappoint me. Chapter 72. Interest. Not even a month had passed when Kiwiya informed me that the total repayment from aerospace construction, including principal and interest, amounted to 1.05 million. Why so swift? I queried. I inquired with the finance department on their end, and they mentioned that it was as per Chairman Chun's instructions, without any stated reason. She replied, It appears tonight's dinner was likely preordained. Dealing with wealthy individuals is often straightforward. A few thousand thrown their way ensures compliance. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, a call from Chun Aerospace came through. Chairman Chun, you've remitted the funds within a month. The interest seems excessive, I remarked. The project has received its payments. Holding the money here serves no purpose, so it's best to return it, he stated. By the way, is Chairman Chun free tonight? Mr. Chun personally called me. Even if he's busy, he ought to say he has time. Chun Hangtian, let's settle it this way. I'll have Yuan pick you up tonight. You see, we've reached the point where we have someone to escort us. Strength determines status. Do you think this is the end? No. When I receive the funds from Chun Hangtian, this is merely the beginning. In a month, a profit of 50,000, not much. But even the smallest mosquito is still meat. Dividends must be distributed, and spoils must be shared. Chioi, please process the dividends and notify via text. Chioi, there's still a week until the contract is fulfilled, isn't there? There aren't any new projects right now. Leaving the money in the account won't yield much interest. Since the company is just starting, let us be proactive with the funds. Chioi, understood. The principal is 1 million, with a net profit of 50,000 per month. The company takes 10, which amounts to 5,000 as a management fee. Haitao has 600,000. Lu Dabin has 100,000, leaving 300,000 for the company. Hence, Haitao's friends should receive 60,000 in principal and 562,000 in dividends. Lu Dabin should receive 10,000 in principal and 560,000 in dividends. The company's share is 300,000 in principal and 530,000 in dividends. This is the surface accounting. In reality, I also need to set aside 2,000 as a red envelope for Wu Lei. It's not much, but it suffices. After all, Wu Lei doesn't lack this money, and giving it is a gesture. Whether it's taking advantage of the situation or remembering the well-digger. I should call Chen Yuan. Beautiful Chun, are you busy this noon? Chen Yuan, not busy. Why? Can't you wait until tonight when I pick you up? It seems Chun Yuan has sensed a shift in Chun Hangtian's attitude towards me, as her tone has become more casual. I want to beat around the bush and directly address the matter. We'll discuss tonight's arrangements later. Mr. Chen unexpectedly fulfilled the contract ahead of schedule today, and the funds have arrived, so I'm here to express my gratitude. Chen Yuan, why thank me? You should be thanking Director Wu. But Director Wu was introduced by you. The source lies with you. Would you do me the honor of having lunch together? Chen Yuan, coincidentally. I need to go to the Star Store for lunch. If you don't mind, Mr. Shun can join us too. I furrowed my brow on the other end of the line. Chen Yuan shouldn't misunderstand my intentions, knowing I wanted to express my gratitude. Why would she suggest going to the Star Store? However, I continued with politeness, testing the waters. If it's inconvenient for the beautiful Chun, I can express my gratitude another day. Chen Yuan, it's fine. Just come. I've told Xingxing to add an extra pair of chopsticks. It seems that Chen Yuan indeed shares genuine feelings with Zhang Xingxing, and she doesn't intend to hide this from her partner. All right, I'll be there shortly. After hanging up, Lu Dabin called. Lu Dabin, good job, brother. The payment has already been made before the deadline. The client pays early, so naturally. I'll pay promptly too. Lu Dabin, great. Let us not talk about anything else. When you come back in a few days, we'll have a drink. No problem. After some contemplation, I decided to call Haitao. Have the 600,000 principal and dividend money been received? Haitao, yes, I have received it. Please transfer the money to them quickly. Haitao, I'll do it once I'm done with my business. I frowned. What is taking you so long? Hurry up. How much more does Zhao Chu need? Haitao, my family already knows, but they didn't specify the reason, only mentioning telecom fraud. My wife took the money out for Zhao Chu, but I haven't given him anything. I don't want to give him a single cent. It seems Haitao hasn't moved past his grievances. However, without experiencing another's pain, one cannot be persuaded to act kindly. Haitao is likely genuinely hurt. Just do it. Whether you do it now or later, it doesn't matter. In a couple of days, I might need to treat you to a meal. And if you don't transfer the money, I'll have to find you for a toast. Haitao hesitated but eventually understood that sometimes one must fight for their dignity. Yet once that moment passes, they realize that so-called humiliation and grievances are nothing that cannot be overcome. Haitao, fine, I'll make the payment today. By the way, about your money. Just give it to me when you have it. If you need cash, keep it for now. Haitao, all right. After Haitao hung up, I headed to Zhang Xingxing's store, still that second-hand mobile phone shop. If the mobile phone bidding project doesn't get paid by the end of the year, his new store won't open. Zhang Xingxing's phone store. Zhang Xingxing, Mr. Shun. Chen Yuan. Mr. Shin arrives quite promptly. Please have a seat. We're all friends here, so I'm preparing hot pot. If you're not enthusiastic about the meal, then there's an attitude problem. I hung up the phone and rushed over here. Chen Yuan. Mr. Shin, please sit. I'll finish setting up shortly. Love truly transforms one into something grand. Chen Yuan. The distinguished regional manager of HW is playing the role of a housewife in this small second-hand store. Zhang Xingxing picked up a seasoning bowl. Mr. Shun, can you handle spicy food? I quickly took it from him. Let me handle it. My tastes are rather peculiar. Chen Yuanyuan being a housewife here is perfectly fine because this is love. If I were to act obliviously and treat Zhang Xingxing like a waiter, it would be a slight against the regional manager of HW. That would be a faux pas. Once seated, I became quite curious about the story between Zhang Xingxing and Chen Yuanyuan during the pandemic. I wonder, Zhang, would you mind sharing your story during the pandemic? I'm eager to learn what kind of love could make such a beautiful figure as Director Chen so devoted to you. After posing the question, I glanced at Chen Yuanyuan and noticed she had no visible reaction. Zhang Xingxing appeared quite proud when recounting the story. Zhang Xingxing, I must mention the property management of our community. They were truly unreasonable, but it was precisely this that gave me an opportunity. After hearing Zhang Xingxing's tale, I immediately thought that this fellow must have a bit of a romantic fixation. During the pandemic, the property management acted unscrupulously, restricting people from going out, leading to a lack of food for everyone. Upon seeing Chen Yuanyuan for the first time, Zhang Xingxing was smitten and willingly shared his stockpiled food with her. From occasional exchanges at first, it eventually turned into Zhang Xingxing's selfless devotion. Chen Yuanyuan looked at Zhang Xingxing with both affection and annoyance. Xing, you left all the food for me, and didn't keep a thing for yourself. I almost fainted from hunger in my room. I gave Zhang Xingxing a thumbs up. This is how you pursue a girl. Chapter 73. Brahmin 1. It was merely a quiet meal. Zhang Xingxing and Chen Yuanyuan were a couple in the throes of passionate love. I almost believed that the scene from that night, where she served Wu Lei a dish, was merely an illusion. The meal was nearing its end. The funds from the aerospace construction project have been transferred. I wish to express my gratitude to Director Wu. Do you have any suggestions, Director Chen? Chen Yuanyuan. Director Wu loves tea, didn't you know? Thank you. Once lunch concluded, I promptly took my leave. I couldn't linger as a third wheel during their tender moments. As for why I didn't provide Chen Yuanyuan with any benefits? Firstly, the main players in the aerospace construction matter are Wu Lei and Chun Hangtian. Secondly, my interactions with Chen Yuanyuan are primarily related to the procuring of mobile phones for the Procuratorate, and there will be ample opportunities for collaboration with HW in the future. Thirdly, the profit margins are slim, making it unnecessary. Generally, one project is sufficient. If it goes through a third party, one either becomes a fool or is led to slaughter. At 6:30 p.m., as promised, Chen Yuanyuan arrived to pick me up downstairs at the office. I carried a paper bag containing a teapot I had specially purchased that afternoon, so small it couldn't be concealed in my palm. It cost 2,000. My goodness, this thing is genuinely cheap, yet good quality is undeniably expensive. By the way, this 2,000 tier is merely considered moderately low, since there was a gathering planned. The dining venue wasn't mentioned. Upon entering the vehicle, I inquired, where shall we dine? Chen Yuanyuan replied, Beihuan. Beihuan lies on the outskirts of the city, characterized by rural homestays, though predominantly filled with factories. I refrained from asking further. Half an hour later, we arrived at our destination, an ornamental landscaping company. The iron gate swung open, and we drove straight in. The sky had darkened slightly, yet I could still discern the surrounding fruit trees. We've arrived, Chen Yuanyuan announced. As we entered the courtyard, we quickly reached our destination, a row of small two-story buildings emerging behind the orchard. I disembarked and surveyed the surroundings. It resembled a hidden paradise. Chen Yuanyuan chuckled. Every visitor here remarks the same. Please, after you, she gestured. Following her lead, I entered one of the buildings, and my initial impression was that it surpassed the upscale ambience we had previously curated with Qinsheng. This truly resembled a clubhouse. The first sight was indeed sophisticated, adorned with traditional Chinese furnishings, and a tea table featuring a flowing water view. It exuded elegance without ostentation. At that moment, Chun Hangtian descended from the second floor. Mr. Shen has arrived. Director Wu is next door and will be here shortly. Let us enjoy some tea first. Very well, I replied. Chun Hangtian took a seat to the side while I faced him, with Chen Yuanyuan assuming the main position to prepare the tea. Observing her deft movements and familiarity with the tea leaves, I surmised this was not her inaugural visit to this place. Breaking the silence, I remarked, Mr. Chun, the environment here is truly delightful. Quite so, he replied. I merely reap the fruits of another's labor. Yuanyuan, have you informed the kitchen to prepare the meal? I notified them upon entry. Chun Yuanyuan responded while continuing to brew the tea. Chun Hangtian nodded. The former head chef of Lianqing Grand Hotel now works for me. After all, it would be unacceptable for the culinary skills to falter when leaders frequent here. Implicit in his words was the suggestion that the leaders he referred to were of a different caliber than those known to Chen Sheng. Chen Sheng, an ordinary individual, had only met with mid-level bureaucrats through a fortuitous connection with the deputy director of the District Education Bureau, primarily associating with individuals within the system, mostly at the same rank, or merely deputy section chiefs. For someone like me and Chen Sheng, this was indeed the pinnacle of ordinary existence. However, in seeking to engage with governmental affairs, it was insufficient, for any promising business opportunities would likely stem from the fingertips of individuals like Chen Hangtian. I am grateful for your regard, Mr. Chen. Otherwise, I might never have set foot in such a place. You jest, Mr. Shen, with your capabilities. You are merely too modest. It is essential for us young people to exhibit our brilliance. Excessive modesty can be detrimental, he advised. Without support, it is a challenge. I replied, nonsense, Mr. Shen. Being here, we are all members of Director Wu's circle. Let us enjoy some tea. Ah, but it is you, Mr. Chen, who has afforded me this opportunity. Lifting the cup, I inhaled the aroma, a familiar, rich fragrance with a lasting aftertaste. My eyes brightened as I took a sip. Golden Buddha? Excellent tea. Chen Hangtian, taken aback, responded, Mr. Shen, you have an eye for tea? I quickly waved my hand, explaining that the Golden Buddha was brought back from Shanghai and that I had only recently become acquainted with its flavor. To claim expertise in tea would be a stretch. I preferred to avoid speaking on matters I did not fully comprehend, lest I embarrass myself. Recently, upon returning from Shanghai, I brought some tea, Golden Buddha. To claim I understand tea would be an overstatement. Noticing the subtlety in my words, Chen Hangtian's gaze toward me shifted, revealing a newfound respect. I harbored my own thoughts. While it was commendable to associate with a prominent family, I must not play the subordinate. Today, I needed to engage with Chen Hangtian on equal footing. Mr. Shen, you jest, he said, raising his cup. Good tea. This first brew is invigorating. The initial 3 brews deserve careful appreciation. Let us not rush into conversation, and perhaps we shall wait for Wu Lei. Within 10 minutes, Wu Lei entered. Before he could speak, both Chen Hangtian and I stood, as did Chen Yuanyuan. Please, sit. Let us enjoy a few more minutes of tea, Wu Lei instructed. It appeared that he truly cherished tea, as the kitchen staff began to deliver dishes. Adjacent to the main hall was a spacious room accommodating 5 or 6 people. Uncle, Chen Hangtian remarked, Mr. Shun is quite remarkable. He discerned the tea with a single sip. Wu Lei turned his gaze toward me. It is merely coincidence, I replied, standing. Even so, that is quite commendable. Modern youth often drink tea as if it were mere water, lacking appreciation, Wu Lei observed. At this moment, Chen Yuanyuan rose. Director Wu, Mr. Shun has brought a gift for you today. I shall retrieve it. How perceptive and considerate of her. I was relieved that she had volunteered to present the gift. If Wu Lei found it satisfactory, all would be well. If not, it would reflect poorly on my efforts. Chen Yuanyuan seized the moment splendidly, showcasing my sincerity without appearing impatient. Before long, she returned with the gift. As Wu Lei unwrapped it, he revealed a charming teapot, evidently piquing his interest. Yuanyuan, please prepare a dedicated teacup for Mr. Shen. We had savored nearly 6 brews of tea. Uncle, the dishes are ready, Chen Hangtian announced. Let us dine. Wu Lei declared. Today marked my integration into this circle. The ensuing meal would reveal the status I would be accorded. However, I had not anticipated that Chen Hangtian would extend such a surprise and gift to me. Engaging in conversation is an art. One should neither be excessively modest nor ostentatious. Speak to people in their own language, and to spirits in theirs. To forge connections, one must articulate what they wish to hear. Chapter 74. Brahman 2 at the dining table, the clinking of wine glasses resonated cheerfully. After several rounds of wine, Chen Hangtian finally spoke. Mr. Shen, might I inquire if you have any interest in municipal projects? I shook my head. I have heard of them in passing, yet I am utterly oblivious to the specifics. Chen Hangtian continued. The city plans to initiate a heating project, including the conversion of steam to water pipelines, with the entire undertaking exceeding 100 billion. Would you be interested in participating? I offered a wry smile. I am honored by your consideration, Mr. Chen. However, I lack the capability. He raised his glass to clink with mine. Generally, aside from state-owned enterprises, few can secure a tender for such a project. After clinking glasses, I drank heartily. You, Mr. Chen, are no ordinary individual. I can manage a small segment of the project, which would yield around 80 to 90 million, a guaranteed profit. At this juncture, Wu Lei tapped the table with his fingertips. The 7th Bureau has already secured the bid. I will oversee the coordination. While I cannot guarantee much, obtaining one segment should be feasible. I met his gaze. With Director Wu's involvement, it would indeed be a straightforward endeavor. Chun Yuanyuan approached, refilling our glasses. She had not yet interjected during the meal. Chun Hangtian proposed, "Mr. Shun, I suggest we collaborate and jointly establish a construction company." Wu Lei added, "You two can negotiate the funding. We will share the risks and profits transparently, and I will ensure the process remains seamless." I pondered for a moment. I have never ventured into the construction industry. I am essentially ignorant. Chun Hangtian reassured me, "Brother, I began where you are now. Simply hire a professional team for management, and over time, you will naturally acquire the knowledge." An 80 to 90 million project? What amount would need to be advanced? I asked. 20% upfront, with progress payments reaching 80%. We can keep the advance within 22 million. He continued, "If you wish to earn more, you can cover the cost yourself, purchasing materials with cash, akin to my previous industrial park project. Alternatively, you may subcontract it to mitigate risk." I understood this point. While municipal and construction projects differ, they share fundamental similarities. Since Mr. Chun is willing to guide me, I have no objections. Though my financial capacity pales in comparison to yours. Mr. Shun, you are forthright. I mused. Even if I had overindulged in wine, my mind remained clear. How could I not be candid? You spend 50,000 fishing, merely laying the groundwork for this project. I recognized this as an initiation ritual. Certainly, if executed well, it could yield profits. Wu Lei interjected, "Rest assured, I will oversee the progress payments. There will be no hiccups." I lifted my glass. "Very well, it is settled." The three glasses clinked together, and we downed our drinks in one go. Chen Hangtian wiped his mouth and remarked, "Tianyi, I didn't expect you to be so decisive." Wu Lei nodded in agreement. "Tianyi, you and Hangtian should collaborate well. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." Today, Chun Hangtian's drinking prowess was particularly impressive, especially with Chun Yuanyuan beside him, toasting silently, which almost overwhelmed me. After the dinner concluded, Chun Yuanyuan helped me upstairs. "Mr. Shun," she said, "you've had quite a bit to drink. Why not rest here for the night?" I mumbled in a daze, "All right. I'm accustomed to traveling and have no issue with unfamiliar beds. I can write anywhere." After being guided into a guest room on the second floor, I inadvertently fell onto the bed. In the next moment, a soft body gently landed in my embrace. It was Chun Yuanyuan. There could be no one else. Yet, I couldn't fathom her role in this gathering. "Mr. Shun." The scent of her perfume enveloped me as she whispered in my ear, her breath sending a shiver down my spine and igniting a heat within me. Chun Yuanyuan had also indulged in some drinks, though she was far from intoxicated. It seemed that alcohol truly unleashed primal instincts. My mind was still somewhat clear. I recognized that I had drunk too much and that the woman in my arms was Chun Yuanyuan, the partner of Zhang Xingxing. Yet, my brain incessantly urged me to restrain myself, while my hand moved uncontrollably to her shoulder. Indeed, alcohol magnifies one's desires infinitely. Chun Yuanyuan was not particularly slender. Her tall figure was elegantly clad in tasteful attire, and in this moment, I noticed how well-proportioned she was. Her skin, compared to Hongjia's, had a youthful delicacy. Each age possesses its unique charm, making it difficult to draw comparisons. I struggled to maintain the last vestige of my rationality, saying, "Miss Chun, there's no need for this." She placed a finger gently on my lips. "Shoo, just for tonight." What was there to wait for? I rolled over and gently pinned her beneath me, bringing my nose close to her hair and inhaling the faint fragrance of her shampoo. "You smell delightful." Chun Yuanyuan chuckled softly. "What's so amusing?" I asked. "You men are all the same. Both Mr. Chun and Director Wu have said the same thing." The realization that could instantly extinguish my rising desire was one of profound astonishment. It turned out that Chun Hangtian and Wu Lei had long been entangled with Chun Yuanyuan. Noticing my stiff posture, she provocatively asked, "What's wrong?" Her actions persisted, attempting to rekindle my interest. I shook my head. "I've suddenly lost my enthusiasm. Is it because you think I'm too easy, or is it because I haven't remained faithful to Zhang Xingxing?" I replied, "A cat that strays never finds fault with the fishy smell. I'm just suddenly afraid and unsure whether coming to this place tonight was the right choice." Unbeknownst to me, my coat had been gently removed by her, her movements exuding a sophistication beyond her years. "Are you not afraid I might spread what you just said?" she teased. "You were called here after all, weren't you? I just didn't expect that this initiation would turn out to be a feast of intrigue. You're being overly cautious. I noticed back when we signed the mobile bidding contract that you're wealthy but timid and a bit stingy," she remarked. I gently stroked her cheek. "What have you been through that allows you to see me so clearly?" Chun Yuanyuan pecked my cheek lightly. "Don't try to charm me. Don't think just because I'm your junior that I can be easily fooled. I've been mingling in society since high school. I am no naive girl." My rationality began to crumble under the influence of alcohol, and her provocations. Then I shall be direct. Under the sway of alcohol and her assertiveness, I resolved to stop hesitating. Chun Yuan playfully slapped my shoulder, but I felt like a general who had seized the high ground, filled with pride. You may remain silent, but at this moment, you must heed my words. The more elegant a woman appears, the more it seems to awaken one's desire to conquer. I harbored no thoughts of tenderness, only a pure desire for conquest. How can you be like this? Chun Yuan exclaimed. Deep down, I understood that she was here to fulfill a mission. If I did not take the bait, it would be challenging to truly connect with Chun Hangtian. With no other avenues available, Chun Yuan was my only choice at this juncture. Such a situation, with such a woman, brought forth a unique thrill. As the night deepened, our unspoken entanglement finally reached a conclusion. Chun Yuan rose and lit a cigarette for me. You are truly full of surprises. I took a deep drag, slowly releasing the smoke. How so? I inquired. She scoffed lightly. Men are all the same. Seeing the lingering blush on her cheeks ignited the heat within me once more, and I wished to avoid further heavy discussions. Are you serious about Zhang Xingxing? Chun Yuan shot me a glance, but did not respond. This woman truly had a short memory. I extinguished the cigarette and wrapped my arm around her waist. She gasped, Can't we take a break? You said it was just for tonight, I replied. Chapter 75, Brahman 3, A Night of Turmoil. With desires released, sobriety returned. Chun Yuan lay on her side, her back to me, indicating she still felt some wariness. What is the most thrilling form of flirtation between men and women? Undoubtedly, it is the disparity in status. Gazing at the woman beside me, her smooth body tempted my hands to wander. Stop it. Let me sleep a little longer, she murmured. My hands grew bolder, moving from her back to her front. The more flesh, the more delicate the skin, the better the sensation. I smirked, mimicking her actions from the previous night, leaning close to her ear to whisper, Beautiful Chun. Her response was an uncertain moan, a sound that could signify discomfort or pleasure, unexpectedly. Her ears proved to be a sensitive spot. Huh, do you think I can let you sleep? Within a minute, Chun Yuan opened her eyes. Stop it. I'm still not awake. Shall we chat? I suggested. She retorted, What? You wake me up just to chat? Men can hardly endure such moments. I threw the blanket aside and began to rise. Stop. If we're chatting, keep your hands to yourself, she insisted. It's 6 in the morning. We have over an hour before we need to leave. Is there anything you wish to discuss? I asked. Mr. Shun, shouldn't you be the one with questions? I hesitated but ultimately refrained from speaking, letting out a sigh as I lay back down. What to do now? Are you troubled by having boarded a pirate ship? I'm contemplating how to face Zhang Xingxing moving forward. Chun Yuan retorted, You men all enjoy this. Don't think I don't know. I continued my playful antics. Questioning, with your status and prowess, shouldn't you be able to stand strong against Mr. Chun and Director Wu? She pressed down on my unruly hand. But I still had another one free, and she lacked the strength to resist my advances. What if my current identity and status derive from them? I paused, contemplating her soft hand. Her expression turned somewhat tragic. In high school, it was Chun Hangtian who sponsored my education, and later, I met Wu Lei at a dinner, who took a liking to me. So you ended up at the club. She interrupted, I'm not that cheap. You are my third man. How much of what you say can I trust? I mused internally, yet I had to play along with Chun Yuan. And what about the future? There is no future. I said last night, the opportunity is only this once. Is this Chun Hangtian's beauty trap? I had the equipment Dong Ling provided me with, and there were no cameras in this room. It seemed Chun Hangtian viewed Chun Yuan as a reward while also trying to win me over. Have you learned anything about that municipal project? Chun Yuan shook her head, expressing her uncertainty. However, she mentioned that she had overheard some conversations regarding the considerable efforts made to secure this project, including the invitation of several leaders to the site. I smirked and asked, What should we lighten? Stop chatting. It's still an hour until we have to get up. She replied playfully, There are no fields that are ruined, only oxen that are exhausted. By morning, the club was deserted, with Chun Hangtian and Wu Lei already departed. Was it to avoid awkwardness? Or was it a deliberate gesture to create space? I inquired, Could you provide me with an introduction to this place? Of course, she replied. There's a dedicated cup for you here, so you can visit often. As she walked, Chun Yuan described the two buildings. One was designed for meetings, equipped with professional chefs and guest rooms, as well as a private tea room. The other was for entertainment, featuring a television, a wine cabinet, and a massive hot spring pool. Upon seeing the pool, my gaze immediately turned to Chun Yuan. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she remarked, The higher the official, the more depraved they become. However, the girls here are professionally trained, implying that she did not partake in such indulgences. What could a remote club offer that was worthwhile? I found it intriguing. After the tour, Chen Yuan escorted me to Chun Hantian's company. Upon arrival, he greeted me with a hint of surprise. Why did you arrive so late? I took him for another tour, Chen Yuan replied. Chun Hangtian, beaming with pride, asked, so what do you think? Were you amazed? Every man who visits is inevitably captivated, Chen Yuan stated. Last night, Chen Hangtian began. You guessed correctly. He is indeed quite cautious. I responded to him as you instructed, with 9 parts truth, she said. 1 part falsehood suffices. During this project, make sure to engage with him frequently, Chen Hangtian advised. Chen Yuan, visibly annoyed, retorted, I am not one of your toys. You promised me initially that last night was an exception. Chen Hangtian caressed Chen Yuan's slender neck. Chen Tianyi is indeed the last time. Haven't you found a new boyfriend? Once that's settled, you can marry. I never imagined that the high school girl would grow up so quickly. Chen Yuan fell silent, feeling grateful to Chen Hangtian, having invested much in their relationship. Upon reaching the office, I promptly downloaded and saved the audio files. First the petty, then the noble, I thought, as I sought out Zhou Mini. She was currently my only safeguard in Lianqing. Aside from her, I could trust no one. I called ahead to check her availability, and fortune smiled upon me as she was free. I drove to meet Zhou Mini, calling her once I arrived at the office. Within 10 minutes, a stunning woman dressed casually emerged. Why aren't you in uniform? I asked. Zhou Mini shot me a glance. I'm off today. If you invited me just for lunch, I'd break your legs and drag you home to heal, only to break them again afterward. Hold on. First lunch, then shopping. And a movie. I'll show you my culinary skills tonight. Zhou Mini smiled sweetly. That sounds delightful. We can't have the usual osmanthus cake this time. The iron plate bridge on the 5th floor of Angel City was excellent, especially at lunchtime when it was less crowded and there was no queue. As we settled in, I suggested, shall we have a drink? It's a weekday, let's skip the alcohol and go for juice, she replied. All right. The waiter approached. Would you like to order from the menu or a set meal? Zhou Mini requested the least expensive set. Very well, the waiter acknowledged. I must admit, Angel City's in-house teppanyaki outshines every restaurant in Lianqing, whether in flavor, service, or value. Don't worry about the cost. I just closed a major deal and am preparing to earn a fortune, I reassured her. Zhou Mini playfully reached for my ear, but I quickly dodged and grasped her hand. Let us talk nicely, no need for roughness, I insisted. You always have a reason to see me. Can't you just invite me for a casual meet? She questioned. I had plans for lunch, and shopping in the afternoon, and cooking tonight counts as a proper date. Chapter 76. Brahmin 4 Angel City is the largest shopping center in the city. After lunch, it was the perfect opportunity for some retail therapy. Shopping time. My treat. I declared. Zhou Mini took my hand. Let us go. The first floor was filled with luxury goods and jewelry displays. Hello, welcome. Greeted a sales associate at Zhou Gold. Zhou Mini tried on various gold accessories, and I watched her, filled with joy. Over the years, I never imagined she would still be waiting for me. The most pitiable aspect of a man is his insecurity, yet it also holds the potential for greatness. My self-doubt had prevented me from pursuing her, and it had also led me to relinquish that pursuit, allowing her to find a better path. Now with a newfound confidence, I could finally face my past avoidance. Which one do you like? I asked. Zhou Mini glanced around without hesitation, just looking is fine. No, I came here to buy something for you, I insisted. Reluctantly, she wandered away, and we browsed several counters without her settling on anything. However, with the opportunity before me, I had no intention of letting it slip away. Tonight, I must surprise her. We explored from the 1st to the 4th floor. The stamina of a police officer is commendable. After a tour of the 1st floor, I began to seek a seat, while she remained enthusiastic, continuing to browse without purchasing anything. Eventually, we reached the cinema on the 4th floor. I selected a documentary to enhance the ambience. 2 large drinks, a mix of Fanta, Coke, and Sprite. Also, 1 large bucket of popcorn, she ordered. I chuckled. This unique drink combination was my signature, and I was pleasantly surprised she remembered my preference. As the screen illuminated and the film commenced, she took a sip and remarked, You always rested your feet on my lap when we watched movies. Your feet were cold. So I warmed them, I replied. I can't believe you were such a rogue in high school. My intentions then were innocent. It was merely because Zhou Mini's feet were delicate and beautiful, and her martial arts skills only added to her allure. Her fingertips brushed against my hand. That time you brought orange candy, the wrapper got stuck in my teeth. I chuckled. Hey, I helped you get it out, didn't I? At that moment, my hand began to wander, as young couples often do during movies, seeking the thrill of subtle touches. After the film concluded, I took her to the supermarket to purchase ingredients, promising her that today would be a genuine date. At Zhou Mini's home, I busied myself in the kitchen. while she perched on a small stool behind me, watching intently. I can hardly believe it. Tianny, you are right here beside me. You know, I once considered resigning to find you in Shanghai, but I thought you would scold me for being immature, so I held back. I turned to steady her forehead gently. At that time, how could I be worthy of you? But now I am back. Zhou Mini embraced me tightly. You're back. Please don't leave me again. I was almost getting used to solitude, but without you, I truly don't know how to carry on. I want to go, rest assured. I intend to run my business well, make money, and eventually come to propose to you, I assured her. Tianny, I'll be honest. I'm not in need of money. My family owns many gold stores and a construction company. Though my parents work in the provincial department, my uncle and third uncle are still in Lianqing, so you need not strive so hard. You know my situation, I replied. Zhou Mini tightened her embrace. I want to assist you. Don't worry, I'm not yet in a position to seek help. When the time is right, I will reach out to you. Curiosity piqued. I asked, as a local Brahmin, what scale does your family operate on? Zhou Mini proudly stated. Are you familiar with Angel City? All the Zhou chain gold stores belong to my aunt. My uncle's construction company is roughly the same size as Chunhangtian's, but that isn't our family's main business. Intrigued, I inquired, what is your family's primary industry? Pharmacies, a chain of them. Located in both Lianqing and the provincial capital, she explained. I was astonished. Is he really that wealthy? Zhou Mini replied. Merely possessing wealth is insufficient. I comprehended the implication of her words. I said, Chunhangtian has invited me to partner in establishing a company. He mentioned a municipal water pipeline project worth approximately 80 to 90 million, and I am eager to pursue it. Zhou Mini stated, as long as you are determined, I shall support you. This water pipeline project is no trivial matter. The profits have already been allocated among the provincial capital, and my uncle also has a stake in it. I remarked, I plan to engage with Chunhangtian, viewing this as my inaugural venture into Lianqing. Zhou Mini cautioned, if you wish to compete with him, you must be equally equipped with wealth, power, and influence. What confidence do you possess? I reassured her, financial concerns need not trouble you. You are by my side for everything else. Zhou Mini affectionately patted my head. It is a sign of maturity that you think this way. I replied with a kiss, with you as my formidable protector. I am not a fool. Zhou Mini expressed her concern. I fear your machismo may resurface, reminiscent of your behavior in Shanghai. I responded, no need to worry. I have changed. Zhou Mini observed. You have not changed. Only your ambition has intensified, and I support you. Her family values social compatibility. If I possess nothing, she is acutely aware of the pressure it places upon her. Should I present a more favorable image, she would find a way to persuade her parents. Zhou Mini proceeded to enlighten me about Chun Hongtian's background. Chen's father began with earthwork and has since entrusted the construction business to Chun Hongtian, while also overseeing various industries such as municipal projects and property management. Currently, Chen's father is focused on leveraging connections to develop in the provincial capital, recognizing that the higher he ascends in social circles, the better he can safeguard the family's enterprises. I frowned, realizing that his involvement in earthwork implies some dubious connections. The father specializes in forging relationships while the son focuses on amassing wealth. What an impressive family. Zhou Mini elaborated that many leaders in Lianqing are frequent guests of the Chen family. Chun Hangtian owns a manor in the North Ring, originally valued at over 8 million, which he acquired for merely a fraction of that amount. I remarked, I have visited that location. By the way, is Wu Lei from the municipal procuratorate his uncle? Zhou Mini confirmed. Wu Lei? He has only recently taken office as a moderate figure. It seems he was promoted by the Chen family. He must be Chen Hongtian's most significant ally in Lianqing. I inquired, is this a difficult situation? Zhou Mini smiled at me. As long as the evidence is substantial, he may not emerge unscathed. However, remember, we can spar, but we must not escalate matters. Otherwise, we would lose face. I suggested, like the municipal water project? Zhou Mini replied, feel free to engage. If it comes to a confrontation, he is a civilian. I am an official, even if Wu Lei intervenes. He must afford my father some respect, considering the interests at stake. As long as the stakes are high enough, the allegiance of allies can shift unpredictably. What a remarkable family. Zhou Mini also recounted the indulgent lifestyle of Chun Hangtian. Many of the girls involved were students from Lianqing University. Zhou Mini explained, we received reports from classmates about forced prostitution, but when we approached the relevant students, they were unwilling to testify. Chun Hangtian exploits these young women for power and monetary transactions, offering them substantial sums. So much so that these girls end up defending him. I commented, as long as it is consensual and the girls are willing, I see no wrongdoing. Zhou Mini clarified, hence, We did not take any coercive measures. Regarding the manor outside the North Ring, originally named Xianghua Landscaping Company, it took Zhao Xianghua 8 years to transform a barren hillside into a 20-acre estate. The koi pond houses imported fish, and the pavilions and towers are constructed from aged timber. The 2 small buildings incurred considerable cost. Overall, it was valued at over 8 million, a lifelong dream for him. One year, Chun Hangtian approached Zhao Xianghua through a mutual acquaintance, offering 200,000 in cash to purchase the estate. Zhao Xianghua angrily threw the money to the ground and ordered him to leave. 3 days later, his landscaping company was summoned by the environmental authorities and all construction was halted. Shortly thereafter, the bank began to demand repayment, and the client manager who had promised to extend his loan vanished. Zhao Xianghua understood that this was Chun Hangtian's doing. He grit his teeth and reported the matter to the police, alleging extortion. The police retrieved a voluntary transaction contract that Chun Hangtian had his associates forge, which bore Zhao Xianghua's forged signature but was deemed valid and thus not pursued. Unsatisfied, Zhao Xianghua brought all his construction documentation to the court, but within a week, his case was dismissed for insufficient evidence. He sought the help of the most renowned local lawyer, who, after reviewing the materials, returned the retainer fee that very night. Stating he could not take on the case, Zhao Xianghua confronted Chun Hangtian's company for an explanation, but as he approached the entrance, security forcibly removed him and charged him with disturbing the peace, resulting in a night in the police station. Desperate, Zhao Xianghua penned a letter to the Provincial Disciplinary Committee, but the letter vanished without a trace. Eventually, he was sentenced for public disorder. On the day his probation ended, he did not return home, but went directly to the manor's entrance. The gate had a new lock, and security barred his entry. He sat on the curb, staring at the estate's plaque, remaining there for an entire day. Later, his family committed him to a mental hospital. I could deeply empathize with Zhao Xianghua's sense of helplessness, a common plight for ordinary individuals encountering the Brahmins. My collaboration with Chun Hangtian feels akin to courting danger. These are challenges I must soon confront. Having made this decision, I must also take action rather than remain passive. After dinner, Zhou Mini announced, "I am going to take a shower and change into my pajamas." I replied, "Together." Subsequently, I placed the gold ring I had purchased in my mouth. Zhou Mini's skin is truly exquisite. I suspect her family possesses not only ancestral remedies, but also other health secrets, for how else could her hands and feet be so enchanting? Her fingers are as delicate as scallions, and her toes are round and lustrous. Unable to resist, I longed to caress them. Zhou Mini laughed. "It tickles." I could not speak, as the surprise lingered in my mouth. After a brief play, I embraced her and kissed her passionately. Simultaneously, I rejected the enticing tongue she extended, trailing down to her long fingers, which I gently tasted as if savoring a delicacy, before adorning her finger with the ring. She raised her left hand, revealing the ring that she had tried on the longest at the jewelry store. Zhou Mini asked, "You made me wait 10 minutes in the car just to buy this?" I replied, "Do not speak, it disrupts the atmosphere." The steamy mist enveloped the bathing space, transforming it into a realm of fantasy. Yet, it still could not fully articulate my current emotions. At times, a man's desires are purely carnal, while at others, they intertwine the spiritual and the physical. Afterward, a single cigarette felt like a taste of immortality. Zhou Mini inquired, "Can you truly resolve the financial matters?" I nonchalantly responded, "My ambitions extend beyond Lianqing." Zhou Mini embraced me. "What have you experienced in Shanghai?" I replied, "A death and rebirth, an awakening." Zhou Mini remarked, "You need not share, nor shall I inquire. But you must know I will always be here for you. Moreover, what plans do you have regarding your collaboration with Chun Hangtian?" I answered, "We will establish a project company and then subcontract the construction teams." Zhou Mini hesitated but then smiled. "I am not well versed in these matters. I will need your uncle's assistance. I will provide the capital, and we can discuss the profits." Zhou Mini's expression brightened. She realized I had finally ceased to act alone. By judiciously utilizing resources, we can rise from obscurity to success. Zhou Mini regarded me, aware that I had changed significantly, yet not enough. The waters of the county Brahmins run deep, and ordinary individuals cannot wade through them. I quietly held her in my arms. "Let us not discuss anything further. I simply wish to embrace you." Zhou Mini responded, "I feel the same." An ordinary person, suddenly endowed with wealth, has indulged in bars and nightclubs, even supporting a spirited young woman to return to her studies. Yet ultimately, I returned to investment and business. I cannot bear the thought of surviving merely on interest. I cannot endure the thought of leading a mundane life. After all, I was once driven to the brink by a wretched society, nearly plunging into the river. Heaven has bestowed upon me another chance, so why should I settle for a life that offers nothing but a view of death? Chen Hangtian still looks down upon me. Even if I were to invest 1 million, upon learning of my wealth, he schemes against me. Such a life is exhilarating, and I refuse to be complacent. It is only natural to feel this way. I aspire to rise, surrounded by admirers. Every gesture of mine is scrutinized by countless eyes. In a fleeting moment, dreams dissipate. The blood-red sun sets amidst the yellow sands. And how many souls have perished in silence here? Who can determine success or failure in this world? With a laugh, the rivers of life surge on, and the trivialities of the mortal realm are forgotten. Listening to the background music of Secretary.com, I yearn to venture into business once more. Chapter 78. A gathering. Upon returning from Shanghai, I indeed grew distant from my friends. In my previous days of poverty, I was eager to mingle. Now that I possess wealth, I find myself wanting to indulge in solitary pleasures. Yet, humans are social beings. Prolonged solitude stirs a yearning for companionship. This desire does not stem from friendship, but perhaps from the ennui of a life filled with riches, perhaps from the absence of flattery, or perhaps from a lack of emotional value offered by those around me. I am suddenly alarmed. Why did my former companions, who were once as impoverished as I, wish to associate with me? Was it my charismatic persona, or was it the emotional value I provided? I reflect that it is precisely this exchange of emotional value that fosters our connections. We listen, we complain, we vent. Therefore, I resolve to gather my friends for a meal. Zhang Luoda, Zhao Chu, Lu Haitao, Zhao Zifeng, and Li Tai, all from the same circle. Alongside another circle represented by Chen Sheng. I have other friends as well. This month, I intend to meet with each of them. I begin by calling Li Tai. Brother, how have you been lately? Li Tai, I've been performing well, just waiting at home for a summons. The prosecutor's office has yet to file charges. Do not hesitate to spend, get out more. If you can secure probation, that would be the best outcome. Li Tai generously praises Zhou Mini over the phone. Zhou Mini has been a great help to me. Otherwise, I would certainly be in trouble. What are you saying? Li Tai realizes my intent and swiftly changes the subject. What did you call for? We're drinking tonight. I'll send the address in the group. Please reply when you receive it. Li Tai, I don't want to go. It seems pointless. What's wrong? Li Tai, in my current situation, attending would only invite ridicule. Why bother? You were always the jester. What's the harm in a little laughter? Besides, no one knows about your troubles yet. Indeed, if one does not recognize their role as a jester, how can they better integrate into society? I proceed to call Zhang Luoda and the others, informing the group and sharing the location. Some believe that simply inviting someone to a meal suffices, but that is not the case. If you notify A and ask them to inform B, B may feel you lack sincerity. This is neither pretentious nor petty. It is merely the nature of interpersonal relations. In a private dining room, I arrive 10 minutes early. Zhang Luoda is the first to arrive. Did you bring any wine? Yes. Zhang Luoda, what kind? I won't drink any cheap stuff. I usually prefer Maodai. Our relationship is indeed quite amicable, and he tends to bring high-quality wine when we dine, while I, being financially constrained, have never brought any, hence this exchange. 1573, is that acceptable? Zhang Luoda sits down. Well, it's passable. I feign laughter. Thank you for your approval. Zhang Luoda, what have you been busy with since returning? It took you this long to treat us to a meal? I've been wanting to eat together for ages. He speaks sincerely. He has a penchant for drinking a pound of liquor daily. Before long, Zhao Zifeng arrives. Zhao Zifeng, you two bosses arrived early. Please. Take a seat, Director Zhao. This is merely a jest among friends. Zhao Zifeng is just a clerk who aspires to remain one, possessing no ambitions. Which perhaps explains why he fits in our circle. The last time I met Zhao Zifeng was just a few days prior when Haitao, having fallen victim to an online scam, sought us out to vent. Zhao Zifeng is amiable and maintains good relations with everyone, including me, lending money without hesitation. Though he generally limits it to 40,000 at most. He has his own principles. As the mealtime approaches, Haitao, Zhao Chu, and Li Tai arrive punctually. We have no formal drinking rituals, but our custom dictates that with an odd number of attendees, like tonight's gathering of 6, I bring 1 case of wine, ensuring each person has a bottle to share. The cold dishes are served first, as per tradition. After everyone has sampled a few bites, I raise my glass. To the first toast, may we celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. Though the festival is not yet upon us, we all wish to be with our families. So we celebrate in advance. The dish of qinglong cabbage is particularly popular, disappearing quickly as each of us takes a bite. To the second toast. With the first toast as a pretext, the second comes without hesitation. The goal is to swiftly finish the first 3 toasts. Speed is essential. I to the 3rd toast. My brothers. As I invoke the term brothers, especially with those seated beside me, friends for over 15 years, we raise our glasses and shout our annual slogan, long live friendship. In this moment, I profoundly grasp why leaders seek companions and why I, too, require them. After 3 toasts, the hot dishes are served, and everyone begins to eat casually. As the host, I naturally have numerous topics to introduce. Zhao Zifeng, Mr. Shun. Are you truly settling back home? Will you not venture out again? I indeed. Zhao Zifeng raises his glass to clink with mine. I heard from Haitao that you've opened a company back home? I offer a wry smile. I intended it to be a casual endeavor, but now Haitao has made it widely known. Haitao interjects. That day we dined and drank too much. I inadvertently let it slip. Moreover, only director Zhao remains uninformed. If he discovers it, it would reflect poorly on our competence. I ponder this and agree with the sentiment. All right, let us discuss it further at my company another day. In truth, I had contemplated abandoning this venture, as my dealings with Chan Hangtian are about to commence, and I cannot let them bear the risks alongside me. However, this situation does present opportunities for profit, so I will be forthright with everyone. If they are willing, they may join me. At a table with more than 4 people, serious matters are generally avoided. What follows is an exchange of toasts. Noticing that Haitao remains seated, I suspect he has transferred funds to Zhao Chu, and he is still harboring resentment. Thus, I rise and begin to make the rounds. To claim that there is no hierarchy among friends, that there are no distinctions of seniority, would suggest that your relationships lack depth and longevity. In making the rounds, I start with Zhang Luada. Why? Because he is willing to lend me money, and he typically covers the dining expenses. This is not a derogatory term, but rather an established norm. As I make my way around, a server brings in a fish. Unbeknownst to me, they place the fish head at my seat. The saying goes, the head is for the host, and the tail for the guest. Among close friends, there are fewer formalities. We adhere to the arrangement of head and tail. After 5 minutes of making the rounds, I return, and the fish remains untouched, waiting for me to initiate the drinking. I raise my glass. To you, Li Tai. Let us drink. 3 glasses pour into one, and Li Tai's 4 glasses pour into another, and we clink our glasses directly. As the alcohol takes effect, the atmosphere shifts toward boasting, and Li Tai is about to enter his role. This circle thrives on the mutual emotional needs that bind us together. Brother, I heard you've launched a company specializing in vitality-enhancing remedies. Do you have any pills on hand? 2 would be perfect. The mockery was genuine. Yet the desire for the medicine was equally sincere. It wasn't he until Li Tai, once intoxicated, confided in me. It doesn't matter. They treat me as a clown. So be it. That I truly understood. He, like me, bore quiet, unspoken burdens. Chapter 79. The second round. Every gathering has its second round, a ritual born of insatiable conviviality. The first round, though spirited, is never enough. The second demands deeper immersion. Richer indulgence, always at a TV, a discreet euphemism for an upscale private entertainment venue. Our host, the boss, had recently acquired a Volvo EM90, custom-modified at a cost exceeding 30,000 yuan. Affluence, after all, announces itself not in whispers, but in polished, purposeful detail. Under Haotao's confident lead, we arrived at a venue shrouded in mystery, though, in truth, it was simply unfamiliar to us. Haotao, ever the connoisseur of nocturnal pleasures, had spent his post-university years immersed in the vibrant, unvarnished tapestry of hometown entertainment culture. Hence, no second round was complete without him. Damn, brother, how on earth did you unearth this place? I exclaimed, clapping Haotao's shoulder as the car turned down a narrow, unmarked lane, winding inward toward a secluded courtyard. Even before stepping out, we glimpsed a procession of young women gliding through the lounge, uniformed in elegant, high-slit ivory gowns. Poised and serene, Zhang Luada grinned. Haotao, you truly are unmatched. Zhao Chu added, awestruck. Incredible, brother. The third-floor private suite boasted an in-suite restroom and a discreet fire escape elevator accessed via a rear corridor. I swept my gaze across the opulent interior, then grasped Haotao's shoulder again. Seriously, this is impressive. Why have you kept it a secret? He shrugged lightly. Lu Yiting once worked here. I dropped by for a taste, just to see. I raised my thumb once more, a silent, admiring salute. You're extraordinary. Tell me, what is the story with Lu Yiting? Is it physical, or something deeper? Physical, unquestionably, he replied, then paused, thoughtful. Though she wants to transition, to leave that world behind. So I offered her a path. The rest is up to her. I nodded. Good timing. I'm launching a construction firm. It'll be a long-term venture, and we're in need of a strong, capable woman at the helm, our pillar. Hao Tao perked up. Send her. I raised an eyebrow. Didn't Tu say she is seeking to go ashore? He smiled wryly. Managing a firm is going ashore, even if it means becoming a matron. Besides, she has friends, sisters in arms, who might follow. Fair enough. You handle the conversation. If she declines, we'll cultivate someone else. He nodded, solemn and assured. Why do I confide so freely in Hao Tao? Because our bond runs deep, not merely in camaraderie, but in unwavering mutual trust. In matters of investment, I point, he executes, without hesitation. Though past ventures yielded no windfalls, my accounts remain impeccably balanced, and my integrity unshaken. When profits flow, they're divided with crystalline fairness. When losses accrue, I shoulder more than my share, because kinship, not calculation, is the truest ledger. Hao Tao summoned the manager, and within 20 minutes, our suite transformed into a lush, intoxicating tableau, wine flowing like rivers, laughter bubbling like springs. Then, my phone rang. Dong Ling disaster. I bolted from the room, rushing to an empty adjacent suite to accept her video call. Dong Ling, what are you up to? Me. Just dinner with friends, heading to sing afterward. Dong Ling, you haven't called in days. Me. I didn't want to disturb you, especially now, with mid-autumn approaching. I plan to come to Beijing. Dong Ling, glad you still have a conscience. Me. I'm also launching a construction firm. In 3 minutes, I laid out the vision, ambitious, grounded, deliberate. Her brow furrowed. Dong Ling, is this urgent? Me. Urgency lies with others, not with me. This is, after all, a duel of wits. Dong Ling, the capital involved is immense. One misstep, and everything collapses. Let us discuss it in Beijing. Me. Agreed. There is much more I haven't shared yet. Dong Ling, I called to remind you. Come for mid-autumn. Bring my mother, and your uncle and aunt. It's our first traditional festival since the engagement. Me. Understood. We'll celebrate grandly. Dong Ling, I've already arranged it, booked the tickets. Take the high-speed rail. I'll meet you at the station. Me. That works perfectly. The call ended. Rushing out, I collided with someone, sleight of frame, stumbling hard to the floor. Oof, damn, that stings. He groaned. I looked down and recognized him instantly. Sun Tzu, an official from the Discipline Inspection Commission. His eyes flickered, shifting, evasive. Brother Sun, what a coincidence, I said, voice warm, unflustered. He forced a smile, awkward. Mr. Shun, yes, quite the coincidence. After our last encounter, his ill-fated heroic rescue at the bar, which ended in the project's abrupt cancellation, we gone silent. Now, fate had brought us together again, perhaps proving the old adage, where you fall, rise again in the same place. Sun Tzu, it seemed, had taken the maxim to heart. To ease the tension, I asked lightly, which room are you in? He hesitated. Then, with quiet resignation, the White House. Jiehui, Yuji, and Wei Ping are all there. So betrayal. Swift and pragmatic. But it mattered little. Their leverage over me was negligible, mine over them, substantial. Sun Tzu was quick-witted, his instinct to bind Jiehui, Yuji, and Wei Ping into a tight knot was shrewd. And that very knot, once secured, would serve me well. Anyone else? I asked. Just the 4 of us. I nodded. Then I'll join you for a toast. If I intended to use them, I'd begin with grace, not force. Dignity, after all, is the first coin of influence. Sun Tzu led me in. The moment I crossed the threshold, Jiehui shot upright, reflexive, almost startled. His ill-concealed infatuation with Chiu Ye had long made him wary of me. Yuji and Wei Ping, spotting Sun Tzu behind me, rose just as quickly. The 4 hostesses, sensing the sudden gravity, began to rise, preparing to withdraw. Please, no need to rush, I said. Calm and reassuring. I'm merely here to offer a toast. In Jiehui's stunned silence, I uncorked a bottle, poured 4 generous measures, and downed mine in one smooth, unbroken motion. They exchanged glances. Then, as if bound by unspoken protocol, followed suit. When the bottles were empty, I met each of their gazes, slowly, deliberately, until all looked away. Then, softly, how is the phone treating you? Fine. Works well. Excellent. I smiled faintly. I've just acquired some exceptional tea. Drop by tomorrow, I'll have it ready. They exchanged bewildered glances. It's on me. Enjoy yourselves. I turned and left, returning to our suite. Zhang Luada raised an eyebrow. Where did you vanish for so long? Anything urgent? Nothing at all, I replied, raising my glass. Let us continue. Oh, and the car 1TB needed that day. Noted. 2 hours later. I asked, how is the sobriety holding up? Why pair baijiu with beer? Because the liquor here is cut, diluted, deceptive, so the second drink sharpens the mind, not dulls it. 3rd round. I asked. Hao Tao leapt up, beaming. Boss Shun, You're absolutely legendary tonight. Flawless execution. Our Circle's unwritten code is clear. First round, dine and drink. Loosening the tongue and the ties of restraint. Second round, sing, flirt, let the night bloom with laughter and light. Third round, steam, soak, and play. Poker tables gleam under low light. When numbers are few, we favor Sichuan Mahjong or push-pull. When the group swells, Texas Hold'em takes center stage. Haotao, ever the enthusiastic amateur, plays with boundless energy and minimal skill, earning our collective, affectionate exasperation. Let us go. Tonight's tab, charge to Haotao's card. Alcohol and hospitality fees are settled separately. At the front desk, sir, the beverage charge has been deducted. Haotao waved a hand. The hostess's fees, handle those. I produced crisp cash, 400 yuan per hour, 4 hours, 600 yuan total. A quirk, perhaps, but I prefer the weight, the honesty, of paper currency. Then, a staff member approached, offering a sleek black card. Sir, as a guest of our owner, he has gifted you this VIP card. Damn. Haotao stared, eyes wide. Boss Shun, what on earth did you do out there? The quiet thrill of that unspoken triumph surged through me. Pure, unadulterated satisfaction. I placed the card gently on the counter. Chapter 80. The third round. The bathhouse, our long-standing sanctuary, was one we visited without fail. The membership card, replenished annually, bore Zhang Lada's name and number, its password. Known to all. Excuse me, I asked the attendant, how much remains on the card? 800 yuan. Already? Zhang Luada chuckled. I topped it up with 30,000 yuan at year-end, plus a 10,000 yuan bonus and 200 complimentary bath vouchers. No one blinked. Here. The ritual was never merely about cleansing. It was about connection, the warmth of the steam, the ease of shared silence. The late-night games that stitched friendship tighter with every shuffled deck. Let us reload. 30,000 yuan more. We'll be back, year after year. Every spring festival. We reserve suites, brothers returning from every corner of the land, gathering to soak, to play, to stay awake until dawn, keeping the embers of kinship glowing bright and steady. Now, submerged in the warm, mineral-rich water of the soaking pool, I let the stillness settle in. Li Tai calculated the expenses. One round costs 289, and adding another round brings it to a mere 578. Time truly flies when it comes to spending money. I interjected, let us not dwell on that. We recharged to enjoy ourselves. Soon, we transitioned into a competitive phase, entering the sauna room filled with steam, testing who could endure the heat the longest. Allow me to share a personal tip with my brothers. When in the sauna, ensure you are thoroughly steamed. How do you know when you are? Initially, it becomes intensely hot, and then you will begin to sweat profusely. Following that, a brief moment of chill will envelop your body, and suddenly, a delightful shiver will course through you. At this point, you know you have been sufficiently steamed, expelling the cold from your system. A truly exhilarating experience. The evening was bustling, and we were playing Texas Hold'em poker, betting $1 per point, with each participant starting with 5,000 points. Haitao remarked, let's keep the stakes low. I can't afford to lose big. Zhang Luada countered, let us raise it. Small stakes lack excitement. Zhao Chu agreed, I'm fine with either. Zhao Zifeng insisted, let us increase the stakes. Li Tai also called for higher bets. Haitao glanced at me, recalling our previous consensus to keep the stakes low. However, before I could speak, Zhang Luada interjected, today, Boss Shun is the host. He cannot voice any objections. If he does, it can only be at larger stakes. Very well. Such is the tradition of our circle. Haitao stated, I'll play with these 5,000. Once it's gone, I'm out. Zhang Luada and I exchanged knowing smiles. All right. When it comes to losing, Haitao is the most susceptible, exemplifying the adage that those who are both inexperienced and eager to play will inevitably find themselves in trouble. True to form, an hour later, we were betting 200 on single cards. My luck at cards has always been dismal, particularly with Texas Hold'em, where I often encounter unfavorable hands. If you have two pairs, would you raise? To my dismay, the opponent revealed 3 of a kind. With a pair of aces, would you raise? The last card turned out to be a straight for my opponent. Throughout the night, I bore witness to countless unfortunate fates of paired aces. In the early hours, I inquired, are you hungry? Haitao, shirtless, replied, not hungry. The others expressed their hunger. I declared, all right, let us call it a night. I've lost quite a bit, time to rest. Zhang Luada and Zhao Chu echoed my sentiments. Resting means not settling the bill. Haitao insisted. Let us play a few more rounds. I refused to believe this. After all, I had no desire to continue. I had zero luck, losing over 30,000 that night. while Haitao lost 50,000. Fortunately, our circle has a commendable tradition. Small amounts are settled, while larger sums are left unpaid. We only play with our own kind. This principle is a significant advantage for Jean Loada as a wealthy second-generation heir. Many second-generation heirs squander their fortunes on gambling. In our circle, gambling and drugs are intolerable. At dawn, the six of us drove to a small town 25 kilometers away to enjoy lamb soup after a night of drinking. A bowl of lamb soup is perfect for the stomach. Haitao ordered a large bowl, along with lamb hooves and a platter of lamb head meat. I shot him an exasperated glance. "Aren't you not hungry?" Haitao replied, "Losing too much made me hungry." Our circle is somewhat pathological. At times, I feel that Jean Loada is the sole pillar keeping it together. Zhao Chu also contributes significantly. We dine at the finest establishments, always extending our spa sessions. And every round of drinks exceeds 1,000. We travel exclusively in luxury vehicles and even request private rooms for karaoke, with an average expenditure per person never falling below 1,000. In such an environment, Li Tai, Haitao, Zhao Zifeng, and I resemble parasitic bats, relying on others to sustain us. Even when we treat others, it is Jean Loada who provides the drinks. Treating someone to a meal merely costs 400 to 500. And since Jean Loada doesn't drink regular wine and cannot afford the expensive ones, he typically covers the bill. I wonder how long this dysfunctional friendship will last. After breakfast, we all return to our respective homes. I called for a chauffeur to take me back to my hometown as the Mid-Autumn Festival approaches. I need to arrange my train tickets to Beijing in advance. During the journey, I called Zhou Mini, who unexpectedly apologized, stating she would be spending the festival in the provincial capital with her parents. While she expressed disappointment, I felt elated inside. Just perfect. Then, I called Hongjia. "I'm heading to Beijing and will return after the Mid-Autumn Festival." Hongjia, as always, was understanding. "Go ahead. Once you're done, we'll be waiting for you." Qiuying remained silent beside her. I noticed, but chose not to address her. After the call, a message arrived on my WeChat. Sun Xiaowei, my personal financial advisor at ICBC. Wish me a joyful Mid-Autumn Festival in advance. Following that, she sent a separate message. "Mr. Shun, the herbal health tonic has arrived in your city and should be delivered today. Thank you, it's quite timely. You're welcome, and once again, happy holidays. By the way, gold prices have risen." As expected, I pondered briefly and drafted a WeChat message intended for Yang Xiaotong, scheduling it for the evening. I also sent a message to Lu Chuanqiu, informing her of my commitments and that I would celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with her after returning from Beijing. The young girl is currently quite fragile emotionally, and I need to be considerate. Otherwise, I'll have to coax her when I return. With everything in order, I returned to my hometown. My mother was pleasantly surprised to see me. "He's back." My father's voice echoed from another room before he arrived. "You little rascal. You remember to come back. What is the difference between staying in Lianqing and being away? You've only been home for a few days and 2 months." I replied, "Dad, I'm catching up with friends. I'm back for the festival." My mother added, "I was just about to call you. The Mid-Autumn Festival is a grand occasion. You should prepare a significant gift for your in-laws." I said, "Dongling called me. She has to work during the holiday. Leaving only 2 days for us to go to Beijing with the whole family, and then we'll spend a couple of days with you, visiting Tiananmen." My father approved, saying, "That sounds good. I've been tired lately. It's a fine opportunity to rest." Just as I was about to ask my father about his plans with my fourth uncle, my mother interrupted, "What are you going for? Let Tianni and your in-laws go." My father truly loves Tiananmen. He watches war movies and dramas like The Bright Sword daily without tiring of them. I exclaimed, "Oh, mother, for the first time? Dongling invited you. Let us go. We shouldn't end up with the usual mother-in-law versus daughter-in-law drama." My mother, not one to be overly sentimental, agreed. "We'll go." I turned to my father. "Dad, what have you been busy with alongside my fourth uncle lately?" He replied, "You're about to get married and will be living in Beijing, eventually raising children. I worry about the pressure on you. So I thought I'd collaborate with your fourth uncle on a business venture." The heart of a parent. Hearing my father's intention to start a business made my eyes misty. In the past, I truly hadn't been diligent enough. "Dad, what exactly will you be doing?" He responded, "What can I do? I lack education, just managing a small engineering team." I remarked, "You still have funds to invest." He replied, "I have a good relationship with your fourth uncle. I was planning not to trouble him. However, I'm glad you're moving forward with your life. So let it be." I said, "Dad, I have some money too and am considering a project. I'll transfer some to you in a couple of days." He advised, "Don't get involved. The engineering market is tough now. Don't put all your eggs in one basket." I assured him, I don't intend to pursue it long term. I have other plans. Just then, Qiuying called, her tone tinged with annoyance. "Boss, Zhang Jiehui messaged to say they arrive at the company this afternoon. Oh. In the heat of the game, I neglected to inform Chioying about this. I instructed, help me prepare 4 packets of tea. It's a mid-autumn festival gift for everyone. Although Chioying looked puzzled, she complied. Understood. In dealing with Zhang Jiehui and his companions, I must approach them as prey, baiting them and gradually taming them. With Chioying, my approach is straightforward and unyielding. As long as her heart is with me, I need to elevate my standing in her eyes continuously, conquering her emotionally, intellectually, and physically. Chapter 81. Journey to Beijing. As the holiday approached, my mind was far from work. The trip to Beijing was spontaneous. My aunt, upon her recent visit to Beijing, decided not to return. In the meantime, I paid a visit to Liu Dabin's home. Liu Dabin remarked, "You must stay a few days this time, and let us have a drink together." I replied, "Time is tight. My mother-in-law is leaving for the Mid-Autumn Festival soon, and I still need your assistance with matters at home." Liu Dabin responded, "Come now, we are brothers." I continued, "When I return from Beijing, you should visit my company. I have secured a substantial project and am preparing to establish a construction firm. If you're interested, do consider it." Liu Dabin agreed. I added, "Moreover, I will introduce you to a couple of leaders." Liu Dabin exclaimed, "Oh, my brother, you have touched upon my lifeline. I am currently in need of personnel." After some idle chatter, I departed with my aunt, ensuring she witnessed my conversation with the village secretary to reassure her regarding her property and land. Our party of 4 took the high-speed train, reaching Beijing in just 4.5 hours. At the airport, we spotted a GL8 with a sign bearing the name Shintiani. I approached, greeting the driver, who said, "Hello, sir. I will take you directly to your hotel." The drive lasted about an hour to the Mandarin Oriental Hotel in Wangfujing, located less than 3 kilometers from Tiananmen Square. It seemed that Dong Ling had meticulously arranged our itinerary for the next couple of days. At the hotel, Dong Ling awaited our arrival. "Mother, uncle, and aunt, it's rare for you to be here. Let us visit all the sights you wish to see." Her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she winked at me, prompting a playful kiss in return. For dinner, Dong Ling chose a courtyard restaurant nestled within the alleys. Pushing open the vermilion wooden door, we entered an enchanting courtyard adorned with red lanterns and potted chrysanthemums, with a stone table at the center laid out with a plate of pre-cut mooncakes. The proprietress informed us the young lady reserved this spot in advance, wishing to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival with her elders, specifically by the window to view the moon. The menu featured Peking duck, zhajiangmian, and other regional specialties that resembled the cuisine of my hometown. Beijing cuisine was rather unremarkable. When the dishes arrived, I opened a bottle of wine, asking my aunt, "Would you like to have a drink? This is our family's first festival together." Dong Ling chimed in supportively. My aunt agreed. "All right, let us drink." My mother handed a piece of roasted duck wrapped in a pancake to Dong Ling, saying, "Child, we owe you thanks for the arrangements today. Do enjoy your meal." Dong Ling graciously accepted, replying, "Thank you, aunt." Halfway through our meal, the proprietress brought out a plate of warm mooncakes, including lotus seed paste, mixed nuts, and Dong Ling's favorite molten custard. Dong Ling urged, "Uncle, aunt, do try this." She even served my aunt a piece. Upon tasting, my aunt's eyes sparkled. The flavors of Beijing are indeed distinct. My mother smiled, affirming, "It is truly delicious." I picked up a piece of molten custard and fed it to Dong Ling, saying, "You should eat as well." Dong Ling's cheeks flushed slightly, and I teased, "What is there to be shy about? We have an engagement." Although it was not a marriage certificate, it still held considerable significance. As the moon ascended to its zenith, grand as a disk, my father raised his glass and proclaimed, "Today is the Mid-Autumn Festival. We gather as a family in joy. I wish everyone a happy Mid-Autumn Festival and also extend my wishes for Tianni and Dong Ling to establish a family soon, as we shall then become a true family." We all raised our glasses and clinked them together. Cheers. My aunt looked at Dong Ling and me, smiling. "I have no other wishes. I simply hope you both take good care of one another, which is more valuable than anything else." During dinner, I casually sent a celebratory message to Yang Xiaotong, though she did not respond, and I remained unconcerned. Later that evening, while my parents and aunt attended a performance at the hotel, I took Dong Ling back to our room to discuss work matters. Closing the door, I said, "I will take a shower first." In the hotel, I shared with Dong Ling the details of the series of events involving Chun Hangtian and my collaboration with Zhou Mini, though I refrained from mentioning her by name, simply referring to her as a friend from the Public Security Bureau. After a moment of contemplation, Dong Ling stated, "The success of this endeavor hinges on 3 critical factors. First, if your friend from the Public Security Bureau provides a perfect score of assistance, how much can you expect? Second, risk isolation. The project company you establish must have a solid separation of risks. Third, are you prepared? I held Dongling closely, gazing intently into her eyes. Capital arrives in this world, dripping with blood and filth from every pore. I loathe them for their exploitation, yet I also love them for the light they show me. Standing beneath the full moon of the Mid-Autumn Festival, we made a silent vow to walk this path together in the future. That night, I regrettably found myself alone in one room, while my parents occupied another and Dongling shared a room with my aunt. Unable to sleep, I scrolled through Douyin until late at night, sending a message to Dongling, who did not reply. It seemed that solitude was my fate for the evening. Before dawn, a voice from outside called, "Tianyi, hurry up. We're going to see the flag raising." Upon arriving at Tiananmen Square, we discovered a considerable crowd gathered around the flagpole. Dongling had already secured a good spot and even pulled out 3 hand warmers from her bag, affixing one to my parents' and aunt's waists. I had checked the morning temperature. It was only 15 degrees, so I wanted to ensure they wouldn't be cold. Standing beside her, I noticed her hair billowing in the wind, stirring my heart. As the national anthem played, I instinctively grasped Dongling's hand. Her hand was cool, yet she gripped mine tightly in return. I observed my father standing tall, the white strands of hair at his temples illuminated by the morning light. My aunt also gazed at the national flag, her lips softly following the tune. At 7:08 a.m., the flag was raised, and after the ceremony, we set off to climb the Great Wall. During the drive from Tiananmen to Badaling, my mother and aunt engaged in lively conversation. Dongling sat in the middle, occasionally offering oranges to my mother and adjusting my aunt's seat backrest. My father suddenly reminisced. When I was younger, I visited the Great Wall with workmates. Back then, there were no cable cars, and the climb was exhausting. That must have been when I forged my friendship with your Uncle C. Upon reaching the foot of the Great Wall, Dongling thoughtfully rented hiking poles. At the beacon tower, I took pictures of everyone, with Dongling standing between my mother and aunt, flashing peace signs as my mother beamed with her eyes squinted in delight. By the afternoon, we returned to the hotel, everyone quite fatigued, thus retreating to our respective rooms for a rest and a shower before heading out for dinner. As soon as I entered my room and closed the doorbell rang. Upon opening it, I found Dongling standing there. "Do you still have energy after climbing the Great Wall?" I replied. "Need you even ask?" I scooped her up in a swift embrace, shutting the door behind us. Warm water cascaded from the overhead shower, enveloping the bathroom in a fragrant mist. I stepped into the shower area with Dongling, who instinctively wrapped her arms around my neck, resting her face against my shoulder while breathlessly warning, "Be careful, the floor is slippery." I leaned down to nuzzle her cheek, saying, "What are you afraid of? I'll catch you." Dongling playfully pushed against my chest, her eyes expressing a teasing reproach. "First, let us wash up." She seized the shower head and directed it at my back. "You climbed more energetically than anyone today, and you still have energy left." I turned to admire her. Suddenly, her breathing became irregular as she playfully punched me, not wanting to linger too long, as we all needed to dine together. And given how captivating last night's hotel performance was, my aunt had suggested we all attend again. After all, it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, a family celebration, and it would be better to experience it together. The following day, as we ventured to the Summer Palace, the fragrance of osmanthus greeted us at the entrance. Dongling mentioned she had checked that the osmanthus was in full bloom, and indeed, as we strolled along the long corridor, the osmanthus trees beside the pillars were adorned with delicate yellow flowers, their fragrance wafting through the air with every breeze. We even rented a boat to row on Kunming Lake, with Dongling and I sharing a vessel. "After we return, let us establish a legitimate investment company," she suggested. I agreed. "That sounds great." Dongling continued, "If Chun Yuan is affiliated with Chun Hangtian, then her mobile project is likely a trap. Also, do you know Zhang Xingxing?" I replied, "Not really." After a moment of hesitation, Dongling remarked, "Providing timely assistance is better than decorating with gold. What should we focus on in investments? Is it the pursuit of profit in business or the value of the people involved? Currently, it is primarily about the latter. Regardless of whether a business is lucrative, as long as the individual is capable, the enterprise has the potential to thrive. Conversely, if the person is inadequate, even the most promising business will falter. Chun Hangtian possesses sufficient capability. However, unless his intention is to profit at my expense, I remain skeptical." Chapter 82. Withdrawing shares. I intend to implement a standard 3-tier equity structure by establishing a new company, aimed at effectively insulating my personal assets from project risks. What constitutes a 3-tier equity structure? Individual shareholders comprise the first tier, the holding entity B company, the second tier, the operational investment entity A company, and the third tier, in newly established project companies. Each of these layers A, B, and N functions as an independent legal entity, primarily designed to achieve a stratified isolation of debt and operational risks. The holding entity is my newly established B company, Huang Enterprises. Currently operational is my investment entity A company, Huang Investments. The N companies represent future mobile projects, alongside the currently stable seawater supply operations and imminent construction company, and additional forthcoming projects. The NG Enterprise registered in the Cayman Islands is wholly owned by me, while HY Investments is under the control of NG Enterprise. The newly established project company is held by HY Investments. Chuya, boss, the equity structure is nearly complete. Shall we proceed with establishing the new company? Me, we can commence today. Here is a WeChat contact, Sun Xiaowei, for inquiries regarding investments, legal matters, and taxation. Additionally, you should also pursue further learning for advancement. Chuya, understood, boss. Me. Furthermore, please notify all shareholders about the meeting scheduled for this morning. Concurrently, I have contacted Liu Dabin, City Discipline Inspection Commission Sun Su, District Cultural Teams Zhang Jiahui, City Cultural Bureaus Zhou Youqi, and Wang Weiping from the City Cultural Bureau. We shall convene this afternoon. Me. The situation is as follows. I hope you can consider it without losing face. I am neither a saint nor entirely malevolent. However, when I strive earnestly to ascend, it is only natural that I adopt a more ruthless demeanor. Hai Tao, having finished the last of his cigarette, ultimately made a decision. I withdraw. I do not lack funds, nor do I possess grand ambitions. Zhang Leda and Zhao Chu also opted out. While they were willing to engage casually, the stakes were too high for serious involvement. I actively discouraged both from continuing, as they represented uncontrollable variables. Their financial stakes were significant, and given our friendship, their initial investment was made out of respect, which complicates decision-making and is detrimental to the company's operations. Li Tai also withdrew, as anticipated. He needed money for his endeavors, and I supported his choice. The meeting concluded unexpectedly. Zhao Zifeng approached me privately, expressing interest in investing, not merely thousands or tens of thousands, but 3 million. My instinctive reaction was, "Did you win the lottery?" Zhao Zifeng replied, "Let us not forget, we have been friends for over a decade. You've made the risks abundantly clear. Naturally, I wish to invest. I am investing in you." I refrained from probing further. His background as a civil servant from a modest family raised questions about the source of such funds. In the afternoon, Zhang Jiahui and his companions arrived earlier than Liu Dabin. Me. While we await others, let us discuss other matters. Are you still pursuing that bar project? Sun Su. We are not planning to continue. Everyone is currently short on funds, making it hard to entice people. Me. If I were to invest further, would you be able to proceed? Zhang Jiahui's eyes lit up. We could. How would it work? Me. We would follow your original plan, but on a grander scale to match your collective stature. Sun Su. What do you mean, General Shen? Me. I will finance the completion of the bar, and you will be responsible for attracting clientele. Sun Su's expression turned sour. Isn't that a recipe for disaster? Such an approach would ruin all existing relationships. It's unsustainable. Me. Your current situation isn't particularly advantageous either. Align with me, and I can help you grow stronger. Others will take care of the engineering, leaving you out of the equation entirely. Is this the life you wish to lead, relying on the entertainment industry? A balance of reward and consequence prompts wise individuals to make their choices. Sun Su. But what if something goes awry? His position with the City Discipline Inspection Commission immediately led him to consider the ramifications. Me. Don't worry, I have connections that can assist. Upon hearing this, Sun Bin and his companions felt reassured, unanimously expressing their willingness to proceed. At that moment, Liu Dabin arrived. Upon entering, I introduced, Dabin. This is Comrade Sun from the City Discipline Inspection Commission, and from the Cultural Bureau, we have Zhang, Zhou, and Wang. Liu Dabin's eyes widened in astonishment. This was immensely gratifying. Me. Today, I have another purpose. The company intends to collaborate with Aerospace Construction Company to establish a new project company focused on municipal heating and water supply engineering. I would like to know if you are interested. After my presentation, Chuya presented materials on Aerospace Construction Company and the municipal heating and water supply project for the 5 attendees to review. Liu Dabin, having previously interacted with Aerospace Construction Company, was particularly interested in the municipal heating project due to a prior loan of 100,000. Sun Su and his companions seemed to have some knowledge of Aerospace Construction Company. Sun Su. Does General Shin know Chen Hangtian? Me. We have crossed paths. Do you know him? Sun Su awkwardly replied, not personally. I haven't had the chance to meet him. That made sense. He was part of the Discipline Inspection Commission, while Chun Hangtian was not within the system, limiting their opportunities for interaction. However, Chun Hangtian is quite renowned in Lianqing, known to anyone of some stature. Noticing the four were silently reviewing the materials, I remarked, "You may take the materials home for further consideration. Such opportunities are rare." They nodded, sipped their tea, and departed. Me, Dabin, are you interested? Lu Dabin, how much will the entire project cost? Me, the total would be approximately 70 to 80 million, with a need for over 20 million in initial capital. We are merely small players. The bulk of the project will undoubtedly be dominated by aerospace construction company. Lu Dabin, wow, that is a substantial sum. Me, I consider this a fortunate opportunity. Otherwise, I would have no stake in this project. Lu Dabin, is the risk considerable? Me, the greatest risk is that the government may not settle accounts. Of course, there is always the chance that Chun Hangtian may exploit me, using me as a scapegoat. Whether we proceed or not, our relationship remains intact. Lu Dabin, Tianyi, you mentioned knowing high-ranking officials? Me, indeed, otherwise, why would they come to me? You should also think it over. Lu Dabin, sure, I will discuss it with my wife. After everyone had left, Choya said, boss, if we were to simultaneously initiate the bar project and the municipal company, we might not have enough funds. I pinched Choya's cheek. Don't we have the new company NG? It has the capital. Choya boss, you promised to come to my house for dinner after returning from Beijing. I feigned displeasure. Let us not discuss personal matters at the office. We can talk tonight. Originally feeling downcast, Choya brightened at the last remark. The perils of office romance. Life is a long journey. People will gradually depart from your side. Either you elevate yourself to an exceptional standard, or you become so inadequate that they choose to move away from you. Chapter 83. Initial Scale established HY and Aerospace Construction Company have founded a new project company. At the dining table, me, Choya, what progress have you made in discussions? Choya, we Haven Tea had much conversation. They're on holiday for the Mid-Autumn Festival, and we've only had one interaction regarding the new project. Their owner intends to contribute 20 million in actual capital. Me, actual capital? That seems to be taking advantage of the honest. Choya boss, we lack relevant management experience and construction teams. The likelihood of being taken advantage of is high. Me, I came here to be exploited. However, I prefer to be exploited transparently and clearly. Choya, in that case, how much equity do you intend to hold? Me, naturally, I will aim for 49. Anything less. And I doubt he would be amenable, as he likely wants us to contribute more capital. As the sun descended beyond the horizon, the temperature gradually dropped, and the loungewear of Hongjia and Choya became increasingly modest, concealing any hint of their physical allure. However, I noticed that Hongjia's complexion had improved significantly as she dined, her face appearing more plump and radiant. Indeed, a woman nurtured by a man's affection exudes a different charm. Quickly eat, and after dinner, let us go shopping, I urged. Yay, Hongjia responded with enthusiasm. In Lianqing, the chances of encountering acquaintances while shopping in the mall are quite high. Last time it was Zhang Jian, and this time it was Chen Sheng. What a coincidence, General Chen, I remarked. Mr. Shen, what brings you to the mall with such refined taste? Chen Sheng inquired. With the Mid-Autumn Festival approaching, after so much busyness, I thought it best to take a breather, I replied, noticing the two women accompanying me. Chen Sheng seemed hesitant to linger without an introduction and soon took his leave. The circles of Chen Sheng and Zhang Ju are rather unremarkable. One revolves around a feng shui club, and the other serves as a resource exchange platform. Both ventures have not thrived, and I have pondered over this. They exist on the periphery of the system, lacking both wealth and core resources. To pursue grand ambitions, they are sorely deficient, with success hinging largely on fortune. The fundamental principle for Chen Sheng and Zhang Ju is to initiate a project and seek support or feedback from higher-ups. Many leaders, however, are protective of their reputations and reluctant to voice their opinions, resulting in a considerable investment of time and resources without fruitful outcomes. For instance, the Feng Shui Club was a concept they devised, hoping to leverage the influence of leadership to bring it to fruition. Yet, retired leaders lack authority, while those in power hesitate to publicly endorse it, ultimately leading to its demise. Conversely, individuals like Chun Hangtian are different. He resembles a high-level golden glove. Over the years, the Chun family has surpassed the era of merely serving leaders. In truth, Chun Hangtian engages in business that leaders aspire to undertake, where they provide authority and direction, while he contributes financial resources. This ecological model is the norm. To consider an alternative scenario, if a prominent leader wished to establish a feng shui club, Chen Sheng's role would merely be to actualize this idea through financial investment. In such a case, The club would not be short of clientele, as it would be a vision endorsed by a high-ranking official who would find ways to generate income through his influence. Upon reflection, I decided to extend an opportunity to Chen Sheng. I sent him a message. If you are free tomorrow, could you and Zhang Ju visit my company? Zhang Ju was introduced by Chen Sheng, and when inviting both, I must ensure that I do not bypass the introducer, thus requiring Chen Sheng to accompany Zhang Ju. Chen Sheng readily agreed. The following day at the company, I informed Chen Sheng of my collaboration with Chun Hangtian, with Zhang Ju listening in. Zhang Ju, the deputy director of the district's education bureau, holds a higher position than Zhang Jie and his 3 companions, while Sun Su from the municipal disciplinary committee is a section chief. Chen Sheng furrowed his brow, clearly troubled by financial constraints. Yet, Zhang Ju appeared quite intrigued. Yesterday, I invited Captain Zhang, who expressed interest in this project and is likely to visit the company this afternoon. Would you two be amenable to meeting? I suggested. If I were to participate, it would be quite appropriate, Zhang Ju responded, indicating his genuine interest. Chen Sheng asked, Tianyi, may I leverage this project for some ventures? The decision is not mine to make. However, if it pertains to suppliers or materials, I should possess some authority, I clarified. Understood, he replied. I am in the process of establishing a project company. Zhang Ju, General Chen, please make the necessary arrangements promptly. After a light lunch, the two departed. In the afternoon, indeed, Zhang Jie and his 3 companions arrived, indicating their strong camaraderie. We wish to ride on Mr. Shen's coattails, Sun Su stated bluntly, suggesting prior discussions among them before meeting me. Not a problem. I congratulate you on making what may be the wisest decision of your lives, I replied. However, we lack funds, so we were hoping to inquire if Mr. Shen has any viable solutions, Sun Su continued. I nearly choked on my tea at this revelation. Chuya interjected. Director Sun jested. The bar project is only one aspect. If the municipal company were to play the empty-handed game, it would lose its charm. If General Tan can resolve the bar situation, we are willing to invest all our funds into the new project, Sun Su asserted. As I tapped the table thoughtfully, I noted something amiss with the 4 of them. They were playing a high-stakes game, yet lacked capital. Chuya, close the door, I instructed, and she complied. Are the 4 of you concealing something from me? I queried. They exchanged glances, and Sun Su replied, Mr. Shen is still unaware? This left me perplexed. Should I have been in the know? Let us be straightforward. I have prepared 5 million to engage with you, so please spare me the riddles, I stated. Sun Su whispered, I presumed Mr. Shen was aware of our gambling debts. What? I realized then that they assumed I had perused their mobile devices, uncovering their secrets. In truth, I had merely copied their data without the inclination to delve into it. I was not aware, to be precise, but now I am. Feeling a pang of irritation, I detest gamblers, and here I faced 4 of them. Yet, the more entrenched they are in gambling, the easier they are to manipulate. It turned out that all 4 had succumbed to mobile gambling, each losing nearly 4 million, nearing their entire net worth, and were now in dire need of funds, which led to their dubious intentions to exploit their positions for quick cash. Indeed, once one becomes entangled in gambling, malevolence takes root. These 4 were audacious. I slammed my hand on the table. I will take charge of the bar. After its opening, you must withstand the pressure for at least 1 month. Should things go awry, you will utilize your abilities to resolve the matter, and I will cover the losses, with the expenses being yours. The faces of Sun Su and his companions brightened. Previously troubled by the potential fallout of the bar project, their sole focus now shifted to acquiring funds. A classic display of a gambler's mentality. Sun Su inquired, what about the bar's renovations? Before the opening, you need not concern yourselves. I will handle everything. Without delay, we set forth to act.